There is a demon immortal pavilion in the mountains and 3 men are standing and there is a table and 2 are standing together while 1 is standing behind the table. One of them asks him that Sohun, must you leave? He replies with yes. His name is Jin Sohun, one of the 4 great demons. Venom Demon says to Sohun that it's been 10 years since you came here. Do you think the sword dance troupe you were in still exists? Venom Demon's twin immortal physician is also standing beside him and he says to Sohun that like the Venom Demon said, the sword dance troupe is probably no longer around because the unorthodox sects won't leave them be. He replies, there's a high chance that that's what happened. Venom Demon asks him that if you already know that, then why would you bother looking for a group that might not exist? Sohun replies that the sword dance troupe took me in as an orphan and I spent 14 years with them. I'll repay their kindness and all grudges if there are any. Venom smirks and asks repay grudges. He also says that I remember telling you that your martial arts aren't complete yet. Are you sure you want to do that in your current state? He replies that just as you've said, my martial arts aren't complete yet but I'm still a disciple of the Venom Demon and immortal physician, so what do I have to fear? Venom Demon smiles and says that you sure are good at talking. Venom Demon asks to immortal physician that isn't that so? He replies that that's not surprising. This kid has always been good with words. We expected this too, didn't we? Let's not stop him anymore. Placing a covered blade on the table, Venom Demon says to Sohun that take this with you. He looks at him and is surprised to see and says that isn't this the dual crescent blade that you used? I can't accept this. He replies that take it, I've got no use for it anymore and it's been a long time since it was used. Immortal Physician then offers him a white hand fan saying that I'll give you this then. Take this with you and it'll definitely be of help to you on your journey. He is looking at those 2 things that are lying on the table. Immortal says to him that Sohun, the Jianghu is a dangerous place. It's one where even the strong can fall and bear in mind that you need to always be careful and plan your moves carefully. Sohun replies that yes master, I'll make sure to do that. Immortal says go on, we won't be sending you off. We'll wait to hear of your great deeds when rumors of it spread within the Jianghu. Both of them leave and now he is standing alone in the pavilion and a cool breeze is blowing. His hair and clothes are also moving in the air. He has beautiful blue eyes. He is standing in the pavilion, looking at the sky. He moves his fingers in a specific pattern and makes a punch with one hand holding it in the other and bows down saying thank you for everything. The blade and white fan are lying on the table before him. Cool breeze is blowing throughout the village. Sohun reaches Eastern Dark Street. He is wearing a hat. He is standing at the door of the Lunar Dusk Pavilion. He is also wearing a backpack. Looking at the door, he says to himself that this was where the sword dance troupe was at. He remembers about his childhood memories when he was with her mother. He can hear the giggles and laughs and when his mother asked her that what do you want to eat? And when she said to him that stop right there, Sohun. When she asked him that Sohun, how's my sword dance and he replied that it's really cool. When father asked him that are you hungry and he replied yes, while remembering about those beautiful memories, he's thinking about those people that I wonder if everyone's fine, where did they all go? Looking at the surroundings he's wondering that the surroundings have changed too. He looks at a place and is trying to figure out that Crest Inn is the only place that's still here. I'll go ask around in that inn for now. He goes to that place, everyone is busy gossiping and talking, different tables and chairs are present, people are sitting, busy talking, glancing at the interior of the place. He is wondering that the interior hasn't changed at all. I wonder if the owner is still the same one. He goes inside but everyone is watching at him with strange eyes. He is walking between the rows of the people with his head down. He sits on one chair and removes his hat. He feels that everyone is watching him. They all look strange. He looks at them. Looking at those people he smiles a little wondering that the intense atmosphere is still the same. He places his hat on the table. A waiter comes to him and welcomes him warmly and says that welcome, what may I serve you? Hearing his voice, he is wondering that he knows him. He's thinking that Dogon. I'm sure his name is Dogon. The waiter is confused at his judgment and Sohun is thinking that judging by his expressions, it seems like he doesn't recognize me. Sohun orders 1 chicken comb noodles. The waiter replies understood. Meanwhile in his head, he's thinking that judging by his clothes, he seems to be an outsider. The waiter is worried because of the situation and thinking that looks like there'll be a big fight soon and I hope they'd take it outside though. A group of 3 people is sitting at a table. One of them calls him saying that a black outfit with a black sheath. Do you know what that means? The other says that. There's no way that you don't know that black means challenging others in this place though. Sohun is wondering that what's going on here and replies politely that I forgot about that. I don't mean anything by wearing this and it's the only set of clothes that I have so I hope you will be understanding. They are all angry and one of them says to him that arrogant bastard, look us in the eyes while replying. The other with the brown eyes says forget it. He asks Sohun so that means you wore black here despite knowing what it meant. What are you doing here? while holding a glass in his hand. Sohan replies that I don't particularly have a reason, I'm simply visiting my hometown after a long time. One of them asks your hometown. He also says that I've never seen you here before though, where did you live? Sohan replies that I grew up opposite Crest Inn. He asks that you mean the Lunar Dusk Pavilion. What, you were born in brothel? He smirks and says you don't look like it though. The other man with him says that arrogant prick, how dare you act that way despite coming from a brothel. They are making fun of him but he replies politely that while the Lunar Dusk Pavilion is in that place right now, it used to be where the Mystic Lunar Dance Troupe was. That brown-eyed man replies that the Mystic Lunar Dance Troupe, are you talking about the Mystic Lunar Entertainment Troupe? Sohan replies it's not an entertainment troupe, it's the Mystic Lunar Dance Troupe. They are all looking at him. One of them says that the Sword Dance Troupe is basically an entertainment troupe, so why make such a big fuss? In any case, it's been a while since I heard that name. The other man with him replies that yeah, I still think about them from time to time. Sohan asks from them that do you know the Sword Dance Troupe? That man smiles and says that of course, I don't just know them, I even miss them, now that you've mentioned them. Sohan looks at him and says that's great, I'll treat you to a drink. That man asks that you wanna buy me a drink, pointing at a chair near him. Sohan says yes please take a seat, offering him a seat. He gives order saying 1 bottle of dew wine here please. Meanwhile on their table, the one guy says to him that brother there's no need to do this, leave it be. That brown-eyed guy takes his weapon with him and gets up from his chair saying that he wants to buy me a drink. It's not right of me to reject it since we're of the Jianghu. He goes and sits with Sohan. Placing his weapon at the side, Sohan casts a look at his weapon while looking at him. That man is wondering that he's unfazed despite seeing my weapon. What's with this confidence he has? Is he someone who has a backer? In that case robbing him would make things complicated. He is sitting cross-armed and asks a question from Sohan that where are you from? It seems like you're a disciple from a pretty well-established sect. Sohan replies that I don't belong to any sects and I don't really belong to any groups either. Touching his beard, he smiles mockingly and wonders that he doesn't belong to any sects or groups. Is he just a mere vagrant? This is awesome. He is sitting with his one leg over the other and says loudly to Dogon that Dogon, what are you doing? Bring the wine over quickly. Dogon replies that yes sir I'm on my way. Sohan is thinking that he really is Dogon. Dogon brings drink and 2 glasses in a tray and serves them. Pouring a drink in his glass Sohan says to that man have a drink please. Think of this as the price for talking with me. He asks price for talking. What do you want to talk about? Sohan replies I'd like to hear about the Sword Dance Troupe. He is holding a glass of wine in his hand and takes a sip from it. Drinking wine, he asks Sword Dance Troupe, why do you want to hear about them? Pouring the drink in his glass, he says that after all we were famous on the Eastern Dark Street. Naturally I am curious since they are not here anymore. The man smashes the glass on the table and says that seeing as how you know about stuff like that you really must be from here, the Mystic Lunar Dance Troupe. It's really been a while since I've heard that name. And do you know about the Revolving Blood Clan too? Sohan replies that yes I do. Sohan's thinking that the Revolving Blood Clan was one of the sects that acted up in this region. The man tells him that 10 years ago the Revolving Blood Clan tried to lay their hands upon the Sword Dance Troupe. You know about how the women of the Sword Dance Troupe were known to be beautiful, right? Right, the Revolving Blood Clan rules over the Eastern Dark Street now, but this wasn't the case back then. The Sword Dance Troupe hung on doggedly, but the Revolving Blood Clan created an excuse to attack the Sword Dance Troupe. They tried to frame the Sword Dance Troupe for poisoning one of their own to death. That's how they started fighting and the Sword Dance Troupe fell in the end. Sohan replies that if so what about the people of the Sword Dance Troupe? Did they all die back then? The man replies that no, the Revolving Blood Clan's leader dragged the woman that he had his eyes on over to the Revolving Blood Clan, although I don't know if they are still alive now. Sohan is thinking deeply about the Revolving Blood Clan. That man is trying to figure out that what happened to that boy suddenly and says to himself that this fellow, something about him just changed. I think it's best for me to leave him alone. Thinking this he says to him that I've finished my drink, it's time for me take my leave. He stands up from his chair and was about to leave when he said to him that wait a minute. He asks him that are you from the Revolving Blood Clan? 3 of them looked at him with shock. The one with the gray hair and brown eyes asks what? That man with brown eyes is thinking that this punk, is he related to that incident? He gets confused and starts to sweat and says to him that I don't know what you're talking about. None of us here are from the Revolving Blood Clan. That brown-eyed man's fellow gets up from their chairs and that brown-haired one says to him that brother what are you doing right now? He replies that Jegwang you don't have the right to speak here. Jegwang is infuriated at Sohan's behavior and asks that how can I not interfere when that arrogant bastard is acting up. He is confused at his behavior while Jegwang says to Sohan that look here I know some stuff about the Sword Dance Troupe too. Hearing this, That man is shocked and worried that he was about to reveal the truth, but he does not listen to him, and Sohan asks him a question, that do you know who Doyoung is? That man is angry and shouts saying shut that mouth of yours, but he doesn't stop and continues saying to Sohan that she didn't get caught up in that incident because she was out that day, and thanks to that we were able to bring her to a quiet place. The brown-eyed man is extremely angry at him and gets up from his chair in such anger that his chair falls down on the floor, and says with anger that I said shut that mouth of yours. His bald fellow asks him, big brother, why have you been acting like this? And the other asks him that don't tell me you're scared of that guy. He replies to them that just keep your mouths shut, you bastards, let's talk later for now. Sohan calls that girl's name while he was pouring a wine in his glass and says that Doyoung, she was really a beautiful older sister of mine. He looks at Sohan with confused expressions while Jaegwang smiles and says to him that you know here she's quite beautiful. Just like you said, and that bald man with him says that the women that the Revolving Blood clan's leader dragged away were more beautiful though. Sohan is pouring a wine in a glass and that man is looking at the drop of wine dripping from the bottle into the glass, and as soon as drop is about to fall into the cup, that man is thinking that something's ominous about that guy and says to him hey, and ponders that he is too ominous. As the drop falls into the wine in the glass, few drops come out of wine in the air, and that man says to Sohan that these guys are just drunk and talking nonsense. One of them replies that big brother, what are you talking about? We haven't drunk any alcohol today. He feels that something bad is going to happen and his eyes are full of fear and worry. He is standing at his place while something suddenly hits both of them in their heads and their blood drops falls on his back, so he looks behind him and is stunned to see them lying on the floor half dead with the chopsticks in their heads and their mouth opened, and Sohan is sitting at his place on his chair in the dark. That man looks at his friends and says chopsticks. Meanwhile he was worried about them. He feels something in his belly as he looks at it. It was his weapon which Sohan threw at him, and blood is coming out from that, and he immediately falls on the ground. Sohan is holding a glass of wine while remembering about the past memory when Venom Demon said to him that Sohan, do you think that the sword dance troupe you were previously in still exists? While remembering this, Sohan closes his hand and hits with his fist on the table. He is infuriated and his eye color changes from blue to purple, and he says damn unorthodox bastard. All of them are lying dead on the floor and the blood is coming out from their bodies while Sohan is sitting peacefully on the chair. Meanwhile Dogon comes and looks at their bodies. Standing there he is sad and thinking that Jechiel and his clique simply died helplessly, and he looks at Sohan assuming that he would have died and says to himself that I thought he would have lost. Sohan looks at him and calls his name Dogon while Dogon is shocked to hear his name and asks pardon, do you need anything? Dogon is standing before him in full confusion and fear. Sohan smiles a little and his eyes have transformed to their normal color, and Dogon says to him that come on, you still don't recognize me? Dogon is confused at his question and asks sorry. Meanwhile in his head he's thinking about him that I don't recognize him, do I know him, and I doubt I'd forget someone who looks so eye-catching though. Sohan smiles and telling him to wait he shows him his childhood's face, and as Dogon sees his face, he asks that are you sleepyhead? Sohan replies that yeah, that's what people used to call me because I was sleeping all the time. Dogon is happy to see him and says that I can't believe you've changed so much. Where were you all this time? We thought you had died because you suddenly disappeared. Why did you disappear without a word, and what have you been doing? Sohan is bit confused at his questions and thinking about Venom Demon and his twin. He says to himself that I suffered hell. I was kidnapped by my two masters. They were fascinated with my body which is immune to poisons, and they experimented on me in various ways. He thinks about his masters, that how they tested his body's immune system against the poisons by letting him sit in the poison pot and by placing poisons on his different body parts. Thinking about all this he says to Dogon that well, I did various thing, and Dogon replies that is that so? Whatever it was, I'm glad you're alive. The sword dance troupe looked all over for you, all over when you suddenly disappeared. And Sohan asks that the sword dance troupe looked for me? Dogon replies that of course they searched high and low for you, and they looked for you whenever they could before the sword dance troupe was destroyed. They worried about you. Looking at his facial expressions, Dogon assumed that he is angry and his eye color is changing, so he hurriedly said sorry, and Sohan looks at Jechiel's body that is lying on the floor and asks him that Dogon, was what they said true? The things about the sword dance troupe. Dogon replies yeah, they're all true, and hearing this Sohan closes his eyes with utter sadness and he puts his hand in the pocket of his coat and takes out money and says to Dogon that I need to get going now, this is for the food. Dogon is stunned to see that huge amount and asks him why are you giving me so much money? Looking at the bodies of Jechiel and his friend, Sohan says that please help to clean up this place, and Dogon replies with bit worry that alright, don't worry, as you already know this is pretty common in this place, and Sohan replies with thanks, see you around. He was about to leave when Dogon asks him that it's already late though, you're leaving now, where are you going to sleep? Sohan replies that at the Lunar Dusk Pavilion, while Dogon is shocked to hear that, he asks what, the Revolving Blood clan looks after that place. Sohan replies that all the more reason I have to go there then, and I need to pat them back for what they did to the sword dance troupe. Dogon is worried about him after he comes to know about his intentions and says that it's impossible for you to do it alone. The Revolving Blood clan is untouched on the Eastern Dark Street. Sohan asks him that, Dogon, do you remember the sword dance I used to practice a lot because of performances? Dogon starts remembering about that and says, of course I do, it's because you were so young, but you never missed out on a day of training. Why are you asking so suddenly? Placing his hand at the door of the hotel, he looks at him and says that I'll show you that sword dance after I've taken care of the Revolving Blood clan. Thanks for worrying about me, let's meet again. And Dogon smiles and says that alright, come back anytime, I'll always be here. And Sohan replies with okay and leaves that place. The two people are standing at the door of the Lunar Dusk Pavilion. Meanwhile, Sohan comes to them in full white clothes and has a white fan in his hand. He is looking very handsome and one of them welcomes him saying, welcome, may I know if there's anyone that you're looking for specifically? Sohan replies that I heard Chaol Yakran and Wunhai are all quite decent, but the man is confused at his answer and says, pardon, none of the ladies go by those names though. Hearing his answer, Sohan is wondering that seeing as how he doesn't know their names, are they not here? And thinking this, he says to him that I'll just get other ladies if they aren't here, and he welcomes him saying that please head inside first, the performance is just about to get interesting. Sohan asks about performance and he replies yes. The man takes him to inside where people are performing and producing the music with different musical instruments, and the audience is clapping and enjoying the performance. The man tells him about the Lunar Dusk Pavilion's famous dance, Lunar Dusk Dance Troupe, while Sohan is hearing unattentively, but when he hears about the Lunar Dusk Dance Troupe, he becomes attentive and is trying to figure out his words. The two beautiful women are performing a dance and they are wearing beautiful clothes. One is wearing pink clothes and other is wearing light blue dress, and they have swords in their hands. They are performing a specific type of dance and are performing together on the stage. Sohan looks at their dance and wondering that are they imitating the performance of the sword dance troupe with those lousy abilities of theirs? A man comes and says to him that sir, that person is the Lunar Dusk Pavilion's owner, please refrain from staring at him like that. Hearing this, Sohan asks that guy is the Lunar Dusk Pavilion's owner, and he replies that yes, so please refrain from staring at him so openly. Hearing this, he stares at the Lunar Dusk Pavilion's owner once again and starts heading toward some place, while that man looks at him and says that sir, that's not where you're supposed to go. The two guards are standing there, and as they see him heading towards them, one of them stops him with his hand and says that stop right here, you can't go up here. But Sohan replies that I came to meet with the pavilion owner. That man asks that the pavilion owner, did you make an appointment with him? Sohan replies with no, and the man is shocked at this and asks that do you think he's someone that anyone can just meet as they please? Lunar Dusk Pavilion's Phantom Sword Squad Captain Chu Sayek is coming downstairs and asks what's the commotion about. He is holding a little weapon in his hand and is wearing brown clothes. The man says to him that this person wants to meet with the pavilion owner, but he hasn't made an appointment. The man is a little bit confused and asks rudely that he wants to meet the pavilion owner. Sohan is looking at him with full confidence, and that man is also looking at him, and after a while he says to him that just go back home if you're drunk, if you don't want to die from creating a commotion, that is. But Sohan replies to him that is, it's so hard to meet with the pavilion owner for a while. That man looks at him with anger and calls him bastard, while the pavilion owner was looking at them standing there and says to Captain that forget it, there's no need to kick up a fuss, let him meet me since he's here to do that, and orders that send him to my room. So that man replies with yes sir. Passing through the corridor, Sohan is walking behind that captain, and the long rows of men are standing on each side of the corridor, and they are standing in still positions as statues. That man takes him to the owner's room, where owner is sitting with two girls by his sides, and the food is served on the table and they are standing in front of him, and he says to owner that I've brought him here. Sohan, without taking any permission, goes with full arrogance and sits on a bench, while the owner is wondering that just why the hell is he so arrogant. I agreed to meet him since he seemed different, is he from a renowned martial sect or a renowned clan? And thinking this, he says to him that I'm not sure why you're here to look for me, but let's have a drink while we talk. The woman with pink clothes sits by his side and serves him wine, and he was taking a glass from the table when the owner says here, and they start drinking wine. While drinking wine, he looks at Sohan and thinking about him, that fool, I can't believe you drank wine that's given to you without any suspicions. Is he just a kid that doesn't know how the world works? I guess I was worried over nothing. After drinking wine, he put the glass on the table. As soon as he put that glass after finishing the drink, his eyes turned into purple color, so he wonders about them, that these bastards, they poisoned the wine. The poison starts to spread in his chest and his body color starts to change into purple. The pavilion owner smirks and asks him that how is it, do you like it, but Sohun also smiles and replies nicely that it's decent and also says that it's so good I'd like to have another cup. That man smiles cunningly and says to him that you know your wine, have one more cup, but in his mind, he was thinking that he truly is a foolish one. The girl in green and white clothes serves him another glass of wine while he asks him that so you're here to look for me, why are you here? He is asking questions while Sohun is busy drinking another glass of wine, and after drinking he is holding a glass in his hand and replies that why else? Of course it's because I've got business with you. Looking at him, the owner is thinking that how arrogant for someone who's about to die. Bowing his head down, he says to him before that let's get something straight, and saying this, he says to him with his poison purple eyes that you dare poison the wine, while the owner is wondering that how did he know there's poison when it's supposed to be colorless and odorless. Well, since he's already drank it, it's too late for him even if he's realized it anyways. He laughs and asks that how did you find that, and Sohun replies with full attitude that how would I not know since I've tasted it. He looks at him with full anger and calls him arrogant bastard, and thinking that now that he's drank the poison, he wouldn't be able to last long. He looks at him and orders the girl to leave the room, and she replies with yes, pavilion owner. Both of them get up and leaves the room, and now joining his hands finger together he says to him that I hope you understand I need to be careful since a stranger suddenly wants to meet me. You don't need to be worried, I might give you the antidote depending on how you behave. Sohun smiles and says that I don't need the stupid antidote, but he asks him that you don't need the antidote, stop this useless act of yours, that attitude of yours isn't helping you in this situation. Placing his one hand on his leg, Sohun replies that acting my ass, now then is it my turn to make a move. Saying this his eyes became red. The owner is confused and says what? Saying this, Sohun stands up from his place and his shadow can be seen. Suddenly someone falls on the ground and owner is shocked to hear the noises coming from the outside and asks that what's this? The other man also asks that what happened outside, but suddenly something starts to stuck in his throat and he holds his neck with his hand and his body turns into purple color. While looking at him, the owner asks that Chu Sayek what the hell just happened. Chu Sayek's eyes turns red and white liquid is coming out from his mouth and he says that it's poison, and the owner is stunned to hear this and asks poison? What nonsense is that, we're the ones that poisoned him. Saying this he also falls on the ground and the white liquid is also coming out from his mouth. Meanwhile Sohun is sitting peacefully with his red eyes and has a fan in his hand and says to them that I'm the one who released the poison. The owner asks what did you say? He replies please understand I too need to be careful when I'm meeting a stranger, don't I? He is sitting with his one leg over the other and everyone else in the corridor in also dead. Purple light disappears and his eye color also changes. He is holding a white fan in his hand that immortal physician gave him. Meanwhile the white liquid is coming out from the mouth of the owner. And thinking that when the hell did he use poison, and his eyes are turning red. Sohun closes the white fan, putting it in his pocket, and stands up from his place. When the owner says to him that wait a minute, what's the reason for doing this? I've never met you before, so what grudge do you have against me? So Sohun replies to his question that you're the one who tried to poison me first. He is standing while the owner is on the floor looking at his feet, so Sohun bows down to talk to him and says that if you got caught trying to poison me then you need to die, am I wrong? His eyes turn to purple again and the owner is looking at him with his red eyes and says to him that if you kill me do you think the Revolving Blood Clan will let you go? Hearing this Sohun asks him that the Revolving Blood Clan? And he replies to him that yeah, I belong to the Revolving Blood Clan. And so does the Lunar Dusk Pavilion. If you stand down now I won't tell the Revolving Blood Clan about this matter, what do you think? And Sohun is thinking about his question. While looking at him the owner is thinking that he looks like he came to a foreign land to create trouble without knowing anything. I'm sure he wouldn't dare to move recklessly after hearing about the Revolving Blood Clan. As he is thinking this, Sohun says to him that the Mystic Lunar Dance Troupe. It's a name you haven't heard in a while, right? The owner is wondering that why is he suddenly mentioning the Mystic Lunar Dance Troupe. But Sohun's eyes changes their color to pink and says to the owner that the Sword Dance Troupe was originally located here before the Lunar Dusk Pavilion came along. Sohun is standing before the owner, but the captain is lying behind him and is looking at them and gets up holding his sword in his hand, thinking that this is my chance while he's not paying attention to me, and thinking this, he points his weapon towards him, but Sohun looks at him with the side eye and places his hand on his weapon which he has tied with his waist. As he touches his sword the captain cannot even move his hand, and thinking that what was with that impact he didn't even pull out his weapon. I thought he wasn't paying attention to me in the first place. He's a martial master that I'm no match for, even if I want to attack him again if I make any reckless moves. And Sohan says to him that was a pretty good attack, but if you attack me again it won't end the same way anymore. Chu Sayek is wondering that pretty good attack. Damn it, I'm totally being looked down upon. Meanwhile Sohan is talking to him. The owner finds the situation pretty favorable and takes out his sword to attack on him, but seeing him Sayek is thinking about his but owner is thinking that great job Chu Sayek, thanks to you I see an opening. Thinking this he points a knife towards him saying I'll finish this. The same purple light starts coming out from Sohan's body and his dress start to flip in the air and the owner's body become blue all of a sudden and blood comes out from his mouth and body and he says that how could this be? Saying this he falls on the floor in upside position and Sohan and Chu Sayek are looking at him and Sayek is both confused and worried at the same time while Sohan looks at him and asks him that did you say your name was Chu Sayek? If you want to become like him then attack me again. So he replies that I won't attack you. And Sohan replies that well if you say so. Chu Sayek is standing behind him and Sohan again sits back on his place while Sayek is looking at him thinking that we should have known that we're no match for him when the poison didn't work and there's that brazen behavior and rude tone. He's more like a villain than someone of the orthodox sections. The owner of the pavilion is lying dead on the floor between both of them. Sohan is sitting while Sayek is standing before him and Sohan says to him that as of this moment I'm taking over the Lunar Dusk Pavilion. I'll need your cooperation for a peaceful takeover, right? And Sayek replies to his question by saying will you spare me? He replies that depends on what you do. He asks him that what do I need to do? His eyes turn back to their normal color and he says to him that say that you'll do anything that I say. Sayek is a bit confused at this and says to him understood. And Sohan replies that but we'll have to take care of when you tried ambushing me from behind. Saying this he takes out something like a little blue ball and throws it towards him which he catches with his one hand and Sohan orders him to eat that. Sayek looks at him and asks what is this? And Sohan replies that what else, of course it's a poison, how am I supposed to trust you? Sayek is looking at the pill in his hand and is thinking that damn it if I don't eat this now I'll be killed on the spot. And looks at Sohan and saying damn it, he eats that pill and swallows it while Sohan looking at him says to him that the Revolving Blood clan won't be able to make an antidote for that poison so it'd be best if you behave. And he replies obediently that I understand. Sohan points at the table says to him that so that's that, hand over the keys. Sayek replies and asks that pardon what keys? Sohan replies to him that since there's an auction place within here, I'm sure there's a storage room where you keep the item, writes the vault, storage place where elixirs are kept, place where weapons are kept, secret storage and everything that belongs to the pavilion owner. Hearing this he replies with yes sir, but thinking in his head that is he taking over the Lunar Dusk Pavilion for the money? And thinking this he hands over the keys to him saying here it is. Sohan takes the keys and says to him that I'll go take a quick look, clean up this place in the meantime. And he replies with yes sir. He was about to leave when Sayek asks him that excuse me but how should I address you? And Sohan replies that Mystic Lunar Troop Leader, but you can just call me Troop Leader. He leaves that room while he is standing at the door and says yes Troop Leader. While he is passing through the corridor he sees that the men who were standing in the corridor who were lying on the floor are trying to get up, so Sayek says to them that what are you all doing, get a grip and clean this place up quickly. Since he's taken over this place make sure you treat him as the owner. And they all reply to him yes sir. Sohan goes to that room where the items for auction are kept and stored and he while looking at all those items thinking that these items are all up for the auction, all this rubbish, they've messed with the auction items. And while looking at this place and items he sees something and looks at them and figures out that it is century-old tuber fleece flower. And one flower in his hand he says to himself that it's a low-grade item but it's still useful to a certain extent. It's better than nothing so I'll consume this, and saying this he leaves that room. In the next morning in the Lunar Dusk Pavilion, he is sitting in his room and is sitting cross-legged and joining hands together. He is in deep meditation and his eyes are closed while someone comes at his door and says from outside that Troop Leader, are you awake? So he replies that yes, come in. Chu Sayek enters in the room but his eyes are still closed and he is meditating while Sayek is standing quietly and looking at him, and Sohan asks him that how many days would it take for the Revolving Blood clan to realize what was happened here. Sayek replies that they'll probably know in 2 or 3 days. So Sohan says to him that 2 or 3 days, gather all the employees and tell them this, all those who have a place to return to and those who want to quit can leave, no strings attached. Sayek is shocked to hear this and asks pardon while he is thinking in his head that why would he disband the Lunar Dusk Pavilion after all the effort he put in to take over it. If he does that while he was busy in summoning up his thoughts, Sohun says to him that send at least 10 times of their salary to those who have a place to return to. But Sayek is stunned to hear this and says to him that 10 times in order to give that much money will need to use the Revolving Blood Clan's money. Hearing this, Sohun opens his eyes and asks, Revolving Blood Clan's money? And he replies that yes sir, the Revolving Blood Clan has placed the funds in various places and the Lunar Dusk Pavilion is taking care of quite a bit of those funds. As Sohun hears this, he smiles and says that's even better. If it's the Revolving Blood Clan's money, then all the more it needs to be used. Send 20 times the salary instead. Sayek is shocked to hear that and asks pardon. After his orders, everyone in the Lunar Dusk Pavilion is packing their stuff and leaving that place, and they're busy in their packing when one says to the other, let's go quickly, and the other replies, all right. They all packed their stuff, and now they are leaving. While he is looking at them standing, Sayek is standing behind him. He asks him, did you get everything I asked for? He replies, yes, sir, and as you've instructed, I've asked my subordinates to escort them until they're in a safe place. Sohun is looking at the people who are leaving the pavilion while Sayek continues, saying that among them, there are probably people reporting the situation to the Revolving Blood Clan, but Sohun replies, probably so. Sayek, while looking at him, is thinking that it feels like he's waiting for them to report to the Revolving Blood Clan. He remembers last night when he was talking to the owner of the pavilion about the Mystic Dance Troupe and said to him, it's the name you haven't heard in a while, right? The owner told him that the Sword Dance Troupe was originally located here before the Lunar Dusk Pavilion came along. Remembering all this, he says to Sohun, Troop leader, the reason why you're doing this, is it related to the Mystic Lunar Dance Troupe? Sohun looks at him with a side eye and asks, how do you know that? He replies, that's because I heard your conversation with the dead pavilion owner. While looking at the dance stage, he says to Sayek, that's right, I grew up in the Sword Dance Troupe. On hearing this, Sayek asks the reason for saying that, so Sohun replies that yeah, after the Revolving Blood Clan took this place away from the Sword Dance Troupe by force, they built the Lunar Dusk Pavilion. Sayek is thinking, that's why he's here, he's trying to take revenge against the Revolving Blood Clan who devoured the Mystic Lunar Dance Troupe. He asks him if there's anyone else who's with him in this, and he replies, no, I'm alone. He starts thinking about him, that crazy shit, he's going to fight the Revolving Blood Clan alone. While he did win against the Lunar Dusk Pavilion owner and me, I can't believe he's thinking of doing something ridiculous. He says to him, the Revolving Blood Clan isn't something you can handle alone, but Sohun says, I can't believe they took over the Eastern Dark Streets while I was away. They're probably pretty big. While listening to this, Sayek wonders, that's why he's underestimating the Revolving Blood Clan too much. He says to him, Troop leader, the Revolving Blood Clan is managing 4 brothels, 3 martial halls, 2 merchant associations, and 2 escort establishments. The Revolving Blood Clan can mobilize at least a few hundred people. Sohun, after hearing this, says, a few hundred people? I don't need to fight against all of them, especially for the unorthodox faction. I just need to take out some of the leaders, just like how I took over the Lunar Dusk Pavilion. Hearing this, Sayek thinks that he is going to take out some of the leaders isn't underestimating the Revolving Blood Clan's executives too much, and it looks like I might die quickly if I hang around him. Do I need to get the antidote by all means and try to escape? Sohun calls him, saying, choose Sayek, and he replies, yes. He looks at him, but he's looking quite frightened. Sohun says to him, once your subordinates are back, you should leave too, but he is still shocked and says, pardon? Are you being serious? Sohun replies, yes, take tons of money for you and your subordinates when you guys leave. He remembers the last night when Sohun gave him poison and said to him, what else? Of course, it's poison. So he is angry at him and says to himself, this bastard, he should give me the antidote. Sohun looks at his face and asks, so what's the matter? You don't seem happy that I am letting you go. He replies, I need the antidote. Sohun is confused and asks, the antidote, and says to him, I forgot to tell you, if you don't take the antidote your limbs will melt in a few days. Hearing this, he is angry at his carelessness and says to himself, how can you forget? You fed me such a vicious poison, and you dare send me away like you were being nice and all. Vicious bastard. Sohun takes out the box from his pocket, and there are 2 antidote pills in that box. Looking at the box, he is thinking, the antidote. I can finally get rid of the poison. Thinking this, he takes out a pill from the box and eats it and feels a big relief. He wonders why Sohun is looking at him like that, so he says to him, "What's wrong?" Sohun replies, "Do you know what that is? Why did you just eat it?" So he replies to him, "What? Didn't you say this is the antidote?" And Sohun asks, "Since when did I say that?" After hearing this, he asks him, "What did I just eat then?" So he replies, "Poison." Sohun is also looking quite shocked at his behavior, and he shouts and says, "What? I mean, why did you feed me poison?" So he replies, "I'm just showing you what the real poison looks like. What you ate first was a fake." His body starts turning blue, and while looking at him, Sohun says to him, "You look like you are in your 40s and are a veteran in the Jianghu." But hearing this, he is thinking, "This is ridiculous. I did all sorts of shit for him, but what I ate was a fake at first and he gave me poison instead of the antidote." Sohun sits on a chair, pours a drink in his glass, and starts drinking. He is looking at him and wondering, he's now drinking wine after tricking me. He is quite angry and infuriated. He also sits on a chair before him and says to him, "Please pour me 1 cup too." Sohun is still looking at him, so he says to him, "What's wrong? Are you going to kill me because you don't want to pour me a drink? Since I am going to die of poison anyways, do as you please." But Sohun smiles and says, "Here, have a drink," and pours a drink in his glass, and he drinks that immediately and says to him, "And I'll remain here instead of leaving." Sohun is shocked at this and asks, "What?" And then he replies, "In any case, if a fight breaks out, they will kill me for not being able to protect the Lunar Dusk Pavilion, but it's impossible for you to win against the Revolving Blood clan alone. If I am going to die anyways, I'll be more satisfied with my death if I get to see just how well you fight." But Sohun is looking at him quietly. So he says to him that please pour me another drink. Sohun smiles. So he asks him what? And he replies it's nothing and keeps pouring drink in his glass and says that let's just keep drinking. Also Sayek tell him that I am not in my 40s, I am 24 years old, while he laughs and says what? In the Revolving Blood clan the people are sitting in a meeting room and there is a table and 2 rows are on the each side of the table and 1 man is sitting at one end of the table and he says to them, "Say that again." 1 man managed to take over the Lunar Dusk Pavilion alone. So one of them replies, "Yes sir." Then he says to them that just what the hell has the Lunar Dusk Pavilion owner been doing for him to be defeated by 1 man? Is the opponent an incredible martial master? He is Revolving Blood clan leader. One of them says to the leader that there were reports that he used poison. Then he replies that poison that makes more sense. While another fat man from among them stands up and says that clan leader, I will lead the Razor Wind squad to take care of him. He is Razor Wind squad captain Youngildo. The clan leader asks him, "You want to do this yourself?" Then he replies, "Yes sir." So the clan leader says that sure, I could definitely trust you with this. If there's someone behind him then take care of them as well. He bows down before him and says, "Yes, I understand." Meanwhile in his head he is thinking that I have wanted to get my hands on a brothel. If I take care of this incident I could ask to manage the Lunar Dusk Pavilion. Sohun is walking through the city and enjoying eating dumplings while Sayek is walking behind him and has a bag of dumplings in his hand and is looking quite annoyed. Meanwhile Sohun asks him that one more. And he gives him 1 more dumpling. Meanwhile in his head he is thinking that I can't believe he's been enjoying himself so peacefully for a few days. Now the Revolving Blood clan should be making their move soon, though how can he be so unprepared? While thinking this he hears someone saying "Get lost." And is thinking that who it is. It is the Revolving Blood clan. The people around are looking quite scared and Sayek says to Sohun that troop leader, that's the Revolving Blood clan. So he replies that's the Revolving Blood clan. And he replies that yes, they're the Razor Wind squad that belongs to the Revolving Blood clan. They're known to be pretty rough within the Revolving Blood clan. Seeing as how the Razor Wind squad captain is here personally, it seems they've brought only their elites. Listening this Sohun says elites. Sayek says that based on the direction they're heading towards it seems they're heading straight for the Lunar Dusk Pavilion. But at hearing this he smiles and says, in that case as its owner I ought to greet my guests. Let's go. And also says to him that do you still have more bingtang, give me 1 more. Sayek is shocked and says what? The Razor Wind squad is moving towards the Lunar Dusk Pavilion with his group members, and the leader is holding a huge weapon in his hand and places it on his shoulder and also wearing a chain around his fat belly and says to his group members that bring that bastard here, you mustn't let your guard down since he's someone who's capable of killing the Lunar Dusk Pavilion owner, and one of them replies that yes sir. The Razor Wind squad's leader Jungildo is a huge fat man, and when he enters the other people starts running, and he has big feet, and he reaches the Lunar Dusk Pavilion, and when he reaches there, he places his huge weapon on that floor and thinks that now that I've seen this place myself, it's even better than I thought. If I take over this place, I'll definitely be able to earn quite a bit. He is standing wondering while his fellow members are examining the place thoroughly, and after searching one of them says to him that Captain, no one is here, and the other also says to him same here, which means the pavilion is empty. He's looking quite confused and asks his people that no one's here. One of them replies that exactly, we've searched all over but no one's here, while the other assumes that maybe he ran away. Listening to all this, the captain replies that there's no way he'd hang around after messing with the Revolving Blood clan. He must have been in such a hurry he couldn't even take the money or item with him. Is that so? Meanwhile he's thinking that it doesn't matter, while it's a pity I wasn't able to kill him with my own hands. What's important is the Lunar Dusk Pavilion. The squad is standing there when two people enters, and they are Sohan and Sayek. They all looks at them, and one of them says that who the hell is that, get lost, we are not open today, while the other says that count yourself lucky, if we had been in a bad mood today then you'd have at least lost an arm before we chased you away. But hearing this, Sohan says that there's fewer than I thought. The same man asks, what did you just say, while the other says that didn't you hear me telling you to get lost? Jung is looking at him and says to himself that don't tell me that bastard, while Sohan says to Cha Sayek, who was standing behind him, that close the doors, and he replies obediently yes troop leader, and runs quickly to close the doors. The squad leader smirks and says to him that it was you, the bastard, who brazenly made a mess in the Lunar Dusk Pavilion. I thought you had run away, and everyone takes out their weapons. Then Sohan asks calmly that why would I do that, I'm here to eat. The squad leader smirks and says to him that fool, you're here to throw your life away, you would have been better off if you had just run away. And with saying this, he orders his people saying get him. The people of his group on hearing this all get their weapons ready and run towards him. One of them reaches near him, but he is standing quietly with his head down when suddenly his eyes turn to purple from blue color, and he looks at them with side eye, and purple light is also coming out from his body. When the one person attacks on him with his sword, Sohan touches his elbow, and as soon as he touches the elbow becomes red and swollen, and then Sohan attacks on his side and throws him away and sees him with those purple eyes, while everyone else is also moving towards him, and he looking at them attacks on one person's leg and using his wonderful fighting skills attacks on other's neck with his elbow and also uses his foot to kick. All of them are lying on the floor and coughing while blood is coming out of their mouths, and those who are left along with the captain are looking at him, and one of them says damn it and orders them that charge at him from all directions, but he's standing there and he again uses his amazing skills and techniques and attacks on all of them at once and throws them away, while the captain is still standing there and the blood is also coming out from the mouths of those whom he fought with. The captain and the Sayek both are looking at him with sudden shock, and Sayek is stunned to see his fighting skills and thinks that he defeated them easily. Was he that strong, and he hasn't even used his weapons? Just how strong is he? But Sohan is still standing, and the captain, while looking at him, is thinking that I thought I'd be able to take the Lunar Dusk Pavilion easily. Where the hell did such a martial master comes from? He is standing there cross-armed, still pondering about what happened few moments ago when Sohan asks him that fatty not coming? Sohan is calling him for a fight, but he smirks and says arrogant bastard, and with this he takes his huge weapon asking that where the hell are you from, you seem pretty strong, what do you want? Then Sohan replies the Revolving Blood clan. The fatty is angry at his answer and asks what? Sohan continues saying that everything that the Revolving Blood clan has. Meanwhile captain at hearing this is wondering that he has a grudge with us. The captain replies with full confidence that it seems that you should really be talking to the Revolving Blood clan leader. Let's do this, then I'll report this back to the clan leader and get him to come here. How's that? Sohan smiles gently and asks him that do I look like I'm someone who'd listen obediently, and after listening this the captain is thinking that I don't have a choice but to take care of him. Then he raises his weapon and says in that case it seems the negotiations have broken down, and Sohan replies that I had no intentions of negotiations with you guys anyways, and after hearing his answer the captain gets extremely angry and thinking that acting relaxed. Arrogant bastard. Thinking this he runs towards him with the intentions for attacking on him and says to him that same for me then, and shouts. Sohan takes a dead body that was laying near and first lifts it up in the air, then throws it towards him with full force using his special technique, while the captain is thinking that I'll aim for the opening after it hits him, and that dead body strikes him with full force and he falls on the ground, and looking at Sohan he's wondering that this bastard he disappeared. He was looking at him but couldn't find him, but then suddenly he attacks from other side on his face and kicks with foot on his face. Blood is coming out from his mouth and his face texture has been changed because of the poison and his unique martial techniques, and those who are half dead are looking at him, and Sayek is also shocked to see him, but he is standing there with those purple eyes. All of them are lying on the floor, and some are dead while some are in miserable condition and badly injured, and their leader is also lying on the floor and his large weapon is also there, and the blood is coming out of his head while Sohan is standing there looking at them with his purple eyes, and one of them who is injured looks around at the dead bodies and leader and says to the other who is also injured, that he took the captain down easily, impossible, what the hell is with him, and then they looks at the Sohan who is also looking then with those bluish eyes, and those who are alive are looking at him, and some are confused and some are shocked, and even though some are scared as well because of his powers, and then Sohan says to Cha Sayek that open the doors, and he obediently says that yes. Troop leader then immediately goes and open the doors. Meanwhile that purple light again starts coming out from Sohan's body, and then he says to those who are injured, that bring they corpses along with you and get lost, and those with the injured faces and the arms gets confused to hear this, but Sohan continues saying that tell this to the Revolving Blood clan leader that if wants to go against me he'll have to come here himself, and hearing this one of them looks at him with anger while the other says to him that yes sir, and then Sohan leaving them there goes to the stage while those who are injured takes the bodies of those who are dead, and also those who are injured, and leaves that place saying hurry up, and Cha Sayek is looking them leaving, and then Sohan takes a bottle of wine from the table and start pouring the drink in his glass. Meanwhile Cha Sayek is looking at him and after a while says to him that troop leader please pour me a drink too, and then Sohan while drinking looks at him and asks that what did you even do, and his eyes get back to their normal color, and Sayek smiles at his question and then replies to him that what else, I closed the doors then I opened it again too, and then Sohan also smiles and says to him that's true, and then saying this he grabs a bottle of wine and starts pouring drink for him while Sayek is looking at him doing this, and then he asks him that troop leader why did you spare a few of them, and Sohan replies to his question that now that I've mocked them the clan leader ought to be infuriated and come looking for me, and then Sayek looks at him with a little bit confusion, and then saying I see, he takes a glass of drink and starts drinking it. Meanwhile in his head he's thinking that this means he was actually sane when he picked a fight with the Revolving Blood clan, and then Sohan while pouring another glass of drink for himself says to him that when all of the Revolving Blood clan come here I'll get dangerous for you to hide somewhere else, and Sayek becomes stunned after hearing this and looks at him with a shocked face, but Sohan continues drinking with patience, and then Sayek becomes little bit frightened and says to him that troop leader I'll pour you a drink. The Revolving Blood clan leader is sitting on a chair and is holding a sword in his hand, and others are standing in 2 rows and are facing each other, and then the leader says to them that you guys handed yourselves in this state yet you don't know who did this to us, and one of them replies to him that based on what we heard from the surviving Razor Wind squad members it seems he has an enmity with us. Then hearing this the leader gets angry and says to him that are you being serious, we have tons of enemies everywhere, but he after hearing this gets offended while the clan leaders orders him saying that gather everyone that's able to wield a sword, and one of them asks that all of them, and then he replies that yeah, after what he did to us we need to show him who's boss, if we look weak now then others will comes after us too, and he obediently replies that understood. Then the clan leader continues saying that before we leave tie up those Razor Wind squad members that came back paralyzed and line them up, we will cut their heads off before they depart. Those fucking useless bastards, at the very least they can be used to make examples, but that man looks at him with shock and says to him that clan leader, but he gets infuriated and says to him that this is a warning to everyone including you, and he again replies that understood, and everyone else standing there obediently says yes sir, and then in the eastern dark street everyone in the Revolving Blood clan that could wield a sword gathers along with the leader for the purpose of fighting with the Sohan, and are standing outside the Lunar Dance Pavilion and are looking at it. Meanwhile inside the pavilion Sohan in his room is busy doing meditation and all his body is rounded by that purple light, but then suddenly Sayek appears there and opens the door of his room with a force shouting that captain, and then after hearing this the purple light disappears, and he opens his blue eyes and looks at him. Meanwhile Sayek looks frightened and says with trembled voice that the Revolving Blood clan is here and there's a lot of them. Then Sohan says to him that naturally, and then Sayek gets confused and says that but I mean there's too many of them, and then Sohan stands up and asks him that what about the Revolving Blood clan leader. Then Sayek tells him that while I haven't seen him yet, looking at the numbers I'm sure he's here, and while Sayek and Sohan are standing there talking someone from the outsides shout saying that come on out, let's see who the fearless guy messed with the Revolving Blood clan is. And after hearing this, Sohun takes out a pink outfit from the wardrobe and starts wearing it, while Sayek looks at him with surprise and says to him that captain, that outfit isn't that the martial performance garb? Then Sohun replies to him that's right, and then he starts remembering about the past memory when a girl while wearing that same outfit asks him, "That's Sohun, how do I look?" and then he says to her that wow, you're so pretty. And then remembering this, he says to Sayek that this is something I heard when I was young. It's made to make one's curves stand out when they're doing a sword dance. Then Sayek asks him that yes, but why are you wearing this? And then Sohun tells him that because I was from the Mystic Lunar Sword Dance Troupe, I need to let them know who killed them. And then he leaves that place saying that I'll be right back, while Sayek says to him that I'll go along with you. Sohun gets shocked at hearing this and asks what. Then he replies to him that well, if you die, I'm dead meat anyways. And then Sohun smiles and says to him that wait here, this isn't something you shouldn't get involved in. And Sayek is shocked to hear this and replies with yes, troop leader. And then Sohun opens the doors of his room and is about to leave the room when Sayek says from behind that troop leader, please don't die. And then Sohun smiles saying sure, and then he leaves the room. There is a huge crowd of the people of the Revolving Blood clan along with the leader, and they are all standing outside the Lunar Dance Pavilion, and some are also holding flambeaux in their hands. And then Sohun comes out and is standing upstairs while all of them are standing downstairs and is looking at all of them, while the clan leader along with his special people is standing cross-armed and is looking at the Sohun's outfit and shoes. And while someone from the crowd looks at him and asks, "Martial performance," while the other says that what the hell is that? Isn't that what the ladies who do sword dance wear? While someone says is he a lunatic, and some of them smirk saying that he must be nuts, and someone even says that kneel down right away you lunatic. And then the clan leader raises his hand saying stop, and then everyone stops talking, and then he looks at Sohun and smiles saying that you must be sleepyhead. While Sohun is looking at him, he holds his two-faced sword and says with pink eyes that yeah. And then saying this, he takes out his sword and pink light is coming out of his body and eyes, and then he says that the sleepyhead of the Mystic Lunar Sword Dance Troupe is back. The Revolving Blood clan leader is looking at Sohun while he is also looking at him with his blue eyes, and then he remembers about his past memory of childhood when he was practicing the sword dance, and then the sword falls from his hand on the floor and he gets injured and was looking at his palm when the women around runs towards him and asks him that sleepyhead, are you alright? And then he, while looking at his hand with his teary eyes, says yeah. And then he gets up and the women sits near him, and one of them asks are you cut anywhere, while the other is holding him from shoulder and arm, and he replies that no. Then she takes that sword from the floor and says to him that's not how you should do it like this instead, I'll show you how. And then he starts smiling and asks really? And then she starts dancing and he is looking at her with his big blue eyes and is fascinated because of her dance while she is doing that with perfection. And then few years later he also starts doing that dance with that much perfection in front of those ladies, and they are all looking at him and clapping, and one of them says you are doing great, while the other says you have gotten so much better sleepyhead, and then the third one says you were born for this, you have got innate talent for it. And then he smiles and asks really? Sohun is standing there with those pink eyes, and then he closes his eyes and remembers about that waiter who said to him that after you disappear the sword dance troupe looked everywhere for you. They would look for you whenever they could, and they were always worried for you before they were no longer around. And then he suddenly opens his eyes and says to them that I will kill all of you, and then after saying this he suddenly disappears from there. While looking at him the clan leader is thinking that he's fast, then he runs fast towards them and then goes and stands between those people. Meanwhile all of them start looking at him with the confusion, and then the sword starts glowing with pink color, and then all of them gets poisoned and falls on the ground, and the blood is coming out of their bodies. While those who are standing around looking at this are stunned to see that, and one of them says what the hell, while the other says that what just happened at the front, and the blood is also present on the Sohun's face, and he is looking at them, and then he again moves his sword in the circle and he is performing some special martial arts techniques, while all of them standing there looking at him are shocked to see his skills. Meanwhile the clan leader is also standing there quarterly looking at his activity, while the person next to him says to the others that don't panic, there is only one enemy, and then he orders everyone that charge at him together. Meanwhile Sohun is busy attacking on them, and then one of them says to others that's right, we have the upper hand, while the other says kill him, and then saying this they all moves towards him holding their weapons in their hands, but Sohun looks with the side eye at them and then he smirks saying that's great, all of you bring it on, and then he turns towards them. And then the purple lights of greater intensity, and all of them are looking at that quietly while he is dealing with those with his wonderful skills. Meanwhile the clan leader is thinking that I wanted to take him in because he looked promising when he was younger, I never imagined him to come back so differently, but those movements are the sword dances of the Mystic Lunar Sword Dance Troupe. Can he even take care of something of that level? Meanwhile thinking this he gets infuriated. Meanwhile Sayek is standing there looking at him and is thinking that I can't believe that he's that strong, and I don't know what kind of martial arts he's using, but it's beautiful. And then while looking at Sohan who's using his skills, he realizes that he is not only using martial arts but also using a special kind of poison, and then he says to himself that it's not just martial arts, he's using poison, and then that poison is roaming around Sohan's body and his eyes are also pink colored, and then he moves that poison towards the legs of those people, and because of that, one of them bows down over his knees and holding his neck he says that I can't breathe, and then Sohan attacks on his neck with his sword, and then also others who are poisoned are holding their necks with their hands, and some are sitting while few are lying on the floor, while Sohan using his swords is creating the pink lines of poison over the injured, and they are shocked to see that, and one of them says that it's impossible while the other says that I can't move my body. And when most of them starts dying and getting injured, then one of them says to the leader that Captain, please help us, we're no match for, but he couldn't complete his sentence when that pink line touches his neck and his neck cuts off from his body and falls on the ground, while one of them also says that Captain, please save us, and other says that it's poison. Meanwhile the leader is standing there, looking quietly and hearing all their voices but doing nothing, and then that man who is standing near him says to him, that clan leader, the battle line has been broken, but the leader is standing there looking at the Sohan and the dead bodies of the injured lying on the floor, and then he is thinking that I can't believe that he became such a strong martial arts master, and then that man who was standing near leader holds his sword in his head on which blood is also present, and he says to Sohan that sleepyhead, you have come back as the ghost of the sword dance troupe, but Sohan is standing between those dead bodies with his pink eyes and is looking dangerous, and there is also blood on his face, and then he says to the leader that anything else, while the people standing there start saying that he's a monster and why aren't the captain and the clan leader making any moves? Do our lives not matter to them? And then Sohan looks at them and says to them that stand down if you don't want to die, I only want the revolving blood clan leader, and after hearing this all of them starts giving him the way, and they all stands in 2 rows, and then he walks between them, and then the clan leader says to him that my dear sleepyhead, you are all grown up, yeah, now that I know that you are capable of, tell me what you want. Then Sohan asks what, and he replies to him that I doubt that you made such a fucking mess for the sake of revenge for the sword dance troupe. You have something else you want, right? Do you want the assets of the revolving blood clan? Meanwhile Sohan is standing in front of him and says to him that what kind of fucking bullshit is that? Then the leader says to him that if you wanted revenge you could have just come straight for me with your abilities. Do you expect me to believe that you did all of this just for revenge? Sleepyhead, if you kill me here you won't be able to get the revolving blood clan's assets, because the business that only I know of make quite a lot of money, therefore tell me what you want. And then Sohan after a while says to him that revolving blood clan leader, then saying this he comes near him and looks into his eyes and says to him that are you done with your fucking bullshit? Sohan is standing in front of the revolving blood clan's leader and then looking at him with those pink eyes, he says to him that, are you done with your fucking bullshit? The clan leader while looking at him with his thinking in his head that, this bastard, is he for real? He doesn't want anything but revenge? The eye color of Sohan changes to blue, and then he says to him with anger that, if you're done talking then, I'll kill you. The clan leader also looks at him with anger and is trying to figure out how to stop him, and then says to Sohan that, wait a minute. Don't you want to know the whereabouts of the sword dance troupe members? Sohan is standing there listening to him, and then he asks with a little confusion that, sword dance troupe members? And the leader replies that, yes, the sword dance troupe that raised you when you were young. While saying this, the leader takes out his sword which he was hiding at the back and then attacks on him, but Sohan dodges him efficiently even while standing there, and then he suddenly disappears, and the leader is shocked to see that and is thinking that, he dodged that at this distance? Sohan then comes from behind with pink eye and is infuriated and says to him that, right, this was the kind of bastard you were. Then he holds his sword in his hand and attacks on him, but the leader looks at him with anger and steps away from him while protecting himself from the attack, and then he looks at the Sohan with anger, but then suddenly he starts coughing blood and places his hand on his chest and is thinking that, I was simply touched but it distorted the blood and energy circulation within me. Meanwhile Sohan is looking at him and thinking that, he blocked my attack. Then Sohan smiles and says to him that, I guess you haven't been fooling around this whole time? The clan leader gets infuriated at this and says to the other captains that, what are you all doing? Hearing this, all the captains get their sword ready and are all looking at the leader. Then the leader orders them that, kill him. The big man heads toward Sohan and attacks on him with his sword along with the other 3, but Sohan is standing there with patience, and then they all attacks at once. Then Sohan uses his martial arts technique along with the poison while they all pounced on him and start attacking one by one. Sohan looks at them with those purple eyes, and while looking at him, the leader smirks and is thinking that, he's strong but I guess dealing with all the captains isn't easy for him. They are all surrounding him and attacking on him, but he uses his master's sword from which the poison releases while the leader is looking at him with full concentration, and then the Sohun spreads that poison all around him and releases it towards the captains, and while looking at this, when he comes to know that it's poison, and then he laughs and says to him that, "Sleepyhead, we have taken the antidote so your poison doesn't affect us." Sohun looks at him with side eye and is somehow confused, and then he uses his martial arts technique, backflips in the air and then again stands on the ground, and the poison is coming out of his outfit, and then he, with those dark eyes, says to the leader that, "I wondered why you guys were acting so confident. It was just because you guys consumed the antidote." Hearing this, the leader laughs and replies to him that, "Yeah, we heard that you use poison, so we bought quite an expensive one. Now that poison doesn't work against us, you won't be able to act big anymore." Then Sohun says to him that, "You say poison doesn't work against you, are you sure?" Sohun releases the poison towards him, but he is stubborn, standing there, and says to him that, "Of course, do you intend to act big and see that the antidote doesn't work?" But then suddenly the leader's eyes start turning to red and he is confused at what's happening, and then he sits on the ground, and all the other captains also start feeling that they can't breathe properly, and one of them holds high neck while the other felt unconscious, and then they all fall on the ground one by one. And looking at all this, the leader says to himself that, "What's this?" And then he looks at the Sohun and realizes that it's poison, and then says, "Poison. We definitely took the antidote though." Sohun says to him that, "There's no way that the stupid antidote you found would block my master's poison." Then the leader looks at him with poisoned eyes while Sohun, looking at them, says that, "Seeing as how these people have taken the antidote, I guess they are the pillars of the Revolving Blood clan." Then saying this, he moves towards the clan leader, and then while walking, he takes out his swords and attacks the captains with those pink eyes and cuts them off. Their blood comes out and touches his face, and then he says to himself that, "Pathetic." All the captains falls on the ground, and the leader is looking at them with shock, and after that Sohun starts moving towards him with his sword drenched in blood, and then the leader immediately says to him that, "Wait a minute, with your abilities we could definitely expand our power together. I'll fund you. My money will definitely be of great help to you. We could possess way more than just the Eastern Dark Street." Sohun is standing there listening to him, and then says to him that, "You're still going on with that fucking bullshit, how unsightly." Then he says to Sohun that, "Unsightly, me? The person who rules the Eastern Dark Street? Sleepyhead, aren't you curious regarding where the bitches of the sword dance troupe are?" Then he laughs and says to Sohun that, "No one will be able to tell you where those bitches are because I killed them myself. I kill one bitch when I'm sick of her and another when I'm sick of her too." Then saying this, he laughs loudly. Sohun gets angry and holding his sword tightly, he attacks him with all his might and tears his body into small pieces, and the blood splashes here and there. The leader falls on the ground. Meanwhile Sohun and other people around are looking at him. Then one of them from the crowd says that, "The clan leader is dead." While the other asks that, "Are all the captains dead too?" One of them also asks that, "What? The clan leader is dead?" Sohun looks at them with side eyes and loudly says that, "The Revolving Blood clan leader is dead. Those who'd like to join him in hell, come at me." All the people there are shocked and confused at this. The dead bodies of the captains and the leader are lying on the floor in miserable condition, and Sohun is standing between them on the stage while the others are standing downstairs looking at this scene. Meanwhile Sayek is standing on the roof, and then he looks at Sohun and then Revolving Blood clan, and then is thinking that, troop leader, he really defeated the Revolving Blood clan. Sohun is standing there quietly and remembering the leader's words when he said that, "Because I killed them myself." He is now wondering that, all of them are dead. The signboard for the Lunar Dusk Pavilion is being put on at the entrance of the pavilion, and people are standing there, looking at the signboard on which, Mystic Lunar Troop, is written. Inside the pavilion, Sohun is sitting in his room and enjoying the tea when Chu Sayek comes to him and says to him that, "The Mystic Lunar Troop signboard you've ordered has arrived and is being put up." Sohun is drinking his tea while listening to him, and Sayek continues saying that, "We've passed the message around to ask anyone who knows of any Mystic Lunar Dance Troupe survivors or have met them by chance to come to us." Sohun replies to him without looking at him that, "Good job." Saying this, he looks at the cut and is thinking that, although he said everyone's dead, I'm sure those who weren't caught up in that incident are probably alive somewhere. Then Sohun looks at the Sayek and he says to him that, "Everyone in the Eastern Dark Street is happy about what you did to the Revolving Blood clan." The Sayek smiles and continues saying that, "They're even praising you for it." Sohun is puzzled and asks him that they're that happy about it. Sayek replies with happiness that, yes, that's just how atrocious the Revolving Blood clan was in the Eastern Dark Street. Sohun is trying to figure out his words and is looking at him quietly, and because of that Sayek becomes confused and asks him, what's the matter? Sohun replies with slight anger that, those people who did atrocious things, you were one of them. Sayek smiles with utter confusion because Sohun discussed his past, and then Sohun, holding a cup in his hand, says, Chu Sayek. He replies with yes, and then Sohun says to him that, make sure you turn over a new leaf. He looks quite puzzled but replies that, okay. Sohun is holding a cup while placing it on the table, and the steam is also blowing off from the tea in the cup, and Sohun is busy thinking that, to think that people are happy about this, was it a revenge that had meaning after all? Sayek informs him that, also, the Western Gold Escort Establishment's successor has requested to meet with you. Sohun asks him about the Western Gold Escort Establishment, and then Sayek starts telling him that, yes, they are one of the escort establishments that the Revolving Blood clan stole from. They went into hiding but came looking for you after they heard about what happened. They would like to thank you for it. Hearing this, Sohun closes his eyes with pain and asks him, just how many enemies did the Revolving Blood clan leader have? And then Sayek continues saying that, there's a little problem, though. The Revolving Blood clan stole from the Western Gold Escort Establishment to run the Western Wind Escort Establishment. System notification appears which says that they're in a similar situation with the Lunar Dusk Pavilion. After hearing this, Sohun says to him that, go find out what the Revolving Blood clan has taken and make sure all of it is returned to the Western Gold Escort Establishment. Sayek bows down before him and says that, understood, I'll do just that. Meanwhile, in his head he's thinking that, I guess he's going to do the same thing this time around. It would have been normal if he wanted to get a little greedy, though. Sayek is standing there thinking all this, when a man comes at the door and informs that the Creston's waiter would like to meet with the troop leader. After hearing this, Sayek looks shocked and says, what? Why would the waiter want to meet him? Sohun becomes unhappy at his words and then says to him that, Chu Sayek, let my childhood friend in. Sayek realizes his mistake and says immediately that, yes, understood. Dogon comes and brings a lot of food from him. There is a variety of dumplings present on the table and a jug, and the steam is blowing off from the fresh food, and while looking at that Sohun says to Dogon that, you brought so much food over. Dogon smiles and says to him that, I remember that you like dumplings. Hearing this, Sohun also smiles and says to him that, yeah, I do. Then he starts pouring a drink in his glass, and then while pouring the drink in Dogon's glass, he says to him that, I had forgotten about things like that. Is Uncle Pung doing well? Dogon replies to him that, he has a bad back, so he's mainly lying in bed at home. After hearing this, he looks quite upset and feels pity on Uncle Pung and then asks him that, is that so, is he very hurt? Dogon replies with seriousness that, no, he's just feigning illness because he doesn't want to work. And while pouring another glass of drink, Sohun says to him that, he's still the same as usual. Then holding a glass in his hand, he offers him that, Dogon, join the Mystic Lunar Troop and help me with the kitchen. You can also bring Uncle Pung later on. While stuffing his mouth with that dumpling, he asks that, what about the inn? Then Sohun looks at him and replies to him that, the Mystic Lunar Troop has more people now, and it's hard for us to get food outside all the time. The kitchen here is as good as your inn, so you can be in charge of all the cooking. Dogon is looking at him with confusion, and Sohun feels that. Then he asks him that, what's wrong, do you not like the idea? Dogon is looking at him with his brown eyes and is looking quite frightened. Then he replies to him that, that's not it, but I feel like if I cook here, I might get slashed eventually. Sohun looks at his face and asks, what do you mean? Then Dogon, while putting that dumpling in the plate, tells him that, I saw all your fights. Then Sohun asks him that, what are you worried about if you have seen them all? It seems like Dogon is feeling difficulty while explaining, and then, after a while, he says to Sohun that, it feels like you'll fight again. Even if you don't, there are others who still won't leave you be. Sohun is looking at him quietly while he continues saying that, I'll ask you this question. Just how strong are you? I'll listen to what you have to say before I decide to continue to live as a lowly chef in the inn or be your head chef. Then Sohun sighs and asks, how would I know how strong I am? It hasn't been that long since I've been out and about. Then Dogon asks him a question that, wouldn't you know based on the sect you're from? Then Sohun says to him that, my sect, I see. I don't know how strong I am, but Jianghu knows how strong my master is. After hearing this, Dogon looks quite happy and asks him that, who is he? I think he's from a reputable sect. Sohun is looking at him and then tells him about Jianghu that, the 4 great demons, he's one of them. Dogon is stunned to hear this and his mouth opens because of the shock and then says, the 4 great demons? Sohun, while pouring a drink in his glass, smiles, and replies to him that, yeah, he's a lord among the unorthodox factions. Madness, lust, demon, and poison, the 4 great public enemies of the orthodox faction? After hearing this, Dogon becomes more frightened and then he takes a glass of drink from the table immediately and drinks it one gulp, sighs and then says to him that, Sohun. Sohun is drinking while looking at him with side eye and is pondering about him. Then Dogon smiles a little and then says to him that, I'm glad you're still alive. Please let me know in advance if your master's going to come here. It's so I can go far away from this place. Then Sohun removes the glass from his mouth and then looks at him while smiling and then says to him that wouldn't happen, so you don't need to worry about that, he's a very busy person. Then Dogon asks him that, do you want to let others know about this? If you do that, people wouldn't dare to come at you recklessly. Sohun replies to him that, I don't intend to let others know about this for now. It would probably have a reverse effect if I do so. Then Dogon smiles and says to him that, oh, right. It'll be a headache if the orthodox faction finds out. There will be people who'll charge at you while claiming to be chivalrous. It's better to be careful. After all, the unorthodox territory has numerous guys like the Revolving Blood Clan. Now that you've taken down the Revolving Blood Clan, won't they try to take over the Eastern Dark Street? While listening to him carefully, Sohun asks him that, is there any group that I need to be wary of? Then Dogon tells him about those groups that, the North Wind Sword Wolves in the north and the Sun Dragon Association in the south are the most active ones. If anyone could have killed the Revolving Blood Clan leader, it would have been the leaders of those 2 groups. Sohun looks quite shocked and says to him, the North Wind Sword Wolves and the Sun Dragon Association. Dogon completes his sentence and says to him that, if the 2 of them join hands and attack the Eastern Dark Street, what would happen to us? Would you be able to handle them alone? Sohun slightly smiles and says, Dogon. And he replies with confused tone, yeah. Then suddenly Sohun gets serious and says to him that, the Eastern Dark Street isn't the one that needs to be worried, it's them. Then Dogon, while scratching his head, says really, and Sohun replies with yeah, and then both of them laughs while holding drinks in their hands, and then Dogon says to him, that's great. They ought to be worried and we should just enjoy our drinks. At night, in the Sun Dragon Association, the green flags are waving in the air and there is a big hall and the pink light bulbs are present. There are different pillars on both sides and curtains are also tied to those pillars, and at the end of the hall, a man is sitting on a chair and one man is standing in front of him, and then he asks him that, a man who learned martial arts came back to his hometown to take revenge? What a cliché this is. He is the Sun Dragon Association leader, Tim Hazung, and he is looking angry, and then he asks from the other man, isn't that so? The man who is standing in front of the Hazung is the military advisor, Ji Nong. The military advisor is looking at him quietly, then the leader gives awful expressions and says to him that, it's so cliché that I'm cringing right now. So, who killed the Revolving Blood Clan leader? Then the advisor replies that, we have yet to find that out, but the Eastern Dark Street that was ruled by the Revolving Blood Clan no longer has an owner. Hearing this, the leader smiles and asks him that, yeah, what do you suggest we do? The advisor gives him suggestion that, let's send assassins, even though he'd be costly. I think the shadowless flying dagger would be perfect for this mission. The leader smiles with confusion and asks him that, you want to send the shadowless flying dagger? Then the advisor smirks and replies that, yes, he's someone that took down the Revolving Blood Clan alone, and since he's known to be young, we ought to send a female assassin as well. One fine morning, in the Mystic Lunar Troop, Sohun is sitting in his room and is enjoying his drink peacefully when someone knocks at the door, and then 5 unknown men along with the Chu Sayek enters in the room, and all of them loudly says together that, troop leader, we pay our respects to you. Sohun stops drinking for a while and looks at them with questioning eyes, and then Sayek tells him that, they are the Phantom Sword Clan that was in the Merchant Association and the Black Market. Sohun asks that, Phantom Sword Clan? Then Sayek tells him that, yes, they were with me before the Revolving Blood Clan took over us. I was wondering if I could bring them over and lead them. Sohan looks at him with side eyes and all of them are standing there quietly, and then while pouring a drink in his glass, he says to him that, "Do as you please," and Sayek replies with, "Thank you." And all of them looked at Sayek at once with side eyes, and Sayek also looks at them, and then they all leaves the room. When the room was emptied and only Sohan and Sayek were present, then Sohan asks him that, "Is everything alright with Western Gold Escort Establishment?" Sayek replies that, "I took care of everything, and as you have ordered, I put all the medicines and poisons into one room. The treasures and money are in the other room. The books and documents we got from the Revolving Blood clan were also placed in a separate empty room." Then Sohan says to him that, "Good job, I'll be using the whole third floor from now on." Sayek is shocked to hear this and asks, "The whole third floor?" Meanwhile in his head, he's thinking that, one room would be more than enough, though. Why would he want to use the whole floor? Then Sohan again starts drinking, and while drinking, he says to him that, "Yeah, also make sure no one enters the room that I'll use. The same goes for the rest of the rooms on the third floor." Sayek is still puzzled and then asks that, shouldn't there be at least someone to help clean up? Suddenly, Sohan's eye color changes to pink and he looks at him and says that, it would be problematic if someone entered and died after they vomit blood, and then Sayek looks at him with confusion and is thinking that, he uses poison. Thinking this he says to him that, "I'll pass that on to everyone. Even so, who will protect you from now on?" Sohan looks at him and asks, "Protect me?" Then Sayek replies to him that, "Yes, since the North Wind Sword Wolf or the Sun Dragon Association leader might try to get rid of you and take over the Eastern Dark Street, aren't we going to need any countermeasures? They might even send assassins." When Sohan hears the word assassin, he starts wondering that, assassins, I should prepare for that. Then he says to Sayek that, "Your subordinates have performed escort duties before, right?" And Sayek replies, "Yes." Hearing this, Sohan gets up from his place and says to him that, "In that case, let's see just how strong my future escorts are." Then saying this, he starts heading towards outside and Sayek is standing behind, looking at him with confusion. Sohan and Sayek are standing along with the Phantom Sword clan members in the courtyard and they are all holding the swords in their hands. Sohan is standing there, looking at them and then says to them that, "Charge at me with all your might. I won't overdo it, so don't worry." They are all looking at him with confusion and then one of them says to him that, "Will you be okay? These are real swords." Listening to this, Sohan smiles and says with full confidence that, "Do you guys think you're at a level where you could worry for me?" They all gets infuriated at his words. Meanwhile when Sayek looks at their angry faces, he's thinking that, there was no need for him to say it like that. Then Sohan says to them that, "Who wants to go first?" One of them takes out his sword from the scabbard and holding a sword in his hand, says to him that, "Troop leader, I'll go first." Sohan is standing there while he uses his techniques, runs towards him for the attack and starts his attack, but then suddenly Sohan while standing there, uses his one hand for the counterattack and the movement of his hand is so fast and magical that it can't be beaten. Sohan stops his attacks while standing there and using his poisonous powers, he rips off his sword and he is shocked to see that meanwhile Sohan uses his poison and punches him in the face and throws him away. The smoke is coming out of his sword and that man is lying on the floor while there is a hole in his temple and smoke is emitting from that hole and all of them are scared to see that. They are all looking at him and Sayek is looking at Sohan and is thinking that, seriously, troop leader should have gone easy on him. There was no need for him to hit him. Sohan turns back and looks at them and says, "Next," but nobody is willing to attack him because of his power and while looking at them, Sayek is thinking that, that's the average reaction. I'm reminded of the past. He is busy dealing with his thoughts when Sohan says to him that, "Chu Sayek, come and fight me." He after listening this, gets frightened and asks him that, "I'm doing it too. You already know how strong I am." But Sohan is standing there, looking at him with seriousness. Meanwhile Sayek is wondering that, he's serious, and then holding his sword, he says, "Yes, troop leader." Then after a while, Sayek is also injured and is holding a sword while trembling and the other Phantom Sword clan members are also lying injured on the floor and then Sohan says to them that, "This is it for today. From now on, we'll be doing spars every morning." Sayek is injured, one eye is swollen and blood is also coming out of his nose and then he asks, "Every day?" Sohan replies to him that, "Yeah, even if I'm not here, you guys make sure you spar with each other like we did today." Sayek is looking at him with confusion and pain. Then Sohan looks at him and asks, "What? You don't want to?" He asks, "Wouldn't we grow weak like this?" Then Sohan says to him that, "I'll choose from the black market items and give each of you an elixir. You'll heal from such bruises naturally." Sayek sighs and replies obediently that, "Yes, troop leader." Sohan was leaving that place when Sayek asks him while holding his back that, "Where are you going?" Saying this, he moans with pain, and hearing this, Sohan smiles and says, "Sayek." And he replies that, "Yes, troop leader." Then without turning, he says to Sayek that, unorthodox faction martial artists are said to die before they're 30 years old. With your abilities, you will die before you are even 30. If you want to live as you please and die by someone else's sword before you're 30, I won't interfere with that. Do as you please, however if you want to survive then do as I say. It's not like you guys have mastered some incredible internal energy cultivation technique, nor have you mastered an incredible blade technique. Shouldn't you at least have tons of fighting experience? After listening, Sayek says to him that, "I'll follow your orders." Hearing this, Sohan smiles while looking at him and then leaves that place saying, "I'll be back after taking a stroll. If there are any good weapons among the things you got from the black market, give it to them." Sayek replies, "Yes, troop leader." Sohan is walking alone in the market and then someone appears there and all the people around are also looking at them. There is man who is wearing a hat and a dwarf man is also walking behind him and is dragging a cart along with him, and Sohan stands there and looks at them because they were looking quite suspicious, and that man is holding a huge sword in his arms and both of them are smiling, and then Sohan makes an eye contact with that man and then he says hello to Sohan and says to him that, "I heard you're the Mystic Lunar Troop leader, is that correct?" Sohan replies with, "That's right," and then he smiles and says to him that, "Sword Wolf sent us here. Have you heard of the North Wind Sword Wolf?" He looks at Sohan from underneath his cap and then Sohan looks at his eyes and replies to him that, "Yeah, I have heard of him." Then he says to Sohan that, "The North Wind Sword Wolf who has heard of the rumors that you killed the Revolving Blood clan leader and took over the Eastern Darkstreet has sent you a gift and a letter." After saying this, he orders that dwarf man that, "Give it to him," and he replies obediently, "Yes, sir." Then he starts heading towards Sohan with his small foot and mocking smile, holding something in his hands, and then he bows down on his knees before Sohan as a gesture for respect and presents him that letter. Meanwhile Sohan is looking at him quietly and then he takes that letter from his hands and that man with a hat says to Sohan that, "The Sword Wolf wishes to join hands with you. You could go look for him, or if that's inconvenient, then the Sword Wolf could come to the Eastern Darkstreet to find you." While hearing him, Sohan opens that letter and starts reading. The man says to the dwarf that, "Give him the present as well." And he puts his hand in his inner pocket saying, "Yes, sir." Sohan is again looking at him and he take out an envelope from his pocket and then presents it to him. He says that, "It's 100,000 niang. We've prepared it in banknote paper." But instead of the banknote paper, there are two red eyes shining in that envelope, and then suddenly a snake comes out from that envelope and bites Sohan's hand, but Sohan is still standing there, looking at him quietly. That snake creates a wound on his hand and is still holding his hand in its teeth, and while looking at this, that man as well as the dwarf man both smiles mockingly. Sohan is looking at that snake who is still biting his hand. Both of them are looking at him and smiling. Then that man says with a cap says to Sohan that, "Since you use poison, you know what the blue viper is, right? I'll give you the antidote if you come out quietly." But Sohan is looking at him quietly and then, after a while, he holds that little snake from its neck and removes it from his hand and looks into his eyes and says, "Get lost." That dwarf man is holding a small dagger in his hand and he attacks Sohan with it, but he dodges it. Then the other man takes his weapon and attacks on him, and seeing this, Sohan takes out his sword and defends himself from the attack. That man attacks on him from one side while the dwarf one attacks from the other side. Sohan is dealing with both of them at the same time and blocking their attack and fighting as well, and the pink light is surrounding his whole body. All of them are busy using different weapons and techniques. Meanwhile Sohan looks at them with his pink poisonous eyes. Then Sohan blocks his attack with his sword and that man is angry, while on the other side, he blocks the attack of the other with a sword in his second hand. Sohan is standing there, looking down while blocking their attacks simultaneously, and after a while, pushes and throws them away. Then Sohan looks at that man who is standing at his one side, holding a sword in his hand. The man with a cap raises his weapon a little in the air and then says to Sohan that, as expected of the person who was able to kill the revolving blood clan leader, it'd be troublesome if the poison didn't affect you. Saying this, he smirks and continues saying that, however, your body will harden up soon. If you kneel down before you lose your consciousness, I'll give you the antidote. This doesn't affect Sohan and he replies to him that, stop that bullshit and tell me who sent you here. I don't think the North Wind Sword Wolves sent you, though. That dwarf man gets angry at this and calls him arrogant bastard. It seems like you still don't have a grasp of your situation. Saying this, he throws some kind of ball towards him and as soon as that ball breaks, it produces a dense black smoke everywhere around Sohan but he is still standing there, quietly and then that dwarf man is holding blades in his hands and moves towards him saying that, I'll end you. He starts moving around him with full speed and then attacks from the behind and the other man is standing there, looking at his fellow fighting and then smiles and says, Sayol, why did you kill him so swiftly? You shouldn't have killed him that quickly. He thought that Sayol killed Sohan because he couldn't see clearly because of the smoke and when after a while, he sees a glimpse of Sohan who is standing there with those pink poisonous eyes and that pink light is surrounding his body and is looking horrific. That man gets frightened after seeing this and when the smoke disappears a little, he sees that Sayol is lying dead on the ground and Sohan is standing there, holding swords in his hands and the blood is coming out of Sayol's mouth. Then Sohan's eye color changes to blue and then he asks from that man, who sent you? This is the second time I'm asking. That man gets angry and holds his sword in his hand saying that, who the hell are you? I'm sure the blue viper bit you, thought. But Sohan replies to him that, there's poison on the letter as well, isn't there? That man is looking at him while thinking that, the poison didn't work on him. The blue viper and the colorless poison didn't work on him and he can still take care of people at our level easily. He is busy thinking this, when Sohan asks him, if no one sent you, then did someone instigate you guys to come here? That man is still looking at Sohan and thinking and soon he realizes that he was tricked by Shadowless Dagger and is wondering that, damn it, we were tricked by the Shadowless Flying Dagger. I can't believe the Shadowless Flying Dagger has a habit of checking out his opponent before performing an assassination. Were we used as bait? Then Sohan looks at him, smiles a little and says, I guess you're aware you've been tricked now. He gets angry at his smile and heads towards him for attack and says loudly that, shut up. Saying this, he jumps high in the air and attacks on Sohan but he defends himself with his sword and his eyes turn pink. That man's face turns blue because of the poison and Sohan uses his sword and cuts down his arm in which he was holding his sword and that arm falls down on the ground. He sits on the ground over his knees and then Sohan puts back his sword and that man is looking at him and thinking that, I can't move. Is there paralysis powder on his weapon? Sohan is standing there, looking at him and then says to him that, how much more famous do I need to be so there will be less fools like you who come and throw your lives away? Actually, there's no real need to do that since it will be best if I kill as many bastards like you as possible. After hearing this, that man says to him that, just kill me already. Sohan comes closer and sits before him and then looks into his eyes and says to him that, do you really need to die, though? I'm familiar with medicine, so I could easily save you from such injuries. But that man is looking at him quietly so Sohan again asks him, I'll ask you one last time, who sent you? Hearing his question, he thinks for a while and then when he realizes that his head was about to burst, he tells him that, it's an assassin known as Shadowless Flying Dagger, that sent. He couldn't complete his sentence when his head bursts and he falls on the ground. Both of them are lying dead on the ground and Sohan is looking at their dead bodies and then he says to himself that, Shadowless Flying Dagger, you are an assassin that was sent by another assassin? Then he looks around and again says to himself, in that case they must be observing what I'm capable of somewhere around here. Then Sohan looks at his left side and then again looks at his right side. Meanwhile there is no one. Then he smiles and says, regardless he's sneaky as a rat, and saying this, his eyes turn to pink. Someone was keeping an eye on Sohan with the telescope and then says to himself that, he looked like he was about to spare him, but he killed him in the end. Then he smiles and says that bastard, sure is a mean fucker. Sohan is standing in his room and is looking outside the window while Sayek is standing behind him. Then Sohan says something to him and then hearing this, he asks him, a way to easily lure out the Sword Wolf and the Sun Dragon Association leader? Sohan replies to him, yeah. Sayek looks quite surprised and asks him, what happened in order for you to react like that? Then Sohan tells him that, someone sent an assassin after me. Hearing this, Sayek gets shocked and asks him, an assassin? Are you alright? Sohan hears his stupid question and looks at him and smiles, saying that, would I still be here if I weren't alright? Then Sayek looks at him and replies that, that's true, I guess. Then after thinking for a while, he says to Sohan that, a way to get them to move, there's only one. Sohan looks at him with his questioning eyes, and then Sayek continues saying that, it's the ruler's meet. Hearing this, Sohan looks at him and asks, the ruler's meet? Then Sayek tells him that gathering doesn't happen anymore, but it used to take place annually in the past. When the ruler's meet took place, the leaders of the unorthodox factions of Chenyang would gather a few martial masters. Additionally, whether they can join that meeting or not determines if their organization is considered first or second rate. Listening this, Sohan asks him that, so, you want to host that meet again? And he replies with yes. Sohan likes his idea and says to him that, that's not a bad idea. I'll go on ahead then, alright. Saying this, he starts thinking about the ruler's meet. They are standing there when someone comes and knocks at the door, knock, knock. Sayek looks at the door while Sohan is lost in his thoughts, and then Dogon enters the room with the food in his hands and then smiles and says to him that, Sohan, I brought food. Sohan hears his voice and then looks at him and asks, you're here? Then Sayek says to Sohan, I'll take my leave first, then. Then Sohan offers him that, eat before you go. Sayek is stunned to hear this and asks, pardon? Then Sohan again says to him that, let's eat together. Sayek is confused between whether to accept the offer or not and is looking quite worried and is thinking that, eating together with the leader? Then Sohan sits on the chair and Dogon is placing the food on the table when Sohan asks him, Chef Dogon, we have enough food, right? Dogon arranges all the food items on the table and then holding a jug of wine in his hand, he replies to him that, of course, I have brought enough wine to drink together as well. Hearing this, Sohan replies to him that, that's great. There is a variety of food on the table and a good fragrance is coming out of it while Dogon and Sohan are sitting on a chair, but Sayek is still standing there, thinking what to do. Sayek is looking at them and they are also looking at him, and then Sohan asks him, what are you doing? At last, Sayek makes up his mind and sits on a chair besides them, and then Sohan says to both that, let's eat. And Sayek replies with okay. Then they all start eating and drinking wine, and then after drinking, they all start gossiping and Dogon, being drunk, starts talking rubbish, and then they all start laughing. Meanwhile, the shadowless flying dagger is looking at them while standing on a nearby building and is keeping an eye on Sohan. He is surprised at Sohan's calm and stress-free nature because despite of the fact that he's not safe, he is enjoying and drinking wine. While looking at them, he is thinking that, for someone who was almost assassinated, he's drinking wine like a madman. Moreover, he's doing that despite his knowledge of my existence. Foolish bastard. I will send you to the afterlife tonight, and remembers that time when Sohan called him a sneaky rat. After drinking, Sohan and Dogon comes out of the pavilion and Sohan wants to show him the sword dance, but Dogon stops him saying that, hey, you might get injured, so show it to me another day. You drank so much tonight. Dogon is walking behind him and then Sohan replies to him that, I'm totally sober. I need to keep my promise. Dogon is thinking about the promise, and then, after a while, he remembers that time when Sohan was in his restaurant, and while leaving from there, he said to Dogon that, once I take care of the revolving blood clan, I'll show you that sword dance, and when he remembers this, he smiles and is thinking that, right, he did say that. Sohan is standing in the courtyard looking at the sky full of stars, and then he asks from Dogon, you remember our sword dance, right? Then Dogon replies to him saying, of course, but can you really do it while being this drunk? I think it would be better if you did it later. Sohan smiles and says to him that, it's alright. It'll just become a drunken sword dance. Saying this, he takes out his sword, then he looks at his and then raises his sword up in the air and then rotates it in 360 degrees, moving his feet in a specific manner, performing a sword dance. He closes his eyes and then imagines a girl who is also dancing with him, and then she says to him that, yeah, it's slow at first. Then it becomes a faster over time. He is enjoying and performing his dance with full concentration, and then he puts his hand on the ground while bending over his knee. Then again starts performing the dance and imagines that beautiful girl is dancing with him, and she is wearing a pink dress and holding a sword in her hand. Then she says to him that, now, change your steps. He is smiling while dancing with closed eyes and is performing so well. At the end of the performance, they are standing before each other and pointing their swords towards each other. Sohan's eyes are closed while she is looking at him, and she has a beautiful face with pink eyes. Sohan is imagining that she is looking at him while smiling, and then she says, "Salute." Then she smiles and says to him that, "Sleepyhead, you're so good at this. You're better than me now. I'm so proud of you." Suddenly, she disappears and Sohan opens his eyes, and then he looks around because there was no one, and then says to himself that, where did they all go? Dogon is amazed to see his dance and surprised as well, then says to him that, "Wow. Sohan, that was amazing. It's the same as what I've seen in the past. Incredible." Sohan says nothing but looks at him while smiling. Then Dogon smiles and says to him that, "Let's go back in, it's cold out here." Putting his sword back, he says to him that, "You should go back in first. I'll stay here for a while." Then Dogon goes inside saying, "If that's the case, I'll go in." Dogon leaves, and then Sohan lies on the floor while looking at the sky and is lost in his thoughts. Meanwhile, the shadowless flying dagger is standing on a building, looking at him and is thinking that, damn it, why did he suddenly do that random shit? I can smell the alcohol all the way from here. It's like he's asking me to kill him quickly. If I can't kill him right now, then I'm a fucking idiot. My hidden weapons would be way faster than a drunken bastard like him. Thinking this, he takes out the blades he was holding in his fingers and throws them towards him, saying, "Die." But in the meantime, Sohan dodges and protects himself from the attack by jumping from there. Those blades do not hit Sohan but get stuck in the floor, and the shadowless dagger also jumped from that building and is now standing on the ground. Meanwhile, Sohan is now on the roof of that building, looking at him. He looks at him and is thinking that he dodged them. Then he looks at Sohan, who is standing there with closed eyes, and then he smirks, thinking that, what a fool. He actually escaped by jumping. Now he takes out another powerful weapon. Its front looks like a snake's face, and then he points it towards him, saying that, "You won't be able to dodge this." That weapon releases several fiber flying blades, but Sohan opens his pink eyes and takes out his hand fan and uses the power immortal wind flash strike. That fan saves himself from those blades, and then they all fall on the ground. Shadowless flying dagger is shocked to see that, and while looking at Sohan, he's thinking that, what the hell is with this guy? He wasn't someone I'm a match for in the first place. They are standing before each other, and Shadowless flying dagger is looking at his blades, which are lying on the floor, and is shocked to see his skills. Meanwhile, Sohan is looking at him, while holding a fan in his hand, and flying dagger is thinking that, I thought I had a rough grasp on how strong he is, though, was I wrong? Thinking this, he takes out his sword and removes its cover while Sohan closes his fan and then says to him that, "It's you, the rat bastard that was targeting me." Sohan's eyes turn to pink again. Meanwhile, Shadowless flying dagger is looking at him with anger, and then suddenly, he heads towards for attack, but Sohan dodges him efficiently. Now he is attacking Sohan by using different techniques, but Sohan is blocking all his attacks with his fan, and after using different techniques, he realizes that Sohan is much powerful than him and is thinking that, there's too much of a gap between our internal energies. Every time he blocks my attack, my whole body feels the impact, but all he's doing is standing there and blocking it. But if I stop here, I'll die. I must kill him no matter what. Thinking this, he attacks Sohan with much force and jumps in the air while attacking on him, but Sohan blocks this attack, saying that, I guess that's all you have to show. He is stunned to see his skills and says, what? Meanwhile, Sohan attacks back on him and throws him away. Blood is coming out of his mouth and face and is looking at him with anger while lying on the floor and is wondering that bastard, was he toying with me? Then Sohan again opens his hand fan and is standing before him, and he is also ready to attack again while thinking, damn it. Then Sohan calls him and says to him that, hey, is that all you have to show? Hearing this, he looks at Sohan and is thinking that he's unbelievably strong. It's impossible for me to run away too, and his leg starts shivering. More blood comes out of his mouth, and then he says to Sohan that, if you spare me, I'll cooperate with you. Sohan smiles and then says to him that it's too late. Then he asks that, why didn't you just kill me at the start then? Sohan replies to him that, because I have got something I wanted to ask you. He is looking at him and is thinking that, was he curious about the details of the requester? Thinking this, he surrenders himself and throws his sword on the ground while sitting, and then says to him that, I'll do anything you want. If you want me to become a dog, I'll be a dog. Sohun looks at him for a while and then holding his fan, he replies to him that, a dog, I don't need a dog like you, thought. He looks at Sohun in his poisonous dress and then loudly says that, the Sun Dragon Association leader, Lim Ha-zung, sent me. He hired me for 10,000 niang. If I injured you, he'd give me an additional 5,000 niang and an additional 10,000 niang if I killed you. Meanwhile, Sohun is standing there, listening him quietly, and then he says to him that, I see, the Sun Dragon Association leader. He asks Sohun that, are you going to spare me? Sohun throws his sword towards him saying that, this is your reward for giving me the answer so quickly. I'll grant you a painless death. Saying this, Sohun's eyes turn to pink and his face color becomes blue because of the poison, and then he says, die. Sohun looks into his eyes and he is looking at him also, and then under the influence of the poison, Shadowless Flying Dagger takes his sword and kills himself, and before dying, he asks him, what's your name? Sohun replies that, Jin Sohun, and then he calls his name and falls on the ground and is dead. Meanwhile Sohun is standing there looking at him with poisoned eyes. The green flags are waving in the air and the leader of the Sun Dragon Association is sitting on a chair in his hall when a man comes and informs him about something, and he's shocked to hear this and asks, the Crimson Troop's assassin gave up on the commission? That man replies to him that, yes, sir. They've already returned the commission fee to us. They are saying that Jin Sohun doesn't care about beauties at all, and he even managed to kill the Shadowless Flying Dagger. The leader is shocked to hear this and asks that, the Shadowless Flying Dagger is dead? Then that man tells him about the incident that, the Mystic Lunar Troop quietly buried a body, and when the Crimson Troop checked it out, they discovered that it was the Shadowless Flying Dagger's corpse. Strangely, the result of investigating his wounds revealed that he committed suicide. The leader is confused to hear that he murdered himself and asks, suicide? Are you saying that he ate poison and committed suicide? Then he tells him that, that's not the case. It seems he used his own sword too and his own life. It's different from him committing suicide in order to maintain secrets. It's highly likely that he was forced to commit suicide. He is shocked as well as confused to hear this. Then that man tells him that, please bring forward the ruler's meat. Fortunately, it seems like Jin Sohun has yet to contact any other forces. I'd like to suggest that we get all the other leaders to agree to get rid of Jin Sohun. After thinking for a while, he agrees and says to him that, all right, prepare for the ruler's meat, and he replies obediently, yes, sir. Then he goes away and he says to a girl who was standing beside him that, Myo, you mentioned that you knew a woman who used to be from the Mystic Lunar Sword Dance Troupe, didn't you? She looks at him and smiles while saying that, oh, come on. Have you forgotten that the great Demoness took her in as her disciple? Hearing this, he remembers about the great Demoness and says that, the great Demoness, disciple? Even if she was once from the Mystic Lunar Trope, it will be impossible to get her away from the great Demoness once she's under her. Sohun is standing while holding an invitation in his hand and is looking at it. Meanwhile Sayek is standing before him. He looks at the invitation for a while and then says to him, the Sun Dragon Association leader, Lim Ha-zung, sent me an invitation to the ruler's meet. Sayek is shocked to hear this and asks, invitation to the ruler's meet? Sohun puts it on the table and replies to him, yeah, it will be held in the Mystic Lunar Troop. Each organization is allowed to have 10 participants. This time Sayek is confused to hear and asks, held in the Mystic Lunar Troop? I don't know what they are up to, but we need to be careful. Then Sohun asks him, you said that the ruler who held the first ruler's meet died, right? And he replies with yes. Then Sohun asks another question that, then why do they host the ruler's meet from time to time, despite knowing that fact? Sayek tells him that, it's because of the strong competitive spirit that the unorthodox faction has. They hate getting their egos bruised more than dying. Sohun completes his sentence, saying, which is why most of the unorthodox faction die before they are 30 years old. Sayek is standing there remembering about how Sohun fought with his enemies, and Sohun is looking at him with questioning eyes. Then Sayek says, I don't think that's something you should be saying. Hearing this, Sohun closes his eyes while smiling and replies to him, Chu Sayek, what will you do if you meet someone that you can't defeat? And he replies to him that, I don't know. Shouldn't I at least try to fight him? But Sohun interrupts him saying, no, you must run away no matter what. Grow stronger and then aim for an opportunity to take that person down. Sayek is looking at him with confusion and asks, what should I do if I can't run away, and then he tells him, in that case, you'll have to fight. If that does happen, then you need to forget about the difference in internal energy levels of martial arts prowess. Fight with the sole intention of ripping your enemy apart with your hands. Sayek looks at his serious face for a while and then replies to him, I'll be sure to remember that. There is a big conference room and 6 people are sitting in 2 rows before each other when Sohun enters the room and asks, is everyone here? All of them replies simultaneously, yes, troop leader. Sohun is standing there while looking at their faces and is hiding a bottle behind him, and then he looks at their faces and is wondering, dear eyes look like they have got some fighting spirit now. Then he takes out that bottle and says to them, I called you guys here to have a drink today. We are finally drinking together. You guys did well getting beaten up this whole time. All of them are looking at him with surprise and happiness. Then he removes the lid of the bottle and says to them, everyone, raise your bowl. They are all now standing while holding their bowls in their hands, and then he pours the drink in one glass and says, as you all know, tomorrow's the rulers' meet. All of the Chenyang's unorthodox faction's elite martial artists will be here, and they are coming after the Eastern Dark Street. Then he pours the drink in another glass and says, however, there is only the 6 of you here. They are all looking nervous while holding the bowls in their hands, and then Sohun asks them, are you guys nervous? Asking this, he goes to his table and then pours a drink in his bowl, and then while lifting it, he says to them, the rulers' meet will be done by the leaders, so the numbers of fighting forces doesn't make much of a difference. Therefore, just make sure that you guys stay alive, and all of them are looking at him quietly. Then he assures them that, I will take care of the rest. Now they are all looking satisfied and calm and replies simultaneously, yes, troop leader. Then they all starts drinking. Next day, the flags of different clans are being hosted for the rulers' meet, and different leaders are arriving at the Mystic Lunar Troop along with their members, and each one of them are holding the flag of their clan as an identity. The clan leader are standing in the front, meanwhile the other members are standing behind them. The Sun Dragon Association, North Wind Sword Wolves, 5 Poison Clan, Dark Spirit Clan and Eagle Clan are participating in the rulers' meet. The Sun Dragon Association leader says, it seems like everyone's here, let's go in. As promised, only 10 people can enter from each group. The rest will have to wait here. Sword Wolf, no complaints there, right? He looks at him with a side eye and replies, no. Then the Sun Dragon Association leader says to the 5 Poison Clan's leader, 5 Poison, please lead the way. The leader of the 5 Poison Clan is older among them and is an old man, so as a gesture of respect, they asked him to lead them, and he replies to them, all right. They all enters the Mystic Lunar Troop where Sayek is standing at the entrance for their welcome, and when he sees them, he greets, saying, sirs, I'm Mystic Lunar Troop's Phantom Sword Squad Captain, Chu Sayek. We have prepared for the meet on the 2nd floor. There'll be 6 chairs in total for all the leaders. Hearing this, all of them are looking at him with surprise and are wondering, they want our subordinates to wait on the 1st floor then. Then Chu Sayek says to them, I'll lead you guys to the room. You guys wait here. Sayek leads them to the room where the meeting will held, and they are stunned to see that the room is empty and Sohun is not present there for their welcome. All of them are looking at the round table around which 6 chairs are present, and the room is empty. The Dark Spirit Clan leader is thinking, he is not here. Meanwhile the 5 Poison Clan's leader is wondering, I thought he'd be waiting here. Then Sayek says to them, please take a seat. I'll bring our troop leader here. The Sun Dragon Association leader is looking at him with anger. Meanwhile the North Wind Sword Wolf Clan's leader is confused, and the Sun Dragon Association leader is thinking, he's only going to get him here now? This common practice is for the highest ranking person to show up last. We got outdone by that Jin Sohun bastard. Impudent bastard. The 5 Poison Clan leader laughs and says to them, ho ho ho, how interesting. Let's all take a seat first. Apparently, he looks calm, but deep inside he is an evil. Then they all sits on the chairs and are waiting for Sohun. After few moments pass, Sohun comes downstairs saying, everyone thanks for coming. The Sun Dragon Association leader is wondering, is that Jin Sohun? He's the younger than I thought. Sohun stands before them and introduces himself, I'm Jin Sohun. All of them are angry at his tone and are thinking, how dare a young brat like him speak casually to us. Sohun sits on a chair with an attitude that everyone is shocked at his behavior and they are all looking at him mean while he is also looking at them. Then finally the Five Poison Clan leader says to him, "Ho ho ho, Troop Leader Jean, congratulations on taking over the Eastern Dark Street by killing the Revolving Blood Clan leader." Sohun replies to him, "That wasn't anything great." Then again that old man asks him, "Based on what I heard, you took everything from the Revolving Blood Clan?" And Sohun replies to him politely that, "That's right." Then the Five Poison Clan leader smiles and asks another question, "Do you think that you took everything?" Sohun does not get his point and is looking at him quietly. Then he again says to him, "In order to completely take over this land, you need to be both strong and also able to rule over it, but most of the Revolving Blood Clan has been dispersed all over," and Sohun replies, "That's right." The Five Poison continues, telling him, so the supply of Nepenthes plant that was supplied by the Revolving Blood Clan had stopped. The Five Poison Clan was the biggest buyer of that plant, so now we have lost a lot of profits. That's not all. The Revolving Blood Clan leader also bought various poisons from us in large quantities from time to time. I lost my customer. Hearing this, Sohun remembers about the time when the Revolving Blood Clan leader said to him, "Sleepyhead, your poison won't work on us since we ate the antidote," and is thinking that, I guess the Five Poison Clan sold the antidote to him. All of them are listening to their conversation quietly, and then again the Five Poison Clan leader says to them, "Listen up. It's a fact that all the unorthodox groups gathered here fight each other a lot, however when it comes to business, we could be said to be one big community. That's why we've gathered here, and that brings me to this troop leader Jean. I'm thinking of starting the Nepenthes plant business here in the Eastern Dark Street. What do you think?" Saying this, he looks at the Sohun with his green evil eyes, and Sohun is also looking at him. When Sohun understands his intentions, he smiles a little and replies to him, "In the end you simply want to occupy a part of the Eastern Dark Street." The Dark Spirit Clan leader gets angry at this and punches on the table with great force and replies to him, "You are being rude there. Do you think anyone here deserves to be talked down to by you?" Sohun replies to him that, "I'm rude? I doubt you guys are here to criticize how I speak. Shall we stop sitting around and talking like orthodox factions and get to the point?" All of them are looking at him anger mean while he is looking at them with side eyes, and then Sohun says to them, "It seems like everyone is waiting to see what happens, so I'll put it out there first. You guys have two choices. Each of you can take turns to come to me, or you can all come at me together." Saying this, Sohun's eyes turn to pink, becoming poisonous, and the poison is coming out of his body in the form of pink flames, and he's sitting boldly, looking at them. Sohun is sitting before them while putting his one leg over the other and says to them with quite an angry face, "You can all come at me together." All of the clan leaders are looking at him with side eyes and are stunned to see his confidence. All of them are quiet. I'm thinking what to do then. After a while North Wind Sword Wolf clan leader asks Sohun, "What are the two choices?" Then Sohun tells him that, taking turns to fight me would be a one-on-one fight between martial artists. Following the traditions of the unorthodox faction, the winner will be chosen in the fight and the loser will have to serve the winner. After hearing this, there is a complete silence in the room and no one is speaking. Then Sword Wolf asks, "In that case, everyone attacking you together means?" Sohun interrupts him saying, "If you guys all attack me together then I'll kill all of you." Sohun says this with quite an attitude that everyone in the room is stunned to hear this and thinking, "He'll kill all of us?" Suddenly the Sohun's eyes turn to pink and the pink poisonous flames starts to blow out from his body, and then he says to them while smiling, "Honestly, I hope that you guys will all charge at me together." The leaders of Dark Spirit and Eagle Clan are wondering that, why the hell is he that confident? Meanwhile the Five Poison Clan leader and Sun Dragon Association leader is wondering that, is he saying that he's capable of killing all of us at once? The North Wind Sword Wolf laughs loudly and then he stands up while putting his one hand on the table, and Sohun is looking at him with anger, and then Sword Wolf takes his sword and hits it on the floor between his legs and then says to him while holding it in his hands, "Troop Leader Dan, I, the Sword Wolf, would like to fight with you one-on-one." Hearing this, Sohun gets up from his chair and then looks at him and says, "Come here." Both of them are standing at the side and are ready for the fight. Then Sword Wolf, with his angry face, raises his sword high in the air and then attacks on him. Meanwhile Sohun also takes out his sword that he keeps with him every time, and then there is a clash between their swords. Sword Wolf is fighting but Sohun is only defending himself while standing at a place, and all the other leaders are looking at their fight. Then Sohun takes out his both swords and attacks on him using his martial arts skills, and Sword Wolf is trying his best to stop and defend himself, and while defending, when Sohun's sword starts beating his sword, then he gets shocked to see that and is wondering that, what just happened? My weapon is a lot heavier, it should be hard for him to receive my attacks with that light weapon. This means he's way stronger than I am. The Sword Wolf is only using his one big and heavy sword, meanwhile Sohun is using two sword but are smaller in size than him. The Five Poison clan leader is looking at their fight and is thinking that the Sword Wolf is being pushed back. The Dark Spirit is looking at the Sword Wolf's condition and he realizes that, if he's able to push the Sword Wolf back, then I have no chance in a one-on-one at all. This is our chance while the Sword Wolf is creating the openings. Thinking this, he looks at the Five Poison and then takes out his sword as a gesture of getting ready for the attack. Sword Wolf is fighting bravely, but when he realizes that he can't defeat Sohun, then says to himself that, at this rate, I won't last very long. I need to create an opening. Thinking this, he attacks on him with greater force, and then also the Dark Spirit as well as Five Poison attacks on Sohun from the other side at the same time. Sword Wolf uses Wolf Phantom Concentrated / meanwhile Dark Spirit uses Dark Phantom Flying Threads and Five Poison uses Five Poison Ricochet. Sword Wolf is attacking him from front, meanwhile the other two are attacking him from behind using their special techniques and powers. When Sohun realizes that he is being attacked from both sides, he just smiles. Meanwhile the Sun Dragon Association and the Eagle Clan leader are shocked to see this, and then Sohun uses his martial arts techniques to stop their attacks as well and suddenly cuts down the Dark Spirit's hat and also somehow manages to defeat Dark Spirit, but Five Poison attacks on his side, and then that was the only attack that injured Sohun, and blood is coming out from the side of his chest, and Five Poison is happy to see that and thinking, I got him. All of them are stunned at this, but that old brat is laughing like an evil and then stands before Sohun and says to him, while you are pretty strong now that you have been poisoned by my Five Poison, you won't be able to last much longer. But Sohun is standing there quietly and then looks at him with his angry pink eyes and then says to Sun Dragon Association leader and Eagle Clan leader that, you too. Have you still not made your decisions? There is a blood on Sohun's cheek, and then suddenly his eyes start to glow like an evil and pink poisonous flames starts to blow out, and the Sun Dragon and Eagle Clan are wondering, he was testing us. He was testing to see what we'll do after he showed signs of being poisoned. The Eagle Clan leader looks at the situation and his power as well, and then after thinking for a while, he bends down over his knees and says to Sohun, the Eagle Clan will serve under you, Mystic Lunar Troop leader. The Sun Dragon Association leader also accepts this and says, Troop Leader Dan, the Sun Dragon Association will serve under you, and we apologize for hiring assassins to go after you. We'll accept any punishment you have for us. The Sword Wolf also accepts his defeat and says, since I lost too, I'll serve you as well. That old creep is shocked at their confessions and says to them, what are you guys doing? He's been poisoned by my Five Poison, but Sohun ignores his nonsense and calls them Sun Dragon Association, Eagle Clan, North Wind Sword Wolves, and they all reply obediently, yes, Troop Leader. Then Sohun orders them, kill the Five Poison clan leader. He is shocked to hear this and says immediately, you must have gone crazy because of the Five Poisons. There's no way they will follow the orders of a dying person. They all reply to him with obedience that, we'll follow your orders. Suddenly, Five Poison's face turned to pale because he can see his death near, and then says, what? Pull yourselves together. He'll be dying soon, moronic fools. All of them are under the influence of the Sohun's poison and takes out their swords for the purpose of killing Five Poison, and at the same time, Five Poison is shocked and pondering that, how did it come to this? Sohun is looking at them quietly with those pink poisonous eyes. And then says to them, are you guys out of your mind? He's been poisoned by the Five Poisons and will soon die without an antidote. After hearing this, the Sun Dragon Association leader somehow agrees with him and is wondering, yeah, that could happen, but how can someone who's been poisoned look like that? He looks more like a demon who's out to devour us. Thinking this, all of them are standing near him and are ready for the attack, and then they are all attacking him simultaneously, but again that old brat uses his Five Poison skills to defend himself from the attack and loudly says, stop, you fools. All of them are attacking him from three sides, and the Sun Dragon is thinking, no, you're the fool for not getting a grasp of our situation right now, and then he looks at Sohun's poisonous evil eyes and says to himself that, he hasn't been poisoned. He's actually testing our abilities. If we can't prove our usefulness here, we'll die. If I, who sent an assassin after him, want to survive, then I must defeat you with my own hands." Thinking this, Sun Dragon attacks him with greater force and uses Sun Dragon Decisive Strike and attacks on him, and while defending himself, the 5 Poison says, "Shit." And then his hand cuts off, and then North Wind Sword Wolf attacks him from behind and stabs him in the chest, and also the Eagle Clan's leader attacks from behind, and he is being attacked from 3 sides. The blood comes out from his mouth, and then Sun Dragon plays his last shot and attacks on him, and eventually his head cuts off and is now separate from the body, and the body is lying on the floor upside down. All of them are standing there looking at him. Hei Sohun is standing at a distance and is also looking at them with pink eyes, and after killing the 5 Poison, they all greets him as the martial artists do, and then Sun Dragon says to the troop leader that, "I have killed the 5 Poison's clan leader as per your orders." Sohun looks at him for a while and then moves towards him and calls his name, "Sun Dragon Association Leader," and he replies obediently, "Yes." Then Sohun tells him, "You were the one supposed to die in this ruler's meet. I'm sure you know the reason for that." The Sun Dragon Association Leader is both short and frightened at the same time and immediately sits over his knees and begs for mercy, saying, "I know that. I apologize for that once again." Sohun replies to him, "I'll be watching you." He is pleased at his generosity and bows his head down and says to the leader, "Yes, sir." Then Sohun passes by him and comes to the other 2 and calls their names, North Wind Sword Wolf and Eagle Clan Leader, and both of them reply simultaneously, "Yes, Troop Leader." Then Sohun says to them, "Withdraw your troops. Have a drink with me." Both of them replies obediently, "Yes, Troop Leader." Then Sohun leaves from there saying, "Let's go," and Sun Dragon is still sitting on his toes and is quiet while thinking that why he doesn't ask him for a drink when Sohun calls him, and he replies with yes, and then Sohun orders him, "Get up and follow us." He gets up and greets him saying, "Thank you, Troop Leader." At night, in the Mystic Lunar Troop, Sohun along with other 3 clan leaders is sitting on a table and they were drinking when they all becomes unconscious. Meanwhile Sohun is sitting there, looking at them and drinking and thinking about them. "I got them to submit to me by strength, unlike the Phantom Sword clan warriors. I must either kill off them or overwhelm them and rule over them. No, I must choose between killing them or giving them a chance to work with me. I'll spare them for now." Suddenly, Sword Wolf and Sun Dragon wakes up and Sohun asks them, "Are you guys up?" Both of them are shocked because they suddenly became unconscious, but Sohun pours a drink in his glass and is sitting peacefully. The Sun Dragon Association Leader touches his forehead and pondering, "How long did I sleep for? Did the other 2 fall asleep as well? Poison? Did we get poisoned unknowingly?" He is stunned after thinking this, and both of them are shocked and they understood the situation, and then while taking his glass, Sohun says to them, "I didn't wake you guys up since you were sleeping so soundly." The Sun Dragon looks frightened and says, "My apologies," and is thinking, if he had tried to kill us while we were asleep, and Sword Wolf is thinking, we would have died without knowing how we died. Sohun is looking at them with his blue eyes while drinking wine, and both of them seems confused. Then suddenly Eagle Clan's leader wakes up and says, "Oh gosh. My apologies, I fell asleep unknowingly." Sohun replies to him, "Don't worry about it." Sohun's thinking that, they should know by now that I can take their lives at any time. All of them are thinking when Sohun says to them, "Where did we stop?" The Sun Dragon Association, "Didn't you say that you have got something you wanted to tell me?" The Sun Dragon gets confused for a while and then replies to him that, "Yes, I remember it now. I was going to tell you about a Mystic Lunar Sword Dance Troop survivor." Sohun gets angry and looks at him with side eyes and asks, "A Mystic Lunar Sword Dance Troop survivor?" Then he tells him that, yes, she is the lowest ranking martial artist, so no one knew her very well, but she's been accepted as the Great Demoness disciple. Sohun is stunned to hear that and asks, "The Great Demoness took her in as a disciple? What's her name?" This time, the Sun Dragon stops for a while and then gets confused and says to him, "I think she used a fake name, I can't remember it now." Sohun looks at him for a while and then says to him boldly, "Sun Dragon Association Leader, why do you expecting me to fight with the Great Demoness by offering this information?" He suddenly gets frightened at this and replies, "Of course not. I heard that you were looking for survivors. If you fight the Great Demoness, I'll join you in fighting her as well." Then Sohun asks another question that, "Do you know where the Great Demoness is right now?" Sun Dragon replies, "I'll instruct my subordinates to look for her," while the Sword Wolf tells him that there were rumors that she's somewhere in the Chang'an unorthodox faction territory, so you will find her in no time. This time, Sohun gets a little bit angry and tells them the great demoness only takes in beautiful women as disciples. Of course, they must be virgins as well. It's said that she kills disciples that have lost their virginity. Except for her high standards of beauty, there's nowhere to know what she'll do. As to who she'll spare or kill, even if they are extremely beautiful, she will still kill them. She will kill them if they are impolite. She basically does whatever she wants. That's why she is a demon and a lunatic. Even though she's fucking nuts, she's called the Great Demoness because she's strong. In the future, the unorthodox faction will not call her the Great Demoness. They all understands what Sohun tells them, and now they are also quite angry at her cruel behavior and replies to him, yes, troop leader. Sohun punches on the table with a great force and his eyes turn pink and is thinking, they're only disciples in name. The Great Demoness doesn't teach them martial artists. She simply grows their internal energy to a certain extent before absorbing them to maintain her youth. I don't know who became her disciple, but I must save her. The very next day, Chu Sayek along with his 4 soldiers is standing before Sohun in the Mystic Lunar Dance Troupe's courtyard, and then Sohun asks them, what do you guys think after seeing the abilities of the leaders yesterday? All of them are quiet and looking confused. Then looking at their faces, Sohun continues saying, you now know why you need to become stronger, right? One of them replies, yes, troop leader. Sohun motivates them saying, no need to be disappointed. Unorthodox factions need to grow, and not their martial arts, but their bonds with one another, to become stronger. In the process of doing that, you guys all have a role that you have to play. Sayek looks at him with weird expressions and replies, yes, troop leader. Then Sohun tells them that, and you guys are under me, not the leaders. Of course, you should still treat them with due respect since they have their positions. Remember this whenever you are doing things from now on. After listening the orders, all of them replies simultaneously, yes, troop leader. Now, this time Sohun says with a bold face that, and I'll meet with the demoness. All of them gets frightened for a while after hearing this and are looking at his face. Then Sayek asks, the demoness? You mean the Great Demoness from the 4 great demons? And Sohun replies with yeah. Hearing this, all of them gets more frightened and confused, and looking at their faces Sohun asks them, what's wrong? This Sayek replies to him that, it's because I'm concerned. It's not that I don't trust in your abilities, but the 4 great demons are people that even orthodox factions have trouble catching. Then Sohun replies to him, yeah, that's what the 4 great demons are, but that nickname will soon become the 3 great demons. At night, in the Chang'an unorthodox faction, Riverside Azure Plum Pavilion, the moon is shining brightly and its reflection can be seen in the water, and there is a beautiful pavilion near the river. Sohun is sitting there holding a glass in his hand and is lost in his thoughts. He remembers when Sayek said to him, troop leader, the Great Demoness is said to have been spotted in the Chang'an unorthodox faction's territory. That's what was in the Sun Dragon Association leader's message. While remembering this, he's wondering while looking at the moon that, it's been a month since I've been here, but I still can't find the Great Demoness. I wonder who did she take as her disciple? Based on what my master said to me, the Great Demoness absorbs the core energy of her disciples to maintain her youth and become stronger. I need to save them quickly before that happens. Meanwhile, he is lost in his thoughts. A beautiful woman with big green eyes appears from somewhere and calls him saying, sir, why are you sitting here alone? If you are all right with it, would you like to drink with me? Sohun replies rudely, get lost. I said get lost. Sohun looks at her with side eyes, who is standing behind him, and then leaves from there with a red face because of her insult, saying, seriously, how absurd. Sohun's thinking that, how annoying. The 2 girls are sitting at a quite distance from Sohun and are looking at him. Then one girl says to other, senior sister, another woman has been rejected by that man. How many has it been already? The other girl, which has red eyes and is holding a glass of wine in her hand, says to the junior sister, don't bother yourself with trivial things and just focus on drinking. The junior one has gorgeous hair with beautiful big brown eyes, and both of them are damn beautiful. Then she replies to her, I want to do that too, but he keeps attracting my attention. Honestly, he is quite handsome, isn't he? This time, the senior sister says harshly, that's enough, and she immediately smiles and replies, all right. The senior one looks at her glass of wine with confusion and then suddenly drinks it while her younger sister is looking at her and says to her, "You look like a little strange today. Did something happen? You suddenly said you don't want to go back and you are also drinking so much alcohol even though master told us to never drink. You look like you have a lot of worries." She is quietly listening to her and then replies, "Junior sister," and she replies with, "Yes?" Then she continues saying, "Have you ever seen how the other senior sisters die?" This time, she looks quite shocked and says, "No." The master says that they are either dead because they got caught by the sex demon, one of the 4 great demons, or killed by the orthodox factions. She replies, "Yeah, that's what she said." Meanwhile in her min, she's thinking that, the truth is I've never seen how they died before. None of us have ever seen how our senior sisters died all this time. Maybe they were killed by master? Meanwhile she is lost in her thoughts. A woman who is dressed like them, appears there and says, "Senior sister, there you are." She looks at her and then taunts her, saying, "Look who this is, isn't that the second disciple that master?" She couldn't complete her sentence when she interrupts her, saying, "I pay my respects to you, senior sister. Master's looking for you?" That second disciple has beautiful green eyes and she looks innocent. Then the senior sister replies to her, showing her the bottle of wine, "Is that so? I'll get up after finishing this. Since you are here, sit down and have a glass too," but she replies with worry that, "You need to leave right away." She's very infuriated. The senior sister gets angry and smashes a bottle on the table and says, "Junior sister, damn, are you disregarding me right now? You want to drink this quietly or do you want to drink it after a fight?" Junior sister replies obediently, "I need to drink this today no matter what. What do you want to do?" The second disciple finally agrees and sits on a chair while the junior one says to her, "Senior sister, sit down over here." The other says to her, "You should have done that from the start." The second disciple replies, "I can't seem to get along with you. I wonder it's because you were saved from a nameless unorthodox sect?" Junior sister, look at that expression offers. Sohan is listening to their conversation and wondering, a nameless unorthodox sect? The junior sister says to the senior sister, second senior sister's face is always the same. They are busy in their gossip when Sohan comes there and asks, "Can I join you guys?" Sohan is standing there quietly with a bold face and all of them are looking at him. Then the senior sister smirks and asks, "What's with that cliché way of asking? That's the most cliché thing I've heard all day." The junior one replies, "Master told us to not mix around with men," but the second senior sister is quietly listening to their conversation and Sohan's thinking, "I came here because I thought they might be referring to the Sun Dragon Association as the nameless unorthodox sect. Since her master asked them not to mix around with men, there's a high chance that they're the great Demoness disciples. They look quite young. I wonder if she's an orphan that was taken in by the sword dance troupe after I was kidnapped. It doesn't matter. If she's a sword dance troupe's orphan then I have to save her." While thinking that, Sohan was looking at the second senior and when the senior sister notices this, she says to him while drinking, "It seems you are interested in the second junior sister. If that's the case, take a seat." The second senior gets infuriated at this and shouts, "Senior sister." Sohan sits there with them and says to them, "Drinks are on me." The senior sister, being naughty, says to Sohan, "I have tons of money too." Sohan looks at her with side eye and smiles while saying, "I'll let you treat me then," but she replies immediately, "That won't do." Sohan is confused at this and wondering, what does she want then? The senior sister asks, "Who are you? Are you acting like this despite knowing who we are?" Sohan replies, "I'm here for women." This time, she frowns and asks, "What? Who the hell do you think we are?" Sohan realizes his mistake and replies, "That's not what I meant. I'm here to look for a woman disguised as a man in the Sun Dragon Association." The second senior sister gets shocked and frightened after hearing this, but the senior sister looks at her expressions and asks angrily, "What? Do you know him?" Sohan is also looking at her and thinking, was I right about her? Then Sohan tells them that, "I'm from the Mystic Lunar Sword Dance Troupe. My nickname is Sleepyhead. I wonder if you remember that name?" She is still looking at him with puzzled eyes and asks, "Sleepyhead? You are Sleepyhead?" Sohan is looking at her with a smiling face. Sohan looks at her with a smiling face and replies to her, "Yeah, it's me, Sleepyhead. Who are you?" She introduces herself saying, "Damn Wool." Sohan suddenly stops smiling and asks with confusion, "Damn Wool?" Then she tells him that, "I joined the sword dance troupe after you disappeared. Saiwal, who used to treat me really nicely, talked to me about you frequently. He had always missed you and said that he wished to see you." Hearing this, Sohan remembers something and then says to her, "You're a friend that he cared a lot about. In that case you're my friend as well." She is shocked at the word friend and is wondering, his friend? Even though this is the first time we've met. He really is just like what I've heard from the sword dance troupe members. Thinking this, she starts blushing and then replies to him, "Thank you for saying that I'm your friend, sleepyhead." The senior sister and the junior sister are shocked to see that she is crying, and then the junior sister says to the other, "First senior sister, second senior sister's crying." Then the second senior sister says to Sohan, "But you should leave now. If my master hears that you are with us, then you won't be safe from her." Then she says to senior sister while greeting her in a specific manner that, "First senior sister, please don't tell master about word just happened here. I'd like to ask this of you as your foolish junior sister." The senior sister is looking at her face with surprise and is thinking, she, who always looked emotionless, is now asking me for a favor. Sohan along with the three girls are sitting at a table. The senior sister is looking at her quietly, then after thinking for a while, she says, "All right." Then Sohan asks, "Your master is the great Demonis, right?" After hearing this, all of them are looking at him with surprise and shock, but he continues saying, "The cultivation technique that you use should be the golden jade mystic art then. You must have heard from your master that only virgin females that haven't had intercourse with males can accumulate internal energy quickly via the origin purity mystic art. Is that so?" The junior sister asks with sudden shock, "How do you know that?" Then Sohan replies, "However, you probably haven't heard that the great Demonis actually absorbs the internal energy of the virgin woman. She doesn't just absorb your internal energy but also your core energy. The Origin Purity Mystic Art's original name was Origin Purity Demonic Art." Those three young ladies are stunned to hear this, and the junior one says, "That's not possible. Why would master?" But the other two are looking ashamed. Then she says to senior sister, "First senior sister, say something. That person is speaking rashly about our master," but she doesn't reply to her, and then she frowns and looks at the other and asks, "Damn Wool, why aren't you surprised? Did you know about it too?" Damn Wool with her head down, replies, "No. I didn't know the details, but I did think that it was strange because Aster doesn't age." Junior sister asks her harshly, "What do you mean by that?" Second senior sister, "Are you saying that he's speaking the truth?" But she is feeling guilty and doesn't reply to her. Suddenly, the master appears there and says loudly that, "My disciples, where are you?" When they all hears her voice, they suddenly get frightened, and then the second senior sister says to Sohan, "My master is here. Please hide," but Sohan is sitting there quietly. Then the senior sister says to him, "You should leave quickly as Damn Wool said. If you delay any further, you might lose your life." Sohan, instead of hiding or leaving, takes a bottle of wine and starts pouring it in the glass, and Damn Wool loudly says to him, "Sleepyhead, this isn't the time for you to be drinking alcohol," but he keeps drinking. The four great demons, great Demonis, comes there, and she is covering her face with a net cloth and has red eyes. She is young and beautiful and is wearing heels. She is standing behind Sohan, and when Sohan feels her presence, then he's thinking, to think she'd come here personally. The other three bows down a little and greets her saying, "We pay our respects to you, master." She asks them, "My disciples, what's happening here?" The senior sister replies immediately, "He suddenly wanted to join us at our table while drinking, uncle. We were sending him away. He's not someone you need to pay attention to." Hearing this, the great Demonis smiles and asks, "Is that so? To think he'd try to hit on my disciples, kill that insolent bastard." All of them are confused, but then the senior sister says, "I think he belongs to the Chang'an unorthodox faction. I think things would get complicated if we killed someone from the Chang'an unorthodox faction." The master looks quite nervous and replies, "It can't be that," and she replies to her, "Yes, master." The master's eyes start to glow, and then she says, "It seems you have been pretty defiant these days. That happens often when people learn mystic art." The senior sister is thinking, she knows that I'm not behaving the same lately. Then she says, "This is great timing since someone from the Chang'an unorthodox faction should be pretty skilled. Kill him to unburden your heart. If you do that, I will forgive you for what happened today." But she, instead of obeying her, replies to her, "I can't believe that a master would ask her own disciple to kill an innocent person so easily." The great demoness is stunned and asks, "What?" But So-hun is sitting there, pouring an alcohol in his glass and is feeling relaxed. Dam Wool is looking at him and wondering that, what the hell is he doing? The great demoness is standing downstairs and says with anger that, "Interesting. Are you saying that despite knowing who I am?" So-hun finishes his drink and looks behind and says to her with arrogance, "Step away from me. Your rogue smell is so thick that it spoils my appetite for a drink." For a while, the master is shocked and the disciples are still bowing in a greeting position, and then the master laughs loudly and touches her veil, saying that, "It seems you are a total nutcase." But So-hun doesn't even bother to look at her face and is sitting there quietly looking at a random spot. She places her white leg beside him and then, removing her veil, she says to him, "I wonder how should I rip you up so that my anger can be appeased." The great demoness thinks that she is very beautiful and is wondering that, "I know of men like you. Up until the point of your death, all of you react the same way after seeing my face. You won't even know how you died." So-hun looks at her, smiling, and then says to her, "Wear that veil of yours again, and did you not hear me asking you to get lost?" The great demoness gets infuriated at this and then moves her arms in a specific manner as the martial artists do, and when he sees that, he also gets ready for a fight, and then there is a clash between their powers, and because of that clash, the table falls apart. There is a huge clash between their powers, and So-hun is using his poisonous skills while the great demoness is also using her special powers. The great demoness attacks on him, but he dodges and flies from there and lands on the roof of the pavilion. The disciples are shocked to see that scene, and the demoness, while taking out her sword, says, "Not bad. Did you intentionally approach my disciples? Where are you from?" So-hun takes out his swords and she is stunned to see his swords and asks, "Dual crescent blade? You are the disciple of the poison demon?" But So-hun is standing there, smiling. So-hun is standing there smiling, and pink poisonous light is present all around his body when the great demoness asks, "You are the disciple of the poison demon?" All the three girls are shocked at her question, and the senior sister is wondering. The poison demon is one of the 4 great demons, the same as Master. Meanwhile, Dam Wool looks worried as well and is thinking that, he's the disciple of the poison demon. The great demoness smirks and looks at him with her beautiful red eyes and then says to So-hun, "I was wondering where the poison demon went. I guess he was training his own disciple." Saying this, she loudly says, "Poison demon, don't send your disciple here, come out right away." The great demoness is wearing red beautiful clothes and her disciples are wearing full white dresses, but 4 of them are young and beautiful. So-hun is standing on the roof of a building and he's holding his dual crescent blades, and a half moon is shining brightly behind him. Then he smiles a little and tells her, "He's not here." The great demoness smiles at this and asks him, "He's not here? How dare you provoke me when your master isn't even here?" So-hun's eyes turn to pink, being poisonous, and then he replies to her that doesn't really matter because I don't need my master to be able to deal with you. The great demoness gets infuriated at his answer, looks angry, then says, "What? Arrogant bastard." Saying this, she attacks on him with her 100-dragon whip and throws it towards him, but he jumps from there and gets succeeded in dodging her attack. So-hun started jumping from one place to another and she keeps attacking on him. At last the whole roof was broken down and So-hun was standing on that pile of the broken roof. Then he jumps off from that building on the floor. Now, he is standing before the great demoness, and she, while looking at him, is thinking, "It doesn't matter if the poison demon continues to hide himself. If I drive this kid into a corner, he'll appear by himself." Thinking this, she again raises her whip in the air and attacks on him, saying, "Keep trying to dodge my attacks then." So-hun tries to block her attack and is trying to reduce the distance between them, and when she realizes that, she smiles and thinks, "He's trying to reduce the distance between us so I can't use the 100 dragons whip easily? Not a chance." She again adds on him, but he's trying his best to defend and also gets a cut on his face. He then uses his dual crescent blade and does a back flip and then stands on the floor with a great force and places his sword on the floor in such a way that it creates a crack in the floor, and then uses his poison energy. She looks at him and then smiles, while thinking that, "Fool. I can't believe he charged in here so reckless." He might be the poison demon's disciple, but he's still just a kid. Sohun moves towards her and she raises her whip in the air and attacks on him, but Sohun looks at the whip and dodges it in a way that the whip hits the ground and breaks the tiles of the floor. The great demoness is moving her whip around by using different techniques, and this time the whip hits his arm and his arm gets injured, and she is feeling proud at her successful shot. She again makes another successful move and this time hits on his thigh and blood comes out, then another move and this time whip hits on his hand, cuts it. She is moving whip and making moves one by one, and then for the one more time, the whip puts a bruise on his chest and he is getting angry at this and tries to move towards her. The great demoness smiles and is thinking that, he keeps charging recklessly, that means he wants to reduce the distance and use poison on me? I won't let that happen. Thinking this, she uses much force and her eyes start to glow, and then suddenly a huge clash takes place and the smoke starts to blow out. The three sisters are shocked because they thought that their master defeated Sohun, but Sohun is sitting there, between the smoke on the ground with his injured body, and when the great demoness looks at him, she says to him, "It seems you still have enough strength to stand up. I praise you for being able to last this long." Sohun is looking at her smiling face with his pink poisonous eyes and is wondering, is fighting one of the four great demons too hard? Not only does she not allow me to get close, she's also not allowing me to use any poison arts, but this is fun. When the great demoness sees him smiling even in that worst situation, she gets angry and is wondering that, he's smiling in his current situation? He must be a lunatic. He's like one of the four great demons in that case. She gets infuriated and using her powers, her whip becomes more powerful than before and the current is roaming around the whip and she throws it towards Sohun, saying, "I'll fight you seriously now." But Sohun, using his dual crescent blades, tries to defend himself, but her attack was so powerful that it was difficult for him to block. The great demoness, while attacking him, breaks the pillars of the nearby building and then its roof, using her whip. In between all this, Sohun is trying to protect himself and is blocking her attacks, then she holds a big of the building with her 100-dragon whip and pulls it with the greater force that the base of the building shatters and it collapses on the ground where Sohun was standing. Dam Wool and the other two are stunned to see that, but Dam Wool is worried about Sleepyhead. There is a black smoke everywhere and the great demoness is standing there looking at the smoke, and then she says that, "It seems the poison demon put a lot of effort into training you, but this is as far as you go." She was enjoying her success when suddenly the pink poisonous energy comes out from that smoke, towards her, and she is shocked to see that and says, "Poison energy?" Saying this, she tries to protect herself from the poison energy, but because of the great force, she couldn't resist and falls apart. She is angry and is thinking that, he's able to use such powerful poison energy? Then she sees the black shadow of Sohun with the poison energy coming out of his body and he's standing between the smoke with his angry pink eyes. This time, she gets little frightened, but in no time, Sohun moves towards her for the attack. The great demoness is stunned to see him getting closer to her, and he with his poisonous eyes and dual crescent blades in his hands, moves towards her for the purpose of attacking. She is looking at him and thinking that, shit, he closed in. Sohun moves his swords in the air and passes the poison energy to her. Meanwhile she also moves her whip and passes the power to him, then both the energies collapse. She is using all her might, but his poison energy is defeating her power and she is stunned to see that. One more attack and this time, his poison energy hits her shoulder, but she dodges it quickly and somehow saves herself from his attack, and it hits the nearby building and destroys it. She looks at that building and then asks him with anger that, "You were hiding your true abilities?" But instead of replying, he smiles and attacks one more time using his poison energy and is heading towards her while running. She raises her whip in the air and calls him bastard. She attacks on him with her whip, but he dodges the attacks efficiently and protects himself and is looking at her with his pink eyes, and he's trying to figure out the situation. He keeps moving towards her, and while looking at him, she's thinking that, he's fast. She becomes infuriated this time and jumps in the air and attacks on him with much greater force that there is a huge clash which produced a dense smoke everywhere, and then she lands back on the ground, but he is standing between that smoke, covering his shoulders with his hands for the purpose of protecting them. The blood is dripping on the floor, and then he says to her boldly, "Demoness, I'll present your body that's full of sins as a present to my master for him to experiment on." He smiles with his horrifying eyes, and she is turned to hear his words and is thinking, he wants to turn me into the poison demon's lab rat? How is he so confident when he's in such bad shape? Did I get poisoned already? No, I'm sure I blocked it with the tornado whip, but what's with his confidence? Thinking this makes her angrier and she holds her whip tightly and then attacks him saying, "Shut up." This time, she wraps her whip around his sword. Meanwhile he is looking at his sword with side eye and then she pulls the sword towards her in a way that he also gets along with his sword. Then, raising her hand up in the air and producing some kind of power, she says to him angrily, "I'll rip you apart." Sohun smirks and loosens his grip over this sword and that sword moves towards her with a very high speed, and looking at that she is wondering, he let go of his weapon? As soon as she gets distracted, he moves towards her for the purpose of attacking, but she immediately sees him and defends herself. Sohun gets closer and uses his poison energy and places his palm before her, and then he holds her from her neck and she is stunned to see that, but he smiles and says to her, "Gotcha." Sohun is holding her from neck. Meanwhile she is thinking that, did I actually fall for such a trick? Sohun tighten up his grip and then his eyes turn to black and says to her, "From now on, there's only 3 great demons left." Her vein starts to appear over her eyelids and in the eyes because of the effect of poison, and she says to him, "Wait a minute." But he does not listen to her and tightens up his grip and raises her up in the air. The disciples are shocked to see their master in that condition. They are both confused and worried at the same time, and then he throws her away on the floor and she's dead and blood is coming out of her. Meanwhile he is standing there looking at her dead body with those pink eyes. There is a house and a man standing on the first floor, near the window, and is looking outside. Then he asks, "The great demoness lost to the sex demon?" This news is quite shocking for him, and he is the Chang'an unorthodox faction leader, Go Seajuk. The man standing behind him replies to him, "Yes, sir." He is Chang'an unorthodox faction, Gu Sa. Moreover, the man tells him that, it said that the great demoness lost to the sex demon last night. Go Seajuk, without looking at him or turning around, asks another question, that, why would the sex demon suddenly kill the great demoness though? The man respectfully tells him that, it said that the sex demon approached the great demoness disciples with alcohol in his hands and got caught by the great demoness, who happened to be finding her disciples, and a fight broke out. The unorthodox faction leader does not believe his story and asks one more time, "Are you sure it's the sex demon?" He becomes upset and replies to the leader that, yes, based on the situation it seems to be certain. The fact that the person has the ability to defeat one of the 4 great demons and would dare to approach the great demoness disciples, that's known for their beauties, and lastly, it seems he didn't drag her disciples away. They actually followed him out of their own volition. The faction leader looks at him and asks for the one last time that, the person who killed the great demoness is the sex demon? And he smiles and replies obediently, "Yes, sir." The anger and frustration can be seen in his red eyes, and then he says to Gu Sa that, that's thanks to the sex demon's face-changing technique. How else could a young man kill the great demoness alone? The 4 great demons, just because I left them alone, they dare to create a mess in the Chang'an unorthodox faction? After killing the great demoness, Sohun is having dinner with her disciples. Sohun, along with the Dam Wool and other 2 disciples, is sitting on the dinner table and the meal is being served. They are having a dinner and also a conversation. Sohun is holding a bottle of wine in his hand and pours it in a glass. He starts drinking when Dam Wool calls him sleepyhead. He stops and replies to her, "Yeah." With the puzzled face, she asks, "How did you become the poison demon's disciple?" He replies to her that, "I was kidnapped." This time, she asks with more confusion, "Was that the reason you disappeared?" This time, Sohun replies with much seriousness, "Yeah. One of the 4 great demons that became my master, he kidnapped me." Dam Wool feels sorry for what happened to him. Then the junior sister looks at him and says, "Your master is someone scary, right? I've heard a lot about him from my master." Then Sohun tells her that, yeah, he's scary. Because of his obsession with researching poison, he uses live humans to test his poisons. Saying this, Sohun remembers about his master, who looks and behaves like an evil and uses innocent humans for his experiments, but after hearing this, they all gets frightened. Sohun is thinking, but it was because I survived that he didn't kidnap anyone else. Then being serious, he says to them, "I want you all to keep it a secret that I'm the poison demon's disciple and that you girls are the great demoness disciples, because there isn't a place in Jianghu that'd welcome a disciple of the 4 great demons. You'd probably have to face the orthodox faction if they became aware of it." Dam Wool understood his words and replies to him obediently, "All right. Then the senior sister, who was listening to their conversation, asks him about the master's whip. But what did you do with the master's 100-dragon whip? Sohan looks at her and replies to her that, I have taken care of that ominous weapon along with the great demoness body, so just forget about it. She is stunned to hear this and says with utter surprise, what? That's just a precious weapon though. Sohan considers it cruel and gets quite angry at her words and expressions, and then says to her angrily, it's an item that's taken more lives of martial masters than you know of. Of course, among them are also probably Orthodox faction martial masters too. The moment you use that whip, it won't be just those of the unorthodox faction but also those of the Orthodox who will come after you. And after hearing this, she is looking at him quietly with weird expressions. Sohan gets up from his chair and then says to them, I'll be leaving first. You all should finish eating before leaving. Damwol looks at him while smiling and replies, all right. There is a beautiful house and there is a hot spring where Sohan is taking shower after the dinners and is relaxing. He is standing between the water and with his eyes closed, he's thinking that, while most of the injuries I got while fighting with the great demoness have healed, it does feel much better coming into the hot spring. If news spreads that I killed the great demoness alone, I wonder what reaction my masters will show. He was injured during his fight with the great demoness and has many bruises and cuts all over his body, and he's busy thinking this when 5 men with towels wrapped around their bodies appear there and are standing in front of Sohan. They have tattoos on their body and Sohan is looking at them with confusion. Then Gu Sa moves forward and is standing quietly when Sohan looks at him and asks, what? Gu Sa greets him and says, I, Gu Sa, pays my respects to the sex demon. Sohan is looking at him with weird expressions and Gu Sa is smiling and wondering that, the sex demon is an expert on face-changing techniques. He must be amazed that I've recognized him. Sohan asks with confusion, me? Then he replies, that's right. Sohan gets angry at him for calling him sex demon and asks angrily, you crazy bastard, who are you calling the sex demon? Hearing this, Gu Sa realizes that he made a mistake while recognizing him and is pondering, I was wrong? The half moon is shining brightly and then Sohan gets up from the water and Gu Sa and his fellows are shocked to see the wounds on his body. His body starts to glow pink because of the poison energy and he is looking at them angrily with blue eyes, but in his reflection in the water, his eyes are pink and his wounds are appearing pink. Then looking at his wounds, Gu Sa is wondering that, those are such terrible wounds. If those came from numerous wars that he's gone through then. Gu Sa wonders that he's not a sex demon and assumes that he's Berserk and asks, Sir Berserk Demon? Sohan comes out of the water and is now standing before him and says angrily, you're really full of shit. He looks at the wounds on his legs and is shocked and then looks at him, saying, oh, I knew it. Sex demon. Sohan is looking at him quietly with pink poisonous eyes. Then after looking at him for a while, Sohan beats him up for his stupidity. The leader of the Chang'an unorthodox faction, Go Seajuk, is sitting on a chair and his servant is standing nearby. Meanwhile Gu Sa is sitting before him on the ground with his injured face and has a bandage over his nose and it seems like he's guilty of his mistake. Then Seajuk says to him with anger, Gu Sa, you should have just died back then, why bother coming back alive? He is guilty and is also shocked to hear this and replies to him, my apologies. Seajuk sighs and then says to him that, not only did you not manage to find anything out, you were even beaten to this extent within my very own territory, Chang'an? Then Gu Sa with his head down, clears the situation while telling him, I asked him politely but I couldn't do anything since he suddenly gave me a thrashing. He's not your average martial artist. Seajuk gets angry and asks with puzzled face that, so, who the hell is he? Gu Sa tells him about Sohan's wounds, saying that, he has all sorts of weird scars all over his body. That's the body of a crazy person along with that fiery temper of his, I think he's the Berserk demon. When the leader remembers about Berserk, who is also one of the 4 great demons, then his facial expressions become more tense and then he says to him that, damn great 4 demons. First the great demoness, then the sex demon and now the Berserk demon. He gets up from the chair in anger and then loudly asks them, do they think the Chang'an unorthodox faction is their bedroom or something? Then he orders them that, gather all of our men. His servant who was standing nearby, says to him respectfully, sir, whether he's one of the 4 great demons or not. He's strong enough to kill one of the other 4 great demons. Go Seajuk looks at him with a side eye and says angrily that, so what? Do you think one of the 4 great demons can kill all of the Chang'an unorthodox faction? This is now a matter of my pride. He is standing quietly when the leader says to him about Gu Sa, only have him do the chores of a waiter from now on. Gu Sa's eyes get filled up with tears and is about to cry, but he can't do anything. Then the servant replies obediently, understood. The next morning, in a house in the unorthodox faction Chang'an, Sohun is sitting on a dining table and is having a drink when the great demonist disciples comes to him, and then Dam Wolf smiles while looking at him and asks him, "Sleepyhead, did you have a good night's rest?" The senior sister is a little naughty and looks at him and says while smiling, "Oh my sex demon. You sure woke up early." Sohun does not look at them and keeps drinking, and then he stops drinking for a while and then looks at her with side eye and replies to her angrily, "I already said I'm not him." She, after teasing him, smiles and says, "Sure, sure." Then she assumes that he's his disciple and was about to say, "In that case," but he interrupts her, saying, "I'm not the sex demon's disciple either." She is amused and says, "Oh my, it's like you can read my mind." The junior sister, who was standing behind listening to them, says to her, "Senior sister, you're indeed extraordinary." They are talking while they hear the noise coming from outside the window, and Sohun looks at the window with the confusion. Meanwhile, the senior sister is looking quite angry. A huge crowd of people is standing outside their house, and they are the people of the Chang'an unorthodox faction. All of them are standing behind and their leader is standing in the front, and they are all standing there for a fight with Sohun. Then the leader says angrily, "Drag him out here." The 2 men goes inside and they are holding sticks in their hands. Then he opens the door and goes inside. The leader is standing outside looking at them. Then suddenly noises start coming out of the house, and then those 2 men, who went inside the house, comes out as it seems that someone attacked and threw them towards outside. They are now lying in front of the leader, and then suddenly Sohun comes out in anger and asks, "Who the hell dares to bother me this early in the morning?" The leader is looking at that young boy and asks, "Are you the berserk demon?" He looks annoyed because of what happened last night and now this is happening. Then he says to him, "Looks like I'm the berserk demon today, and yesterday some lunatics called me the sex demon." Hearing this, Go Seojuk asks another question, "You are not the berserk demon?" He immediately replies, "Of course not." Go Seojuk smiles and then introduces himself saying, "I'm Go Seojuk. If you are not the berserk demon, then who are you and why are you causing trouble in Chang'an where I rule over?" Then Sohun also introduces himself, saying, "I'm Chenyang unorthodox faction's Jin Sohun." He is shocked to hear this and asks immediately, "Chenyang unorthodox faction? Are you talking about the Chenyang where the Sun Dragon Association and Revolving Blood Clan are at?" Sohun looks at him and replies, "That's right." The leader assumed that he is someone that lives there and asks, "Why is the Chenyang unorthodox faction causing trouble here? Do they know that you're here?" But Sohun smiles and replies, "They don't need you to know because I have taken over the whole Chenyang unorthodox faction." He is angry as well as shocked to see that at such a young age, he became the leader and is thinking that such a young-looking guy took over the Chenyang unorthodox faction. If this is true, then it'll definitely be a pain in the ass if we choose to beat him up. Then he says to Sohun that, "You must be the leader of the Chenyang unorthodox faction that's at the edge of Shangxi then, but why have you come to this place to kill the great demoness?" But instead of replying politely, Sohun replies to him boldly, "That is none of your business." Seojuk gets infuriated at his behavior and says in his mind, "Impertinent bastard." Then after a while, he says to Sohun, "All right. In that case, hand over the great demoness disciples. We have got business with the great demoness and her disciples." Those 3 women were standing behind him and were listening to their conversation, and when they heard about themselves, they came out, and then the senior sister says, "You guys didn't dare to make a single sound when Master was alive. I guess you guys feel like you can do something now that she's dead?" They are standing beside each other, and Seojuk and his people are looking at them and are stunned to see their beauty and are wondering, they are the great demoness disciples? They're definitely beautiful enough for any man to desire, even if they aren't the sex demon. Then Go Seojuk asks him, "How is the Chenyang unorthodox faction leader related to the great demoness disciples?" Sohun tells him that, "We know each other." He is shocked to hear that and asks, "You know each other?" Meanwhile in his head, he's thinking about Sohun, that arrogant bastard. He gets jealous of Sohun and then offers him, saying, "All right. It's all good if you just know each other. If you hand them over as per my request, then the Chenyang unorthodox faction and the Chang'an unorthodox faction wouldn't have any problems." What do you say? The senior sister is looking at them, meanwhile the other two are also looking at her, and she's wondering that, it's as per what Go Seojuk has said. There's no need for him to fight with the Chang'an unorthodox faction since we don't even know each other that well, but damn, Wool is thinking about Sleepyhead. Hearing his shitty idea, Sohan replies to him angrily, I can't hand them over. I don't intend to do so either. When they hear this, they start smiling and are looking at each other. Go Seojuk gets extremely angry and says, I'm the law in the Chang'an unorthodox faction. It has been so. Is so and will continue to be so. Sohan take out his hand fan and opens it, meanwhile his eyes turn to pink, being poisonous, and then he says to him exactly in his tone that, no, the law within the unorthodox faction would be the strongest. It has been so, is so, and will continue to be so. All of the people of the Go Seojuk Austin at their leader's insult, and then Sohan says to the girls that, the three of you, how skilled are you guys? Do I need to look after you while we fight? Damn Wool smiles and says with confidence, Sleepyhead, we're not that weak. Senior sister agrees with her and says to him, damn, Wool is correct. We're the great Demoness disciples after all. Then Sohan smiles and says, I guess there'll be wind blowing soon. The leader is confused and asks, what nonsense are you talking about? Then Sohan moves his fan in the air and a wind starts to blow, and they are all shocked to see that, and then again Sohan moves his fan in the air, and this time, he uses Immortal Wind Flash Strike, which produced a wind of much higher intensity, and Go Seojuk along with his men is looking at that. He holds his sword tightly and moves it in the air before Sohan, but Sohan's Flash Strike wind was so powerful that it blew away people who were standing in the front, and they all are flying in the air. The leader is looking at them and thinking, what the hell? Then the three girls use their powers and attack Seojuk's people, and with their attack, a wind starts blowing, and then again plenty of people are flying in air because of the intensity of the air. The Chang'an unorthodox faction leader is looking at them with shock and is wondering that, were the great Demoness disciples this strong? He's holding a sword in his hand when Sohan looks into his eyes and then smirks while saying to him, to think you'd split the Immortal Wind Flash Strike, you're not too bad. Hearing this, he gets infuriated and attacks while calling him bastard. He attacks on Sohan with his sword, but he defends himself using his hand fan and is looking into his eyes, and then he attacks one by one on him, but every time Sohan defends and fight backs more efficiently, and both of them are fighting and using martial arts techniques. Then while fighting, Sohan asks him, do you think you're the law around here, even though you are so weak? He gets angry and his insult and says, shut up. Sohan points his fan towards him and hits him in the chest, and then he's thinking, all I did was block his attacks, but it feels like my arms were nearly severed. Such a young rascal's internal energy is that much stronger than me? Then he looks behind where the great Demoness disciples are fighting with his people using their mind-blowing skills they've learned from their master, and is wondering, damn it. I didn't expect the great Demoness disciples to be this strong. Then again, Sohan opens his hand fan and Seojuk is looking at him with anger, who's standing confidently before him. Sohan is standing before him smiling while holding a fan in his hand. Meanwhile the leader of the Chang'an unorthodox faction, Go Seojuk, is looking at him with anger. Sohan is holding a fan, meanwhile he is holding a sword in his hand, and both of them are looking at each other. The disciples of the great Demoness are fighting with the executives of the Go Seojuk and are using their swords with great efficiency. Sohan is looking at them and is wondering that, those guys are fighting pretty well together. Are they the executives of the Chang'an unorthodox faction? But it doesn't look like the three of them are having a hard time though. Meanwhile Seojuk is observing him and is thinking, that guy is looking elsewhere while fighting with me? With me, Go Seojuk? This makes him even more infuriated, and he holds his sword more tightly and then heads towards Sohan thinking, go to hell, but he is still standing there and blocks his attack using his fan. Seojuk is using all his might, but his defense is very strong, and then suddenly Sohan's fan starts to grow and he attacks back on him with it. Seojuk tries to block his attack while thinking, damn it, that was just a simple stab though. I can't believe I'm barely blocking it. I won't allow that to happen. Thinking this, he tries to attack Sohan with much power this time, and Sohan looks at him and attacks back with his fan, and then there is a clash between both of them, and eventually his sword breaks down. Sohan, putting his fan over his chin, says to him with pink poisonous eyes, Go Seojuk, stop your subordinates. Seojuk is looking at his fan in a fit of fury. Meanwhile Sohan is looking at him angrily, and both of them are looking into each other's eyes, and then suddenly Seojuk closes his eyes for a while, makes up his mind, and then loudly says, everyone, stop. Hearing this, all his subordinates who were fighting with the disciples of the great Demonis stops and looks at him for a while, and those girls are also looking at them. All of them looks confused. Then one of them says, the faction leader. This time he shouts more loudly, keep all your weapons. All of them stops and looks at him with puzzled faces and then put back their weapons into their covers. Sohun and Seojuk are standing in the middle, meanwhile the other people are surrounding them. Then Sohun looks around and says to him, go Seojuk, I'll keep respecting you as the law of the Chang'an unorthodox faction. However, you are under me. From now on, the Chang'an unorthodox faction will become a part of my Chenyang unorthodox faction. Seojuk is looking at him with confusion and surprise. Then Sohun asks, will you accept that offer or will you die? And he is looking into those pink eyes, thinking what to do and what to not. Then he makes up his mind and throws his broken sword on the ground and says to Sohun with teary eyes, I will serve under you. Then Sohun turns around and says, send all your subordinates back. Wait with only your executives at the Sangha Inn. Go Seojuk is looking at his back and wondering, what? This is the end of it? He's standing down just because of that one answer of mine? Sohun looks at the girls and asks them, are you guys hurt anywhere? All of them smiles and replies simultaneously, no, we are not hurt. While going inside, he says to them, let's go back in, and they reply, all right. Meanwhile Seojuk and his subordinates are looking at them. At the Sangha Inn, Seojuk along with his executive is sitting on a table and are discussing. Then one of the subordinates asks him, faction leader, are we really going to serve under him? Seojuk is sitting quietly, and then after a while, another person says to him, it's not too late yet. Before we came back here, I asked my subordinates to scout the area, but the Chenyang unorthodox faction's forces aren't here yet. Then other says, faction leader, if he comes here alone then this will be our last chance. We'll follow your decision. Seojuk listens to them and then replies, we won't be able to beat him even if we attack him together, since he didn't even use his full strength while fighting me just now. All of them are shocked to hear this, and then he tells them, I saw 2 swords within his robes by chance. He fought with me using a strange iron fan without even using his swords, and this is the result of that fight. Saying this, he shows them his broken wrist, thinking, that last clash broke my arm. Then he continues saying, and it's not just him. We weren't able to subdue even the great Demonis disciples. Hearing this, all of them replies simultaneously, our apologies. Go Seojuk replies to them politely that, I'm not blaming you guys. I'm just telling you guys that they are way stronger than us. Suddenly, Sohun appears from somewhere and asks while coming towards the table, are you guys done with your strategy meeting? I tried to be considerate and give you guys more time, I'm not sure if that was enough time though. Then he sits on the chai along with them, and then he looks at Seojuk who is sitting on the other side of the table and asks, faction leader Go, have you come to a conclusion? He replies immediately, I don't know what you are talking about. Haven't we decided to serve under the Chenyang unorthodox faction already? Then Sohun replies to him, you did say that you will hand over the Chang'an unorthodox faction just now, but I understand that's not what you want. Which is why I gave you time to gather your executives and discuss it. He gets quite disappointed and is thinking, he gave us time together and discuss. Was he giving us the chance to attack him together? Then Sohun looks at their faces and says to them that, I understand how absent you guys must be. That's why I wanted to give you guys a chance, because I don't feel all that good myself. Even if I take in people who haven't submitted their hearts to me, where would I use them? So it's okay for all of you to attack me together. All of them are listening to him quietly, and he continues saying, if that's your decision then go out, get your weapons and come back here. I'll wait for all of you here. All of them are looking at him with anger because of his confidence in himself, but he keeps saying to them, but, bear this in mind that the fact you are still here is because I chose to spare your lives. I won't spare your lives a second time. Seojuk is stunned to hear that and is wondering, he's not someone that I can beat whether it's strength or strategies. Wondering this, he gets up from his chair and asks Sohun, how should we address you from now on? And Sohun replies, troop leader. Then he greets him saying, I, Go Seojuk, and the Chang'an unorthodox faction will follow you, troop leader Jin Sohun. Seeing their leaders, all his executives get up from their chairs and greet Sohun, saying, we will follow you, troop leader, and Sohun is standing there, looking at them quietly. At night, 3 people are sitting on a table in a hotel and are gossiping. Then one of them asks others about the incident that took place in the Chang'an unorthodox faction and asks, hey, is the rumor about the Chang'an unorthodox faction being handed over to someone true? A waiter who was standing nearby and was cleaning a table with a cloth, hears and replies to him, I told you it's true already. Then he says to his fellow members, I can't believe it. The other man who was sitting nearby, tells them that, based on the rumors, it was the young handsome man that was walking around with the great demoness' beautiful disciples. The man who was sitting between them and listening, then says, come on, no way. You're saying the person who killed the great demoness and took over the Chang'an unorthodox faction did that? That waiter replies to him without turning, that's true too because I saw it myself, and all of them are looking at his back. They all looked stunned after hearing this, and then one of them asks, you met him yourself? He turns and looks at them. He is waiter Gu Sa and he says, yeah, I'm someone who's met with the troop leader Jin So-hun personally. The faction leader, Go Seajuk, appointed him as a waiter after he was beaten up by the So-hun in the spring that night and is now serving as a waiter in a hotel, and a sentence is written on his arm as a tattoo, which says, above and below the heavens. All of them are shocked at his confession, and then that man asks, really? Gu Sa turns his face towards them and has a bandage over his nose, and then he says to them, I felt it the moment I saw him. He's no ordinary person. He looks really strong. His body was full of slash wounds and stab wounds. Horizontally, vertically, and diagonally all over. From a glance, you would know no one in Chang'an could be a match for him. They all starts taking interest in his story, and then that man asks him, what did you do after that? Then Gu tells them the next part of the story, that, I reported to the former faction leader but I didn't know who he was. I warned the former faction leader and told him that man could be the Berserk demon. The man with the blue dress is shocked to hear the name of that demon and asks with utter surprise that, the Berserk demon? The person sitting next to him, asks Gu Sa, the one that's one of the 4 great demons? The waiter gets infuriated at their questions and replies angrily, do you guys really think I said that because he looked like the Berserk demon? I don't even know what the Berserk demon looks like. You ought to read in between the lines. I'm asking him to be careful because he is that strong. Seeing him angry, they all get frightened and starts appreciating him, and then one of them says to him, I see, you are really incredible. Gu Sa touches his mustache as a gesture of pride, and then he says to them that, yeah. I've got a good eye for people. Do you know what happened then? Someone replies, the former faction leader didn't listen to my words and went to find him after gathering our men. Gu Sa throws that cloth on the table and asks in a fit of fury, how did it end? Tell us. There is a river and there are lush green fields at the riverside, and the moon is making a beautiful reflection in the river water. The men were searching the great demoness' dead body and they finally found it. Her dead body is lying there, between those haunted fields, and then one man is holding a lamp in his hand and both of them are standing there, looking at her body. One of them says, what a sight. To think she'd end up as a corpse like that. The other one, who's holding a lamp, replies to him while saying, yeah. Who would have thought the great demoness would lose? Then he replies to him that, thanks to this, Master will have a great time, and he again replies, probably. The man with a man, while looking at her dead body, says to him that, I heard the great demoness disciples don't have any experience with men at all, and he replies, yeah, her disciples are people that frivolous men could never get close to. Hearing this, he smiles and says to him, would we have a chance? She has 3 disciples. He gets angry at his words and replies to him immediately, don't say such stuff in front of Master. He looks at him with side eyes and says, my apologies. I was just joking because you are the only one around. They are standing there while gossiping when someone says from somewhere, did you find her? They greet him while bending over their knees, saying, yes, Master. Then a wind starts to blow and the fields are moving because of the fast-blowing wheel, and then their leader appears there and he somehow resembles So-hun in his appearance. While standing there, he looks at the dead body and says while smiling, great demoness. It's unfortunate that we are meeting like this. He examines her body for a while and then says to his subordinates that, looks like her neck was broken after he grabbed her neck with his left hand. What happened did the man who killed her use? Then one of them tells him that, he used dual swords to fight with the great demoness and used an iron fan when he fought with the Go Seajuk. His eyes turn red as he says dual sword and a fan. He is young and handsome like So-hun, and looking at her corpse, he's wondering that, seeing as how there aren't any cuts on her, she didn't get hit by any weapons. In that case, he must have either thrown his weapon in the middle of the fighting or dropped it intentionally to suddenly grab and twist her neck. Isn't that one of the cowardly methods that the unorthodox faction would use with their lives on the line? Since the great Demoness hasn't fought in the streets before, she must have been speechless when she was defeated. Then he smiles and asks them, "What did you say the name of the man who killed her was?" That same man tells him that, "It's Jin Sohun." He smiles after hearing his name and then says, "What a nice name. It seems the demon immortal has raised a monster." After hearing the name of the demon immortal, the subordinate looks at him with confusion and asks, "The demon immortal?" Then he tells them about the demon immortal, that he's the immortal physician, the twin brother of the poison demon. While they are both lunatics, the immortal physician seems to be more obstinate. If the 4 great demons were to be known as the 4 great lunatics, then the poison demon would be out of it and the immortal physician would be in it instead. Both of them are looking at him with puzzled faces, and then one of them asks, "Are you saying that the immortal physician is crazier than the poison demon?" This time, he smiles even more than before and says, "Yeah, that's what I think." Then, he tells them about the past story of Demon Immortal and Poison Demon. When the Poison Demon had a fight with his enemy, that, in the past, there was a time the Poison Demon was gravely injured when he fell into the Hubei Alliance leaders' trap as he fought them. However, most of the Hubei Alliance, including their alliance leader, was also gravely injured, but the White Immortal Physician suddenly appeared and was able to revive the Hubei Alliance leader who was about to die with his unbelievably incredible skills. The Poison Demon asked him why he was treating the Hubei Alliance leader, but he didn't answer. After he treated and saved all the people without any change his expression, he carried the Poison Demon and left. That's when I realized the lunacy of the 4 great demons, including me, aren't even a match for the Immortal Physician. You guys ought to be careful of the disciple of such people, because I have no clue how strong he might be. Both of them gets frightened after hearing the story and replies simultaneously, "Understood." Then he asks them about the Sohun, where are he and the great Demoness disciples now? Then one of them tells him, they're staying at Sangha Inn. Then he asks another question, that, are you going to attack him right away? Their leader smiles and replies, "No, I need to observe him a little more. If I want to get my hands on all 3 of the great Demoness disciples, then it would be best if I killed him, so I ought to be cautious. In case this was a trap set up by the Demon Immortal, starting tomorrow, I want you guys to see if the Demon Immortal is in Chang'an." They again reply simultaneously, "Understood." Then he orders them and the great Demoness, bury her. They are confused about her weapon and asks, "What should we do with the 100 dragon whip?" He laughs and replies to him, "Bury it together with her. We ought to give it to her as a present for raising such great disciples," and they reply obediently, "Yes, master." At night, in the Sangha Inn, Sohun and the great Demoness disciples are sitting on a dining table and are having a dinner. The junior sister holds a piece of meat with chopsticks and put it in her mouth, and then one after the other, she starts stuffing her mouth with them and is looking very pleased after eating them. Sohun is looking at her quietly while drinking and then asks her, "Hey, did you gain weight?" Hearing this, the chopstick fell from her hand on the table and now she is feeling guilty. While looking at her, the senior sister asks, "You're all excited since master isn't around?" The junior sister replies immediately that, "I'm not. It's just because I've been eating for a few days, I have a really good appetite here." Sohun is smiling while listening to them, and then he looks at Dam Wool's face and asks, "Dam Wool, why do you look so gloomy? Is your senior sister bullying you again?" Senior sister gets offended and says angrily to him, "Shut up." Then Dam Wool replies to him, "That's not it. It's because of the dream that my junior sister had." Sohun asks, "What dream?" Then she tells him that, in her dream, our master appeared and said that you killed her because you attacked her together with the sex demon. Sohun looks confused and asks, "I fought along with the sex demon?" And she replies, "Yes." Then he remembers about Gu Sa when he came to him when he was taking bath in the spring, and then Sohun says to them, "That guy from back then. I guess he appeared in her dreams because he asked me if I was the sex demon." Dam Wool slightly smiles and replies, "That's probably it." Then Sohun tells them while drinking about Gu Sa that, from what I heard, he's working at some inn. At night, in the inn, Gu Sa, the waiter, is standing at the entrance of the inn and is yawning. At Sangha Inn, Sohun and Seojuk are sitting on a dining table and are having a drink. Then while drinking, he says to Sohun, rumors about you are going crazy in Chang'an right now. There are also rumors that you are the leader of the Chenyang unorthodox faction as well. Sohun is drinking quietly while listening to him, and then Seojuk put the glass on the table and asked him, how about taking a stroll at Changmi Lake today? Please tell me about how you defeated the great demoness along the way. Sohun looks at him and smiles, then replies, let's do that. Looking at him, Seojuk is wondering that, at first, he was so uncomfortable to be around, but now that I'm serving him it's getting easier to talk to him, and he's also been treating me with a certain level of respect. They are talking while Seojuk's subordinates appear there and informs, faction leader, Gu Sa is here and wishes to meet with the troop leader. Faction leader looks at him and asks, Gu Sa? Seojuk feels guilty about it and says to Sohun, my apologies, my subordinate doesn't know his place, but Sohun replies immediately, no, let him meet me. Faction leader says to Sohun, but there is no need. This time Sohun replies with quiet and angry face, I wish to hear what he has to say since he wants to meet me, and after hearing this, he is looking at the troop leader's face. Then after a while, Gu Sa appears there and is drenched in sweat, standing there quietly. Seojuk looks at him with an angry face and asks him, Gu Sa, how dare you ignore my words? I told you not to appear before the time being. Gu Sa gets frightened at his tone and says, that's not it. Sohun is looking at him and then asks, you are the guy who got beat up by me? Gu Sa feels guilty of his act and apologizes him, saying, that's right. I apologize for my previous misdemeanor. Sohun accepts his apology and then asks, it's all right. Why have you come to look for me? Then Gu Sa replies to him, about that, I have something I wish to report to you. Recently, there's been someone who's been trying to dig up information about you. Hearing this, Seojuk gets infuriated at him and says to him, I knew this is what you would say. Since rumors of the troop leader by spread around, there would naturally be a lot of people digging for information about him, right? Why would you report something this obvious? Then Gu Sa replies to him, it's because he's doing it on a whole different level. I looked into it and he's an unknown young man who's doing a very meticulous search for information. He also looked into the details of the great demoness disciples who were traveling with the troop leader. By chance, I overheard a suspicious person who came into my inn and was talking to my customer. He said that the troop leader Jin was bringing all three of the great demoness disciples around with him because they are virgins and that he was too greedy. Sohun is quietly listening to him and he continues saying that, I tried to follow him to find out who he is, but he disappeared quickly because his qinggong was really quick. He stops talking. Meanwhile both Sohun and Seojuk are looking at him and he looks at their quiet faces and is wondering that, what's happening? Was it unnecessary for me to come here? After a while, Sohun says to him, I see. What you have said is of great help. Then Sohun looks at his face and asks, you're Gu, right? He replies obediently, yes. Then Sohun smiles and looks at his face and then says to him, if you have nothing more to report, you may take your leave and great job. After receiving appreciation from the troop leader, Gu Sa becomes very happy and says, yes, troop leader. Thank you for listening to what I have to say. Seojuk is looking at him quietly when he was leaving. Then he says to Sohun, that does sound strange. The person wasn't just digging for information about you but also about the great demoness disciples, what do you think of it? Sohun smiles and replies to him, faction leader go, let's do some planning. Faction leader looks confused and asks, pardon? What planning? Then he tells him that, the unorthodox faction style of the inescapable net formation. Seojuk Go is looking at him with puzzled face because he couldn't understand what he said. Then Sohun says to him, the reason he's appeared in Chang'an is probably because of these two reasons. The first is probably because the great demoness disciples are virgins. The second is because he is confident he can escape from Chang'an if the whole faction is after him, that's why he came here without fearing for his life. He has never been caught by anyone so far. Faction leader feels that he knows about that anonymous person, so he asks him, do you know who that person is? And he replies, yes. Then he asks Sohun, who is the person who is looking into you and the great demoness disciples? Then Sohun tells him that person is Sex Demon. After hearing his name, Seojuk looks extremely shocked and asks, are you saying that the Sex Demon is in Chang'an? Then Sohun replies that seems to beat. The guy who appeared at the inn could be one of his disciples. In any case, if we don't make any preparations, we'll be played. Not only is he strong in the martial arts, he's very skilled in Qigong and is ready to run away anytime. Seajuk is shocked to hear the word run away and asks, a martial artist that is ready to run away anytime? Then Sohan replies to him that, yes, he doesn't care about the pride of the martial artist and is a man who will run away anytime. He would actually even run away if the situation is really disadvantageous for him and then come back within a day. He is a scary foe, and after hearing this, Seajuk replies, I see. Meanwhile in his head he's thinking, will we be able to catch him? Then Sohan winks and says to him, faction leader go, he's never been caught by anyone before. The reputable sects, Jianghu groups, alliances or troops, he's escaped all of them. While there have been a lot of people in the Jianghu who have been named Sex Demon, none of them are as strong as he is. Let's try defeating such a person in the Chang'an unorthodox faction. I'll end his life with my own hands. Seajuk smiles and replies obediently, yes, troop leader. Gu Sa is running happily in the street because of the compliment he received from the troop leader, and people are looking at him with the confused faces. At night, Sohan along with the faction leader is walking in the street and the people are looking at him and greeting him. One says, greetings, troop leader, while the other says, hello, troop leader. Then one woman asks Sohan, troop leader, you are hosting a farewell party, right? Then he smiles and replies, that's right. That woman again says, you should stay here for a while longer. Meanwhile the woman standing behind her is looking at the troop leader and is smiling. Then Sohan replies politely that, I'll be back soon. Then a woman says to him, yes, please come back anytime. He is passing by the street. Meanwhile the sex demon is looking at him from the window of a house and is smiling cunningly. After strolling for a whole night, he returns back to Sangha Inn, and when he opens the door, the senior sister looks at him while entering and then asks, you weren't in your room? He tells her that, I went out for a stroll. Dam Wool looks worried and asks him, a stroll? Did you stroll overnight? While heading towards them, he says, I was hoping that the sex demon would make his move but he didn't appear. Saying this, he sits on a chair along with them. Then the junior sister asks him, shouldn't you get some sleep then? Sohan looks at her, smiles and then says to her while pouring a tea in his cup, not sleeping for a night is fine. He is quietly drinking while the three ladies are looking at him. They are standing outside when Sohan tells them something and they are all stunned to hear that, and then Dam Wool asks, the sex demon is after us? Sohan replies, yeah. I guess he came here after he heard that the great Demonis is dead. They all gets frightened and are looking at his back when he turns around and says to them, I'm thinking of using the Chang'an unorthodox faction to defeat him since he's here. Then he smiles and comforts them, saying that, don't worry, I'll protect you guys. If a situation comes where I have to be away from you guys, then the three of you work together and wait for me. I'll go to where you guys are as quickly as I can. He is drinking tea meanwhile they are looking at his face with affection and wondering, why is he going this far for us? Now that I think about it, he also went through a lot of trouble when he asked Go Seajuk to hand us over. There is a stage and a man is holding a sword in his head and is performing some type of dance. Meanwhile a crowd of spectators is looking at him and the people are sitting there while holding instruments and are producing different sounds by using them. The junior sister looks outside the window and says with excitement that, wow, there's so many people here. I think there is a performance or something. Sohan listens to this, smiles and then says, it looks like what faction leader Go prepared has started. Sohan comes near the window, looks outside and then asks innocently, why are they gathering together like that? The junior sister looks at him, smiles and replies, let's go down and take a look, and he agrees, saying, sure. The man is still performing on the stage and looking at him. Sohan says to himself, he thought of something fun in just one day, huh? All the three girls look so excited for watching the performance and then they go outside to watch the performance. The people around see them coming towards the stage and welcomes them saying, greetings troop leader. While some are shocked to see him there and says, it's the troop leader. The man on the stage stops his performance for a while and welcomes the troop leader saying, troop leader, welcome. I was just about to start the phase-changing performance we had prepared. Sohan smiles and replies to him, face-changing performance, that will be interesting. Please start. Then that man says to Sohan, yes, please excuse me then, for what I'm about to do. Sohan looks at him with puzzled face and then he moves his sword in the air and loudly says, Chenyang unorthodox factions Jin Sohan, come out now. Then a man from the crowd replies, which impertinent bastard is looking for me? Saying this, he crosses the crowd and jumps on the stage by putting his foot on the hands of two people and he is dresses like the troop leader, Jin Sohan, and is also holding a metal fan like him. Then he covers his whole face with his fan except for that one eye who is red and also has a red eyeshadow, saying, I have both the Chenyang unorthodox faction and the Chang'an unorthodox faction under me. I'm Jin Sohan. Saying this, he removes the fan from his face and the spectators along with the great Demonist disciples, are laughing after looking at his face. He has applied a red lipstick and a red eyeshadow and is looking quite funny. Dam Wool and the senior sister are trying their best not to laugh. Meanwhile the junior one is laughing so hard and Sohan, who looks embarrassed, says, seriously. Then that man on the stage says to Jin Sohan's duplicate, you punk. You dare to spout those lies. Jin Sohan doesn't look as ugly as you do. You have the face of Jin Sohan that was beaten up to a pulp. Get lost. Then he replies to him, how dare you judge another by their appearance, tell me who are you then? Then that man with a big belly says confidently, well, with this body of mine, I'm one of the 4 great demons, the Berserk demon. After hearing his name, mere voices starts coming from the crowd where someone is saying, that's the Berserk demon, while the other asks, the 4 great demons? Then that man who is performing as Sohan, asks other, you're the Berserk demon? Are you there to seek revenge for the great Demoness, but don't you think you have a little too much belly fat for the Berserk demon? That man gets angry at this and says, shut up. You are the one who killed the great Demoness, right? I'll avenge her for the sake of friendship between the 4 great demons. I'll rip apart your limbs apart and eat your raw flesh. Then suddenly another character appears from somewhere and jumps on the stage, saying, wait a minute, I shouldn't be left out of the revenge for the great Demoness. Someone says, the sex demon has appeared. That's the world's greatest rapist. The crowd looks at him and then someone calls him, obnoxious bastard, while the other says, get lost. The man who is performing the role of sex demon looks at the crowd and loudly says, shut up. Whoever dares show their teeth from now on, I'll start from their ass. He makes a filthy move and then says, I'll punish all of you. The crowd gets extremely angry at his move and someone from the crowd calls him, filthy bastard, while the other tells him to get lost. When the senior sister realizes that the situation is getting serious, then she asks, is it really okay to mock the sex demon in the open like that? And hearing this, Sohan does not see anything but start smiling. Then the sex demon asks, whose ass should I go after first? Since I can end this faster than a rabbit, I'll take you 2 at once. Saying this, he heads towards the crowd while pointing at 2 men, and when one of them sees that he is coming towards them, then he says to him, you nutjob, don't come over here. The crowd starts laughing and someone says, that rabbit-like bastard. Suddenly, an arrow appears from somewhere and luckily Sohan looks at it and defends himself, saying, over there. It came from the roof of the nearby building and then Sohan jumps from there towards the house. That man, after throwing that arrow towards them, runs from there and is jumping over the roofs of the houses and Sohan is chasing him. Then he enters the room of one house from the window and is holding a sword in his hand. He is extremely angry at the performance and says to himself, arrogant bastards, how dare they ridicule master like that. Sohan also enters in that room, holding dual crescent blades in his hands and is standing behind him with pink eyes. Then he says, well, it's not like they were wrong though. They were right about the sex demon being crazy. That man gets angry at his master's insult and he holds his sword tightly and turns around, saying, bastard. Shut up. He attacks Sohan but he blocks the attack using his dual crescent blade and attacks back while killing him with only 1 hit. Blood comes out of his mouth and he falls on the floor. Sohan was standing there, looking at him when another man enters from the window and attacks him but he dodges. Then stopping his attack with the help of his sword, Sohan says, there was another one? Now they are standing face to face with each other and looking at Sohan, he's thinking that, to think he was able to block my sneak attack with such ease, is the way faster than I am? Then he looks at his fellow who is lying dead on the floor and is wondering that, he went down in 1 hit. I won't be able to deal with him alone. I need to join up master first. Thinking this, he takes out 4 blades from his sleeves and throws them towards Sohan but he stops them using his sword. That man jumps out of the window and is now sitting on a roof a house, and Sohan looks at him and follows him. The martial artists of the Chang'an unorthodox faction are also searching them, and one of them is giving direction to others, saying, "Over there." Then that sex demon's disciple starts jumping off from one roof to the other, and he is very fast. Meanwhile Sohan is chasing and attacking him whenever he gets a chance. Now, Sohan is very close and is behind him, and he's looking at him and thinking, he's fast at this rate. The sex demon is also helping his disciples and is also attacking Sohan, and when he sees that Sohan is defending himself from the sex demon's attack, he smiles and says to himself, "That was Master helping me. I'll make use of this and get away." He took advantage of the situation and was escaping from there by jumping off, when suddenly something wraps around his neck and pulls it towards the ground, and he, after colliding with different things, falls on the ground. It was Senior Sister's whip, and she threw it towards him to catch him. Then she places her foot on his shoulder and asks him, "Where's the sex demon?" He is shocked at this sudden attack and is looking at her angrily and calls her, "Fucking bitch." Hearing this, she gets angry and tightens the whip. Then the sex demon, who was hiding somewhere, uses some technique and produces a sound which can be heard from all the directions. He, the sex demon, loudly says, "Did you think you would be able to catch me with such a lousy method?" The great demoness disciples are standing in a ground, and the Senior Sister is holding the neck of the sex demon's disciple. All of them, along with the martial artists of the Chang'an unorthodox faction, are shocked to hear that voice and are confused about its direction. Damn Wool is thinking that he's speaking and then using internal energy to make it come from all directions so we don't know his location. Then the sex demon again says, "Alright, I will play along with you, guy. 100 days starting from today, I'll spill the blood of the woman within the Chang'an unorthodox faction on Chang'an's grounds. Your wives, daughters and lovers, every single one of them. Think of this as repayment for that performance you gave." They are listening to him with confusion. Then that who's lying on the ground says to the great demoness disciples while laughing, "You guys need to be especially careful because Master is salivating right now." Damn Wool and Junior Sister looks frightened, but the Senior Sister is still smiling and calling him, "Crazy bastard." She tightens the grip around his neck this much that his veins burst and he dies on the spot. The sex demon is standing in a house and is drinking while holding a glass in his hand. He's thinking, "I lost my disciples in an unexpected location. While that's a shame, I can always get more disciples. More importantly, I have Jin Sohan, the great demoness disciples, and even the Chang'an unorthodox faction to entertain me. Even if they surround this whole region, they won't be able to catch me. That's as pleasurable as a woman's embrace. What will truly excite me is when I get out of this net that you guys think is inescapable and see you despair." The sex demon is standing and looking outside the window while holding a glass in his head when Sohan comes there. When does sex demon feel someone's presence, he looks behind and is wondering, Jin Sohan. How did he find this place so quickly? Sohan sits on the chair, takes the bottle and starts drinking while the sex demon is looking at him quietly. Then after drinking, he places the bottle on the table and asks, "What are you looking at? Did you think I wouldn't find this place?" Sex demon turns his head towards him and replies, "Sohan, why is the venom demon's disciple living like this? You should just live your life like your master does." Sohan looks at him with anger because of his tone and then asks him, "Like my master?" Then sex demon turns around, looks at him and replies to him that, "Indeed. You of all people should know just what a real life he lives. Why do you live like this? What exactly have you learned from him?" Sohan is listening to him quietly. Then sex demon, while placing the glass on the table, asks him, "What are you doing bringing the Chang'an unorthodox faction around with you?" Then he smirks and asks about the great demoness disciples. "What's with the great demoness disciples too? Are you a chivalrous warrior or something?" Sohan gets annoyed at his questions and then asks him, "I don't care about being chivalrous. You fucker, why are you being so talkative?" But the sex demon, being stubborn, smiles and calls Sohan, "Impertinent bastard." Then he asks Sohan with his red eyes, "Do you think someone like you can catch me?" He hears the voice coming out of the window that, "Sex demon, you have been surrounded by the Chang'an unorthodox faction's inescapable net." Sex demon, being really confident, replies and asks, "So what?" The person who was playing the role of the sex demon along with the other two participants of the performance are standing outside the house. Then that fake sex demon loudly says so the real sex demon can hear, "We'll spare your life if you remove your pants and surrender." Sex demon is listening to him quietly with anger and he continues saying, "While we can spare your life, your ass will be mine. Throw your pants towards me first. He said this all to make him angry, and he gets offended at his insult, and Sohun is also smiling, and that made him much angry. He is very infuriated and says with anger, "You bastards dare mock me." He is this much angry that he starts shivering, and because of that, the glass in which he was drinking falls on the floor and he hits on the floor with his foot. Then the sex demon, using his powers, lifts his sword up in the air and then throws it towards the Sohun, and looking at that, Sohun takes out his metal fan to defend him. Then the sex demon is standing near the window, holding the sword in his hand, and then he heads towards Sohun for attack, and he's using his martial arts techniques, and Sohun blocks his attack and defends himself by only using his metal fan. Sohun's eyes turn to pink, meanwhile sex demons turn to red, and both of them are fighting with all their might. The sex demon uses his power, and when he removes the cover of his sword, the glass breaks into pieces because of the force. Sohun is standing still in the attacking position, meanwhile the sex demon is looking at him and is wondering that, while I'm faster, he's stronger than me. The great demoness didn't die by coincidence. Then he smiles and says to Sohun that, "Sohun, I'll give you a tour around Chang'an. Let's go." Saying this, he jumps out of the window and Sohun is looking at him while he's leaving. He is flying in the air and the participants of the performance are looking at him. The sex demon looks at them and their makeup covered faced, and then suddenly moves towards them for the attacks, and they are all shocked to see him, moving towards them. Suddenly, Sohun jumps off from the window and appears there for saving them, and now he moves towards the sex demon. The man who was performing the role of Berserk Demon says to Sohun, "Thank you, troop leader." The fake sex demon loudly says, "Please kill him. Please rip his ass apart." The other two are looking at him because it was getting too much, and then one of them says, "That's too much," while the other agrees with him and says, "Yeah." The sex demon is jumping from the roof of the one house to the other, and then he looks at the back and loudly says so that Sohun could hear that, "You aren't even able to catch up like this? You dare to provoke me with that level of Qinggong that you have? Chang'an will be filled with blood because you tried to act like chivalrous warrior." Sohun is behind him and then he smiles. The sex demon is moving towards the out of the city when he sees that a large number of people are standing at the riverside, and then they all looks at him and then sits on the ground. They are all wearing special kind of oval wooden boxes which have metallic arrows in them. When they see that the sex demon is heading towards them, they pulls the ropes of the boxes which launches those arrows towards him, and he's shocked to see that. He suddenly puts his foot on a roof of the building and tries to defend himself from those arrows. Then some other arrows comes from inside of the house towards him, and he's trapped from every side. He takes out his sword in a fit of fury and removes its cover so he can block those arrows. Then while defending himself, he says angrily that, "Shit. Chang'an unorthodox faction, this is how you want to play it?" He was fighting with those arrows when Sohun appears there and attacks from behind on him with his metallic fan. The sex demon looks at him and then starts jumping over the buildings and says, "Damn it." Then he remembers the faces of those people and is wondering that, they aren't Chang'an's martial artists. Is this whole thing part of the inescapable net? Alright then. Let's see how many days they can survive. I'll kill each and every one of you. He's extremely angry, and then thinking of his next plan, he says to himself that, I need to get out of the village first. Then again jumping over the houses, he heads towards the outside of the village, and Sohun is standing on a roof of one house and is looking at him while escaping like a coward. There is a thick forest outside the village, and the sex demon goes there for the purpose of hiding. He is extremely angry at Sohun and his inescapable net technique. Then he calls his name with anger, Jin Sohun. He is standing there thinking, when a man who is wearing green-colored clothes and is riding a horse, moves towards him while holding a sword in his hand. He loudly says, "Sex demon. I'll have your neck." The sex demon is looking at him with side eye and is surprised to see him and is wondering, "Guan Yu?" Then that man attacks on him with his sword while saying that, "This is revenge for Diaochan." The sex demon is looking at him with anger and is thinking that, "These bastards, why would Guan Yu look for Diaochan?" And with this, he attacks him, but luckily sex demon blocked his attack and saves himself. He attacks again, saying angrily, "You think I'd lose that easily?" Then he leaves that place, and while leaving, he turns back and says to sex demon, "I'll be back before you know it." The sex demon is standing there, wondering what's going on, and then says to himself, "The hell's with him?" He was standing there wondering when an arrow appears from somewhere and was moving towards him, but in meantime, the sex demon looked at it and defends himself from that. As a result, the arrow, instead of hitting him, hits the nearby tree and cuts it off. The sex demon looks at the roof of the nearby house and sees a man is standing on the roof and is holding a bow and arrows and is pointing at him. The sex demon is looking at him with anger and confusion and remembers his name and says, Huang Zhong. The sex demon is angry and says, these bastards, seriously. In the meantime, the Huang Zhong takes out another arrow and points it towards sex demon and launches it. That arrow is moving with a full speed towards him, and he, while protecting himself from that arrow, says, you guys are fucking ridiculous. Then he uses his power to stop that arrow and breaks it into pieces, and that man is looking at him with anger. Then Sohun appears there and the sex demon is looking at him with anger and says, Jin Sohun. Sohun is looking at him while holding a metal fan in his hand, and then that man takes out another arrow, and this time, the arrow is poisonous, and aiming it at the sex demon, he says, thanks to you, I can get revenge for my granddaughter. Sohun is looking at him with side eyes because that man was so indulged in his character that he forgot that he doesn't have a granddaughter, and they are all the part of the Chang'an unorthodox faction inescapable net. Then looking at him, Sohun's thinking that granddaughter doesn't even exist. Why is he so immersed in his acting? He really means it. That man is aiming at the sex demon. Meanwhile, the sex demon is looking at Sohun and he looks annoyed. Then he says to Sohun, Jin Sohun, what are you trying to do? Get rid of these nut jobs and fight me yourself. Sohun smiles and replies to him, how ridiculous. Weren't you just thinking of running far away like the rat you are? The sex demon is looking at him angrily with his red eyes and then frowns and calls him, you little. Then in his head, he's thinking, you think you know me so well because you're the Venom Demon's disciple? Meanwhile, that man who was aiming at sex demon, releases the poisonous arrow, and that arrow, passing nearby the Sohun's shoulder, moves towards the sex demon. The arrow is in full speed, but the sex demon blocks it, and then the poison ball that was placed near the head of the arrow, bursts and he's stunned to see the poison. Then the sex demon uses his palm to protect himself from the poison and spreads the poison in the air. The parts of body which comes in contact with the poison, starts melting, and the sex demon is shocked to see that and says, soul melting poison. Soul melting poison is a poison which contain potent acid. Then suddenly the sex demon's body starts paralyzing, and he realizes that there was a paralyzing poison along with the soul melting poison, and he's wondering that paralyzing poison is mixed into it as well. He escapes from there saying, damn it. Sohun looks at him and then starts following him. There are the fireworks in the direction where the sex demon was going, and then looking at the fireworks, someone says, over there. The sex demon is over there. Follow the fireworks. There is a lake named Chongmi, and there are the fields along the riverside. Gu Sa is hiding with his men in the field and is waiting for the sex demon, and when he sees the fireworks, he says to everyone behind him, he's coming. Everyone, get ready. Then looking at the sky, Gu Sa is wondering that, once the sex demon appears at the Chongmi lake, we'll throw spears at him and we will shout out the name of the women we love and that we're seeking revenge for them. What a simple and easy task this is. I'll show you what I, Gu Sa, am capable of. Then he looks at the sky where the sex demon is coming towards the fields, and the troop leader is following him, and he's thinking, the sex demon. The troop leader is following behind as well. Pointing his spear towards the sky, Gu Sa shouts, now. Throw the spears. There is total 5 men, and they are holding the spears which they will throw on the sex demon. They all start throwing the spears towards him, and then the sex demon looks at them and dodges them. Gu Sa says to them, shout out the names of our lovers together. One of them throws the spear, saying, this is revenge for Miryang. Then the other throws the spear towards the sex demon, saying, this is revenge for Inhai. While the other says, this is revenge for Nanyang. Gu Sa appreciates them and says to them, nice, keep throwing those spears. He was about to throw the spear at him and says, sex demon, you bastard. But then he stops for a while because he was too focused on his mission that he forgot the fact that he didn't even have a lover. Then he throws the spear towards him and loudly says, fuck. This is revenge for the grandma next door. She was 80 years old, 10 years ago. You fucker. She treated me so well. The sex demon sits on the branch of a nearby tree and looks at him with anger while Gu Sa gets confused and asks, why are you looking at me? The sex demon is extremely angry and asks, "Grandma, I'll rip you apart." Gu Sa is looking at his angry face and is wondering, something feels off about that fucker. Both of them are looking at each other, and then, after a while, the sex demon gets up from the tree and moves towards him for the purpose of attacking him, and when Gu Sa sees that he's moving towards him, he runs for saving his life. Now Gu Sa is running and the sex demon is following him while flying in the air, holding a sword in his hand. The sex demon uses his power, and then there's a clash of the powers at the Gu's back, and because of the intensity of the power, Gu Sa falls on the ground. It was So-hun who saved him, and now he's sitting between Gu Sa and the sex demon on the ground. So-hun gets up and now they are standing face to face with each other, holding their swords in their hands. The sex demon is extremely angry and So-hun's looking at his angry face, wondering that, to think he'd be bothered by something like that, looks like the sex demon's mental state is quite shaken. Gu Sa is lying on the floor with his eyes closed and has fainted from shock. Now, the sex demon moves towards So-hun for the attack, and also So-hun also steps forward to defend himself. Sex demon attacks and So-hun uses his dual crescent sword, and there's a clash between the swords. Now there are many clashes one by one, and while fighting in zigzag manner, both of them reaches the lake. There is a house in the middle of the river, and now both of them are standing on the roof of that house, looking at each other. Meanwhile, the martial artists of the Chang'an unorthodox faction, the great demonist disciples, Gu Sa, the participants of the performance, and the members of the Chang'an unorthodox faction's inescapable net are standing at the riverside and are looking at them. The sex demon looks at their faces with side eyes and then asks, "Why are you guys suddenly so quiet? Finished with all that annoying bullshit now?" Then So-hun says to the sex demon, "The inescapable net started the moment you turned your back, but the moment you choose to face me, it'll stop. If you had faced me from the start, you wouldn't have been surrounded, nor would the inescapable net have been activated." The sex demon, instead of accepting his defeat and being stubborn, he says to himself while looking at So-hun's face, "He's someone that I really want to kill. I'll kill him in front of the Chang'an unorthodox faction," and places the other corpses beside him. His eyes start to glow red, and then he moves towards So-hun, but he's standing still at his place, and then he passes nearby the So-hun while attacking on his arm. So-hun's arm gets injured and the blood is coming out of it, and looking at his wound, the sex demon smile mockingly. Then the sex demon attacks while standing at his back, and this time, So-hun also gets ready for the attack. Then there's a clash between their powers. Meanwhile, all of them are looking quietly. The house on the roof of which they're fighting starts to break, and they are busy fighting. The house is completely broken because of their forces, and all of them are amazed and shocked to see that. Looking at the scene with surprise, the senior sister says, "Incredible." Both, the sex demon and the troop leader, broke the roof of the house and now are standing inside the house. Then So-hun says with pink poisonous eyes, "This is where the great demoness died." The sex demon smiles and asks, "So what?" Then So-hun says to him, "She laughed just as you did and died," with completely flustered expression. Sex demon smiles softly and replies, "Sure, you did great. To think one of the 4 great demons' disciples could kill one of the 4 great demons, there's nothing more amazing than that. Did you start to think you could even kill your master after growing this much?" So-hun doesn't reply and looks at him while smiling. Then the sex demon continues, saying, "Poison, sex, demoness. That's what we call ourselves. Have you heard of that?" And So-hun replies, "I have." Then the sex demon smiles and says to him, "The berserk demon." Saying this, he attacks So-hun with his sword, and he blocks his attack by using his sword. There's a clash between their swords, and the spot on the floor where they're standing is completely damaged. Looking at his smiling face, So-hun says, "Poison," and after hearing the word poison, the sex demon distances himself from the So-hun and is thinking, did he use poison, or is he saying he'll use it? And then So-hun joins the edges of his sword together and places it in front of him, saying, "Full moon." So-hun joins his double crescent blades with each other in such a way that their edges fit with each other. There are the circles on each blade, a little far from the edge, and that circle starts to glow pink because of the poison when So-hun joins the swords. Then So-hun places on circle near his one eye, meanwhile his other eye is also pink because of the poison. Then So-hun says, "Full moon," and with that, poison starts evolving from the swords and spreads in the surrounding. The sex demon is confused at what he's doing and is wondering that, what's that? He just combined his weapon. He was busy wondering this when So-hun sits and then jumps in the air, goes high, and the sex demon is shocked to see that. Then while flying in the air, he looks at the sex demon and then returns back to ground towards him. Meanwhile he also gets ready for the attack and he uses the power, Merciless Slash, and he points it towards Sohun. But Sohun's poison power is way stronger than him that it easily defeated the sex demon's slash and attacks the sex demon's shoulder. There was a huge clash between the powers that a fast wind starts to blow and everyone places their arms before their faces to save themselves. The sex demon is in half-dead state and Sohun's blades were stuck in the floor and then Sohun come and takes them. Damn Wool is looking at him and wondering that, was he always this strong? To the extent he could defeat the sex demon that easily? Then Sohun takes his swords and disjoin them and the two people who were the part of the inescapable net are looking at him, wondering that, damn it, the sex demon isn't the only one who got fooled, we were as well. He was seriously this strong. If we hadn't surrendered. Sohun looks at the sex demon's body which in miserable condition and is going to die soon. Sohun's wondering that, I need to lie naturally. I need to say that it's poison even though it's not. To give poison while saying it's an elixir, to look like I'm poisoned even when I'm not. Only then the enemy believe they have the upper hand until the critical moment once the psychological war is over. To hide my abilities from everyone and to try to never use any ultimate technique, that's the most basic in a psychological war. One can say that is the most effective method and also the method that gives you the most satisfaction because only then will your enemy face a great despair like an endless abyss. The sex demon is lying quietly on the floor and then Sohun looks at him, smiles and asks him, Sex demon, where is the berserk demon? Then looking at his lifeless body, he says to himself, is he dead? Then there is an explosion and sex demon's body exploded. Then Sohun is standing there, thinking many things were revealed because of the sex demon. Things that should never have been revealed. Then thinking this, Sohun comes out of that damaged room and all of them are looking at him quietly. Meanwhile Sohun looks at their faces and is wondering that, all of them witnessed me using my ultimate technique and he was worried for a while then relaxes himself, saying, no, they're fine since they are serving under me. Then he appreciates everyone, saying, great job, everyone, and everyone smiles at his compliment. At night, in the Gu Sa's restaurant, he's standing and cleaning a glass with a cloth and was telling a story about how the troop leader killed the sex demon. Then someone asks, so, then, what you're saying is, the sex demon went crazy because of your provocation? Gu Sa replies confidently, indeed. While the troop leader was the one who killed him, the person who drove him crazy was me, Gu Sa of the Chang'an unorthodox faction. Hearing this, someone says to him, don't be absurd. Why would one of the four great demons lose his mind because of what you said? While the other says, he probably lost his school because he had resolved to fight with troop leader. Then one says, he was already furious from the start. The other says, I'm sure that humiliating performance we did contributed to. Then again one man says, you didn't see the performance so you probably don't understand but that performance was truly an upsetting one. Gu Sa gets angry and says to them, you guys, seriously. Why don't you guys believe me? Then one of them says, look at you, getting all huffy. Then Gu Sa replies to them with anger, it said that the sex demon only seeks after beautiful woman but everyone just kept shouting the names of their lovers. Why would the sex demon care about that? The mention of the grandmother wasn't the crux of things, the fatal blow was the fact that 10 years ago, she was already 80 years old. Hearing this, one shrugs off his shoulders and says, let's just say that's the case, and after hearing this everyone starts laughing. This makes Gu Sa even more angry and he throws that glass and cloth on the table, saying, seriously. While they were busy laughing, someone from the outside says, Gu Sa, come outside, there is a message for you. All of them stops laughing and are looking at the door along with Gu Sa. Then Gu goes outside and a man is standing there and Gu Sa asks him, what's the matter? Then Go Hyo tells him, troop leader has a special reward for you. Gu Sa is stunned to hear that and asks, pardon? Then that man takes out the message and says, this is the message, and then he starts reading the message from the troop leader, which says, the inescapable knot strategy began from Gu Sa's report to me. The strategy would have been impossible if not for his report. He did great by realizing that information was important and he also did great speaking out despite being scared of me and faction leader Go Seajuk. I bestow 5,000 niangs to Gu Sa as a reward. Gu Sa, you did great. Let's meet again. Signing off, Troop Leader, Jin Sohun. Everyone along with Gu Sa are shocked to hear that message, and one of them says, 5,000 niangs. Gu Sa, after hearing the message, starts trembling because of the surprise and is now sitting on the floor and crying because of the happiness, and then says, "Thank you, troop leader." Then that man hands over a small box to him and says, "Gu Sa, congrats. It's here in the form of a banknote slip." While receiving that box, he was crying out of great happiness and says to him, "Thank you." Go Hyo gets confused at why he was crying and then says to him, "Sure. It's okay to treat me to some alcohol tonight, right?" Then Gu Sa gets up, cleans his eyes and replies to him, "Of course, please come in." Then he says to everyone, "Tonight's my treat. Let's head in, everyone." They are extremely happy, and then one of them says, "Really? No taking back your word?" While the other replies to him, he is someone whom the troop leader has acknowledged. There's no way he'd do something like that, and everyone is happy because Gu Sa is giving a treat, and Gu Sa is happy because the troop leader admired his work and appreciated him. Sohan leaves the Chenyang unorthodox faction and reaches the Eastern Dark Street in the Chang'an unorthodox faction along with the great demonist disciple at night. It is very quiet and peaceful, and Dam Wool along with the other two sisters, is looking around and examining the place. Then she looks around and says to Sohan, "So much has changed here." Then Sohan tells her that, "Yeah, I didn't recognize this place when I first came back too." Then he smiles and asks, "Do you remember Dogon?" She also smiles and replies to him, "Of course. Is he here?" They are standing before the Mystic Lunar Troop, and Sohan tells her that, "Yeah, he's over there. He's either in the kitchen on level 2 or sleeping somewhere. He gained a bit of weight," and Dam Wool smiles after hearing this. Then the senior sister shares her reviews about the Eastern Dark Street that, "I guess compared to Chang'an, this would be considered countryside. I wonder if that's why my heart feels at ease," while the junior sister agrees with her, saying, "I feel the same way." Then the junior sister looks at the surrounding and says, "Is this really the Chang'an unorthodox faction? It feels just like a normal village though." Sohan tells her, "There's quite a lot of people during the day. Although a lot of people did leave because I got rid of a few brothels and destroyed the Revolving Blood clan." They are standing outside the Mystic Lunar Troop and are looking at the entrance. Then Dam Wool says, "This was where the Sword Dance Troop used to be at." Sohan tells her that, "Yeah, I took over this place and established the Mystic Lunar Troop." Dam Wool is looking at it with a worried face when Chu Sayek, who was standing on the first floor, looks at them and calls him happily, "Troop leader." And Sohan also looks and says his name, Chu Sayek. Then Chu Sayek tells everyone, "Troop leader is back." Then suddenly lights of different rooms starts glowing and someone asks, "Really?" The senior sister looks at the glowing windows and says, "It looks like quite a number of people live here," and the junior sister asks, "Didn't you say there were only a few of them?" Sohan is also shocked to see that and is wondering, why are there so many people here? Are these all guests? Then the door opens and a man with many children along with Chu Sayek comes outside, and Sayek is pleased to see the troop leader and calls him, "Troop leader." Sohan also smiles and says, "Hey." Then Sohan looks at the faces of the children and the man, and the children are also frightened to see him, and Sohan's thinking that, "I've never seen them before, why are there so many kids?" Then suddenly a woman did the red clothes comes and says from behind, "Excuse me." They all gives her away, and Sohan is stunned to see her smiling face, and she's also pleased to see him and says, "Sleepyhead." Sohan is looking at her with his mouth open because of the shock and asks, "Wonhai?" She eventually runs towards the Sohan and hugs him and then starts crying, and then while crying, she says to him, "Sleepyhead, you're alive." Sohan is stunned at her sudden act of hugging him and replies, "Yes, I'm still alive," and then also hugs her. Everyone around gets emotional and are looking at them with teary eyes. Then Dam Wool looks at her and asks, "Wonhai?" She frees herself from Sohan and is now looking at Dam Wool, and then she goes towards her and asks while crying, "Dam Wool?" Both of them are trembling and crying because of happiness, and she replies, "Yes." Then Wonhai also hugs her and asks, "Why are you together with Sleepyhead? Where have you been all this while?" The junior sister and the senior sister are also crying at this emotional moment, and that man is looking at their faces with happiness. Then Sohan greets him and says, "I'm Jin Sohan." That man also greets Sohan and replies to him, "Troop leader Jin, I've heard much about you. I'm John Tayson, who used to be called Ugly Demon, please be at ease." Then Sohun remembers about him and is wondering, ugly demon. The only man who helped the sword dance troupe back then. I was wondering where he went, I guess he was together with Wonhai. Then the little boy who was standing with Taesun asks about Sohun, who is he? Then Sohun asks him, you're Wonhai's husband, I ought to be polite then. Chu Sayek is looking at the troop leader's face and is wondering, I've never seen him like this before. Meanwhile the senior sister is also shocked to see him and is thinking that, there are times when he's humble too? Then Sayek asks him, how about we go in and talk instead? It's gotten pretty chilly outside, and Sohun replies, sure. Then Sayek says to them, let's all go in and talk inside. Sohun is standing outside. Meanwhile Chu Sayek is blushing after seeing the junior sister and she is looking at his cute expression. The senior sister is shocked to see the interior of the Mystic Lunar Troupe. Meanwhile Wonhai is pleased to see the dam wool and the children are running happily. Sohun is standing there when Dogon comes there and asks, I was worried while you were gone. Are you hurt anywhere? Sohun also looks at him, smiles and replies, nope. Then Dogon offers him a cigar and asks, wanna smoke this? Sohun is quite upset to see that and asks, how could someone that's working in the kitchen smoke nepenthe? Nepenthe is a drug or drink, or the plant yielding it, mentioned by ancient writers as having the power to bring forgetfulness of sorrow or trouble. Then Dogon tells him that, I bought it out to give it to you. Then Sohun smiles and takes that cigar from him and then places it in his mouth and Dogon lights it for him. Then Dogon asks him, you met Wonhai, right? Then Sohun says, seems like the security agency leader, asked everywhere to find us, and Dogon replies, I see. Dogon and Sohun are sitting outside the Mystic Lunar Troupe on the stairs and Sohun is smoking a cigar. Then Dogon says, we had so many friends back then, to think only one came back, I wonder if it's because this world is a shitty one or is it a fortunate thing that at least Wonhai came back. But Sohun does not reply to him and keeps smoking. Meanwhile Sohun is lost in his thoughts and Dogon is looking at him quietly. Then getting up from that place, Dogon says to him, finish smoking and then come in. I will be going in first to prepare some snacks to go with alcohol. Then Dogon goes inside and Sohun is sitting there alone while thinking about the other people of his troop and this made him sad and is wondering, I'm all grown up now, I can protect all of you. So, please come back. Sohun is sitting on a chair in his room on the second floor and is drinking. Meanwhile Chu Sayek is standing before him. Troop leader tells him about what happened in the Chang'an unorthodox faction and he's shocked to hear that and asks, you killed the sex demon and the great demoness? While pouring a drink in his glass, he tells him that, yes, though I spared Go Seojuk's life. Sayek is looking at him with weird expressions and is wondering, he's a little late because he went to kill 2 of the 4 great demons? Then he asks Sohun, the reason you spared Go Seojuk's life, could it be? Sohun interrupts and tells him while drinking, I took over the Chang'an unorthodox faction. Sayek is shocked to hear that and is thinking that, why is he talking about this like he just took a stroll? Then Sohun says to him, very soon, I'll need to gather the Shangxi unorthodox faction in either Chang'an or Chenyang. Tell this to the Chenyang leaders in advance, and Sayek replies obediently, understood. Looking at him calm face, Sayek's thinking, he killed 2 of the 4 great demons and took over the Chang'an unorthodox faction. Were these accomplishments an easy feat for him? Then few moments pass and Wonhai arrives at his door and while standing outside, she asks, Mong, are you busy? And he looks at the door and replies, I'm good. Then Sayek bends a little and says, I'll come back again later, and Sohun replies, all right. Then while leaving, Chu Sayek greets Wonhai and Sohun is looking at them and then says to her, I was wondering when you might come. She comes towards him, asking, were you waiting for me? And Sohun replies frankly, indeed. She has big orange eyes and small nose and indeed she's very beautiful. She looks at Sohun, smiles and asks him, are you prepared to hear me nag? He replies to her, of course. She sits before him and says to him, Mong, I'm worried about you. You know very well just how dangerous the unorthodox factions are. This isn't suitable for you who used to be so kind when you were young, and Sohun is listening to her quietly. Sohun remembers about his childhood when he was practicing the sword dance along with the other children and Wonhai was looking at them. Then she said to them, get your postures correct. Then she shows them how to do that properly and says to them, think of this as stretching your arm further out. You mustn't put too much strength into your wrist. Then she got angry and says to the children, "You guys are fooling around again. Want me to punish you?" So-hun was so much lost in his thoughts that he forgot that Wonhai was sitting before him, and when she feels his absent-mindedness, she asks him with a little anger, "Mong, are you listening?" He doesn't say anything, instead starts smiling, and she gets offended and asks him, "What are you smiling for? Do you think what I'm saying is a joke?" He replies to her, "I don't. I have already become a bad person." She is stunned to hear that and asks, "How are you a bad person? While you often quarreled with Saiwal, you have never been a bad person." Then So-hun tells her that, the poison demon, one of the 4 great demons, is my master, and Wonhai is shocked to hear that. While holding a glass in his hand, So-hun continues telling her, "Everyone had been knocked out on the day that I disappeared, that was done by my master. He saw me back then and took me away." After listening this, she holds So-hun's hand and says to him, "Just because your master is a bad person, that doesn't make you one. There's no need for you to become one either." After a while, he says to her, "I'll be leaving as one from now on though." Hearing this, she let go of his hand and asks him with surprise, "You intend to live as a bad person? What are you talking about?" Then he replies to her that, "The only people that survive in Jianghu are probably bad people. I killed the blood-revolving clan leader and the 5 poison clan leader. I went to Chang'an to bring Dam Wool back and killed both the great demoness and sex demon. That's not all. I slaughtered everyone at the 2 places which belonged to the Green Forest stronghold on my way back here. I went to meet the Green Forest stronghold chief that picked a fight with the great demoness disciples, but there were all these other people that were kidnapped and treated like slaves. There were many children there as well. I released all of them and slaughtered the entire Green Forest stronghold." The incident of killing the entire Green Forest stronghold happened on his way back to Chang'an, and So-hun gets very upset after remembering all that incident and the faces as well as conditions of those children. After hearing this, Wonhai says, "You did the right thing there? You punished the bad people and saved others, didn't you?" Then So-hun tells her, "One of them said this before he died, that the Wild Green Troop will avenge them. Feuds and grudges have started to haunt my sword, and since I killed 2 of the 4 great demons, the Berserk demon will find me at all costs as well. If I'm not a bad person and tried to live as normal human, how would I deal with all these people? A Maecenas accumpson lacus vel facilis." While telling her all this, So-hun's eyes turn to pink because of poison, but Wonhai starts trembling and crying. Then she says to him while crying, "I just wanted you to be happy. I was worried that you would get hurt while fighting in the unorthodox factions," and So-hun is looking at her quietly and then holds her hand while smiling. Both of them are looking into each other's eyes. Then she says to him while cleaning the eyes with her finger that, "Sorry. I didn't want to nag at you since we just met." So-hun looks at her face and replies with a little guilt, "It's being so long since I heard someone nagging at me. I've been smiling because I've enjoyed it." Then she asks, "Is that why you have been smiling?" And he replies to her, "Exactly." She immediately gets offended at his words and says to him with anger, "Just pour a glass of wine," and he replies obediently, "All right." So-hun was pouring a wine in her glass, when she asks him, "If your master kidnapped you and took you in as his disciple, did you run away from him?" Then while pouring a wine in his glass, he tells her that, "No. He let me go and he told me to go back to my hometown." Then she asks with puzzled face, "Why would he do that? Didn't one of the 4 great demons kidnap you?" While placing a beautiful floral vase of alcohol on the table, he says to her, "In the end, I won." This time, she is even more shocked than before and asks, "You fought against the poison demon?" So-hun replies, "No, I had gotten him to be so attached to me that he couldn't kill me." So-hun was telling Wonhai about his past and childhood he spent with the poison demon and his twin brother. He tells her that, the poison demon has a twin. The immortal physician is his brother. When I got poisoned by the poison demon, he detoxified and cured me. One of them is obsessed with making poison while the other one is obsessed with saving others. They are both madmen. The immortal physician didn't do all he could to save me. He only saved me when I was on the verge of death. My body was just something that they were trying to prove what they were each capable of. They were just competing with each other. That was when I decided that I will get them to like me to the point they won't kill me no matter what. After that, I began to earnestly cherish them. I tried to be nice to them, tried to understand them and also made up tons of interesting sto. After a long time had passed, the poison demon was surprised. Then Sohun asked him, "Master, what's wrong?" Then the poison demon replies to him, "I've made a truly powerful poison, but I don't think you would be able to handle it." Then the poison demon says to himself, "Damn it, what am I saying? Forget what I just said." Then Sohun says to Wonhai, "That was how I survived." Wonhai is shocked to hear that story. Then he continues, saying, "After that, both of them worked together to perform experiments that would mainly strengthen my body." After listening his story, she says, "I see," and she is holding her skirt tightly and he's looking at her hand. Then Sohun says to her, "Wonhai, don't stay at Mystic Lunar Troop anymore. I'll prepare a safe place that's comfortable for you, live there with your family." She replies immediately, "I don't want to. I'm going to wait for the rest to come back to the Mystic Lunar Troop." Then he says to her, "Wonhai, that's precisely why I'm suggesting this. Now that I know about your children, what am I to do if they get hurt by someone? It's not just them, it also applies to you and your husband." She is quietly listening to him and is looking quite nervous. Then he says to her, "I'll go visit you from time to time. I also need a place where I can rest comfortably. Don't I?" Then she asks with puzzled face, "A place for you to rest?" He smiles and replies, "Indeed." Then he starts pouring a wine in his glass, saying to her, "I didn't talk about my masters for no reason. If a fight between the Orthodox and my masters occurs, then I'd have no choice but to fight those of the Orthodox as well." This time she gets a little angry and asks, "Why? They are people who tortured you for years, aren't they?" While holding a glass in his hand, he replies to her, "But they are still my masters." She asks boldly, "If your master decides to kidnap children again to experiment on them, what will you do?" While drinking wine, he replies to her, "At that time, I'd fight my master." Hearing this made her happy and she sighs. Meanwhile he continues, saying, "But that won't happen. They are past the stage of doing that sort of experiment now." She asks, "What?" He smiles and replies, "Because I already underwent all of the experiments," and she is just quiet at his answer. The very next morning, two men arrives at the Mystic Lunar Troop and they're from the Jaegal clan. Chu Sayek arrives at troop leader's door along with them and tells him while standing outside, "Troop leader, the Jaegal clan that I talked to you about is here." He replies from inside, "Let them in." Sayek opens the door of Sohun's room and gives them away, saying, "Please come in," and one of them replies, "Thanks." They enter the room and one man is holding a metal fan in his hand. Meanwhile the one standing behind him is looking around, taking a brief look of the room. Then the one who was holding a fan, greets the leader and says, "I have heard much about you, troop leader." They introduce themselves and one of them says, "I'm Jaegal Hyun," and the other says, "I'm Jaegal Tan." Sohun looks at their faces and replies, "You've come a long way. I'm Jin Sohun." Sohun is sitting on a dining table and offers them a seat, saying, "Please take a seat." They both takes their seats and then Sohun says to them, "I heard you have something to talk about." Jaegal Hyun replies politely, "Yes, troop leader. We come from Jaegal's News Shangxi branch." Hearing this, he says, "Let's hear what you have to say." Both of them are looking at him with weird expressions and thinking that, how mannerless. He wants to talk business right away without even offering a cup of tea. Then he sighs and starts telling him, "As you know, we are the ones who created the Jaegal News. Jaegal News is one of the main businesses of the Jaegal clan. If we are just talking about the area north of Yangtze River, we already have customers like the Mount Hua sect, the Zhongnan sect, the Qingqing sect, the Tang clan, the Hubei Alliance and the Wudang sect, etc. Most of those within the Orthodox have ties with Jaegal News. I've heard of what happened in Chang'an. You killed the great demoness and the sex demon, correct?" Sohun replies, "That's right." Then he replies happily, "That's amazing, we at Jaegal News were really surprised when we heard about it. There was an uproar everywhere because a great warrior had appeared in Shangxi." Sohun looks at them with side-eye and frowns then asks, "A great warrior?" Then Jaegal Hyun tells him, "Of course. We possess something known as the Jianghu ranking list. We usually maintain news about martial artists in the Jianghu that make it to the top 100. Since you killed two of the great demons, you are likely in the top 100. I'm curious as to what rank he will be at as well. In any case, in the exclusive news that we're preparing this time around, we are thinking of putting your information in it. The stories of how you defeated the great Demoness and the sex demon, and what do you hope to achieve or do from now on. Isn't there much to discuss? We have already discussed it a great deal within the J-Gal News and have prepared a few articles. Then he takes out the article from his thobe and starts reading it and says, it'll be articles like this. It is written in the article that Jin Sohun, the great warrior that appeared in Chang'an. How did he destroy the bloody revolving clan and kill the 4 great demons? Let's see. Then while writing something on the paper with the pen, he says, we should also add the story of you taking over the Chang'an unorthodox faction and also the story where you deployed the inescapable net strategy to defeat the sex demon. Sohun doesn't say anything and is listening to him quietly, and then J-Gal Hyun says with weird expressions, there are so many stories to write about. Sohun smiles and replies to him, you have done your research. Then Hyun says while lifting his index finger, they are also things like this. Is Jin Sohun the appearance of another demon? Who will fill up the empty seats of the 2 great demons? Just for your information, I don't belong to the orthodox or the unorthodox. We simply meet people who are being talked about in the streets, hear their stories and tell the Jianghu of their stories. After listening, Sohun asks, is that so? And he replies, indeed. While sitting cross-legged, Sohun says confidently, well, it'd be nice to meet with you guys when I'm bored. I'll meet you guys periodically. Both of them are looking at his confident face, and Hyun is wondering, he's treating us as some peddlers that are simply selling goods, and Tan is also looking at Sohun. Then Sohun asks them, anything else? Then while lifting his metal fan from the table, he says to him, Troop Leader Jin, you might not know it well since you are mainly at Chenyang, and then opening his fan, he completes his sentence and says boldly, but the J-Gal News has quite a great deal of influence, and Sohun smiles and asks, really? Then that man says without even hesitation, yes. Depending on how we introduce you, the position you have in the Jianghu could vary greatly. Aren't you unorthodox? Then crossing his fingers with each other, he smiles and says to them, I can't tell if you are giving compliments or insulting me. Let's say I'm unorthodox then. That man asks, do you think that's a compliment? This time Sohun says with utter seriousness, get to the point. That's enough acting. Hearing this, both of them are looking into his eyes, meanwhile he's looking at them. Then Hyun says, alright, let's talk business then. We'd like to make a proposal to you. We'll help you become part of the Orthodox. Sohun asks, how do you intend to do that? Then he smiles and replies, that's simply within our capabilities. That's not all we can do, we can turn you into a great warrior. You have killed 2 of the 4 great demons after all, haven't you? The following places will soon create an alliance for the sake of the stability of Jianghu. Mount Hua, Zhongnan, Hubei sect, Wudong and the J-Gal clan. They all happen to be groups that are near Shaanxi. With Xi'an, that's in Shaanxi being the border, most of the lands on the west side will belong to you. I heard you haven't unified the Hanzhong unorthodox faction yet. Sohun tells him, I've been busy. Then Hyun continues, saying, I see. In any case, the eastern side of the Shaanxi along with the Hunan and the Hubei will be ruled by our alliance. What reason could there be for orthodox factions to gather together? It'd be to either chase out or slaughter demonic factions and probably to attack the unorthodox factions. My patriarch said this, since he killed 2 of the 4 great demons, he must have the qualities of becoming a great warrior even though he is from the unorthodox. While there would certainly be a lot of resistance coming from the orthodox factions, if the J-Gal News manages to find out what your intentions are, then the rest of the Jianghu might find out about the birth of a new great warrior. After hearing all this, Sohun asks, so then, what do you want from me? Then while holding his fan in his hands, he smiles and answers, I heard you're very wealthy. Then pouring a tea in the cup from the kettle, Sohun says to him, I do have a lot of money. Then that man comes to the point and says, please invest 30 million Niang into J-Gal News. While putting the kettle on the table, Sohun asks boldly, I think I heard it wrongly. How much did you just say? Then that man gets up from his chair and while putting his hands on the table, he says to the troop leader, 30 million Niang. We'll turn your forces into part of the orthodox factions and we will also make you into a great warrior and give you the nickname of the greatest warrior of Shaanxi. You will also be working with the new Muram alliance that will be formed in the north of the Yangtze River. Then while holding the cup in his hand, Sohun says to him, I think you should also tell me what would happen if I refuse. He sighs and replies, about that, well, there are various things that could get out, around there. Like rumors of you being the disciple of the Venom Demon. Then while drinking his tea, Sohun says to him, I'll become a great warrior if I give you money, and he replies, correct. Then looking at him, Sohun completes his sentence, asking, and if I don't, I'll become a villain? Jae-gal Hyun again sits on the chair and while holding the armrest, he says, well, I'm not saying that explicitly. Then Sohun put his cup on the table and says, and if I become a villain then I'll be enemies with Mount Hua, Zhongnan, Hubei, Wudong, and Jae-gal. If I don't want that, then I should give you 30 million niang. Now this time, Hyun asks angrily, do you not want to pay 30 million niang? We are only taking money this one time for you to take the first step to become the most famous and wealthiest person in the Jianghu. Sohun says, alright. He is shocked and asks, sorry. Then Sohun again says, I said alright. Then he smiles and asks, did you just agree to it? Then Sohun while taking out his metallic fan which was given by the immortal physician, he says to him, I don't have the 30 million niang with me right now, and then Sohun opens that fan and continues, saying, I need to gather that money from the Chang'an and the Chenyang unorthodox factions. Then Sohun starts moving his fan and Jae-gal Hyun says, is that so? That's alright. We can wait for that. While moving that fan, Sohun's eyes turn to pink being poisonous and is listening to him quietly. Then Hyun says to him, you have made a great decision. Please tell us about how you killed the great demoness and the sex demon then. We'll make sure to write it nicely so that it becomes a heroic story for people to know of. We weren't able to find out what happened no matter how hard we looked into it. Then Sohun closes his fan and tells him, I killed the great demoness by snapping her neck. Both of them are confused and Hyun asks, pardon? Then Sohun says again, her neck. I snapped it. After hearing this, he looks frightened and starts drenching in sweat. Then he says, alright. After that, Sohun tells him how he killed the sex demon and then moving his fan from his shoulder to the stomach, he says, and for the sex demon my cut started from here to here. I cut off his arms and his body had a big hole as well. This made him even more horrified and he says, I see. Jae-gal Tan is also looking at Sohun with angry and frightened, both expressions. Then Sohun asks, do you feel hot? Hyun was moving his fan because of the fear and says hesitatingly, yes, it's a little hot now that you mention it. Please continue. Then Sohun keeps telling, the technique I used has a little rotational force, so my blade was a little off course. That's why it's hard to avoid it. Seeing as how he wasn't dead right away despite having all of his intestines coming out. Sohun couldn't even complete his story when both of them fainted and their heads are lying on the table and Sohun put back his fan into his thobe. Then Sohun calls Sayek who was standing outside. He comes inside and says, yes, troop leader. Then Sohun orders him, ventilate this room, the air feels a little stuffy, and he replies obediently, understood. At night, there is a dark cell and Jae-gal Hyun is tied there with a chair while sitting on it and is fainted. He wakes up and opens his immediately and tries to remember what happened few hours ago. He is scared and is thinking, where am I? Was I poisoned? Then Chu Sayek appears there and asks, are you awake? Hyun looks at his face and says angrily, you are Chu Sayek. Do you think you will be able to get away doing something like this? The Mount Hua sect. He couldn't even complete his sentence when Sayek slaps him in his face with great force but he being stubborn, again says, Wudong, but then again Chu Sayek hits him in his face and asks, next would be the Hubei alliance, Zhongnan sect and the Jae-gal clan. Anything else? Hyun laughs and replies to him, I'm asking if you think you can get away from them. This time, Sayek hits him in the head and then comes near him and says, how would I know, asshole? The troop leader will deal with them. Hyun gets angry and loudly says, do you think he's a big shot or something? Does he have no respect for anyone else just because he killed 2 of the 4 great demons? Sayek is listening to him quietly and he's also looking at him with anger. Then Sohun opens the door and is standing at the entrance when Sayek says to him, troop leader, he's asking if you have no respect for anyone else. Sohun is dresses completely different from the usual clothes and then asks Sayek, did you hit him already? He smiles and replies, I only hit him a few times. Jae-gal Hyun looks at him and asks, troop leader, what's the meaning of this? Is this because it's too much money? In that case, I can go back and try to get them to lower the amount. Aren't you being too much when we didn't come here to pick a fight? We could have talked things out. Sohun didn't say anything, and then there was a stool which was covered with a cloth. Sohun removes that cloth and there are different kinds of tools under it. Hyun is shocked to see that and is wondering, torturing tools? Sohun takes out a big knife and raises it in the air. Jaegal Hyun is horrified to see that and is completely drenched in sweat. Jaegal Hyun is terrified to see a big sharp knife in Sohun's hand and says immediately, "Troop leader, I'm prepared to talk. Why are you acting like this?" Sohun looks at him with anger and asks, "What's wrong? You wasted my precious time with that nonsense of yours when I am already so busy." Hyun he's speaking loudly because of the fear and says, "I wasn't talking nonsense. Once the alliance is formed, they will be able to attack the Shangxi unorthodox faction. But the unorthodox factions exist in more than just Shangxi, and we also need to worry about the rest, so the Jaegal clan's patriarch came up with the grander strategy." Saying this, he closes his eyes, and when Sohun asks, "It's all over?" Then he opens his one eye and looks at him. Then Sohun sits on a box nearby and says to him, "The fact that I'm the Venom Demon's disciple is exposed. I went through the trouble to kill the Great Demoness and the Sex Demon, but now there's Mount Hua, Wudong, Hubei, and Jaegal. How am I supposed to take all of them on? There's Zhongnan too." Sohun sighs while saying this and is pretending to be tired. Then Hyun looks at his face, smiles and is wondering that, looks like he's totally given up. "I'll make use of this." Then he says to Sohun, "That's why I'm asking you to work with us. Wouldn't all your troubles disappear the moment you became a great warrior?" Only one lamp on the wall is glowing in the room, and Hyun is tied with the chair with ropes, and Sohun is sitting before him on a wooden box with different clothes from the casual ones, and after hearing his suggestions, he asks Jaegal, "Hyun, really?" And he replies, "Of course. The only ones that have made a vague guess that you are the Venom Demon's disciple and those within the Jaegal news. Other groups have no idea that you are the Venom Demon's disciple. There's no way we do such a sloppy job, right? We are a reputable company after all." Hyun was bragging about his company and Jaegal news, and then after hearing this, Sohun smiles and asks, "That's how it is?" He replies, "Yes." Then while getting up from his chair, Sohun says to him, "I see." Hyun feels a sudden change in the environment like the one happened in the morning and is thinking that, what's happening? It feels like that atmosphere just changed. Then Sohun looks at him and says, "Military advisor Jaegal, listen carefully." Hyun is confused at the word military advisor and asks, "Sorry? Military advisor Jaegal?" Sohun looks at him with side eye and says with quite an angry face, "What? If I'm going to start a war, then shouldn't there be at least one military advisor Jaegal?" Hyun is completely stunned at his words and confidence and is wondering that he's saying such a crazy thing so naturally. Then he asks the troop leader, "You want to start a war?" And then Sohun replies to him that, "I'll decide on whether I'll start a war or not. You just focus on the strategies. Write it down over there. The names, characteristics, martial prowess rank and the number of martial masters that belong to the Orthodox Alliance. How strained is the relationship between the Mount Hua sect and the Zhongnan sect? How friendly is the Wudong sect and the Jaegal clan? Who within the Wudong sect is unhappy with their sect leader? What kind of weakness they have?" After hearing that, Hyun looks at his face and says, "Troop leader," but Sohun doesn't even listen to him and slaps him on his cheek with such a force that his chair displaces from its place, moves backwards and hits with the boxes behind. It was a great shot though. Jaegal Hyun is moaning with pain when Sohun put a foot on the base of his chair and corrects his chair. The intensity of the slap was this much that Hyun couldn't even balance his neck, and then Sohun asks him, "Military advisor Jaegal, are you listening?" And he replies, "Yes." Then Sohun says to him, "Should I just kill you? If you are just going to waste my time, just die." Hyun's left cheek is completely swollen and he begs for his life and says, "Please don't." Chu Sayek is standing behind Sohun and is quietly watching and listening their conversation. Then Sohun asks Jaegal, "You guys have your martial prowess levels categorized, right?" He agrees and replies, "Yes." Then Sohun tells him that, "Categorize the martial masters of your alliance according to their martial prowess. I want to know who's friendly with each other, not friendly with each other, whether they have any grudges, etc." Write down all of the details of the relationships of everyone. This time, he doesn't argue and replies obediently, understood. Then Sohun bends a little and comes near his face, looks into his eyes and says, also, one more thing. Meanwhile he replies, yes. Then looking straight into his eyes, Sohun orders him that, I want you to come up with the strategy on how you would destroy that alliance if you were me. Think of this as taking a government official test and write it down clearly. Then after hearing this, he was about to say something, but when he looks into the troop leader's angry and evil eyes and then remembers the slap, he immediately says, I'm sorry. I'll think about it. Then Sohun again stands up straight and says to him, don't consider only the alliance and me. Also think if there are any outside forces that I can bring in. I want you to be open to possibilities. After telling him everything, Sohun asks him, understood? And he replies with, yes. Then Sohun leaves from there and Chu Sayek opens the door for him, and while leaving, he says to Sayek that, only free his hands. Keep away any weapons and make sure to bring him meals on time, and he replies obediently, yes, troop leader. Sohun was about to leave when Hyun asks loudly from behind that, troop leader. Is Jae-gal-tan alive? Troop leader turns his head and replies while smiling that, I don't know, and Jae-gal-hyun is shocked to hear that Jae-gal-tan is fighting with the soldiers of the Chenyang unorthodox faction and is standing in the pavilion at the center, and the subordinates are surrounding him and looking at his fighting skills. Then, fighting with another subordinate, he defeats him and then other two takes him away. Meanwhile he's injured. Jae-gal-tan is holding a sword in his hand and his hand is bleeding, and then looking at the Sohun who is sitting on a chai upstairs, he's wondering that, damn it. I can't even remember how many I've fought so far. To think he'd use me to train his subordinates. Then Sohun says, next. Another soldier comes forward for the fight while holding a sword in his hand, and the Sun Dragon Association leader and Sohun is looking at them. Then the subordinate moves towards Tan for the attack and jumps a little in the air, and in the other hand, Tan defends himself from his attack and then hits him in his chest with his foot, and then moving towards him, he's thinking that, while I can't kill any of you since Hyun is in captive, I'll break your leg. Sohun is looking at him with confusion, and then using his middle finger and martial arts techniques, Sohun throws a little stone with such a great force and speed towards him that it breaks his wooden sword into pieces, and the subordinate is lying on the floor over his elbows and is looking at the Tan's sword with fear. Jae-gal-tan is also confused at what's happening, and then Sohun says to Sun Dragon Association leader that, Sun Dragon Association leader. 3 people already lost to that fake move just now. He replies, that's right. Then Sohun orders him, stay here and teach them, and he replies, understood. Then Sohun stands up and all his subordinates is looking at him and listening carefully. Then he says to them, alright. That's it for Jae-gal-tan. You all shall resume training tomorrow. They all reply obediently, yes, troop leader. While leaving from there, Sohun says to Tan, Jae-gal-tan, follow me, and he's standing there, looking at his back. Sohun is sitting on a chair and is pouring a wine in his glass. Meanwhile Jae-gal-tan is sitting before and he is looking at him. His sword is leaning against the table nearby. Tan has brownish eyes and is looking at the troop leader and is wondering that, why didn't he take away my sword? But I don't have any chance of winning even if I tried to fight. He's far more skilled than the information given to us detailed, and while thinking this, he remembers about what happened few moments ago. Then after pouring a wine in his glass, he put the jug on the table and asks Jae-gal-tan, how old are you? Sohun asks with such a rude tone, and he also replies with the same energy as him, I'm 25 years old. Then he asks the troop leader, is Jae-gal-hyun alive? While holding a glass in his hand, Sohun replies to him, he's alive though I've locked him away. After that, Sohun starts drinking wine, and while drinking, he asks him another question that, are you a close relative of his? Like a cousin or something? And he replies with yes. Again, putting that glass of wine on the table, Sohun asks him, if I start a war without listening to your requests, which side would the great justice be on? He immediately answers his question, saying that, great justice doesn't exist in the unorthodox faction. Then Sohun asks, do you really think that? Looking straight into his eyes, he replies, yes, I swear it upon my life. Great justice doesn't exist in the unorthodox faction. Sohun listens to him quietly, and then after few moments, he smiles and says to him, from what I see, both Jae-gal-hyun and the Jae-gal clan are trash. Hearing this makes him angry and he holds the armrest with great force because of the anger and then says to Sohun, "We're not trash." Then Sohun frowns and asks him a question that, "Do you know what I could do with that 30 million niang that you guys requested for?" Then without even waiting for his answer, Sohun counties, telling him that, it's so much that none of the orphans and beggars of the Western Dark Street, Eastern Spirit Street, Northern Wind Street and the Chenyang region of the South would ever have to worry about food again. After hearing this, Jae-gal Tan smirks and asks, "Does this mean the Chenyang that you are in charge of has no hungry orphans or beggars?" Sohun replies that, "No, there will always be orphans and beggars," and Tan says, "That's likely the case." Sohun tells him, however, "I've been receiving updates from their leaders of the Chenyang unorthodox faction. We took in orphans, gave them names and a place to stay. Reports on how much was spent on all those things, I received multitudes of such reports as soon as I returned to the Chang'an." After hearing this all, Jae-gal Tan asks him, "Are you expecting me to believe that?" Then Sohun tells him that, "I was an orphan myself," and he frowns after hearing this. Sohun keeps telling him about his childhood that, "I grew up here. I ate and slept here, and then I learned sword dances when I was awake. That's how I lived here. Other than treating the leaders that are managing the different areas harshly, I don't care how much wealth I have." Sohun says all this with quite an anger and he's listening quietly to him. Then the troop leader continues, saying, "I ordered the leaders to report to me directly here at the Mystic Lunar Troop of any unfair and wrongdoing that happen in Chenyang." Jae-gal Tan starts taking interest and asks, "Does that really work?" Sohun smiles and replies, "Probably not 100%, but if it doesn't work properly, I'll just kill them for insubordination because like you have said I'm a villain. Unfortunately, my subordinates know how much better than you guys just how much of a villain I am. The Chang'an unorthodox faction is pretty wealthy. I looked at Go Seojuk and all the places in the Chang'an. They seem to be leading a better life than people in Chenyang. However, in order to prepare 13 million niang, would need to ask Go Seojuk to come up with at least half the money and Go Seojuk would ask those under him for the money. Just like a chain effect, they will ask those under them and that cycle would just keep repeating. Inevitably there would be those who'd be robbed off all they had, and then there would be people sitting on the streets and more orphans would also appear." Jae-gal Tan is stunned to hear all those facts but Sohun continues, giving him shocks one by one that he's completely quiet and is just listening to him. Then Sohun says, "If I pay the money, then I would be a great warrior and a villain if I don't. This is the kind of money that you are asking for and you guys are using Mount Hua, Wudong, Hubei and Zhongnan to pressure me into giving you that money. Do you think Jae-gal News only did this to me so far? Probably not. How many such incidents do you think have happened already?" Saying this, Sohun punches a table because of the anger and Jae-gal is looking at his hand with a guilty face. Sohun's eyes starts to glow blue because of anger and then he asks Jae-gal that, "Jae-gal Tan, raise your head, look me in the eyes and tell me. Who's the trash here?" Jae-gal is drenched in sweat but doesn't reply to his question and now both of them are looking at each other. Then Sohun asks him another question, "Why did you learn martial arts?" Jae-gal Tan starts telling him about himself that, "I'm from a collateral family of the Jae-gal family. When I was young, they realized I had a talent for swords and it was determined that I would be a martial artist that could be good in both literacy and martial arts." Sohun interrupts him and says, "Not that. I'm asking why did you train so hard in martial arts?" He couldn't understand his words, gets offended and asks, "What do you mean?" Then Sohun smirks and asks him boldly, "Did you want to become the patriarch of the Jae-gal clan? That's impossible since you are not in the main family, or did you want to go to people in the unorthodox factions that were wealthy and tell them, I'm from the Jae-gal clan. Give me money and I'll make you orthodox? Did you learn martial arts to protect scholars who say such trash?" Jae-gal Tan gets infuriated and says, and he was about to say something but didn't and stays quiet. Then Sohun looks at him and says that, "I'll ask you again. If a war breaks out, which side would the great justice be on?" Tan starts trembling and holds the armrest tightly to stop his trembling and then says, "I don't think. I'd be with the Jae-gal clan," but Sohun doesn't agree with him and says, "No, you guys do have it. That has always been the case. Simply because you lot are of the orthodox." Sohun is pouring a wine in the glass and he's looking at it quietly. Then Sohun forwards the glass towards him, saying, "Drink this," and there's a reflection of Jae-gal Tan in the glass full of wine. Then while pouring a wine in his glass, Sohun starts telling him about their miscalculation, that you severely miscalculated if you thought I only killed the great Demoness and the sex demon for fame. The great Demoness Luke an orphan in the mystic lunar troop as her disciple, so I killed her and brought the orphan back. The sex demon was after the great Demoness disciples from the start. Then while holding a glass in his hand, Sohun smiles and continues, telling him, Jaegal Hyun said I did a great thing. This opportunity wouldn't be made available to me if I just fought with an unorthodox faction, but because I killed 2 of the 4 great demons, I can now qualify to become a great warrior. Are you guys qualified to choose who's great or chivalrous? Then while drinking wine, Sohun says, you know, I think true great and chivalrous warriors are decided by the majority of the powerless or those people who receive their help. It's not decided by you people who take money for it. After hearing all that, Jaegal Tan starts feeling guilty of his act and is sitting there with his head down because of shame, and then he takes the glass of wine and drinks it. Then after drinking alcohol, he says to the troop leader that, can I ask something? And he replies, go ahead. He asks him that, why did you learn martial arts then? Sohun replies immediately that, to survive, and he's shocked to hear that answer, but Sohun is busy drinking wine, and then after drinking the wine, Sohun put the glass on the table and calls Sayek, and he instantly appears there and says obediently that, yes, troop leader. Sohun looks at Chu Sayek and then orders him about the Jaegal Tan, lock him underground and treat him as a warrior. Chu Sayek replies, yes, troop leader, and then says to Jaegal, let's go. Jaegal takes his sword and gets up from the chair, but while leaving, he stops for a while and says without turning his back, troop leader, I have one more question. Why didn't you take away my sword? Then while pouring drink in his glass, Sohun replies boldly, I don't drink wine with trash. While you might be a prisoner here, the sword is yours, and he's stunned to hear that, but then he smiles and says, I understand. Meanwhile, Sohun takes glass and starts drinking wine. There is an underground prison and Jaegal Hyun is tied with a chair. There is big table in the room and there are many papers on the table along with the pen. Some bits of papers are also lying on the floor, and Sohun is standing before him while holding some pages and reading his strategy report. Sohun is reading with full concentration, meanwhile Hyun is looking at his changing facial expressions with nervousness. While taking a brief look of the strategy, troop leader's wondering that, this is pretty good. He did this much in just 3 days, and then he looks at the bundle of paper lying on the table and wonders, I guess journalists also have their own uses, since Jaegal Hyun is also a journalist. Then after a while, Hyun says to Sohun that, troop leader, I'm sorry, but is Jaegal Tan doing well? He's honest to a fault. Please spare him. The only wrong thing he did was to follow me. I'd kneel in front of you, but my legs are tied. Hyun is truly worried about his cousin-like brother, and Sohun is looking at him with weird expressions and then tells him about Jaegal Tan, he's doing better than you, so don't worry. Hyun is stunned to hear that and asks him, what? Better than me? Then Sohun tells him, yes. He's being treated like a warrior. Hyun asks, what about me? Sohun replies immediately, like a criminal, and he's shocked to hear that he's being treated like a criminal. Sohun again starts reading his strategy and sees the word Ultimate Martial Master, and then asks Hyun about this, an Ultimate Martial Master? He tells Sohun that, yes, that's a term that Jaegal clan uses to describe someone who's one of the top 10 martial masters. While holding a page in his hand, Sohun says to him, I didn't know that one of the top 10 martial masters was in the alliance. Jaegal is also listening to him angrily and is wondering, there are countless martial masters in the alliance, but if he knew that there was a top 10 martial master, then even if it was him, he'd have given up on starting a war. Then Sohun sighs and says to him, there is also a few supreme peak level martial masters. Quite a few peak level ones too. Well, since it's an alliance, I expected this much. Jaegal is stunned to hear that and asks Sohun, you expected this? Sohun goes to the table and is now looking at the other pages of the strategy report and then replies to him, it's the Mount Hua sect and the Wudang sect. I should be glad there's only one ultimate martial artist. Hyun is now getting confused and is thinking, be glad? Is he really going to start a war with the alliance? Then Sohun says to him, where's the information on the ultimate martial master? It only mentions Wudang Sword Immortal, and Wudang Sect Leader, retired. He replies, I'll take care of that part soon. Then while holding a set of papers in his hand, So-hun says to him, "It seems you are not doing your job properly. Did your bad habits as a journalist act up again? Something like, I got all the information, would he dare to kill me?" Jae-gal-hyun disagrees with him and says out of fear, "That's not it." Then So-hun turns his head and looks at him with anger and asks, "Who am I the disciple of?" He replies, "You are the disciple of the Venom Demon." Then So-hun asks him, "Want me to give you medicine?" Jae-gal is stunned to hear that and asks, "What? Medicine?" But then he looks at the troop leader's face and is wondering, the medicine made by the Venom Demon's disciple, and soon he realized that it's not good to receive medicine from the Venom Demon's disciple and replies to him immediately, "I don't need that. I'll play along from here on." Then So-hun tells him, "If I lose the war, you'll die too," and he asks with surprise, "What?" While looking at the paper, So-hun says to him, "If I die, my subordinates will also die. If that happens, there won't be anyone to feed you, would there? While the place you are in is a prison, it can't be found that easily." After hearing, Jae-gal says, "That means," but So-hun interrupts him and says, "You're my military advisor until the war ends, but your office will be in the prison," and he's listening to him quietly. Suddenly, voices start to come from the outside. Someone was asking, "The troop leader is here?" But Chu Sayek tries to stop that person from entering the room, saying, "Please, wait for a moment." Then Chu Sayek comes at the entrance of the room and informs the troop leader, "Troop leader, the first disciple is here." So-hun sighs and then Sayek was taking permission that, should I let her? But the senior sister comes there before the troop leader gives permission. The senior sister is wearing green-colored clothes and is covering her face with a beautiful net veil, and she's looking extremely gorgeous that even Jae-gal-hyun is looking at her with interest. Then she comes inside and asks him frankly, "Troop leader, what are you doing in the prison?" So-hun doesn't even look at her and asks, "Why are you here?" She gets offended at this and asks angrily, "It's been a few days already, should you show your face at least?" Jae-gal-hyun is completely drenched in sweat and is looking at the senior sister, wondering that, who is she? I can't believe there's a woman who could speak like that to him. So-hun looks at her and asks, "Were you feeling very cooped up?" She looks annoyed and replies frankly that, "Yeah, it's way too peaceful. It doesn't suit me. Seriously, I even thought that I could experience energy deviation with this level of peacefulness." Then So-hun says to her, "In that case, rest here a few days before leaving. On the top floor, there's the room that the pavilion owner used to use. It's the largest room, you can use it alone." She is pleased after hearing this and asks, "Really?" Then she thanks him and greets him, saying, "Thank you, troop leader." So-hun looks at her, smiles and then replies, "No need for thanks." Then the senior sister looks at Hyun, who's tied with the chair, and asks, "But what's with this guy?" Then So-hun tells her that he's a journalist from the Jae-gal family who created Jae-gal News. "He asked me for 30 million niang." She gets infuriated after hearing this and asks, 30 million niang? And Hyun is looking at her angry face with fear. Moreover, So-hun tells her that, exactly. He said he'll make me a great chivalrous warrior, and if I don't give him the money, he will make me one of the 4 great demons. After hearing this, she gets extremely angry and slaps him with such a great force that his chair falls on the floor and he's moaning with pain. Then she says to him, "What a ridiculous bastard. You think 30 million niang is a joke?" His chair is still lying on the floor and both of them are standing there, looking at him. Then the senior sister asks So-hun, "Why are you keeping him alive? Just kill him." So-hun counter-questions, "Should I have done that?" Hearing the news of his murder, Jae-gal-hyun loudly says to them, "I have things that I need to do." She asks, "What?" Then while lying on the floor, he tells her that, "I'm in the midst of coming up with a strategy. I'm the Jae-gal military advisor of the Mystic Lunar Troop. I'm in the midst of planning a strategy to deal with the alliance under the orders of the troop leader." She looks at the So-hun and asks, "Really?" But So-hun doesn't say anything. Then she smiles and asks Hyun, "So, you're a traitor?" He is shocked to hear that for himself and asks, "Traitor?" Then she asks him, "Aren't you from the Jae-gal clan?" He replies to her, "Yes, that's right. I'm in the collateral but..." She interrupts him, bends over him a little and says to him while smiling that, "But you just said you are the Mystic Lunar Troop's Jae-gal military advisor, didn't you?" He replies, "Yes, I did say that." She's looking at him with pity and asks, "You're a traitor then, aren't you?" And he gets stunned when he realizes the situation. Now, he's wondering, a traitor, even though I took on the military advisor role because I was threatened, would the people of the clan believe my words? No, even if they do believe it, would the Alliance forgive me for leaking out damaging information? After realizing the fact, he closes his eyes because of the fear and guilt. After listening to their conversation, Sohan sighs and then says to senior sister, "Go back up. I need to talk with him a little more." She turns around and says to him, "All right, troop leader." While leaving, she stops for a while, turns around her head and looks at Jae-gal Hyun and calls him, "Hey," and he replies with, "Yes?" Then she laughs loudly and says to him, "Try running away if you want. I already deployed the inescapable net formation outside. The one that could capture even the sex demon." He's shocked to hear that and is wondering, the inescapable night formation that captured even the sex demon, a master of mobility arts. It's impossible for me to escape from this place. There's no way my acting could do anything. She's standing there, enjoying Hyun's situation. Meanwhile Sohan is looking at her back. While leaving, she laughs and says to him, "I already deployed the inescapable net formation outside." She is studying there laughing. Meanwhile Sohan is turning behind, looking at her. Then Jae-gal Hyun replies to her, "That's what you did, I see." Sohan is looking at him with side eye and then, after a while, grabs his clothes from his shoulder and he's horrified at this sudden move. Then Sohan asks angrily, "What did you just say?" He's looking into troop leader's eyes and then immediately replies, "My apologies." Sohan comes near him and says to him that, "Listen carefully," and he replies, "Yes, sir." Then Sohan says to him, "There's no need for you to know the details about my troops or subordinates, but I'll let you know how many martial masters I have. The martial master that just left is able to take on one of the supreme peak martial masters that you mentioned." After hearing this, he asks, "Is that so?" Sohan leaves his shoulder and is now standing near him and replies to him, "Indeed." While standing behind him, Sohan's thinking that, well, it's kind of true that she can deal with them. Meanwhile Hyun is looking at him and then again, Sohan says to him, "And I'm not the one who caught up to the sex demon with Qinggong. It was a man known as the Almighty Gu Sa. He's the martial master who's the most exceptional in Qinggong within Shangxi." Jae-gal starts sweating after hearing this and asks, "A Qinggong marital master?" Then looking outside the window, Sohan replies to him, "Exactly." So, in the end, the sex demon had no choice but to give up on running away. He's the best in the Shangxi and was disguised as a waiter. Hyun is looking at him with puzzled face and says, "Gu Sa." Then Sohan asks to him, "Have you also heard of the crazy venom sex demon?" But he refuses and replies to him, "It's my first time hearing of that name." Sohan tells him, "That person is on the level of the 4 great demons. If I'm faced with a situation where I might die, the venom demon will also make his move, and I also have Go Seajuk and the Chenyang's leaders." Jae-gal Hyun replies obediently, "Understood." Then Sohan looks at him without turning his back and says to him, "So, there's no reason I would lose in numbers. The problem would be the Wudong Sword Immortal." Hyun agrees with him and says to him while turning his head behind that, "Yes. If he joins the war, then you are sure to lose the war." After this, Sohan turns around and says to him, "So write everything you know about him. What he likes, dislikes, and where he goes to," and he replies, "Understood." Once again, Sohan says to him, "Before that, I want you to write our justification for going to war." After hearing this, something clicks his mind and then he asks with great shock, "What? Our justification for going to war?" Sohan is standing near him and replies to him, "Yes. I want you to write down every single detail on why we had no choice but to attack the Jae-gal clan and justify our attacks. You know the reason the best, don't you?" He looks at him and says, "That's true, but why do I need to be the one writing that?" Sohan frowns and then says to him with quite an angry face, "What are you talking about? Of course, the military advisor should write it. Are you expecting me to do it?" Jae-gal Hyun is looking at him with panic and troop leader is also looking at him with side eye, and then he replies to Sohan, with his head down, that, "I'll make the preparations." And then moving towards the door, Sohan says to him, "I'll look forward to it then." After saying that, Sohan leaves the room and closes the door. Now he is sitting alone in the room and says to himself, "I can't believe I have to justify an attack on the clan. Then he remembers about the senior sister which said to him few moments ago that, "You are a traitor then." Then he closes his eyes because of regret and is thinking, damn it. Why do I have all the justification in my head already? After leaving the prison, troop leader enters his room where the Sun Dragon Association leader along with the other two Chenyang's leaders is waiting for him. When they see him entering the room, they all stands up and greets the troop leader. One of them says, "Troop leader, it's been a while." There is a table and a chair for the troop leader and different kinds of books, papers, pens, maps, and also the kettle and the cups are placed on the table. Meanwhile there is a separate table and 3 chairs for the other leaders. Sohun sits on his chair and says to them, "Everyone, take a seat," and they all replies obediently, "Yes, troop leader." The Eagle Clan leader says to the troop leader frankly, "Congratulations on killing the sex demon and the great demoness," but Sohun looks at him and replies rudely, "Be quiet," and he's feeling ashamed at his insult and says, "Yes, sir." Then the troop leader asks them, "How are our forces?" The North Wind Sword Wolf Clan leader replies to him that, "We have brought only the elites as per your instruction. May I know why you gathered everyone so urgently?" Then Sohun tells them, "The Jaegal clan said that we could become orthodox if we paid 30 million niang." Everyone in the room is shocked to hear that and the North Wind Sword Wolf Clan leader asks, "What? 30 million niang?" Meanwhile the other says, "That's daylight robbery." The Sun Dragon Association leader asks, "What do you intend to do?" Troop leader replies to him, "I rejected their offer." North Wind says, "That was a wise decision." After him, the Sun Dragon Association leader says, "I can't believe they asked for 30 million niang, that's ridiculous." Then Sohun closes his eyes because of the situation in which he's stuck and then says to them, "That's why I'm trying to help us become orthodox in my own ways. There's no reason I can't do what the Jaegal clan can do." All of them are looking at him with confusion and says, "What?" After this, Sohun says to them, "We will lead our elite troops to cut off the rotten parts of the orthodox. I'm thinking of attacking the Jaegal clan itself." Hearing this, the Sun Dragon Association leader says, "In that case, a war will be breaking out." Sohun looks at him and says angrily, "No, we are already at war. The Jaegal clan patriarch has declared war against me, but I will now change how we fight to be like the orthodox." The North Wind Sword Wolf asks, "Fighting like the orthodox?" Sohun replies, "We will fight with literacy like how they fight. In order to fight with both literacy and martial arts, I will need to create an alliance. That's the natural order of sequence in order to prepare for war. The name of the alliance will be the Mystical Lunar Alliance." After hearing the name, North Wind asks, "The Mystic Lunar Alliance, is it something like the Murim Alliance?" Sohun replies, "The name Mystic Lunar Troop will disappear from now on. Please get rid of the names, Chenyang Unorthodox Faction, Sun Dragon Association and the Eagle Clan as well. The Chang'an Unorthodox Faction will be the same." Then the Sun Dragon Association leader asks the troop leader that, since long ago, recognition must be received in order to create an alliance. How does Mystic Lunar Alliance intend to receive recognition? Sohun gets annoyed at his question and counter-questions, saying, "I'm saying I will use money to make us orthodox, what recognition do I need? Even if they don't recognize us, that's a later problem to think of. I'm intending to get support from the powerless for now. Even the Wild Green Troop that's after me, I'm intending to make them a part of the Mystic Lunar Alliance. The Wild Green Troop is a cruel and lawless group that kidnaps even children after all. We are to crush them in the name of justice." After hearing the word justice, the Eagle Clan leader is wondering that, justice, isn't that a word that has never been associated with us? Thinking this, he starts laughing and tries his best to stop his laugh by covering his mouth, and then all of them are looking at him with anger. When he realizes that everyone is staring at him, he feels guilty and says, "My apologies." Then Sohun counties, saying, "The Hanzhong Unorthodox Faction will also become part of the Mystic Lunar Alliance since it's unorthodox as well." All of them are looking with confusion and shock at the troop leader and the Eagle Clan, and the North Wind Sword Wolf Clan leader is thinking, "Wait, we are attacking them because they are unorthodox?" Meanwhile the Sun Dragon Association leader is thinking, "We are unorthodox too though?" After that, Sohun says to them, "I will also declare the killing of Sex Demon and the Great Demoness as something the Mystical Lunar Troop did, and make sure to spread the news that all of you saved orphans in your own areas. It's the truth after all. If the Orthodox want to come after us, then we will make this into a fight between orthodox factions, which means, I intend to fight them physically and also fight them with acts of kindness as propaganda. I'll be embracing greater justice from now on. We'll save the people. Protect the weak. While the Orthodox has been talking about doing all those nice things, I intend to do better than whatever they are doing. After listening to him quietly, all of them are looking at him with strange eyes, and then the Sun Dragon Association leader says, "Yes, sir." Then after telling them the half of the plan, Sohun says to them, "The only time I massacred lots of people was to destroy the Revolving Blood clan. Moreover, the Revolving Blood clan was an unorthodox clan. I'm going to expose what the Jaegal clan tried to do to me. The world will judge who's in the right. But if the other forces still decide to attack me, then I'll defeat every single one of them. I'll decide what I'll do depending on the situation." All of them reply simultaneously that, "We will follow you." Then Sohun says to them angrily that, the best tactic would be to capture the Jaegal clan patriarch and torture or threaten him and expose the Jaegal news to the Jianghu. I'm intending to get him to confess to the threats, corruption, and money that they have earned with their brushes. Then Sohun smiles and continues, saying, "If I have that, we could probably fight with the Orthodox in terms of public opinion." The Sun Dragon Association leader says, "That's a great idea." Then Sohun continues, telling them the strategy that, the not-so-good plan would be, if we can't capture the Patriarch, then we will force our way in and kill all of the Jaegal clan. If that happens, then no matter what justifications I give, we'll probably have to fight the Orthodox. After that time, I will use the Mystic Lunar Alliance to deal with them. I intend to recruit all the forces that have been suppressed by the Jaegal clan into the alliance, and so, the most important thing is how fast we advanced towards the Jaegal clan. We will be going in fiercely. Of course, I'll be handling the Patriarch. I also have some tasks for the military advisors under all of you. The North Wind Sword Wolf says, "Please continue." Sohun continues and says, "Send a letter to those who were affected negatively by the Jaegal clan. I'll pass a list of people who I think have been affected to you guys. We will be preparing to go to war on both the literacy and military force end." After hearing this, all of them reply simultaneously that, "Understood," and the meeting ends there. At night, Sohun is standing in his room at his study table and is looking at the introduction report prepared by the Jaegal Hyun and is reading about the Ugal that, Ugal, Wudang sect. Wudang Sword Immortal, Jaegal Alliance's only top 10 martial master. The highest in seniority within the Wudang sect. There are rumors that he couldn't become the sect leader because he loves to drink alcohol, singing, and dancing, but there are also guesses that he's drinking, singing, and dancing because he didn't want to become the sect leader. He's the toughest person for the current sect leader to get along well with and also the most shunned person. E1 teased the second Ingyang elder who was the world's most wicked villain into the desert in order to finish him off. After reading that, Sohun smiles and says to himself, "What an amazing person. This is what being an Orthodox is like." Then moving towards his window, Sohun's thinking, the top 10 martial masters, I'm very curious as to just how strong he is. Then again Sohun smiles and says to himself, if I'm not strong enough, I might die from fighting him, but I am dying to meet him already. He was standing there, looking outside the window and was talking to himself, but from nowhere, the senior sister appears there and after hearing his words, asks, "What? Might die?" Sohun looks at her and asks, "Why aren't you asleep yet?" She stands there while leaning against the table and is standing cross-armed. Then she asks him, "That's what I want to say to you. Who's killing you? The Wudang Sword Immortal?" Sohun turns around and looks at her and asks, "You know him?" She replies, "Of course, I do. It would be stranger to not know him." Then Sohun asks another question about him that, "Really? What kind of a person is he?" She tells him, "Someone my master avoided. He is also the reason my master doesn't go near the Wudang sect. Same for the other 4 great demons." After hearing this, Sohun smiles and says, "Your master avoided him? And so did the rest of the 4 great demons." She's confused at his smile and asks, "What's so interesting?" This time, Sohun smiles evil and asks her, "He's interesting, isn't he? A martial master that even the 4 great demons avoid," but she's still looking at him with puzzled face. Then Sohun offers her, saying, "We'll be attacking the Jaegal clan soon, come with us." She smiles and asks, "Why? Do you need me?" Sohun looks at her and replies to her, "You are strong, aren't you? Of course you will be of help, but it will be tough going for sure because it will be a tight schedule advancing towards the Jaegal clan. If the Jaegal patriarch and I end up fighting, I won't be able to do much elsewhere." She replies, "This is great. I was honestly dying of boredom, so I'd rather go sightseeing at the Jaegal clan." The first disciple is covering her face with the green veil of net and she's wearing that beautiful dress that she was wearing in the morning. Then Sohun looks at her, smiles and then says to her, "That veil is a good idea. Although it does remind me of the great Demoness." She gets happy at the compliment and then starts flexing, saying, "Are you saying it's a great idea because I'm too pretty?" Sohun replies rudely, "Get lost." After hearing this, she greets him and says obediently, "Yes, troop leader." She turns around and was leaving the room when Sohun says to her, "Go to sleep," and she also replies in the same tone that, "Okay, you should sleep too." Sohun is still standing there and is looking outside at the different tents that are established in the courtyard and is thinking while smiling, "I might become a public enemy after this fight. I might die too. I might also lose numerous subordinates. They're all worrying, but I'm getting excited at the thought that there's going to be a fight soon." Sohun sends letter to different alliance leaders through the arrows. The letters say, "I received a proposal from the Jaegal clan, to make me into a great chivalrous warrior, and also offered to include me into the Orthodox alliance. The price for that was 30 million niang. Is this truly how the Orthodox does things? I killed the great Demoness and the sex demon who were a part of the 4 great demons in Chang'an without thinking about using it to acquire fame, but the Jaegal clan did those things and said they could make me into a great chivalrous warrior. However, if I refused their offer, then they'd make me into a public enemy and warned me that they could wage war against me. I have both the witness and evidence of the Jaegal clan blackmailing me. Everyone who has been affected by the Jaegal clan and the Jaegal news abuse of power, please come to me. If you have been robbed by them, please stand by our side. It's alright if you don't want to fight, but please help to spread this news that there's a man in Shenyang who can't tolerate such unfairness and has decided to fight with the big-time Jaegal clan. Shenyang's orphan will settle things with the Jaegal clan." Jin Sohun. At night, Sohun along with the Go Seajuk, the Sun Dragon Association leader, Chu Sayek, the first disciple of the Great Demoness, the North Wind Sword Wolf and the Eagle clan, is standing at a mountain that is near to the Jaegal clan and is looking at the Jaegal clan. Then looking at the Jaegal clan, Sohun says to them, "The war declaration has been sent to the Zhongnan sect, the Hubei alliance, and the Wudang sect, right?" Chu Sayek replies, "Yes, it should have arrived about now." The Sun Dragon Association leader says, "But by the time they see the war declaration, the result of the fight between us and the Jaegal clan should be out already." Sohun smiles evil and says, "To think a Shenyang's orphan will rip the Jaegal clan apart." All of them are also looking at him while smiling. Then he says to them, "I'll deal with the patriarch." They all reply simultaneously, "Yes, sir." Sohun smiles and orders them, "Let's go." Sohun heads towards the Jaegal clan along with his other members and then he raises 2 fingers in the air and all of them takes out their swords. Then Sohun says to them, "We will move as quickly as possible to get past the inner courts and fight it out in the main hall because that's where we will be able to make up for the disadvantage in having fewer numbers." All of them covers their faces with the masks and then the North Wind Sword Wolf says, "Yes, sir." Then he asks, "Wouldn't it be better for you to wear a mask?" Sohun looks at him, smirks and replies, "I don't need it because I'm intending to attract their attention." Saying this, they all heads towards the Jaegal clan's main hall and Sohun is leading them. Meanwhile the others are following him. The 2 soldiers are standing near the wall holding swords in their hands and when they see someone jumping behind them, they get confused. In the meantime, all of them jumps from the other side of the walls and kills those 2 soldiers. They have finally entered in the Jaegal clan and there is quiet and peace everywhere. 2 soldiers are standing outside the house and when they looked at them, they take out their sword saying, "Intruders." They move towards them for the attack but Sohun takes out his dual crescent sword and kills them. Meanwhile a man is looking at them from the balcony of the first story. Sohun along with his people is heading towards the main hall and then the lights of the main hall start to glow and the soldiers of the Jaegal clan also starts gathering in the courtyard. Sohun looks at them and is thinking, they are quick to respond. The soldiers of the Jaegal clan attacks on them from the three sides, and the Sun Dragon Association leader and the North Wind Sword Wolf are dealing with them. The 8 soldiers are standing at the entrance while holding swords in their hands, and Sohun moves towards them and then he put his foot on one stair and then jumps up in the air. Meanwhile all of them are looking at him, and now he's standing on the gate which is on the side of the courtyard. Then Sohun raises his hand in the air, points it towards the soldiers of the Jaegal clan and then uses his poisonous powers and blows them away in one shot. Then after clearing their way, they all moves towards the main hall where someone from the inside asks, "Who dares to trespass within the clan?" They all entered the main hall where the Jaegal Patriarch, Jaegal Pyo, is standing there with one soldier on each side and is looking at the Sohun and his members. Sohun is looking into his eyes and he's also looking at him. Then Sohun moves towards him while holding his dual crescent blades in his hands. The Patriarch looks at the Sohun and says to his soldiers, "What are you standing around for? Go subdue that bastard," and they reply, obediently, "Yes." Then soldiers from the different directions of the hall moves towards Sohun for the attack, but he's standing there, chill and calm. Then Sohun also moves towards them. In the meantime his other members also come inside and starts fighting with the Jaegal Patriarch soldiers, and he's standing there while looking at them fighting. Sohun is killing them one by using his swords, and this makes the Patriarch angry, and then he, holding his sword, moves towards Sohun, calling him bastard. Sohun looks at him with his pink poisonous eyes, and while attacking at him, Sohun's wondering that, should I deflect it? No, I should hide my strength just in case. All of them are fighting with the other soldiers. Meanwhile Sohun is dealing Patriarch. Then for the purpose of hiding his strength, he pretends to be weak, and then Patriarch attacks Sohun and throws him away in just one shot, and everyone around is shocked to see that. Now, Sohun is standing at a distance from him while holding his dual crescent blades. Then the Patriarch Pyo smiles and says, "Everyone, stop." Hearing this, everyone stops, and now Sohun and Patriarch both are looking into each other's eyes, and then Pyo laughs and says, "This is so ridiculous." Then he sits on his chair and says to his soldiers, "Empty the center. Lock the gates of this hall and deploy the fog turtle formation and leave the first-rate warriors here. The rest are to stand guard outside." They all replies obediently, "Yes, sir." Sohun and his people are standing there, looking at them. Then the Patriarch says to the man standing on his left guardian, and he replies immediately, "Yes, sir." Then he says to him, "They managed to get in here in an instant. What is with this pathetic state? What happened to that defense you have always been so confident in?" He feels guilty and replies, "My apologies, Patriarch." Sohun is looking at him with anger and wondering, he is reprimanding his subordinates in this situation? Is it because he thinks there's no need to pay attention to us? Then the Patriarch says to them, "And you're pretty bold. To think you would charge into my house with just that amount of men?" Then he again smiles and says to Sohun, "Before I kill you I would like to know who you are." After hearing this, Sohun sighs and smiles, and when the Patriarch sees that he's smiling, this makes him confused and he's wondering, he laughed? He dares do that when I, the Patriarch of the Jaegal clan, am here? Then he says to Sohun, "You don't know your place then, now do you?" Then he says to the man standing on his left side, left guardian. Then the left guardian, while holding his swords in his hand, moves towards the Sohun, and now they are standing face to face with each other. Then he says to Sohun, "I'm Jaegal clan's left guardian, Jaegal Chugyung." Sohun gets annoyed at this and says, "All right, bring it on." He gets infuriated at this and says, "Seeing as how you lack manners, you must be of the unorthodox factions." Sohun smiles at this and then moves towards him for the attack. He's fighting and blocking Sohun's attacks. Meanwhile Sohun is using his blades for fighting. There's a clash between their swords, and then Chugyung uses his one leg for the attack. Sohun takes advantage of this and attacks with on his leg and then throws him away, and now he's lying behind the Patriarch near the wall while injured. Then Patriarch is looking at the Sohun's dual crescent blades and is wondering, what are strange twin blade, and he is strong enough to subdue the left guardian in an instant. Wondering this, he says to Sohun, "I guess 30 million niang was too much for you since you came running all the way here. Isn't that so?" Then he smiles and says, "Troop leader Jin Sohun." Sohun smirks and replies, "Yeah, it was." Then the Patriarch Pyo also smiles and says to Sohun, "I agree, but I didn't know you would come running here so soon. That means, Go Seajuk and the Sun Dragon Association leader are there too." And that man who's carrying a great sword must be the North Wind Sword Wolf. I'm not sure about the remaining one, the Black Bear sector leader. Whatever the case, it seems all the famous people in the Chenyang and the Chang'an are all here, and all of them are listening to him quietly. Then the patriarch stands up and says to them, "Do you guys know this? Jin Sohun is 26 years old this year. I can't believe you guys are submitting to such a young brat. Aren't you ashamed of yourselves? You guys aren't people who would serve others though. Am I wrong? Here's a suggestion to you, the leaders of the unorthodox factions. I'll provide you with 50 men, join hands with them and defeat Jin Sohun. If you kill him, then I will give everyone that's here 100,000 niang each." All of them are stunned after hearing this amount of money. Then the Patriarch Pyo says to the troop leader, "Jin Sohun, did you know? The most powerful thing within the unorthodox factions is money." Sohun smiles after hearing this and says, "I like it. I'm referring to the current atmosphere. I can confirm how loyal my subordinates are to me, and I can also know what you are thinking. I'll tell you the answers of my subordinates." Then Sohun orders his subordinates that, "Sheath your swords." Hearing this, they all put back their swords into covers immediately, and the Pyo is shocked to see that and is wondering, they sheathed their swords on his command in the middle of an enemy base? Does he have complete control over them? Then Sohun says to him, "This is my answer. It's my turn to propose something now. Step forward yourself. I'll fight with you alone. That's the best way to minimize losses." Then the patriarch, being stubborn, replies, "And if I don't?" Then Sohun replies boldly, "Then I have no choice but to kill you." Hearing this, the patriarch smiles and says, "All right, kill all of them." Sohun looks at him with his pink eyes, which are poisonous, and then kills most of the subordinates of the patriarch in one sight of poison. The subordinates who are standing around are shocked to see that and are confused because he didn't even use his sword. Now, the poison is coming out of Sohun's body, and then while holding his blade in his hand, he says, "What a waste of lives." Then Sohun starts killing all the subordinates one by one, using his dual crescent blades and poison. Then, while killing them, Sohun says, "All these pitiful subordinates are dying just because their patriarch doesn't wish to step forward. The ones who are alive are looking at the patriarch for the help. One of them is thinking, 'Patriarch, please step forward,' meanwhile the others thinking, 'Please help us,' but the patriarch is looking at them with anger and calls them bastards." Sohun is still killing the subordinates one by one and then asks the patriarch, "Do you truly intend to let your subordinates die meaningless deaths?" Finally, the patriarch, who was holding his sword in his hand and was looking at them dying mercilessly, gets angry and his sword starts to glow like some kind of current starts to flow around his sword. Then holding his sword, he moves towards the Sohun for attack and says, "How impudent." Now the patriarch is fighting with Sohun, and then boom. There's a clash between their powers and everyone is stunned to see that. Now both, Sohun and patriarch, are using their swords and martial arts techniques for fighting with each other. The patriarch uses his sword and power and pushes Sohun a little far away, and then again uses his powers and attacks Sohun and throws him out of the hall. Then while moving towards the outside, patriarch says to the subordinates of the Sohun who are standing at a side while looking at them that, "Pathetic fools, you should have taken a hold of the opportunity one gave you, you will regret your decision." Go Seajuk, the Sun Dragon Association leader, and North Wind Sword Wolf are thinking, "No, we are not the ones who will be regretting our decisions." Then the patriarch was moving towards the outside when he sees a pink beam of light coming from the outside and then uses his sword's power to defend himself from that beam of poison. Then someone asks, "What are you guys doing outside?" The patriarch gets angry at this and moves towards outside to see what's happening there, and he's shocked to see that a lot of his subordinates are lying dead on the ground in the yard. Meanwhile the senior is standing on the gate of the entrance while holding her whip in the hand, and Sohun is also standing in the courtyard. Then the senior sister smirks and says, "To think the Jagal patriarch would personally fight, what a manly man." While looking at the dead bodies of the subordinates, Patriarch Pyo is wondering, he had more people accompanying him, "We have suffered quite a great loss. Arrogant bastard." The patriarch is standing upstairs, meanwhile Sohun is standing downstairs while holding his swords in his hands, and then the patriarch moves towards the Sohun for attack, and Sohun also gets ready for the attack. Now, both of them are fighting in the center of the courtyard and are using all their might. The floor gets cracked and breaks because of their strengths. Then while looking at Sohun's face, the patriarch's eyes start to glow yellowish and he's thinking that, I'll put an end to you for sure this time. Thinking this, he raises his yellow sword in the air and uses the skill, Hidden Dragon Charge, and because of that, a big and horrific yellow dragon appears there and moves towards the Sohun. The troop leader, Jin Sohun, looks at that dragon and then attacks on its neck with his poisonous sword, but that dragon is made up of weird kind of material that doesn't not destroy. Then that dragon again attacks Sohun, and this time, he attacks Sohun with that much of force that Sohun gets injured and is now leaning against the wall with his eyes closed. Everyone standing there is shocked and confused, but the patriarch smiles and again attacks Sohun with his sword. Sohun opens his eyes and again tries to defend himself, but this time, he again gets injured and starts bleeding, and now, he's sitting on the floor. Then the patriarch smiles like an evil and says to Sohun, Jin Sohun, you have underestimated the Jaegal clan's martial arts. Look at that pathetic state of yours. Then moving towards Sohun for another attack, the patriarch says to him, after I cut off your head, I will also ridicule the rest of the unorthodox factions. But this time, Sohun uses his sword and attacks him and makes a cut on his arm and is now standing while pointing his sword towards the patriarch. First, the patriarch looks his wounded arm, then Sohun, and is wondering, what's happening? I didn't see his movements, but the Sohun is standing there, looking at him with pink eyes and smiling face. That smile makes the patriarch angry and then he attacks Sohun, saying, bastard. You dare laugh arrogantly just because you got lucky with a single attack? This time, first Sohun defends himself and then attacks him using his swords and different martial arts skills. Then standing at a distance, while looking at him, the patriarch is wondering that, this guy, his movements are different than before. Then Sohun smiles and says to him, Jaegal patriarch, why on earth do you think so much when you are fighting? The patriarch is extremely angry and is thinking, has he been hiding his skills so far? Then the patriarch, while saying loudly, shut up, again sends his dragon towards the Sohun and this time again attacks Sohun with greater force than before. Sohun again hits with the wall, and while looking at him, the first disciple of the great demoness touches her forehead because of disappointment and says Ti herself, here he goes again. There is a dense black smoke everywhere, and while sitting between that smoke, Sohun smiles and says to the patriarch that, patriarch, you seem weaker than before. The patriarch gets angry at this and then again attacks Sohun, using his sword, but this time he attacks back. Sohun gets out of the smoke, moves up in the air and then attacks back. Both of them are fighting with all their might, using their skills. After fighting for some time, Sohun stands before the Jaegal patriarch and he's also standing there, while holding his sword in his hand. The subordinates of Sohun also comes outside to see them, and while looking at them, the North Wind Sword Wolf asks, that's it, right? The Sun Dragon Association leader replies, I think so. Then the North Wind again asks, was it from when he slashed his shoulder just now? That's when the Jaegal patriarch got poisoned. The Jaegal patriarch is standing still at one place and is feeling tired and is wondering that, my body doesn't feel right. Did he use paralyzing poison? I don't have enough time to use my internal energy to deal with it. Although that's what I said, it's not like I can circulate my energy right now, and the veins in his eyes also starts turning blue because of the poison. Sohun is standing before him while holding his dual crescent blades in his hands and then says to the Jaegal patriarch, see, this is why, you shouldn't have asked me to pay 30 million niang in the first place and make me come here. The eyes of the patriarch start turning blue and he's looking at the Sohun when Sohun attacks him for one more time and he tries to block the attack with his sword. Then Sohun again attacks many times and the patriarch tries his best to stop them. Then while attacking, Sohun says to him, you fight pretty well. I wonder how much stronger you'd have gotten if you had continued on training instead of fiddling around with a brush. The patriarch is still trying his best to fight despite of being poisoned and then gets wounds at the different parts of his body. While fighting, the patriarch is thinking that, I only allowed him to get one attack in and this is how I go down. Then the Sohun says to him, you must have known that I was the Venom Demon's disciple. The patriarch doesn't reply to him, but in his head, he's thinking that, of course, I knew. However, you had made me forget that. It seems, I was drunk on something. Sohun takes advantage of his paralyzing body and attacks in his belly, saying, Jaegal patriarch, farewell. The blood starts coming out of his body and mouth and Sohun's sword is still in his belly. He, being in the miserable condition, says to the Sohun, troop leader Jin Sohun, you should avoid killing me. He couldn't even complete his sentence when Sohun takes out the sword from his belly forcefully, and while saying, I've lost, the patriarch falls on the floor. The subordinates of the patriarch are shocked to see that and are wondering that, I can't believe the patriarch is dead. Sohun is standing near the patriarch's dead body and he's lying upside down on the floor. Then Sohun says to everyone who's standing there that, the Jaegal clan is to clean up the corpse of your patriarch and to report to the main hall. Every single one of you. Those who want to follow your patriarch to the afterworld, you can stay here. All of them are looking at him with shock, and then they immediately start cleaning up the Jaegal clan by taking away the dead bodies of the subordinates and the patriarch. The subordinates of the patriarch are busy in cleaning, meanwhile Sohun is standing there, with his subordinates. Then the first disciple comes there and asks Sohun, troop leader, are you alright? He looks at her and replies, I'm good. Then he orders, everyone, listen up. They all reply, yes, sir. Then the troop leader says to them that, ignore the bulky items. Captain takes the lead in gathering all the assets of the Jaegal clan. The captain, along with the Sun Dragon Association leader and Chu Sayek, is smiling after listening this and then replies obediently, understood. There is also a blood all over his face and hair, and then Sohun continues, saying, the rest of the subordinates are to move to the inn that has been prepared. After that's done, faction leader Go will take over and move the assets back to Chang'an. Faction leader Go, there's no need for you to do it yourself, you can just choose the people to transport the assets back and also a person to be in charge of them, and Go Seojuk replies, yes, sir. Then Sohun tells them that, the remaining people will stand by at the inn, and if I'm not back in 2 days, all of you are to depart for Chang'an. The faction leader, Go, asks, pardon? Then Sohun replies to him, because the subsidiary sect members and elders are in other branches and aren't here, things will be able to progress smoothly here without any troubles. However, once they find out what happened here, the alliance forces and the martial masters of the subsidiary sect would come charging. Especially those from the Wudang sector Hubei alliance who are closer to this place. I will act accordingly to deal with them and get out of here. Then one of them asks, are you saying that you'll stay here? And he replies, indeed. All of them are stunned to hear that and says, troop leader. But he smirks and replies to them, from now on, I'm no longer the troop leader. My name is Jaegal Sohun. In the next morning, in Jaegal clan, Sohun comes out of his pavilion along with Chu Sayek, and both of them are dressed like the people of the Jaegal clan. The subordinates are busy in reconstructing the wall that was damaged during the attack, and all of them stops for a while and looks at the troop leader with utter surprise. Some are surprised, meanwhile some are angry and looks at him with repugnance. Then suddenly, Sohun hears a voice, what did you say? Say that again. A fight starts between two men and their fellows are trying to stop them from fighting, and Sohun looks at them with side eye. One of them asks other, why are we always the ones doing things? The other is extremely angry and calls him arrogant bastard. Chu Sayek and Sohun stops and start looking at them. Sayek says to the troop leader that there has been all sorts of commotion happening in the Jaegal estate over the past few days, and Sohun smiles and replies, that's to be expected. Since there's a great difference in treatment between those who have the family name, Jaegal, and the martial artists that don't seem like much. I've made sure that people know that. Then Chu Sayek replies to him, yes, normal martial artists are enraged, but those under the Jaegal clan don't understand what the problem is. Sohun smirks and replies to Sayek that, the Jaegal clan has always prioritized those of their own blood, so that's a natural reaction. But that reaction is what would make normal martial artists even more angry. Sayek doesn't like their behavior and then replies to Sohun, that's right. Meanwhile in his head, Sayek is wondering, was this all a part of his plan? There's just no telling as to how far his schemes go. Sayek is lost in his thoughts when Sohun looks at him and says, get everyone to gather at the main hall. Both the Jaegal clan and the normal martial artists, and he replies obediently, yes, troop leader. All the men gather at the main hall and 2 rectangular tables are placed in the center. On one table it is written Jaegal clan artist, while the other says normal martial artists, and different shoes, outfits, swords, food and rewards are present on the table according to the status of the martial artist. All of them are looking at those things with surprise and confusion. Then one of them asks, what's all this? Meanwhile another asks, there's a difference even in the food we eat? All of them are looking at the rewards and one of them says, "Damn, look at the difference in the rewards." One of the men from the Jaegal clan says to other, "Stop grumbling already." The other, being confident, asks, "Do you think it makes sense for normal martial artists like you guys to be treated equally with us?" The normal martial artists get offended at their insult and one of them asks angrily, "What did you just say?" The martial artists of the Jaegal clan are making fun of the other normal ones. Then suddenly the troop leader, Jin Sohun, comes there along with Chu Sayek. All of them are looking at him with questioning eyes and then Sohun asks them, "How do you feel after experiencing it yourself?" All of them are looking at him with side eyes, filled of anger. Then the troop leader says, "I think such a difference in treatment is abnormal. A few days ago, I didn't even know who was a part of the Jaegal clan and who wasn't when they died by my sword. I couldn't have known. I simply killed them because they were my enemies. What's certain in that when danger is here, it doesn't matter if you're a part of the Jaegal clan or not. Why should there be a difference in treatment when both sides are risking their lives for the Jaegal clan?" Treatment was different based on rank and experience. The normal martial artists are extremely angry, but he continues, saying, "After observing the Jaegal clan for a few days, I've gotten curious. I wonder if the Jaegal martial artists who are receiving preferential treatment are indeed stronger than the normal martial artists." Then Sohun asks everyone, "I'd like to see a match between both sides, does anyone want to step forward?" A man from the normal martial artists comes forward, saying, "I'll give it a try." Chu Sayek tells the troop leader about that man is Kong Gikken. Among the normal martial artists, he has openly expressed his dissatisfaction about the difference in treatments. That normal martial artist is still angry at the discrimination and insult. Then the troop leader, Jin, asks, "Alright, who will come forth from the Jaegal clan?" A man from the Jaegal martial artists comes forward while smiling and says, "I'm Jaegal Wu Myung. I'll fight him." Then Sohun asks them about their weapons. "Great. Will you guys be fighting with wooden swords?" Looking into each other's eyes, the normal ones say, "I'll do it with a real sword," and the Jaegal ones also laughs and says, "I prefer real swords as well." Then the troop leader says, "Alright, then," and they both starts fighting using their martial arts skills. Both of them are using all their might, but the normal ones, being so aggressive, is fighting like he's fighting with a real enemy. And then while looking at him, the martial artist of the Jaegal clan, Wu Myung, is thinking that, this bastard, is he treating this as not just a sparring but a fight to the death? Thinking this, he starts using much force than before, but the normal ones is still performing best and using his martial arts techniques, pushes Wu Myung on the floor and was about to attack him when the troop leader loudly says, "Stop. It's over." The normal martial artists are happy but the Jaegal ones are sad because of the defeat. Wu Myung is looking at his opponent with extreme anger and asks, "You dare try and kill me?" But he's looking at him with a smiling face. Then after few moments, the troop leader Jin announces that the winner of the fight is Kong Gikken, and they're wondering, it's over just like that? Then Sohun says to them, "I heard the Jaegal clan has strong sword formations. I was also most concerned about that when I was breaking through this place to get to the Patriarch. If you guys had noticed my ambush and used the sword formation, then I'd probably have had a time. I'd love to see a fight using those sword formations." Then he continues, asking them how many people would be required. One of them tells the troop leader that the minimum people required would be 28 people. Then while looking at all of them, Sohun says to them, "I see. This time around, we'll also split up between normal martial artists and Jaegal martial artists for the spar." After hearing this, all of them are standing face to face with each other and the normal martial artists are standing at one side meanwhile the Jaegal martial artists are standing on the other. Both of the opponents align themselves in a zigzag pattern and when the troop leader says, "Begin," all of them starts fighting. Meanwhile looking at them, the troop leader Jin calls them incredible. Hebei and Jaegal are situated near to each other. At the Oxo Inn, Sohun is sitting alone on a table, with his eyes closed and is trying to recall the fight between the Jaegal martial artists and normal martial artists. All of them are fighting like enemies and someone says, "Kill them." While looking at them, Sohun sighs while holding the sword in his hand and was thinking that, keep it easy, seriously. The whole world knows you're from the Jianghu. Sohun was completely lost in his thoughts when a waiter comes there and says, "The food you've ordered is here. Corn soup, 8 treasure tofu, and beggar's chicken." Jin Sohun takes the chopsticks and starts eating. Meanwhile, 3 men are sitting on a nearby table and are also eating and gossiping. One of them asks the other, would a war break out in Shaanxi? The other replies, I'm not sure. The other says, it seems the unorthodox faction declared war. Then their third fellow asks, when will the alliance be formed, and he replies, I don't know. Then he again asks them, will probably be at the core of it, right? And his fellow replies to him, I don't know that either. Sohun is still busy in eating, but he's also listening to them, and after listening their conversation, Sohun's thinking that, they're not from the Wudang sect. Are they from the Hebei alliance? One of them, while drinking, notices Sohun and greets him while sitting there and says, it seems you're from the Jaegal clan, and Sohun, with his mouth stuffed with the food, also greets him. That man looks at Sohun and is wondering that, how rude. It's just like the Jaegals to do so. Then one of them also turns around, looks at Sohun, smiles and asks, what brought you all the way to Hebei? Are you a messenger who's heading to our alliance? Sohun takes the glass from the table and starts drinking while looking at them and stuffs his mouth with water. All of them are looking at him with shock, and then Sohun says to them, I'm not a messenger. I'm performing a mission that's related to our patriarch, so I can't divulge the details. One of them says to Sohun, what a pity. I was going to ask you to join us for a drink if you weren't busy, since Jaegal and Hebei might become one family. Sohun takes chair from his table and then sits along with 3 of them. Then Sohun smiles and replies to him, since Jaegal and Hebei might become one family, I couldn't possibly just leave like this. Let's have just a few drinks. Then Sohun loudly says to the waiter, move the food from my table here, and he replies with complete obedience that, yes, sir. Then everyone introduces themselves one by one. One of them says, I am Oh Jaehyun of the Hebei Alliance, and the second one says, I'm Jang Seoduk, while the third one says, I'm Kwon Sol. Then Sohun introduces himself, saying, I'm Jaegal Han of the Jaegal clan. All of them are looking at him with anger and are wondering that, how disrespectful. He keeps talking informally to us. Then Sohun says to them, I'd like a drink please. One of them, while saying, here, starts pouring a drink in the glass, and then while holding their glasses in their hands, one of them says, bottoms up. After saying this, all of them starts drinking, and then Sohun, after drinking, says to them that, wow. I've never drank such bad tasting Huangjiu before. It tastes so watered down, I doubt this is the only thing Hebei has to offer. All of them are looking at him with weird expressions, and then Sohun turns around, looks at the waiter and asks him, waiter. Do you have Shifeng liquor? And he replies, we don't. Then Sohun asks him, what about Yanghe Daku, but the waiter also refuses it, saying, we don't have that either. This time, Sohun asks harshly that, again? What do you have then? The waiter tells him, if you're referring to expensive alcohol, then we only have Dukang liquor. Sohun replies immediately, that'll work, bring it here. One of them says to Sohun, we're not rich enough to drink Dukang liquor. Then Sohun, while lifting the chicken leg piece with the chopsticks, replies to him, it's fine. Since you gave me a drink, I ought to return it. When the Jaegal clan meets their allies, me don't scrimp on money. After hearing this, Jaehyun is thinking that, is he saying that the Hebei alliance does that when we meet our allies? In the meantime, the waiter brings their drink and put it on the table, saying, here's the Dukang liquor. Jang Seoduk looks at Sohun, smiles and says to him, as expected of the wealthy Jaegal clan. Thanks to you, we're able to drink such great liquor. Then Sohun, while eating the chicken leg piece with his one hand, starts pouring the liquor in his fellow's glass, saying, don't worry about it. Then while placing the bone in his mouth, he asks him, how's the alliance progressing? It's been a while since I went back to my main clan estate, and that man replies to him, it's making good progress. The leaders are probably gathered at Wudang Mountain, I think. One of the great elders is there after all. Then Sohun looks at him and asks, are you talking about the Wudang Sword Immortal? Jaehyun replies to Sohun, who else could there be? All the leaders will probably recommend him to become the alliance leader, and he'll reject their offer as usual. When that happens, they'll hold a sparring competition to choose the alliance leader with him as the judge. After listening this, while pouring a drink in his glass, Sohun is thinking that, I missed an important competition. That was an opportunity for me to see the Wudang Sword Immortal and also the abilities of the leaders from each group. Then while drinking, Sohun asks them, who do each of you think will become the alliance leader? Kwon Sol replies to him, honestly, we hope the Hebei alliance leader would take that position. But the Mount Hua sect only fights with Zhongnan sect, so we don't know just how strong they are. The Jaegal clan and the Wudang sect are sword brothers, so you guys have never fought each other before, I'm not sure. The sword immortal might end up taking that position instead. While putting his glass on the table, his fellow says, nonsense. From what I've seen, the Jaegal clan patriarch will become the alliance leader. Sohun smiles and looks at him, asking, oh, why do you think so? The man replies to him, he's the richest and most resourceful. Didn't Sage Muryang, the one who fought to become the Wudang sect leader, get forced to retire from the Jianghu because of a scandal that was exposed even though the Jaegal news hasn't confirmed it? All of them are shocked to hear that, but he continues, saying, because of that, their sect leader became worn brothers with the Jaegal clan patriarch. The person that suggested the alliance in the first place was the Jaegal clan patriarch. Since everything will go according to the will of the Jaegal clan patriarch, he'll probably become the alliance leader as well. Sohun is looking at him with anger, but he's smiling and thinking while pouring a drink in his glass, that he looks upset. Then Sohun says, well, that might happen, and he looks at Sohun and asks, that might happen asterisk? This time, Sohun frowns and says to him, didn't you say that yourself? But I think you ought to relax your expression a little. Have you mistaken me for a scholar of the Jaegal clan? Jaehyun says, hey. You two, we're in the same alliance. Don't do this. Since he crossed the lines with his words, I'll apologize on his behalf. Jang Seoduk looks at Sohun, smirks and asks, if I didn't think of you as a scholar, what would you even do? Jaehyun gets angry at his fellow's misbehavior and loudly says, Jang Seoduk, stop it right now. Meanwhile his other fellow also says, Han, please stop it too. Both Jang Seoduk and Sohun are looking at each other with anger, and then while drinking, Sohun says, I'll stop it then. I went overboard with my words. All of them are looking at him quietly when he places the glass on the table with anger, and asks, but seriously, did these bastards dilute the Dukang liquor with water? It tastes like shit. After hearing this, Kwon Sol laughs loudly, but Jang Seoduk asks, is everyone at the Jaegal clan as obnoxious as you? I sure am curious about that. Sohun smiles and replies to him, look. You said your name is Jang Seoduk, right? Here's something about me. I can take it if someone insults our patriarch, but I won't take it if someone insults the Jaegal clan. People already insult our patriarch all the time. After listening this, Jang Seoduk smiles and asks, all the time? Keep talking. Then after thinking for a while, Sohun says, no, I think I've said too much when we were having such a good time. While taking the cup from the table, Jang Seoduk is thinking that, weakling. To think he dares act out because of his clan. Then Sohun turns around and asks the waiter, how much does it cost for the drinks on this table? I'll pay for all of them. The Jaegal clan is rich after all, so I should be the one to pay for the. Jang Seoduk gets infuriated and breaks that glass while holding it in his hand and then punches Sohun, saying, you fucker. He hits Sohun in his chin and he fall on the ground, and all the people who are standing in the sounding, are shocked to see that. Sohun, while holding a chair, calls him, Hebei alliance fuckers, you dare strike me? Jang Seoduk moves the word Sohun in a fit of fury, saying, what? Hebei alliance fucker? Then he tries to hit him in the face with his foot, but Sohun dodges his attack efficiently and his foot, instead of hitting him, hits the nearby table and all of the food is flying in air. Sohun takes a place of noodles and attacks his face with that. He is covering his both eyes because of pain, and his other two fellows are standing behind, looking at him. Jang's nose is injured and blood starts coming out of his nose, and there is a noodle soup all over his face. He is standing there with his one eye closed because of the spice which went into them, and calls Sohun bastard. All the people in the surrounding are looking at his condition and are laughing. Then again Jang Seoduk wanted to attack Sohun, but Jaehyun tries to stop him, saying, Jang Seoduk, stop it. But he's extremely angry and replies to him, let me go. I'll teach him some manners before surrendering myself to the disciplinary hall. Both of his fellows are trying to stop him. Meanwhile Sohun is standing there, looking at them, and then says to Jang Seoduk that, I think you're the one who needs to be taught manners though. Kwon Sol is quite surprised at his tone and replies to Sohun, brother Jaegal. What are you doing asterisk? Then Sohun replies to him that, what else? He's the one who struck me first. There's a lot of other people within the Hebei alliance here that saw it too. Are you trying to pin all the blame on me? All of the people in the surrounding are listening to their conversation, and then Quan says, that's not. This time, Sohun also gets angry and says rudely to him, and he got angry just because I said I'd buy the drinks. Isn't he the one who started being sarcastic by talking about the Jaegal clan being rich and all? Jang Seoduk escapes from Jaehyun's grip and then moves towards Sohun, saying, you'll die by my hands today, but Sohun is standing there and gets ready for the fight. Both of them looks into each other's eyes with anger, and then Sohun runs from there and Seoduk starts following him. Jang is running behind Sohun and says, stop right there. Both Jaehyun and Kwon Sol are also following Seoduk, and Jaehyun calls his name, saying, Jang Seoduk. When the owner of the inn sees that they are leaving without paying the bill, then he says from behind, pay up. A man standing there replies to him, leave them be. You can just get your payment later on by reporting them to the disciplinary hall master. Isn't it obvious the Hebei alliance is in the wrong here? Alliance, my foot. They started throwing fists around just because of a few words. What a disgrace. In the disciplinary hall, 3 of them are sitting over their knees before the disciplinary hall master, and he's walking here and there, thinking about something. The disciplinary hall master is extremely angry and asks them, have you still not found that Jaegal clan warrior? A man replies to him, yes, hall master. We'll update you, once we found him. Then the disciplinary hall master asks them, you dare to mess with the Jaegal clan, and you guys even started it first. Jang Seoduk, who started all that shit, is sitting in the center and then immediately replies to the hall master, that's not what happened. He first. He couldn't even complete his sentence when the hall master interrupts him, saying, shut up. Everyone in the inn saw the person who attacked the Jaegal clan member first. They all say that you guys had picked a fight with him and even struck him. You dare lie to me? All of them are feeling guilty and are looking at the ground quietly, and then the hall master says to them, I'll be reporting this to the alliance leader. All of them are stunned to hear that, and then Jang Seoduk asks, pardon? To the alliance leader? The disciplinary hall master replies to him angrily, yes, since the group you messed with is the Jaegal clan after all. The alliance leader will probably have to apologize to the Jaegal patriarch, whom he already hates. Because of what you all did. And all of them are in complete shock. Then the disciplinary hall master orders his men to lock them all into the solitary room. Seoduk gathers courage and says to the master, hall master. I'm sorry, but all 3 of us received orders to depart for Shangxi tomorrow. The hall master, in the fit of fury, hits Seoduk in his face, saying, you know that, and you got into a fight, while drinking? The hall master hits him with great force that he falls apart, and the other 2 are looking at him with shocked faces, and then the hall master asks him, vermin. Do you think the disciplinary hall is a joke? In the evening, Sohun is walking through the thick forest while holding his weapon in his one hand, and then he hears the rustling of the leaves and says, come out now. 5 men, with their faces covered, appears from somewhere, and Sohun is looking at them. One of them, while pointing his sword towards him, wonders that he knew we were following him. His personality is different from when he was in the inn. They all starts attacking Sohun, but he's also standing there and is nicely dodging their attacks. Then Sohun takes out his sword finally and then also starts fighting with them. While fighting with them, Sohun is wondering that they're not from the Hebei alliance and their sword formation is also different from the Jaegal clan. Then again, Sohun counties, fighting with them and looking at their movements, soon he comes to realize that they are assassins and is wondering about their movements, the movements of assassins. Also, the assassins who are fighting with Sohun, comes to know that he's not an ordinary person, and one of them says he's not from the Jaegal clan. His sword techniques and personality are totally different as well. The other assassin, after hearing this, looks at Sohun with anger and then says to his fellow that it doesn't matter. We'll just kill him and make him look like a Jaegal clan member. Sohun looks at them with his pink poisonous eyes and then smiles and asks, kill me? Then Sohun uses the pink ray of poison and that ray kills one of the assassins. Then Sohun moves towards another one and also attacks him, using his sword. 3 of them are lying dead on the ground, meanwhile the other 2 are standing there, looking at them. Then Sohun looks at the other one and he's also looking at him. And the assassin is wondering that, how could someone become so different? He was simply a flippant and weak warrior in the end, but his aura, eyes, movements, vibes, and even his martial prowess are different now. What on earth just happened? Then Sohun, while holding his sword, moves towards them for the attack, and when one of them sees him, moving towards them, loudly says, "Spread out." And then both of them spreads out. Sohun looks and then attacks him and breaks his sword into 2 pieces. After that, attacks his neck and cuts it off. The other one attacks from behind, but Sohun dodges him, and that assassin, instead of killing Sohun, kills his own fellow. Then he looks behind where Sohun is standing and then heads towards him for attack, but in the meantime, Sohun attacks him. One of them is dead, meanwhile the other is lying on the ground with his eyes opened and is looking at Sohun. Sohun is also looking at him, and then his vision starts to get blurred and closes his eyes slowly. After fighting with the assassins, Sohun lights up a little campfire for heat and warmth. He's sitting near that fire on some wooden planks and is adding woods to the fire. One of the assassins who is lying nearby, wakes up and is wondering while lying there that, "I'm still alive. If I'm still alive, that means only torture and interrogation awaits me. He didn't even take away my weapon. I still have a chance." While thinking this, he opens his eyes and holds his sword for the attack when Sohun says, "Get up." Then looking behind, he's wondering, "He knew I woke up." The assassin gets up while holding the sword in his hand and is looking towards Sohun, then suddenly throws his sword on the ground, asking, "What must I do in order to stay alive?" But he does not reply to him, and this confuses him, so he asks another question that, "Why aren't you asking me any questions? Like who I am or where I belong to?" After a while, Sohun asks him a question that, "How long have you been learning swordsmanship for?" He is completely shocked at his question and asks, "What?" Sohun frowns and looks at him with anger at his counter-question. Then he immediately replies, 15 years. Then Sohun tells him that, "You're pretty weak considering you've been learning for that long." He is listening to Sohun quietly and then asks him the same question that, "How many years have you learned it then?" And Sohun replies, "More than 20 years. Then he says to Sohun, "You look like you're in your mid-20s, yet you've learned swordsmanship for 20 years? Sohun looks at him with side-eye and replies that, "There are tons of things in the world that you won't be able to comprehend. There are also things that you don't know about at all." Then he asks Sohun another question about what happened in the morning. "In that case, I have a question. Why did you mess with the Hebei Alliance and run away? You don't look like you're from the Jaegal clan." After hearing his question, Sohun smirks and calls him, "Crazy bastard," and then looks at him with angry face and asks him, "You're asking me questions?" The assassin replies confidently that, "Can't someone who's about to die ask questions? I'll die anyways regardless of whether I ask it or not." Then Sohun asks him, "Are you not afraid of death?" He, being confident, replies to Sohun that, "My life has always been fraught with danger. I just didn't expect to die so early." Then the assassin says to him, "It seems we have the same goals," and he asks, "The same goals?" Then he tells Sohun that, indeed, to drive a wedge between the Hebei Alliance and the Jaegal clan. "Since things have come to this, how about we tell each other which group we belong to?" Sohun replies to him, "Tell each other which group we belong to." Sohun starts thinking about his idea and he's also looking at him, and then after a while, Sohun says to him, "Not interested in that. Tell me something interesting." He asks with confusion, out of nowhere. Then Sohun offers him, "I'll spare your life if it's interesting. Though if it's boring, you'll die. So, make sure to think carefully." Looking at him, he asks, "But why?" Sohun looks at him and replies, "Or you could just die without trying." The assassin is stunned at his demand and is wondering that, will he really spare my life? I don't know who he is, but he doesn't seem to be in a normal state of mind. Wait, actually, he may really spare me if I tell him something interesting because he's not in the right state of mind? Then after thinking this, he starts telling Sohun that, "I am a believer. I have a religion." Sohun finds it boring and says to him, "That sounds boring, right?" He immediately starts telling him, "The person we worship was originally someone who ruled the Orthodox factions. The religion I belong to isn't an organization that does bad things," but soon he realizes that he has done something stupid and is wondering that, "Shit, I told him the most important information because I panicked." Sohun smiles a little and says, "That's interesting. Keep going." Then he continues, saying, of course, that story was from a long time ago. That person helped us a lot and so, that person was our hero. He was our leader and our god. Then after listening his story, Sohun says to him, well, stories about fanatics aren't interesting. When he feels that he's going to die, he begs Sohun that, please spare my life. But Sohun frowns and replies to him, asking, why should I spare the life of the White Heaven demonic cult's trash? He is extremely shocked at this and asks Sohun, how did you know that? But instead of replying, Sohun starts laughing loudly and he lies on that wood plank. Looking at him, laughing like an idiot, the assassin is wondering, this is crazy bastard. If I am going to die anyway. Then Sohun says to him, go and bring me some firewood if you don't want to become the firewood yourself. He's looking at Sohun with puzzled face when he looks at him and says, don't say I didn't warn you. I'll really use you as firewood if needed. The assassin is extremely angry and closes his fist tightly because of the anger, but instead of saying anything, he goes and brings firewood for Sohun. After bringing the firewood, he asks Sohun, can you please spare my life? While lying on the plank, looking at the sky, Sohun replies to him, only if you tell me something interesting. The assassin is completely annoyed at his behavior and is thinking, damn it. This lunatic. Why does he keep wanting me to tell him interesting stories? But then he replies to Sohun boldly that, instead of doing that, just ask me what you want to know. I'll answer your questions. But Sohun, also being stubborn, replies to him, interesting stories. He asks Sohun, I need to know who you are before I can think of what might be interesting to you, right? Soha replies rudely, can't you tell? I'm a warrior from the Jaegal clan. The assassin doesn't believe it and is wondering that, fucking bullshit. Jaegal clan warrior, my ass. Then something hits his mind and he asks, could you be the Berserk demon's disciple? Sohun is looking at him with questioning eyes, but he greets him, saying, if you're his disciple, then I have been overly rude to you. Please kill me. Then Sohun gets up and replies to him, all right. If you bring me firewood one more time, I'll kill you, and he replies obediently, understood, but in his head, he's wondering, he was really the Berserk demon's disciple. For someone that young, strong, and has a screw loose in his mind, he must be the Berserk demon's disciple. This feels so meaningless though, I can't believe I'm going to die while bringing back firewood. It's just like what my name, Haryu, means. I'm really dying a stupid death. Haryu means despicable or low life. Then he again brings firewood for Sohun and then says to him, I just thought of something interesting. Then Sohun replies to him, really? Tell me about it. He removes the cloth from his mouth and starts telling Sohun that, my name is Lee Haryu. My dead older brother's name is Sangryu. In contrast, Sangryu means upper class. I joined the White Heaven demonic cult based on the recommendation of my brother. The White Heaven demonic cult is a religious group that rules over Hubei and has been around for more than 100 years. They have had 7 cult leaders, and right now the 8th cult leader is leading their followers. Sohun interrupts him, saying, I already know that. He is extremely shocked at his confession and asks, what? How do you know that? Sohun looks at him with anger and asks him, are you looking down on the Jaegal clan? He gets confused for a while, thinking that, you're not from the Jaegal clan though, and then says to Sohun, in that case, do you know that the Hubei alliance was formed because of us? The Hubei alliance was really strong when it was first formed. Because it wasn't just a gathering of Hubei's martial masters, it was made by gathering martial masters from all over the world. After our cult suffered a great defeat by the Hubei alliance 14 years ago, we've been preparing for our comeback. Of course, our first target was the Hubei alliance, and so, the reason for the Hubei alliance becoming more and more trash over the past 10 years was because of our interference. Our grand plan was to fight the final battle with Murim of South Yangtze River after we conquer Hubei and Shaanxi and to then conquer the world. After listening all this, Sohun smirks and calls him, filthy demonic bastard. Fucking cockroaches that keep reviving no matter how many times we kill you. You bedazzle normal people with your ridiculous religious logic. You also learn unorthodox demonic arts and cause harm to others. Haryu was listening to him silently with patience, and then while holding his face scarf in his hand, he replies to Sohun, we don't mess with powerless people. We simply want to purify the Jianghu. Sohan focuses on the word Jianghu and asks, purify the Jianghu, do you think that makes sense? Haryu replies confidently that, God can do it. Then Sohan says to him, if God exists, then he should act like one. He looks at Sohan for a while and then asks him, how about meeting the cult leader yourself? I'm sure that with your martial prowess, you'd be given a high-ranking position. Sohan replies to him with utter seriousness that, I'll meet him when the time is right, as enemies. Haryu is stunned after hearing his words and is wondering, I'm screwed. What I told him doesn't look interesting at all. He starts sweating and then begs to Sohan that, please spare my life. But Sohan, while holding the sword, says to him, I have no use for fanatics. Moreover, the White Heaven demonic cult isn't a divine cult but a demonic cult. And the White Heaven demonic cult leader isn't a god, he's just a crazy human being. The Jianghu can't be purified. The same goes for the human world. To try and rule over everyone in the world under one religion is a foolish act, and I dislike fools. Then, removing the cover of his sword, Sohan continues, saying, which is why, you don't deserve to eat my poison or become my subordinate. You don't deserve to be treated like a human. He is shocked and frightened after hearing this and sits over his knees, asking for mercy that, please spare my life. Sohan, while holding a sword, says to him, since you unexpectedly prolonged our conversation, I'll grant you a painless death. Haryu is thinking, I'm going to die now? Just like that? Why am I afraid of death? Up until a moment ago, I wasn't afraid of it though. So, why? Could it be that the thing that I'm afraid of isn't death, but this man? Sohan is standing before him with his pink poisonous eyes, and the veins of his eyes starts emerging when he asks Sohan, may I try telling you something interesting one last time? Sohan replies, it's really the last thing. Try it. Haryu is completely drenched in sweat and then starts telling him that, I understood that everything is meaningless when my life is on the line. Then White Heaven demonic cult is a demonic cult and the White Heaven demonic cult leader is just a human. I was just someone who had foolish thoughts that the Jianghu or human could be purified. So, I don't deserve to be treated like a human, but please give me the opportunity to become your servant. Don't you think this is interesting? He is crying with blood tears and is looking at Sohan while smiling, but Sohan is looking at him quietly and then asks him, you want to become my servant in order to survive? Blood is dripping from his body and he says while shouting that yes, I'll become your servant in order to survive. Sohan smiles and says, that's interesting, and he bends completely before him, saying, thank you. There is a Wudang mountain and near it, the Wudang sect is present. Sohan is moving through the streets and the people in the surrounding are looking at him with surprise. One of them says, greeting. Meanwhile someone says, I've never seen him before. Sohan's facial expressions are so rude and arrogant so that he doesn't have to talk to people and is walking through the streets alone. He's wondering that, I observed how the Wudang sect rules over the last few days, but I really don't like this place. Things move very slowly and I'm also starting to follow suit. Honestly, I feel like I'm losing my appetite as well. A man says to Sohan while smiling, hi there, but Sohan doesn't even look at him and keeps walking. Then a woman looks at him and asks him with a friendly face that, you must have come from a foreign land. Isn't the weather nice? But Sohan also doesn't reply to her and keeps walking, and she, while standing behind, says to her fellow that, I guess he's busy, and the fellow replies, yeah. A man is sleeping on a wooden bed and is looking at the sky and asks, when will the rain come? Sohan, who was passing nearby, replies to him rudely that, how would I know that? That man smiles and says, ho ho ho. Guess you wouldn't know it? Sohan is looking at him with confusion and is wondering, are they all idiots? While looking at the people in the surrounding, Sohan is thinking that, I feel like the elements of this place itself doesn't go well with me. The atmosphere here is really mysterious and strange. Let's just go back. It was a crazy thing to do, trying to infiltrate the Wudang sect alone. While looking at the Wudang mountain, Sohan says to himself that, they say Shaolin's the best in the north and Wudang is the best in the south, they truly live up to their reputation. Goodbye, I've lost. Sohan is walking between the different flower beds and the fresh flowers are present everywhere and their aroma is also spread out in the air. Sohan is walking slowly through the fields when he sees a little praying mantis and it is also looking at him innocently. Then immediately, Sohun gets annoyed and says to the mantis that, "You're the only one in this place that shows hostility towards me." After saying this, he was about to kill the mantis by placing his foot over it but stops and says to himself, "Forget it. What point is there in killing you?" Then while sitting near that mantis, Sohun is looking at it and is wondering that, "Guess I got affected by the atmosphere of Wudong Mountain." Then he points his index finger towards the mantis. Sohun smiles and says to it, "You're a mantis master? You're better than the Wudong sect. I'll specially bestow the nickname of Jianghu Mantis to you." Sohun is busy looking at the mantis when suddenly a man appears behind him and asks him while smiling, "What are you looking at so intently?" When Sohun hears someone's voice, turns around, looks at an old man and replies, "I was looking at the praying mantis." Then that old man says to Sohun, "You were looking at the praying mantis. People don't usually look so intently though. May I know that was on your mind?" Sohun replies to him, "I thought it looked valiant and gave it a name, Jianghu Mantis." After hearing the name, Jianghu Mantis, the old man laughs loudly and says, "Jianghu Mantis? Interesting." Sohun is looking at him and wondering, what a weird old man. Then that old man goes near a flower bed and while looking at the flowers, he says, "Jianghu Mantis," but Sohun is still busy, thinking that, "I didn't even sense his presence until he was right behind me. Who is he?" Then looking at the red flowers, that old man says to Sohun, "Flowers are known as sweetbriar. Most of them are red, but occasionally there are those that are white." Then he asks Sohun, "What do you think they smell like?" Sohun gets annoyed at his question and replies, "I'm not sure. Don't all flowers smell similar?" Then while touching one flower with his hand, he tells Sohun that, the scent of the sweetbriar is something only the sweetbriar has. Just as both flowers and human all have a unique scent. Sohun is listening to him quietly and then suddenly, a cool breeze starts blowing out. The petals of the sweetbriars are moving in the air, here and there. Both of them are standing there looking at each other's face constantly. Then that man smiles and says to Sohun, "If you have no intent to have a fight with me, how about we just take a walk?" Sohun smiles and replies to him, "Let's do that," and he also says, "Let's go." That old man takes him towards the forest and while passing through the trees, they see a row of ants is crossing their way. That old man bends a little, look at the ants and then jumps over them so they will not get hurt. Sohun is following him quietly and then while crossing a wooden bridge over the pond, that old man sprinkles some feathers in the water and Sohun is observing him silently. The sun is shining brightly in the sky and Sohun is walking behind him. Then that old man looks behind at him and laughs loudly. Sohun gets offended and asks, "Why did you suddenly laugh?" The old man replies to him that, "It's so rare to see someone as out of place in the Wudong Mountain as you." Sohun finds it a compliment and then replies to him, while passing him a smile, "I think so too." Then that man says to him, "You're quite unique. It's as if you came from outside of this world. Let's go somewhere that suits you a little more. This way." Sohun is still confused and is just blindly following him. Then finally after walking for a while, they reach their destination. It a beautiful waterfall with a sparkle white, fresh and clear water. The water coming down, gathers on the land in the form a tiny pond and both of them are standing near, looking at it. Then the old man says, "Columns of water flowing down in a powerful manner, with water droplets that splatter everywhere. The ripples that are caused because the columns of water crash onto the surface of the water. Aren't they similar to you?" But he does not reply and is looking at the water, quietly. Then the old man asks him, "You didn't kill the praying mantis. Why did you spare it?" Sohun replies to him, "Because there's no reason to kill it." Then looking at the waterfall, the old man says, "I see. It seems the praying mantis deserved to be spared more than the Jagal patriarch." Sohun looks at him and then replies, "Indeed, as he was far worse than the praying mantis." Then the old man tells him that Jagal Pyo was a unique man. He understood the power of literature more than anyone. Moreover, he was a hypocrite that acted like he wanted to uphold justice on the outside. You were able to kill him, while I would not be able to do the same so easily. Doing so would ultimately lead to a clash between the Wudong sect and Jagal clan. I'm in a slightly different position than you were. After hearing this, Sohun looks at him and says, "I think I understand." Then the old man asks him another chance, "Have you seen the symbol of Taiji before?" And Sohun replies, "Of course, the white and black symbol." Then that man says, in that case, I think our talk will go pretty smoothly. When the praying mantis would eat to other insects, the act of killing in order to survive would be seen as the black side. While when it stops killing once it's full would be the white side. If you killing Jagalpyo is seen as the black side, then I suppose you sparing the lives of the rest of the Jagal clan would be considered the white side. We could think of those acts as balance similar to the Taiji. If killing was the only option available, then the Taiji would be completely black. We call that the demonic path. If someone chose to seek out and kill all the praying mantis in my strolling path, then I'd have drawn my sword. That is the ultimate objective of martial arts. To get rid of those who go against the flow, that's also what the Wudang sect represents. Jagalpyo was a man who surprised me as he showed me how much damage words can do. However, it would have been more difficult for the Wudang sect to kill him than one may imagine. Just trying to kill that one person would have spiraled into the deaths of many others. Once that happened, the person who went against the flow wouldn't be Jagalpyo, but me. This is also the limitation of being an orthodox, but Sohun doesn't even reply to him and only says, Then the old man asks him a question that, are your masters doing well? He is shocked to hear the names of his masters and is wondering, he knows who my masters are. And then replies to him, I haven't seen them since I left the mountain. The old man smiles and says to Sohun that, I heard you're a special disciple to them. The venom demon hasn't killed anyone for 12 years now. For someone to change, it's quite amazing, isn't it? Sohun is extremely stunned and is wondering, how does he know so much? Just how much of the Jianghu does that old man keep an eye on? Then the old man looks at Sohun and tells him that, to your masters, you're the Taiji. One of them killed people while the other one saved people and you came back alive. You may think you were just trying to survive, but you meant more than that to those two. On a lesser scale, the venom demon had lost to the immortal physician. But if you look at it on a larger scale, you could be said to be the one who led the venom demon into the flow. After telling all this, he asks Sohun, do you understand the Taiji and the flow a little more now? And he replies to him that, yes, I understand. Then the old man closes his eyes and tries to hear the voice of water and then continues, saying, Oti plucking out all the sweetbriar is also the flow. The birth and death of humans is also the flow. That also applies to the birth and death of an unknown grass bug. This is how all creation are living fairly within the flow. When an element of nature is left as it is, everything will run smoothly according to the flow, and this is what we call harmony. It's to gather the flow and achieve harmony. In the end, Taiji, the flow, and harmony are one. Accepting all of that could be said to be the Tao. Sohun also closes his eyes and tries to remember all the people and events of the past and then feels something relaxing in his chest. Both of them were standing there, with their eyes closed, and then the old man says to him happily that, as you continue to live your life, I hope from time to time you'll remember the Taiji that we spoke of. That's both me asking a favor of you and also a present that I can give to you. Sohun greets him, saying, thank you. Then the old man smiles and says to Sohun that, now that you've seen me, you can consider it as having seen the Wudang sect. Sohun is passing through the jungle while jumping over the one tree to the other and then remembers about his discussion with that old man. That old humble man was Sword Immortal, and while leaving, Sohun greeted him and said, thank you for today, Sword Immortal. The Sword Immortal was also pleased to meet him and said to him, Sohun, it was nice meeting you. Let's meet again, and Sohun replies happily, yes, sir. The cool breeze is blowing and the leaves of the trees are moving here and there in the air, and Sohun stops for a while to get some fresh air. He is standing between the woods and is wondering while enjoying the fresh air, flowers are flowers, wine is wine, and Wudang is Wudang. Sohun is very happy after meeting the Sword Immortal and then again starts jumping over the trees. He was moving between the woods when he feels someone's presence behind him and is wondering who they will be. A group of people are following him and they are holding the flags. On those flags, the name, Greenhound Stronghold, is written. Sohun looks at the flags and is thinking, the Greenhound Stronghold? They belong to the Green Wilderness Alliance. Are they trying to seek revenge against me because I annihilated the Green Forest Stronghold in the past? The people of the Greenhound attacks and throws little knives towards Sohun while following him, but Sohun dodges them successfully. Sohun is wondering that, if I lure them into a place with a lot of people, then many innocent people will get hurt. I'll head to a place with no one around. Sohun heads towards an empty place and the people of the Greenhound stronghold are following him. Sohun was moving between the trees when he realizes that a lot of people are surrounding him and are hiding between the trees. Sohun is surrounded by the enemies from the three sides and they include the people of the Green Viper stronghold, Green Wolf stronghold and Green Tiger stronghold. When Sohun comes near them, they come out and starts following him. Sohun looks at them and is wondering, these bastards, they're taking turns pursuing me. Sohun gets annoyed and asks himself, what kind of taiji is this? What's the flow and harmony? The people of the Green Tiger stronghold are following him and loudly says from behind Jin Sohun. Stop right there. Sohun is hiding behind the trees and is looking towards them and then they throw the arrows towards him and Sohun dodges them by jumping over those arrows. After jumping over the arrows, Sohun stands on a big branch of a tree and then looks behind at them and they are also standing on the different branches of the different trees. Then again Sohun starts moving towards an empty place and they are all following him and one of them says, he's over there. Why are the other says to his fellows, stay on his tail. Continuing moving, Sohun reaches an empty place and it is the end of the mountain and after that, there is cliff. Sohun is standing there and then takes out his sword and a lot of people are following him for the purpose of killing him. While removing the cover of the sword, Sohun is wondering, it's probably because there are times when the balance of taiji isn't balanced. Then the people of the Green Tiger stronghold throw the arrows towards Sohun and he starts spinning his sword and blocks their attack. All of them are shocked to see his skills and then Sohun says to them, Green Wilderness Alliance leader, come out here yourself. A wild and strong wind starts blowing that everyone had to cover their ears in order to protect them. They all take out their swords for the attack and then one of them says, charge. And after hearing this, everyone starts heading towards Sohun for the attack. When Sohun sees them, he takes out his sword, saying, is your answer to drive your subordinates to their death? Sohun moves towards them like flash and starts killing them one by one. They are all getting injured and are dead, lying on the floor. Then again Sohun starts spinning, holding his sword and is killing them while spinning. The one who are alive, are shocked to see his skills. Then after killing the people at the front, Sohun attacks one subordinate from behind and kills him. One man from the Green Wolf stronghold, while holding his sword, loudly says, don't stand down. There's no way out in the back either. Then all of them looks behind where Sohun is busy attacking the subordinates. One of them says, damn it. While killing them one by one, Sohun is wondering that, if killing all of them is the black side of taiji, then surviving and going to Chang'an would be the white side of taiji. If the Green Wilderness Alliance destroying things around me is the black side, then making it such that they can't come at me again would be the white side. If I simply misunderstood the Sword Immortal's teaching and dyed taiji black, then it can't be helped. Because the weight of the lives in the Green Wilderness Alliance that kidnaps children and turns them into slaves, is lighter than the weight of a single innocent life. A large number of subordinates are lying dead on the ground and Sohun is standing between them, covered in blood and is thinking about the concept of taiji. After killing a large number of subordinates, Sohun is standing between them while holding the sword in his hand and the subordinates who are alive, are looking at him. The Wild Green Troop leader is sitting behind, looking at the fight between his subordinates and Sohun. The Wild Green Troop leader looks at the Sohun who is totally drenched in blood. The troop leader is wondering, amazing. But he must be getting tired now. Then he raises his two fingers and orders his subordinates to attack again. The subordinates look the pointed fingers, gets confused but doesn't say anything and heads towards Sohun for the attack and Sohun looks at them with his pink poisonous eyes. Then Sohun runs towards them like a flash and starts killing them one by one and then suddenly, someone throws a net towards him and when Sohun looks at the net in the sky, he uses his sword and cuts off the net into different pieces. The subordinates are moving towards Sohun for the attack but Sohun, using his powers, also starts killing them one by one. The fight gets worse and Sohun starts cutting off the bodies of the subordinates into pieces. They are all stunned to see that but Sohun looking at their faces and expressions, smirks and says, die. Then again moving his swords in a specific manner, Sohun generates a wind and passes it towards them and the wind, full of poison, kills a large number of subordinates. Those who are alive are looking at Sohun who is extremely angry and the poison is coming out of his body. All of them are wondering, how are we supposed to defeat someone like him? Someone from the subordinates says, "We're no match for him," while the other asks, "What about the troop leader?" And the third one asks, "Why isn't he coming out to fight?" The troop leader is sitting quietly and Sohun is looking at him. Then Sohun turns around and goes near the big rock and sits on it, and all the subordinates along with the troop leader are looking at him quietly. Sohun gets tired and sighs when Sword Immortal appears there and asks him, "Sohun, wouldn't it be okay for you to run away now? You've killed quite a few today. How are you going to deal with the consequences after this?" Sohun is sitting there, with his eyes closed when again the troops of the Green Alliance move towards him, saying, "Step aside." They are coming from the front and Sohun could see them but is still peacefully sitting on the rock. Then one of them says, "Jin Sohun." And Sohun gets up and then says to Sword Immortal that only a single path shall be executed here. Then taking out his swords, Sohun says, "Annihilation," and looking at him, taking out his dual crescent blades, the Sword Immortal says to him, "You're so stubborn." Sohun is extremely angry and using all his power and double blades, Sohun attacks them and then boom. There's a blast. Sohun again starts cutting off the bodies of the subordinates and their bodies are lying, chopped off on the ground and a lot of blood is coming out of their bodies. Someone's leg is separated from his body and someone's arm or even head has been cut off. The one who are alive are looking at the miserable condition of their fellows and then Sohun moves towards them and also kills them, one by one. There is a bloodbath and then again after killing a lot of people, Sohun goes and sits on that same rock. Sword Immortal appears there and is standing before Sohun, looking at his tired face. Then after a while, Sohun says, "One can't simply walk on the path of flowers. There are times when one would step on a dead leaf or be drenched in rainwater. When it snows, our feet would be freezing cold as we stomp around to warm it up. On a night when one is drunk with their sword, even the sweetbriars will be sent flying away. For a person to only walk on the path of flowers, how can such a person understand the world's sadness and suffering?" Then Sohun gets up while holding his dual crescent blades in his hands, looks into the Sword Immortal's eyes and says to him, "I'll continue walking the black path." The Sword Immortal smiles at this and replies to Sohun, "That's great thinking." While taking his dual crescent blades in his hands, Sohun moves towards the rest of the alive subordinates of the Wild Green troop leader with his pink poisonous eyes and angry face. All of them are also looking at him quietly and then standing before them, Sohun says to them, "Open up a path." They all opens up the path for him and at the end of the path, the Wild Green troop leader is sitting on the chair, placed on a carriage. Sohun is looking at the troop leader with his pink poisonous eyes and the Wild Green is also looking at the Sohun with red eyes. Sohun put back his blades and everyone in the surrounding is stunned to see that and wondering, he kept his weapon? Sohun starts heading towards the troop leader and when he reaches there, he jumps in the air and then lands on his carriage. The troop leader is stunned at his act and Sohun is looking at him quietly. Then Sohun asks him, "What the hell do you do?" The Wild Green troop leader asks angrily, "What?" Sohun bends and gets a little closer to him. Then, again asks him boldly, "I ask you, what the hell do you do?" The troop leader smiles mockingly and replies to Sohun, "What the fuck are you talking about, you brat?" Then Sohun stands up, looks at the troop leader and says, "No matter how I look at you, you don't seem strong enough to take me on. Why are you doing something this crazy? Did you think you'd be able to defeat me if you kept throwing your subordinates at me?" The troop leader, while hearing this, takes his weapon who is placed on the nearby table and while saying, "Shut up," attacks Sohun, but Sohun blocks his attack by holding the weapon with his hand. The troop leader is extremely angry at this, but Sohun gets angrier and the weapon he was holding starts glowing red because of the poison in the Sohun's body. Then Sohun takes that weapon from him with greater force. Looking at this, the Wild Green troop leader is wondering, our internal energies are on totally different levels. Then Sohun holds him from his shirt and slaps him in his face with such a force that blood comes out of his mouth. Then again hits him on his other cheek and this time, again blood comes out. The troop leader is looking at him with injured face and then suddenly, a whole stream of blood starts coming out of his head and Sohun throws him on the ground. All the subordinates of the Wild Green are looking at their leader quietly and then Sohun sits on the chair of the Wild Green, while placing his one leg over the other. Sohun says to them, "We're going to Shanyang." All of them are standing there, looking at Sohun and then he says, "Depart." All of them replies simultaneously, "Yes, sir." Then everyone starts following his carriage. A man comes near the dead body of the wild green troop leader and is looking at it while wondering he's truly a treasure. The demon immortal really created something. He's totally different from the venom demon or the immortal physician. How unique, and then he laughs with a full smile and thinking about the Sohun, says, how interesting. At night, while heading towards the Shanyang, Sohun using his metal fan, spreads the poison in the environment and it killed a lot of the people. Then Sohun closes the fan, putting it back in his shirt, gets up and is now wondering that, I think there's around 30 people left. Those who aren't skilled in mobility arts have already fallen behind and dropped out of the group. Then removing the cover of the sword, Sohun comes down from the carriage and then moves towards the man who is sitting, leaning against the rock with his eyes closed. Looking at him, Sohun is thinking that, this is the guy who's the furthest away. Did he manage to last somehow with his internal energy? Then touching his outfit with his sword, Sohun assumes that, based on his outfit, he looks to be about a middle-rank executive. While touching his coat, Sohun sees a letter which is stuck in his inner shirt. Sohun takes out the letter and starts reading it. It is written in the letter that, the gathering point will be the main traveling route between the Gale Demon League and Shanyang Demon League. If Jin Sohun mobilizes a huge number of troops, then kill his subordinates first. In the case that you lose him, gather at Shanyang and await the next order. Wild Green Troop Leader Dash. After reading the letter, Sohun kills that man, uses his sword and is wondering, there's a possibility that there's an encirclement awaiting at Shanyang too. A strange battle on the cliff, the situation that caused even the Wild Green Troop Leader to die. This battle of encirclement definitely has a different objective. Sohun used a sleeping powder so everyone will fall asleep and then he will kill them peacefully. Sohun starts killing them one by one. On man who is pretending to be asleep, opens his one eyes and looks at Sohun and is wondering, what a crazy bastard. I had a bad feeling from the moment we were told to camp in the wild out of nowhere. I was wondering why he used sleeping powder to put everyone to sleep. He immediately closes his eyes, but Sohun already felt that someone was awake and looks behind at him, but he is acting well and is lying without moving. The man is wondering, this is boring though. Sohun, are you intending to kill everyone? It feels like the fun will only start when you're at Chang'an though. Sohun kills someone and his blood also goes to that man's face. When he feels something on his face, he starts thinking again, stop it already. Jin Sohun, you murderous demon. You wicked disciple of an unforgivable villain. Trash. A cowardly bastard who can't fight fair. Damn it. He was thinking all this when he feels that Sohun is stand near him and attacks him, using his swords. So, he immediately opens his eyes and protects himself by holding the Sohun's sword with his fingers, and Sohun is looking at him quietly. He immediately gets up and stands at a little distance from him. Then he raises the palm of his hand in the air and throws some kind of blue power towards him, which Sohun blocks, using his palm, and then there is a clash between their powers. When Sohun left his masters and went to his hometown, then before leaving, the Venom Demon told him that, the Berserk Demon uses martial arts based on esoteric Buddhism. I've once shared a drink with him and he called his martial arts the Unshakable Buddha Merit. He considered the 4 great demons like his friends when I met him. He was someone whose thoughts you could never decipher. Anyway, Unshakable Buddha refers to Bright King in esoteric Buddhism. He was crazy enough to let go of the opportunity to kill the Great Demoness and the Sex Demon, and Sohun was listening to the master quietly. Sohun is fighting with that man who was pretending to be asleep and woke up immediately and starts fighting. There is a clash between the powers of both of them and is destroying the things in the surroundings. Then that man says, annoying bastard, and then remove the bandages from his arm, and he is very strong and powerful. Then also his shirt from the back gets torn and he removes his shirt. The Sohun is lying, fainted on a nearby object. Then that man says to Sohun, leader, what are you doing? That kind of trick won't work on me. Sohun sighs and then gets up, and his clothes are also torn, and that man is shocked to see the bruises on his body and is wondering that, oh, those are some injuries. Then he smiles and says, how beautiful. Sohun also removes his shirt and then asks that guy, are you the Berserk Demon? That man replies, shouldn't you use honorifics? It's been a while since I last saw my adorable hubby. Your manners are, and while saying this, he attacks Sohun by using the power in his palm, and Sohun also defends himself by blocking his attack. That guy attacked with such a great force that Sohun couldn't resist and fell apart, and looking at him, he says, quite terrible. Leader, don't hold back. How long do you intend on hiding your powers? You must be stronger considering you've killed the great Demoness and the sex demon. You're the embodiment of lies. Both of them are standing at a greater distance with each other, and then Sohun says, the master said, but the berserk demon interrupts him, asking happily that, you talked about me? The pink poisonous light is surrounding the Sohun's body and the dual crescent blades are attached at the back. Then he replies to the berserk demon, indeed, the master said that, and then after saying this, Sohun takes out his blades and moves towards him for the attack, and he also gets ready for the attack, again by using the powers in his hand. He brings his both hands closer and then creates a ball of power and then throws it towards Sohun, but he dodges it. Sohun is using his dual crescent blades, but the berserk demon is using his martial arts skills, and both of them are fighting efficiently by using all of their might. Then Sohun uses the deep green moonlight skill and attacks the berserk demon with it, but he uses his powers and blocks the attack. The berserk demon smiles mockingly and asks, is this all you can do? Sohun put back his swords and the guy are confused at this and asks him, what are you doing? But Sohun is thinking that, he has a lot of experience, but he's not as fast as the sex demon. If I focus on speed to tire him out and use the physical regeneration power I have. Then the guy again asks, I asked what you were doing, sleepyhead? Sohun is shocked to hear his nickname, looks at him with puzzled eyes and then asks, what? The guy smiles and replies, why are you so surprised? Your nickname is Sleepyhead if I recall correctly. Sohun's eyes turn to pink and he asks him, how do you know that? The guy replies to him while smiling that, oh, your masters must have made some progress. You've got a strange glint to your eyes. Sohun looks at him with confusion and asks, progress? And the berserk demon replies to him, the experiments they did on you. Venom demon referred to the suffering and efforts as a dreamlike immortality. After hearing this, Sohun is wondering, I knew the masters were trying to create immortality, but I didn't know the experiment had a name. Did he mean to ask if I had become immortal instead of calling me by my nickname? Then after a while, that one again says to Sohun, there's no way immortality is possible. I laughed so much when I heard about it. I'll check through you. I'll find out if I dissect you whether they succeeded or not. Saying this, he again attacks Sohun by using his powers, but Sohun efficiently blocks the attack and the fight has been started between them again. Both of them are using their powers and skills to fight. Then Sohun dodges his attack by flying up in the air, and while floating in the air, he smiles and says to the berserk demon that, berserk demon Sunbei, I don't think you'll be able to check with how slow you are. Or are you not giving it your all? The berserk demon also smiles at his question. Sohun smirks and asks the berserk demon, are you not giving it your all? The berserk demon smiles and counter-questions, asking, do you think so? And saying this, he attacks Sohun, but in the meantime, Sohun dodges him successfully and they both have completely destroyed the carriage. The berserk demon is trying his best to grab Sohun and comes near him, but Sohun defends himself efficiently. Finally, while getting closer, he thinks, got him, but Sohun places his sword before him and there's a clash between their powers. A big hole has been created in the ground because of the intensity of the force. Sohun is holding his shoulder while looking at him, and the berserk demon is extremely angry at this and is wondering, he's gonna endure it? Let's see how long he can last. And then both of them starts fighting while flying in the air. The berserk demon again uses his palm to attack, but this time, Sohun also uses his hand to push him back. After pushing him, Sohun fuses and pretends that his hand is hurt and says to him, you're pretty strong. The berserk demon, being stubborn, smiles and says, you rotten bastard. And then moves towards Sohun for the attack, and Sohun is wondering that, he's definitely the best of the bunch. He's the strongest out of the 4 great demons. Sohun looks at him, smiles and says while fighting that, but berserk demon Sunbei, I almost didn't recognize you because your face is so ordinary looking. If I had to earn fame with that kind of face in the Jianghu, I would have also gone crazy. I'm not insulting you or anything. Never mind. It's nothing. The berserk demon is extremely angry and shouts, saying, won't you shut up? Both of them are talking casually while fighting, and then again Sohun asks him, but why did it have to be the wild green troop? Was that on purpose? It's not like you're some bandit leader, and saying this, Sohun takes out his sword and attacks the berserk demon, but he backflips and blocks his attack. Sohun is using different techniques to attack the berserk demon, and he's thinking that, where I land, The berserk demon was wondering this when Sohun attacks him in segments and he spins and blocks the attack. Sohun smirks and says to the berserk demon that, "Are you called the berserk demon because you jump around like a maniac? Sunbae, I've learned from you." Berserk replies to him, "Sohun, if you don't cross the line, I'll let you live. Know your place, before I rip your mouth open." Sohun replies to him politely while smiling, "Berserk demon, you should stop being arrogant just because of your QI. Your threat's not really scary because still have that ordinary face." Hearing this, the berserk demon gets extremely angry and removes that fake cover from his face and then throws it on the ground, saying, "Enough with your PR," but Sohun interrupts him, saying, "Your face is very fucked." The berserk demon is extremely angry at his insult and moves towards Sohun, saying, "I'll rip you apart." Sohun also heads towards him for the attack, and then the berserk demon tries to grab Sohun from his hair, arm and shoulder, but all in vain. As a result, there's another clash between their powers, and now both of them are standing at a distance from each other. Then berserk demon says to Sohun, "I told you to shut up," and Sohun, being naughty, replies to him with his pink eyes that, "I didn't say anything. Are you hearing things now too?" Then Sohun greets him, saying, "Then my apologies. I shouldn't make fun of disabled people." The berserk demon is extremely annoyed at his acting and then taps his forehead with his hand, saying, "This is not the way a martial artist should act. Didn't you hear from Master? I like passionate aggressive fights. That's why I don't even fight with people who aren't on my level. So, you don't need to." The berserk demon was busy talking when he observes that Sohun is doing something filthy and he's stunned to see his back. Berserk is wondering that, "What are you? Are you?" Sohun was pissing while standing there and his back was towards the berserk demon. Then Sohun turns around, grabs his pants upward and asks, "What did you just say?" But the berserk demon is looking at him quietly, and then again Sohun asks him, "I asked what you said. You should answer my questions, berserk demon Sunbae." The berserk demon is annoyed at non-serious attitude of Sohun and says to him, "You're out of your mind," and then Sohun says to him, "Let's be serious." Then the berserk demon asks, "What?" Then Sohun replies to him with utter seriousness that, the attitude of a martial artist. Shouldn't we be serious? If you were a proper martial artist, you wouldn't be pretending to be a part of the stupid wild green troop, you would have revealed your identity from the start and asked for a duel. You're not some 3-year-old brat. You're old enough to know better. And then Sohun continues, asking, "Besides, how can the first of the 4 great demons be this unskilled? Even the random trash bastards I have wouldn't do something as petty as this. Hiding in someone else's force like some rat and provoking fights, you seem to be mistaken that you're committing some great evil because you're a part of the 4 great demons, but if your brain's functioning still, then think about it. Berserk demon Sunbae, you're a great demon, not some common villain minion," and the berserk demon is listening to him quietly with full concentration. Then Sohun continues, saying, "I dominated the Chenyang unorthodox faction and the Chang'an unorthodox faction with just my skills. And what were you doing? Playing around with the wild green troop? Aren't they just a bunch of trash? Where were you? Somewhere to reminisce on your old glories? Or probably provoking fights between some sections. But not the Wudang sect or the Mount Hua sect. Why? Because they're strong. Am I wrong? I assume you would have just killed an opponent then ran off if you were caught in your little scheme, and that's how you earned that name. That's the level you're at. What have you been doing with your life?" The berserk demon has a cut near his one eye and replies to the Sohun, "You really just say anything that comes to mind. I've never come across someone like you before. I assume you'll just dodge if I were to charge at you anyway." Sohun immediately replies to him, "Of course. I compared my Qinggong skills and your heavy ass and concluded that we can duel for about 218 days. I still have a lot to tell you, so you can come at me whenever." The berserk demon replies to him boldly, "I can just go kill all your subordinates instead," but hearing this, Sohun smiles and replies to him, "You said yourself that you don't fight anyone that's not at your level, but now you're gonna go kill my subordinates who are below your level? How amazing." "Very much so." The berserk demon is getting annoyed at his insult, but Sohun keeps going and says to him, I guess Chang'an will be the graveyard of the great demons. I killed both the great demoness and the sex demon in Chang'an. If you want to come too, then you're welcome. By the way, I'd be the first to arrive even if we leave at the same time. Have you considered that? No, you haven't. From now on, think before you open that beak of yours. After hearing this, Berserk Demon says, you, but Sohun interrupts him, asking, what? Then the Berserk Demon fuses and then sits on a rock. Then he says to Sohun, never mind, go. I'll just let you go today. Sohun is looking at him quietly, so the Berserk Demon continues, saying, why? Do you feel like you're losing something by leaving, but fighting also doesn't get anywhere? After this, Sohun says, see you, and then turns around and the Berserk Demon is shocked to see him, leaving and is wondering, what? I thought he'd stay longer to insult me. Is he intending to kill the Wild Green Troops forces again? Cruel bastard, he's definitely no ordinary man. Sohun sits on a horse and starts riding it. While leaving, Sohun is thinking that the Berserk Demon has no choice but to come to Shanyang. Since he can't ride a horse, I'll be the first to arrive. Sohun reaches Shanyang at night and is now taking bath in a hot spring. There are bruises all over his body and he's relaxing after fighting with the Berserk Demon. Next morning, Sohun is walking through the street while holding the metallic fan in his hand and wondering, he should be getting here soon. Then Sohun sees the back of a man and he's the Berserk Demon. He is sitting there, eating noodles and looking at his back. Sohun closes his fan and is wondering that, of course. I'll make you pay for underestimating me. Sohun enters the inn where different people are sitting and eating their meals. While standing at back, Sohun says to him, whoa, Berserk Demon Sunbae, we meet again. Everyone sitting in the surrounding is shocked to hear the word Berserk Demon, and then Sohun sits before him on a chair. One of the men sitting there asks the other, the Berserk Demon? While the other asks, did he just say Berserk Demon? Sohun sits before him, looks at him, smiles and asks innocently that, Berserk Demon Sunbae. Why are you eating alone like some lonely old man? The Berserk Demon gets annoyed and asks angrily, what are you trying to do? Sohun replies to him, I just want to eat with you. We're close enough for that. Then Sohun loudly says to the waiter, get me a bowl of noodles and the most expensive drink, and he replies obediently, yes, sir. While eating, the Berserk Demon laughs and says to Sohun, are you trying to use poison or something? It won't work, Sohun. Hearing this, Sohun smirks and replies to him, Sunbae. I have standards. I wouldn't play around with shit like that. How can you be so petty as the head of the 4 great demons? Everyone sitting around is stunned again after hearing this, and then everyone gets up and leaves the inn quietly. Both of them are looking into each other's eyes, and then the Berserk Demon continues eating, saying, crazy ass bastard. Sohun hits on a table with great force and then asks the waiter angrily, what are you doing? Hurry up. Because of the vibration of the table, Berserk Demon's soup spills on his face, and looking at him, Sohun says, my bad. Then while cleaning his mouth, the Berserk Demon says to him, alright, eat up. Let's have a fight after this. Sohun hits with a punch on the table and says, good idea. Let's have a duel like men after eating. The Shanyang Demon League would be great. The place looked spacious and nice. The noodle bowl of the Berserk Demon is splattered everywhere and he's looking angrily at the Sohun. Then Sohun smiles and says to him, oh, it's splattered everywhere. Do you want another bowl? I'm so sorry. The waiters bring noodles and drink for Sohun, and while putting it on the table, says to Sohun, here are the noodles. We only have Baijiu, but Sohun interrupts him, saying, alright. That's the way to go. Sohun starts eating his noodles, and while looking at him, the Berserk Demon is wondering that, I just arrived but he's had a bath and even slept. Could I beat him now? I haven't recovered as much as he has. Sohun pours a drink in his glass and starts drinking it, and then put the glass on the table and then says to the Berserk Demon, stop staring. I'm losing my appetite. The Berserk Demon gets angry at this and then moves his arm towards Sohun for the attack, thinking, this piece of shit. Sunbae reached out his hand and struck the table hardly and broke it. Sohun hit him with chopsticks on hand and said, I'm trying to eat here and you want to pick a fight? Sunbae said angrily, let's go. Sohun asked, where to? He replied, "You're grave." Sohun stand up and said with stealing smile, "Let's do it, please lead the way." Sunbae walked out of the restaurant and Sohun followed him. Sohun thought, what that commotion, the news that the berserk demon is in Shanyang should have spread everywhere. I just need to buy time until my subordinates or nearby forces arrive here. He stand in the door and looked Sunbae confusingly because he jumped up. He looked him and followed him and jumped. Sunbae was jumping and thought, Jin Sohun, did you really think I would not know what you are up to? Sohun looked him confusingly. Sunbae thought, I won't let things go the way you want. He looked around to saw the Sohun but didn't saw him. He thought confusingly, where did he go? He continuously jumping on the roofs of the houses and thought, this works better, I'll use this time to rest that I in the house. Sunbae was laying on the bed, he looked very tired. Sunbae thought, I finally sleep a little, I have not slept or rested for 2 whole days straight because of him. Someone knocked the door, he looked at the angrily and said, who is it? No one answered and again knocked the door. Sunbae asked again, who the hell is it? I asked you, who are you? And put his hand on his head. Voice came out of the door, let's have a drink. He heard the voice and thought, that's not Jin Sohun's voice though. Who it be? And asked, tell me who you are first before asking me to have a drink together. Voice came again, it's me, Senior. Sunbae thought confusingly, Senior? And asked angrily, Jin Sohun, what the hell are you trying to pull? You are now changing your voice to provoke me. Sohun smiled and said, Drats, I got catch, you are truly quick-witted, berserk demon. Sunbae takes deep breath and said, quick-witted, my ass, we'll leave the drink for another time. Sohun called his name, berserk demon. He replied, yes. Sohun said again, let's have a drink. Sunbae replied angrily, these damn drinks. Jin Sohun, are you pulling me leg right now? Sohun asked with teasing smile, pulling your leg. My subordinates who have always respected you have come all the way from Chang'an, there's about 100 of them gathered here and they are making a fast to have a drink with you. They insisted on it even though I told them that you did not get to sleep and could be tired. Sunbae listened to him angrily and thought, Jin Sohun's subordinates? The Chang'an unorthodox faction? And 100 of them have gathered here? He went to window and opened it and looked out but no one was outside. Sohun said, no one is outside of the building because they are all waiting on the first floor. Sunbae looked at the door. Sohun's voice came out of the door, there's one guy named Go Seachuk, he holds his liquor quite well and also has a pretty stubborn personality. He developed the incapable net formation together with me previously to capture these sex demon. Sunbae asked him, so, you're threatening me right now? Using some unorthodox factions good for nothing inescapable net formation? Sohun replied, come on, we don't know that until we try. Just so you know, sex demon was faster than me but she still got catch. They both were looking at the door but Sohun with smile and Sunbae with anger. Sunbae said, alright, let's do it. I will destroy all those subordinates that you are so proud of. He punched on the wall and broke it. He jumped out of the broken wall. He turned angrily and looked in but it was empty. People standing in the street looked him shockingly. Sunbae looked around and thought confusingly, what's this? Where are his subordinates? Sohun stand in the broken wall and said, berserk demon, how can you suddenly break the window and wall? Sunbae raised his head and looked him and thought, that punk really is pulling pranks again and said angrily, come down, let's fight. Sohun said with teasing smile, instead of doing that, let's have a drink. Sunbae raised his hand and said angrily, drink by your own fucking self and pulled power. The building cracks, peoples looked this shockingly. Sohun came down and said, so hot-tempered, I said, let's get a drink instead. All this dust, and waved a hand fan. Sohun asked him, why are you getting so angry? Sunbae was looking him angrily. Sohun asked again, did I say I want to fight? We just happen to be in the same place and keep turning into each other, so I thought we should grab a drink together. Sunbae turned his hand on his head in confusion and said, alright, fine. Let's have that damn drink together. Sohun said with smile, you're truly the best, Senior. You finally understand my sincerity. At a restaurant, Sohun and Sunbae was sitting in front of each other in the hall and the hall was empty. Sohun poured wine and said, seriously, "It's too hard to get a drink with you," Sunbae said. "Poison won't work on me, so don't think of doing anything stupid," and drank the wine. Sohan asked angrily, "How many times have you just said that already? You're making the wine taste bad." And poured again wine. Sunbae listened him confusingly and drank it again and put the cup on table. Sunbae said angrily, "Troop leader Jin, stop torturing me." Sohan looked at him confusingly and asked, "Stop torturing you? I don't think I should be hearing those words from you. If you think this is torture, then what are all the heinous acts you've done so far?" Sunbae looked him confusingly and takes deep breath and thought, "What he's saying is true, I guess." Two mans came in the restaurant. One of them said, "It seems I was a little faster." Other asked me, "Association leader Lim, didn't you depart way earlier than I did?" Lim looked him and said, "Association leader Go, being able to depart earlier is also a form of competence." Sunbae and Sohan looked at them. They greet them and Lim said, "Troop leader, I Lim Hazung of Chenyang, arrived the earliest." Go also said, "Troop leader, I was later than him, my apologies." Sohan looked at them and said, "You guys did great, take a seat." They replied in one voice, "Yes sir." They sat on the other table. Lim said, "I told you, my feet moved faster." Go replied, "All right, let's just agree that's the case." Lim asked, "Come on, just agree that's the case." Sunbae was confused by all this mess. Suddenly, many mans came in the restaurant while talking with each other. One of them said, "It seems Chenyang unorthodox faction is better at mobility arts." Other said angrily, "Watch your words, there are no Chenyang and Chenyang sides." One also said, "Seriously, you sure talk a lot, your mouth is faster than your feet." They all greet in one form and group leader said, "Troop leader, apologies for being late." Sohan said with smile, "Great job coming here." Sunbae looking them confusingly. Again a group came in and greet him, "Troop leader, we're truly glad to see that you're safe." Sohan looked at them and said, "Good job everyone." Hall was full of them. Sunbae looked at him and thought, "They're all martial masters of the unorthodox faction that I've heard of before. They're all here because of Jin Sohan." A girl came in wearing a heel and veil and having red eyes. She said, "Troop leader, you look good. I guess you've been real comfortable." Sohan looked at her and said with smile, "Sit down." Sunbae looked at her and thought, "I don't know who that woman is, but she's a martial master." Sohan poured wine and said, "Berserk demon, you dare mess with me?" Sunbae looked at all the subordinates and said with smile, "Looks like I fell for it again. Let's start now since everyone's gathered. Half of your subordinates will be dying in this place." Sohan looked at him and said, "Please wait a moment," and poured wine again. Sunbae was confused by his actions. Sohan said, "Since this could be the last bottle of wine for one of us, should we have one last drink?" Sunbae looked him angrily and stand up. He picked up a cup from the table and held it in his hand and said with smiley face, "You guys have one cup each as well, it might be your last one after all." They all looked him angrily. Sohan pushed his chair and stand up and said, "Everyone, fill up your cups." They all stand up and raised their cups. Sohan said, "Berserk demon, bottoms up." Sunbae looked him confusingly and thought, "I'm sure that half of the people here will die by my hands." He looked at their eyes and thought, but those eyes, they followed Jin Sohan from the bottom of the heart so far. He remembered Sohan words, "What have you done despite having lived such a long life?" He thought, "I see, I've accomplished nothing so far, Jin Sohan. I'm so envious of you." Sunbae laughed at the situation and said, "All of you are true men. I, Berserk demon, praise all of you for your bravado," and drank wine. Sohan looked at him confusingly and said, "Our bravado will keep going on until we die as a part of the unorthodox faction." He raised his cup and said, "For bravado." They all looked at him with smiled and drank wine by saying, "For bravado." Sohan and Sunbae broke the cups in their hands. Other subordinates also broke their cups. Sohan and Sunbae was looking at each other. Sunbae went out the restaurant and said, "Come out." They all came out from the restaurant. He was standing in the street while others standing in front of him. Sunbei looked at them and smiled. They were blocking his way. He smiled and said, "Small fries, step aside." They were staring him. Sohan said from inside, "Stand down, this will be a fight with the leaders." They said in one voice, "Yes, troop leader, and clear the way." Sunbei looking them confusingly and thought, even people like them are listening to Jin Sohan orders? Sohan said, "We'll be at a loss if we die, and I didn't just send notification that he's here to only your own people. I think this fight will drag out for a little longer than usual." Lim said, "Understood." Sohan looked at them with side eye and said, "The one who survives will be the villain. I want all of you to become villains." They replied, "Yes sir," in me voice filled with courage. Sohan came out of the restaurant and they followed him. He stand in front of the Sunbei. They looked at each other aggressively and run towards for attack. They were blocking attacks and defending. Sunbei thought, he was dodging that while time and now he want to fight it out with palm strikes? He smiled and thought, I accept your challenge. They were continuously attacking and defending with their skills and powers. It looks like on one want to lose. Sohan's subordinates were watching them confusingly. They both pushed each other by using one-hand skill. Sohan made many illusion of himself and looked at Sunbei. Sunbei was also looking aggressive and filled with power. They both show their powers. Sohan run to attack him. Sunbei stopped his attack and hold his weapon in one hand and by other stopped his weapon to harm him, they both using their powers and abilities. Suddenly the girl robed in Sunbei neck and pulled him. Both girl and Sohan were using their powers. Sohan jumped up and kicked Sohan, girl also pulled towards him. Sohan fell down back. Sunbei held the robed in his hand and pulled girl towards him. Sunbei said with smile, "You're a disciple of the Demoness?" Girl saw him shockingly. She suddenly used her skill and forced to push him back. Sunbei looked this confusingly. Sohan stand up and run to attack him. Sunbei looked him and want to stop high attack but he used a skill and made a very difficult weapon and attacked him. Sunbei fell of, breaking through the roof. Sohan looked at the roof from the ground, his subordinates run towards him. Girl asked worriedly, "Troop leader, are you alright?" He replied, "Yes, while he took some damage, it'll be a while before he goes down. Don't spread out too much, stick close to each other." They said, "Yes sir." Sohan said, "All those who are confident in mobility arts, follow me." Mad jumped. Lim and Go followed him. Sunbei was jumping over the roofs, his hand was bleeding badly. He thought, why am I running away? He remembered their fight and thought, that was a fight that I was enjoying quite a lot, so why did I run? He stopped and looked down. Suddenly he looked something strange. He thought confusingly, what that? The subordinates were standing on the roofs and said, "Berserk demon, stop right there." He looked at them shockingly and thought, the Zhongnan three elders, what are they doing here? He started jumping and running away from them. Some followed him on the horse. One of them shouted, "Go after him." He looked down at them and thought confusingly, the Hub Alliance? Even those trash are here. Some people stopped his way and stand in front of him. He stopped and looked at them and thought, fortunately, Jin Sohan is nowhere to be seen and said, "Zhongnan three elders, you imbecile trash dare come after him? I'll make the other two when I ended." They looked at him and took the sword from the sheath. One of them said, "That won't be easy." Sunbei looked at someone with side eyes and said, "Iron Cavalry Squad Captain, long time no see." A man sitting on horse replied, "Same here, how did you land yourself in such trouble? I wasn't sure that I'd really encounter you after reading that letter." Sunbei thought confusingly, a letter, this must be Jin Sohan doing. He smiled and said, "I have my own situations." He emitting his power and said, "Come." They raised their swords and run towards him. Leader looked at them. Sohan was standing on a roof with his subordinates and watching them. Go asked Sohan, "Should we join them?" He replied, "No, we'll wait," and thought, this is what I was aiming for, after all. Sunbei was fighting with them and Sohan was watching them. Lim said, "The Berserk demon is fighting here, he must know that we're here though." Sohan said, "He probably wants to show us." Sunbei was fighting with them and enjoying it. Sohan said, "Why, he's truly capable of." The house were damaged and bodies of soldiers were scattered there. In many dead bodies, Sunbei was standing and many swords were stabbed in his back and he was breathing heavily. Blood was coming out of his body. Bodies were covered with blood. Captain was also sitting with the support of his dead horses. Sun Bei looked at him and said, "Iron Cavalry Squad Captain, you're making a face that tells me you weren't expecting this to happen." Sun Bei came near to him and he replied, "I never imagined it. How could I know that we'd lose to a single person despite having so many of us? Isn't Jianghu a place where you can never know what the future holds?" Sun Bei laughed and said with smile, "You're right Z, that's the kind of place that the Jianghu is." Captain smiled and said, "Please kill me." Sun Bei said with smile, "I'll be the one to choose whether I kill you or not." Captain asked confusingly, "What?" Sun Bei didn't answer and walked. Captain shouted from behind, "I said kill me." Sun Bei said, "You should return to the Hubage Alliance if you survive. You guys will fight the White Heaven demonic cult soon." Captain said, "Stop right here. You're not going to kill me, then stop right there. I'll kill you, and stand with the help of sword." Sun Bei replied, "I don't want to, I'm too sleepy." Captain asked, "What?" And thought, "He's sleepy," and shouted looking him from behind, "Crazy bastard, are you seriously fucking saying that? I said fight me. In the night, blood fell in the flowing water and Sun Bei was washing his blood. He was sitting on the bank of the canal. He felt someone presence and takes deep breath and said, "Never in my life have I ever met someone as terrible as you," and fell down. Sohan was standing behind him and called his name, "Berserk Demon, if you're weary, you should just sleep." In the night, Sun Bei was laying on the ground. He opened his eyes and stand up and looked at the fire. Sohan was burning wood and looked at him. He asked him, "Are you awake?" Sun Bei looked at him and questioned him instead of answering, "Why did you not kill me?" Sohan looked at him and said, "I'll decide whether to kill you or not." Sun Bei remembered that the same words he said to Captain. He takes deep breath and asked, "Damn it, you were eavesdropping?" Sohan smiled after listening his questions. Sun Bei looked at him and thought, that just means he's had plenty of chances to kill me, and asked him, "Why didn't you help Orthodox fashion?" Sohan said holding the wood in his hand, "Because their alliance is hostile towards me, Hubei is in a bad state. Zhongnan lost 3 of their elders and the Zhuge clan's patriarch died. The subsidiary families of the Zhuge clan will soon fight over who will be the successor." Sun Bei asked him, "Is the Wudang sect and Mount Hua sect the only ones left then?" Sohan looked at him and replied, "The Wudang sect won't clash with me." Sun Bei asked, "Why not?" He replied, "I already met with the Sword Immortal." Sun Bei asked again, "How did you survive even though you met him? He's really powerful though." Sohan replied, "It's not like I am one of the 4 great demons." Sun Bei asked again, "You're worse than us, aren't you?" Sohan replied angrily, "What did I do? I killed the sex demon and the great demoness." Sun Bei looked him confusingly. He said again, "I only killed those who deserved to die. The Wudang sect has done what I have done for as long as it can be remembered." While not all of the Wudang sect thinks the same way, the Sword Immortal does not differentiate between unorthodox faction, definition orthodox faction and the demonic faction. He only differentiates between those that should be killed and those that should not. If you were also someone that kills women and children, then I did have killed you already. Yet you did compare me to you lot. Sun Bei looked at him and thought, he seriously has no manners, and said, "That leaves just the Mount Hua sect then." Sohan said, "Well, I'll only know after I meet them." Sun Bei said, "Alright, I'll ask again, why did you spare my life?" Sohan said angrily, "Shut up, just make sure to answer my questions properly, understand your situation." Sun Bei also replied angrily, "Do you think I'm afraid of death? If you are confident in your abilities, then let's have a go at it right now. I am confident that I can cut off at least one arm of yours." Sohan said, "Try it." Sun Bei asked shockingly, "What?" Sohan said, "I said, try it." Sun Bei started gathering his internal energy but can't. He thought worriedly, "I can't gather my internal energy." Sohan stand up and said, "Berserk Demon, get the grip off yourself. I will tell you what would happen if I really wanted to kill you. I did strip you naked and throw you in front of the doorsteps of an orthodox sect. Not in all places like the Mount Hua sect or the Wudang sect. Maybe some third-rate unknown sect or Hao clan. Or maybe just a martial academy. They did probably become pretty famous for killing the Berserk Demon. What do you think of that?" Sun Bei thought angrily, "Vicious bastard." Sohan came near to him and said again, "If you don't want that to happen then take your own life here. I will spare the rumor that the Berserk Demon took his own life because he was scared of Jin Sohan after you die. It's the truth after all." Sun Bei replied, "It's not." Sohun smiled and said, "Even if it's and, it will become the truth because that's how just the world is like. Why are you acting like this despite knowing that fact?" Sun Bei flinched his fists and thought, how does he know what I hate the most? Is this how I lose? No, I have already lost. And asked, "What's your question then?" Sohun said, "The White Heaven Demon Cult." Sun Bei replied, "The White Heaven demonic cult is formed by the flowers who worship Theon, who was once known as the absolute ruler. They are people who trust in the cult leader who imitate the absolute ruler's who ways of becoming stronger. The cult leader is probably the 8th generation now. If they choose to reappear in the Jianhu, then that means they have learned from their lessons from the past." Sohun asked, "Are they strong?" Sun Bei replied, "How would I know?" Sohun asked again, "So, what will you do if a war with the white demonic cult breaks out?" "Simply observe?" Sun Bei replied, "How would I know?" Sohun said, "Stand in the vanguard." Sun Bei asked angrily, "What kind of bullshit is that?" Sohun replied, "If the White Heaven demonic cult, the South Yangtze River forces or the Jianghu strongest 10 martial masters fight, I want you to be the vanguard leader." Sun Bei asked, "Why would I do that?" Sohun replied, "I'm preparing a place to die for you." Sun Bei said rudely, "I'll find my own grave." Sohun looked him by side-eye and asked, "Are you in any position of choose?" "Throw away the identity of Berserk Demon here, I'll help you." Sun Bei asked angrily, "What do you mean by that?" Sohun replied, "I will use my subordinate to spread the rumors that Berserk Demon is dead. Human face masks are pretty useful, I have been able to hide my face from even my subordinates with it. The world known me as the leader of the Chenyang and Chenyang unorthodox faction. They also know me pretty well by now, they know my temperament, personality, cruel tendencies, and how convening I am. However, for someone on the level of the Berserk Demon to be hidden within my forces, is something no one would be able to guess. So, what do you say? Would not it be fun to deceive the world with me?" Sun Bei looked him confusingly. He said again, "I am someone who makes enemies everywhere in the world. It's also because I am a part of the unorthodox faction. So, if you stay beside me, you will be able to meet all sorts of martial masters in Jianhu, you will be able to fight them to your heart's content. If you keep fighting them, would not you die one day? Just as the Berserk Demon should die." Sun Bei looked at him and said, "You sure are going a long way to ask me to become your subordinate." Sohun looked at him. He went near him and shouted, "Just die here then." Sun Bei looked him confusingly. Sohun said, No, it wouldn't be any fun to kill you, it'd definitely be more fun for both of us if you do what I said though." Sun Bei looked at him and thought, he's seriously a complete psychopath. They both staring at each other. Sun Bei out his hand on his head and asked, "What about the antidote?" Sohun smiled and replied, "I will give you it when the time is right, and I am not interested in what your real name is. Since your newfound life is thanks to me, I will decide your name too, you'll be called Il Seng." Sun Bei asked angrily, "What kind of a lousy name is that?" Sohun replied, "It means, don't let this life go to waste." In the night, at an inn, a man asked another man angrily, "Do you think working in an inn is a joke?" Man looked at him and didn't answer. Man with red hair shouted, "Why aren't you answering? Are you mute?" He put the glass on table and folded his sleeves and said, "This won't do, I might have been beaten up by association leader Go a few times." "Heavens above and below" was written on his arm. The other man said, "Heaven above and below?" Red hair man said, "You're finally speaking and that's all you have to say, you must have a death wish. What about heavens above and below?" Other man asked, "Are you saying you're above all?" Red hair man said, "What kind of stupid answer is that? Just clean the table, even when demoted, hierarchies still exist." Other man asked again, "Did you get demoted?" Red hair man looked him angrily and made punch to hit him and said, "What? How dare you speak casually to me?" Other man didn't sacred by his action and looked him continuously. Red hair man said, "Seriously, I'm holding myself back because I might die if I create trouble here as well," and thought, but he hasn't blinked a single time during our whole conversation. Red hair man said, "Count yourself lucky, what's your name?" Other man replied, "Illinois Seng." "It seems I'm Il Seng." Red hair man asked angrily, "It seems? Are you talking about someone else's name? You looking so fucking normal, yet you're trying to act big." Il Seng exhales breath and asked, "What's your name?" Red Hair Man asked angrily, what? And stared him. Seng was also staring him. He got nervous and replied, I'm Gu Sa. I'm someone who was received from troop leader Jean personally. It was originally just Gu Sa, but after going through many near-death experiences, it means near death. Wait, if I combine your name with mine, it did mean escaping by a close shave, I get it now. He pointed finger towards him and said again, troop leader Jean must have almost killed you, in any case, that means you're pretty strong and that means, and put his finger down on the table. Gu Sa was full of sweat and said, why is this so hard to clean off? Il Seng looked at him and thought, he's so talkative, he's someone who should have died multiple times already for that loud mouth of his, but he's done really well to survive up until now. Wait, escaping by a closed shave? Jean So-hun, that bastard, did he put me here with him on purpose? What use is there in getting angry now? And asked Gu Sa, do you have any liquor? I need drink. Gu Sa was cleaning the table, looked at him and said, seriously, just because I'm being nice to you? Il Seng stared him. He changed his tune and said, your question is totally nonsensical. Of course, there's liquor. Why wouldn't it not have any? Gu Sa ran to fetch the wine. Gu Sa and Il Seng were sitting in front of each other. Gu Sa said, so I stopped in the sex demon's way and said this, hey bastard, you are the enemy of the grandma next door. He stopped right away at what I said. Though, he only stopped for a moment, after that he continued to run away. And so, I drove the final nail in. That grandma, she turned 80 years old 10 years ago, and then these sex demons slowly turned around and looked at me with the death stare. That's when I realized it, I have gotten the sex demon to stop. Gu Sa, completed the finishing touch of our inescapable net trap. Il Seng was drinking wine and listening him. After listening his last words, Illinois Seng was started laughing loudly. Gu Sa looked at him and said with smile, I guess even you find the 80 years old grandma's part funny. That's when people would always burst out laughing. Il Seng fell down from chair and held his stomach and started laughing loudly. Gu Sa looked him confusingly and asked, are you okay? Il Seng thought, do you sex demon? He was so obsessed with beautiful ladies, but to fall at the moment of an 80-year-old grandma next door, what a pathetic end. Gu Sa looked at him and thought, he's definitely not right in his mind. I knew he had strange eyes. Someone opened the door and came in. He looked at the Il Seng and said, I'm here to pass down a message from troop leader Jean, come if you enjoy hot springs. Il Seng looked at him. Gu Sa also looked at him and asked with smile, hot springs? He looked at Gu Sa and said, not you. In the house, So-hun was sitting in the water bath. Illinois Seng stepped in the bath. So-hun looked at him and asked, how are your wounds? He replied, they healed a while back. So-hun said, what a sturdy body you have, they both sitting in the water with the support of rocks. Il Seng said, you sure have big balls? So-hun asked confusingly, what? Il Seng looked at him and asked, did you really feed me poison? My internal energy is recovering quickly. So-hun replied, you're so straightforward. You could have hidden the fact that you knew though. Il Seng said, answer my question. So-hun replied, let's just say I didn't poison you, and as you can see, I'm alone here. I don't have any weapons either, would you like to fight me? Il Seng smiled and said, troop leader Jean, do you really not fear me? He replied, no, that's what I want to ask, after landing yourself in that state because of me, do you not fear me? They both stared each other. Il Seng asked, so, that's how our conversation ends? He replied, yes, neither of us fears the other, that's the kind of man we were born as. Il Seng smiled and said, I see. Il Seng asked So-hun, troop leader Jean, why did you send me to that kind of place? So-hun looked at him and asked confusingly, that kind of place? He replied, to that in where's that Gu Sa guy is at, he looks like he did just from one of my punches, he keeps talking incessantly, and he tried to poke my eyes. I am thinking he must be crazy. In any case, he looked at me and said I look fucking ordinary and even talked casually to me, why did you send me to that place? So-hun said, that place is the most relaxed one and its location is pretty remote as well. Il Seng asked, what about this then? If you combine my name and his name, it didn't mean escaping by a close shave. Are you making fun of me? He replied, what would I get out of doing that? Since we are talking about Gu Sa, what do you think of him? Il Seng, he looks really weak, so I doubt he's being used to monitor me, seeing as how he runs his mouth off. I get why he got demoted. So-hun said, he's a very practical unorthodox martial artist. Il Seng looked at him and asked, a very practical unorthodox martial artist? So-hun replied, exactly, he acts meek towards the strong. He only learned martial arts just enough to survive. Not only does he have a loud mouth, he'd talk a whole lot of nonsense if he gets scared. Il Seng asked, is that what a very practical unorthodox martial artist is like? He replied, even though he knows he's talking nonsense already, he still came to report to me on things like supporting the disciple of the sex demon. Il Seng said, he was boasting about getting a reward, so that's what it was for? So-hun said, that's not the full reason why I rewarded him. When he developed the inescapable net trap to catch the sex demon, I gave him a mission. To throw a short spear to change sex demon's route towards Chongmi Lake and then run away to a safe place to hide. But, in order to spur on his comrades, he kept going after the sex demon anyways. He even said all sorts of ridiculous nonsense to him. And in the end, he got the attention of the sex demon and bought me enough time. Thanks to him, I was able to arrive on time. Il Seng said with smile, looks like he wasn't bluffing. So-hun said, at that moment, even Gu Sa was a part of the unorthodox faction. I cannot forget the expressions of the Chang'an unorthodox faction when I killed the sex demon. It was not just me trying to kill him, the whole Chang'an unorthodox faction had wanted to kill him. Even by their standards, the sex demon was someone who had to be killed no matter what. The level of one's martial arts did not matter in that decision to kill him. They were the unorthodox faction that I had imagined. Il Seng looked him confusingly and asked, are you saying that's the difference between you guys and me? He replied, you can interrupt it as you please, it seems you have understood it roughly. So, what I'm going to say now is the actual topic. Il Seng looked at him. So-hun said, another unorthodox martial artist has said he wants to meet with me. Il Seng asked, another unorthodox martial artist? He replied, I wanted to unite the Shangxi Orthodox faction as well originally, but they said they could not do so as they are busy dealing with the Orthodox factions. These are guys who did not respond to my summons but want to meet with me. Il Seng asked, the Hanzhong unorthodox faction? So-hun replied, indeed, they are probably trying to show that they are the strongest Shangxi unorthodox faction. Asking for a meeting is just for formalities, it's so obvious what an orthodox faction would do, and they have limited people for the meeting to just 10 people. Il Seng said with smile, 10 people. I would not be surprised if the whole has the Hanzhong faction appears at the meeting location. Just as you said, the things that unorthodox trash do is utterly predictable. Traps, poisons, hidden weapons, I am sure they will be planning quite a few of those to use at the meeting location. But they are so pathetic, did they think you would not be expecting that? So-hun said, no, they probably think that I've caught on to those plans. Il Seng asked confusingly, what? So-hun said, they probably think I'll appear thinking that the meeting is a trap. Il Seng smiled and said, interesting. So-hun said, what's really interesting is they will be bringing more than 10 people. Il Seng looked at him shockingly and said, don't tell me. So-hun looked at him and said, let's go, just the two of us. We'll go by ourselves to the meeting with the Hanzhong unorthodox faction. Il Seng looked at him and thought, what is this lunatic talking about? And said, look, troop leader Jean, instead of just the two of us going, wouldn't it be safer for you to go there alone? Since I could reveal who I really am and kill you? So-hun looked at him confusingly and said, okay, we'll be going there together. Il Seng looked at him and thought, this arrogant bastard, and asked, what do you intend to do to them after the meeting? He replied, if they are trash like the wild green troop, then they will be died by my hands. However, if they are similar to my image of an unorthodox faction, then I will take them in. Il Seng asked confusingly, take them in? Is there really a need to do that? There probably be only a handful of decent ones their door. He replied, I don't care about the level of my subordinate martial arts, there are people like Gu Sa and also people like Go Seajuk. There are people who improve and people who stopped improving, but someday when I stand up, whether it's in Shenyang, Chang'an or Hanzhong, there will be an unorthodox faction that will hold their swords with me, who cares if he's just a waiter or someone who works at a hot spring. Il Seng looked him confusingly. He said again, Berserk Demon, don't look at the world with the eyes of the Berserk Demon, you've already failed once. But I am not saying that you should become a part of the unorthodox or become my subordinate. Become a man that befits the meaning Al Seng and look at the world in the eyes of that man. Al Seng asked confusingly, become a man that befits the meaning Al Seng and look at the word in the eyes of that man? So-hun replied, exactly. Look at who are true men among the Hanzhong unorthodox faction. If there are any schemes, destroy it. If there's anyone that deserves to kill them. And if you feel like it's no longer fun anymore and you wish to live as Berserk Demon again, you can live at that time. Al Seng looked at him and asked, you'll allow me to leave just like that? So-hun smiled and asked, is there anyone capable of holding you here? Al Seng inhales deeply and said, you're such a strange person. He replied, I'm aware. Al Seng stand up and looked at him and said, call me when you're ready to head for the meeting. So-hun and Al Seng were walking in the forest near a canal. Al Seng said, Troop Leader Jean, I think we're almost there. Let's pick up the pace. So-hun replied, the waters are so brilliant. Do you know how to swim? Al Seng said, I've fought hundreds of battles on the mountains. More than 50 battles on water. I've also fought a lot of times within fogs where nothing could be seen. I've even fought in scenarios where poison fog was all around me. Swimming? Piece of cake. So-hun looked at him and said, I asked you if you know how to swim. I didn't ask to hear your brags about your fight. Al Seng looked his backside angrily and thought, let's see if you'll still be so relaxed after the meeting starts. You'll definitely need my help. If you dare to upset me, you'll be in for a hard time. They were moving towards the restaurant present on the bank of the canal. Suddenly they stopped and both stood up and looked towards restaurant confusingly. Al Seng said, what? There aren't 10 of them. There are only 5. Did they choose the best? So-hun replied, that's not it. That means the other 4 are either on the same standing as the leader of Hanzhong unorthodox faction or are ranked even higher than him. They walked towards them. Al Seng said, geez, acting all smart, how would you know that? We'll know when we meet them. They both stand in front of them. One of them introduced himself, I'm Song Junggu. So-hun looked at him and replied, I'm Jin So-hun. Junggu said, I finally meet the rumored Jin So-hun, but why are there only the 2 of you when we suggested to bring 10 people? So-hun said, it's just how it is. Junggu looked at Al Seng and asked, where are you from? Seng looked him angrily and sat on the chair without answering him. So-hun looked at him. Seng inhaled heavily. They all looked him confusingly. So-hun looked at them and said, please don't care about him, let's take our seats. I'll introduce him later. They said, all right, and sat down. Seng was not happy looking them and exhales heavily. So-hun looked at him and said angrily, seriously, stop spoiling the atmosphere. Seng looked at him. So-hun asked them, is there no wine here? Junggu asked confusingly, wine? So-hun said, I think he'll only stop when he stuffs himself full of wine. Seng looked at him and said, Troop Leader Jean, can't you talk in a nicer tone? So-hun said, let's do that, then. Please drink all the wine you want. Junggu looked at them confusingly and thought, and aren't they afraid that we'd poison the wine? So-hun looked at him and asked, no wine? Junggu asked the waiter to bring the wine. He replied yes and went to bring wine. Junggu said, I already asked the staff of that inn to be on standby so we can get him to run errands for us, I hope you don't mind. So-hun smiled and replied, that's fine, we do need someone to run errands in a meeting like this. By the way, the view here is really great. It's such an open area, why it did be hard for anyone to plan an ambush. Today's sky seemed to be extra clear, you've chosen a great day to have the meeting. They all looked him confusingly. Seng said, are we here for a meeting or to take strolls? At this rate, you'll attain nirvana. So-hun looked him with side eyes and said, as you can see, he's pretty screwed up, so just ignore him, he'll probably shut up when he gets some wine. Junggu said, I see, but shouldn't you introduce him to us? So-hun said, my escort, a bodyguard. He's got a weird temperament, so I hope you don't take offense, I need some form of protection too. Seng asked angrily, who said I'm your escort? So-hun said, aren't and? Fine. They all looked them confusingly and thought, what the hell are the two of them doing? Do they think this meeting is a joke? Waiter served the wine and said, here's the wine. They stared them. Sohun said, pour us some wine. Waiter replied, yes sir. Junggu thought with evil smile, this will go smoother than I thought. Fools, they did not even realize that we have poisoned the wine. Waiter poured wine. Sohun said angrily, asshole, who are you serving that wine to first? Waiter looked him confusingly. Seng smiled. Sohun threw the chair and grabbed Waiter from collar and asked angrily, do you know who I am? He replied scarily, I do. Sohun asked again, who am I? He replied, your troop leader Jin Sohun. Sohun slapped him with free hand and said angrily, you know that and yet you serve wine to my escort first? You must be totally out of your mind. Junggu said, troop leader Jin, please stop, I'll apologize on his behalf. Sohun asked him, he's your subordinate? Didn't you say he's someone who works at the inn? He replied nervously, I did, he's a waiter who works at a nearby inn. Sohun smiled and said, I see, and slapped him again hardly. He fell down. Sohun said, do you think being a waiter is all that? Waiter was injured and blood came from his mouth. He wiped his face and looked at Sohun angrily. Sohun said, look at that, your eyes look like they are dying to kill someone, I'd believe it if you told me you're an assassin. They all looked him angrily. Sohun said, your eyes look like they are trying to kill someone, I'd believe it if you told me you're an assassin. He replied scarily, no. Junggu thought foolish bastard. Sohun said to him, get out of here. Waiter leave the place. Seng asked with smile, what did you hit him for? It's understandable that he did serve me first since I look older. Sohun said him angrily, just enjoy your drink, though do check it for poison. Seng smiles and said, poison, my ass. Sohun looked at him and asked angrily, poison your ass? Did you just say that? Seng grabbed the cup and said, no, and drank wine in it. Junggu looked at him and thought happily, perfect, now if just Jin Sohun would drink the poisoned alcohol. Sohun said, sorry for interrupting the flow. Anyway, what did you call me here to talk about faction leader Song Junggu? Junggu replied, I heard you planned on unifying the Huashan unorthodox faction, so I thought I should come for a visit. As you know, the Hanzhong unorthodox faction has never bowed down to anybody before. Sohun sat in the chair and said, right, an unorthodox faction shouldn't bow down to anyone. So what should I do in order to unify the Huashan unorthodox faction? Let's hear you out. Seng said with smile, you don't gotta do anything, they'll just fight amongst each other, and a few will end up dead. Sohun said to him angrily, you stay quiet. Seng asked, what do I have a mouth for if I can't speak? And drank again. Junggu looked at them and thought, what does he think we are? He looked at his subordinate and gave him signal, look for a chance to attack first. Seng was drinking wine and they looked at him confusingly. Seng put the cup on table and make a punch, poison came out from his vein and dropped in the cup. Poison continuously dropping from his hand. They all looked this shockingly. Junggu thought, he removed the poison from the alcohol like that? Seng looked in the cup and said angrily, what a deadly poison, one of you will have to drink this today. They looked at him confusingly. Sohun said, faction leader Song, so you really poisoned it, do you have anything to say? Junggu looked at him. Sohun said again, alright, poison aside, let's talk first. Junggu looked at him confusingly and thought, he wants to talk in this situation? Is he out of his mind? Sohun said, I'll ask 3 questions. First, the Huashan and Hubei's orthodox sect prepared a union. If this union were to overturn Chang'an unorthodox faction and went down to Hanzhong unorthodox faction, what would you do? The union is made up of Jiegal, Wudong, Huashan, Hubei and Zhongnan. Junggu looked at him shockingly and thought, he really wants to talk still? Sohun looked at him and said again, have you not thought this over? Then next question. I killed the patriarch Jiegal in order to destabilize this union. I don't kill any from Zhongnan, but their 3 elders died recently. The iron cavalry squad of Hubei was also destroyed. Therefore, the union won't be formed for a while. Seng looked at him with side eyes and thought, what an evil bastard, he used me to get rid of them. He probably would have been happy if I died in the process too. Sohun continued his talk and said, I heard that White Heaven demonic cult will resume their activities soon as well. Junggu asked shockingly, the White Heaven demonic cult? Sohun said, indeed, let's say that the White Heaven demonic cult and the Chang'an unorthodox faction were to fight. If the Chang'an unorthodox faction were to fall and the White Heaven demonic cult were to go down to the Hanzhong unorthodox faction, then how would you respond? That is my second question. Junggu continuously looked at him confusingly. Sohun said again, you don't have an answer yet again. Then there's third question. In the situation I just mentioned, let's say that the White Heaven demonic cult or the Orthodox sect did not go after me and went after the Hanzhong unorthodox faction first. Then how will you respond? Junggu was totally confused and thought, if the Orthodox Union or the White Heaven demonic cult were to come after the Hanzhong unorthodox faction. That's possible, Hanzhong has an abundance of resources. Sohun asked him again, why can't you answer any of my questions? Alright, then I'll ask one more question. Unrelated to the prior question, if the Hanzhong unorthodox faction were to face a great opponent's force and not only the unorthodox faction were killed, but even the innocent were killed and houses were burned and ships sunk and 1,000 orphans were created. Then who would you ask for help from? Junggu looked him confusingly and held the chair tightly. Sohun looked at others and said, these people? You three, considering your facial expression changes each time I bring up some theoretical probability, you must be a leader of some other region's unorthodox faction, I won't ask where, and you. He looked at the person sitting at the end of the table and said, why are just sitting there with that intimating expression? He looked at Sohun confusingly. Sohun said again, you look like you are here only for money, get out of here before I put you to pieces. You have no right to be sitting on his meeting. He looked at Sohun angrily and stand up, he hid a small knife in his hand and attacked on Sohun. Seng stopped his hand before attack and put pressure on his hand. Pain seems on the man's face. Seng grabbed him from throat with the other hand and squeezed hard. Man screamed in pain. The other four looked this confusingly. They thought, he was overpowered with such ease. Seng lifted man up with one hand. Seng took the cup from table and said, I told you. They looked at him. He looked at the cup while with other hand holding the man and said again, I was looking for someone to drink this. Seng looked at the man and said, congratulations, it's gonna be you. Man looked him shockingly. Seng opened his mouth with one hand and poured wine in his mouth. Seng pressed his mouth and said, shallow it, you bastard. The man fell back in the chair and the chair got broke. Blood came from his mouth and he clutched his throat with pain. The other four looked this angrily. Sohun spoke to them, compose yourselves, the meeting has yet to end. Junggu looked at them uncomprehendingly. Seng sat next to Sohun. Junggu looked at him and thought, I didn't know he was that skilled, the elites I picked out would come out if I were to send a signal, but whether we would be able to survive until they get here. Sohun said, faction leader Song, you're disappointing me more and more, don't you understand that you're lowering your value? Junggu thought confusingly, I'm lowering my value? Sohun said again, I have quite a few useful subordinates and will have more in the future. Junggu thought angrily, does that mean he can take Hanzhong from me and leave the Hanzhong unorthodox faction to one of his subordinates? Junggu asked him, what would you like us to do then? Seng looked at him and thought, what a disappointment, he's not fit to be a man. He remembered what Sohun said while taking the bath. Sohun said that, what does it matter whose martial arts is better or not? Look at who are true men among the Hanzhong unorthodox faction, if there are any schemes, destroy it. If there's anyone that deserves to die, kill them. Seng looked at Sohun with side eye and thought, that's the way he thinks. Sohun stand up, he turned and came near the injured man and said, it would have been nicer if my fame or terror were more than the money you received. Blood came from his mouth, eyes and nose, he spoke out of fear of death, please, spare me, I'm from the Sichuan Tang clan. Sohun looked at him and asked, the Tang clan? He replied, yes. Sohun asked him angrily, why would you out them in danger by saying that? Injured man asked shockingly, what? His eyes became big with fear. Sohun kicked in his mouth angrily and he died. Other four looked this shockingly. Sohun's show was covered with blood. He said angrily, you three, reveal your names and affiliations, you have only one chance. A man said, I'm Chun Mujung from the Siawa unorthodox faction. Second one said, I'm Mak Ijial from the Illuminator unorthodox faction, and the third one said, I'm Ju Jawi from the Shirkwan unorthodox faction. Sohan said, you have all managed to gather here. The meeting must have been a great opportunity for you all, but you and faction leader Song have made not one, but two mistakes. Poison and assassins. Well, all right. That's the way of the unorthodox faction, then shall we see if you'll make a third mistake. He looked at the view of river and trees. They all thought worriedly, third mistake. Sohan said, tell the ones lying in ambush to crawl out. Junggu looked at him confusingly. Sohan said loudly, come out. Door opened and many men came out of the door and surrounded the inn. They are large in number. Sang looked at them and said with smile, that's quite a lot. Sohan continuously looking outside. Junggu said, that's all. Sohan turned and looked at them and said, kneel. They all looked him angrily. Junggu thought, telling us to kneel with all our subordinates watching? Isn't that too much? He doesn't even know how strong we are. Sang looked at Sohan and thought, I don't understand him, what an amusing guy. Mak Ijial stand up from his seat. The other three looked him confusingly. Mak Ijial said, sheath your weapons. Everyone took out their swords and spoke, yes sir. Sohan looked at him. Mak Ijial said again, the Illuminator unorthodox faction will be under troop leader Jin Sohan command if I lose, do you understand? They spoke again, yes sir. Mak Ijial walked towards Sohan and said, whether I die or lose from this. He bent down and said, I will kneel after the duel, troop leader Jin Sohan. Sohan looked at him and thought, all right, that's how it should be, then is how someone of the unorthodox faction should act. Sang looked at them and said, wait, I'm first. Mak Ijial bent down and said, I will request a deal with later, I will be challenging troop leader Jin Sohan today. Sang smiled and thought, at least he's useful. Sohan said with smile, it was a worth coming a long way. Sohan came out of the inn and stand in front of the soldiers. Mak Ijial came behind him. Sohan took out his weapons and turned and looked at him and said, come. Mak Ijial also took out his sword and threw the sword scabbard away. He jumped and attacked on Sohan. Sohan stepped aside and dodged his blow. He looked Sohan angrily and attacked him in different angles, but Sohan continuously dodging his attacks. Sohan looked at him and attacked him with his sword. Mak Ijial looked him shockly. Sohan attacked him again, he defended him and thought shockly, he's unbelievably strong but he's not that fast, it's doable. He gathered all his strength and struck hard. Sohan looked at him and changed his position fastly and came behind him. Mak Ijial turned and looked at him and thought, he's gotten faster. Sohan kicked in his ribs. His sword fell and he fell away. He screamed in pain. He saw a sword speeding towards him. The sword hit the ground right next to his head. He looked at the sword shockly. Sohan looked at his hand and said, my hand slipped, function leader Mak, would you pick up that salt for me? Mak looked him scarily, he stand up and picked up the sword from the ground and held it in front of him and said, thank you for sparing my life. Sohan held the sword and said, if that's how you want to see it, and put back the swords in sword scabbard in his back. Mak lowered his head and thought insane, I utterly lost. His subordinates looked him confusingly. He looked at them and closed his eyes and thought, but a promise is a promise, and said to them, Illuminator unorthodox faction, listen from now on. Sohan cut his talk and said, faction leader Mak. He replied, yes. Sohan asked him, X, will you be on my side from this point onwards? Mak looked him shockly and thought, he didn't ask if I want to be his subordinate. He bent down his head and said, I, Mak Ijial, shall stay alongside you, troop leader Jin. Sohan asked, does the Illuminator unorthodox faction feel the same? They all kneel and said loudly, the Illuminator unorthodox faction will be alongside troop leader Jin Sohan. Sohan said, good, from now in, the enemy of the Illuminator unorthodox faction is my enemy. I gave you my words. Junggu looked him shockly and remembered his words when he said that, let's say a big fight broke out, then who will ask help as the Hanzhong unorthodox faction leader? Junggu thought shockly, I was mistaken. Plus, I wasn't able to respond like Mak Ijial. Sohun turned and looked at them and said, now, there are Hanzhong unorthodox faction, the Siawa unorthodox faction and the Shirquan unorthodox faction. They looked at him shockingly. Sohun said, you have not done anything good for me, you tried to feed me poison, hire assassin. You all could not even step up like a man like Mak Ijial has done. He came in and said, well, I understand that you have strong Aegis as leaders. But do you still believe you can win against me? They all looked him shockingly. Sang started laughing loudly and thought, he is truly interesting, just as everyone had said. I like that weak-ass Mak Ijial bastard too. And Jin Sohun is just a man as ever. It's funny, the three sitting there so helplessly are just as comical. How long has it been since I had this much fun? Sohun looked at him and said angrily, that's enough, you're too old to be acting like that. Sang looked at him and said with smile, don't lecture me. Sohun opened a box and put it on table in front of them. They looked at the box confusingly. Sang asked, what's this? Sohun looked at him and asked, what do you think? Poison for poison. Sang started laughing again and said, that's right. Sohun looked at them and said, poison for poison, blood for blood, that's the way of the unorthodox faction. You three, take this. He took the bottle from the table and poured wine in cup and said again, however, let's be fair. You'll take those pill and I'll drink this. They all looked him shockingly. He took up the cup and said we'll continue our conversation with those who survive. They all looked him shockingly. Sohun looked at them and said, I'll go first, and took the cup near his mouth. Junggu looked him shockingly and kneeled down immediately and said, troop leader, Hanzhong unorthodox faction and I, Song Junggu, swear loyalty to you. The other two looked at Junggu shockingly. Sohun said, it's too late, and drank the wine. They looked him shockingly. Junggu thought worriedly, he really drank it, he's way more insane than I imagined. Sohun broke the cup and said angrily, drink up if you don't want to die. They looked at him shockingly and everyone took one pill from the box and eat it. Sohun sat on the chair and said, you can collect your antidote from Chang'an, we'll continue the meeting. They stand up and looked him confusingly. Sohun said, Chun Mujung. He replied, yes, troop leader. Sohun said, I'll give you 60 days, bring all of the unorthodox faction leaders in Gansu to Chang'an. I don't care if you have to force them or persuade them or if you kill them. Anyone who doesn't come, I will kill later. Chun Mujung lowered his head and said, understood. Sohun looked at Zhu Jiahui and said, Zhu Jiahui. He replied, yes, troop leader. Sohun said, go with the function leader Mak Ijial and some forces and overpower all of the unorthodox factions in Sichuan and bring all of the leaders of the Sichuan orthodox faction to Chang'an. I will also give you 60 days. He replied, understood. Sohun looked at Junggu and said, and faction leader Song. Junggu said, yes, troop leader. Sohun said, since Jie Galpyo is dead, do you believe we are fight to decide who will be the new patriarch? Manipulate the situation so that the indirect lineages point their swords at each other. I will also give you 60 days. He replied, yes, sir. Sohun said again, and each of you check what happened to the Zhongnan sect once you return from here. I'm not going to be lounging around while you guys are working. They all looked him shockingly. Seng looked at him and asked, do you mean to say we're going to hit the Zhongnan sect? The two of us? Sohun looked at him and replied, whether I hit them, kill them, or poison them, I'll figure it out in my own. What's important is making sure that no one wants to be enemies with me. The other looked him confusingly. At evening, Sohun and Seng were returning to their troop and waking between the trees. Sohun was walking ahead while Seng was behind him. Seng said, did you see their faces earlier? It was a sight to behold. Sohun smiled and said, did you forget that your face just like theirs not too long ago? Seng smiled and said, well, that's true, but do you really want to wage a war against the Zhongnan sect with just the two of us? It did be fun for me, but can you handle it? Sohun looked at him and asked, what do you mean? Seng said, you said you want to bring down the Zhongnan sect. Sohun said angrily, you think they are some village military? Attack them with just the two of us? Seng said, no, it's just that you, whatever. Then why are you heading towards Zhongnan Mountain instead of Chang'an? Sohun said, why not? It's not like that mountain is Zhongnan sect's property. Let's buy some parts for disguise masks in on the way and a few swords. Seng looked him confusingly. So-hun said again, we will have to change too, what should we name ourselves? The Wandering Warrior Mungwol, that sounds good? Seng asked, what about me? So-hun looked at him and said, Keys go with Gwangwol. Seng smiled and said, a dreaming moon and a crazy moon, so we're hitting the Zhongnan sect? We will just pretend to be some wanderers or like we are challenging people to get stronger. So-hun said, Sunbae, I told you to not live like that. What kind of sect is the Wrongness sect? They are the very ones that fought against the Mountain Hua sect for superiority in Shaanxi. We are going there to learn from them, you should not be so violent-driven. Your nickname sure fits you. Seng smiled and said, I see. Alright, let's learn a thing or two, and thought, what a mean bastard. I'll reveal your identity there and run to Chang'an first. So-hun looked at him and thought, well, if things go wrong in the Zhongnan mountain, I'll just reveal the berserk demon identity and run, and said, hurry. He replied, all right. In the street peoples were walking, So-hun and Seng also walking in the street while they changed their looks. So-hun clutched his throat and asked Seng, how's my voice? Seng looked at him and said with smile, what a cool talent, it doesn't sound like you at all. So-hun said, Gwangwol senior brother, shut up. Shut up, you're damn so loud. Seng looked at him angrily and asked, what's with that word choice? So-hun said, shut up. Seng asked again, but are you really gonna stick to that story? He replied, a character who coincidentally came across a martial arts technique in the mountains and doesn't know anything about his own background? Seng said, and I am supposed to be a senior brother who did not even get the family secret skill passed down to me despite being the elder brother? So-hun looked at him and said, exactly. Seng stepped ahead. So-hun looked at him. Seng turned his head and looked at him confusingly. So-hun said, I think here's good, I can spot quite a few Zhongnan martial halls. Senior brother Gwangwol, it's now time to be looked down upon. If we just do as I say, we will be really looked down upon, so corporate the best you can. Seng looked at him confusingly. So-hun removed the stuff from his back and said, first, let's earn some money with a show. Seng said, money? You have a lot of money. So-hun said, a real man earns money the dirty way. Seng looked at him. So-hun threw apples in the air and hit them with his sword. People surrounded him and looked at him. He said, one more. Seng threw one more apple. He hit apple with sword, he managed to hold them in air with his sword. People enjoying his show. He threw them in 2 rows and each had 3 apples, he looked at them and cut them. Apples fell into the ground, Seng was standing near to him. Zhongnan martial sect squad were standing there, the leader said, you're pretty good with those petty tricks. So-hun said with smile, I'm Mungwol, the 18th victor of the Unrivaled Duo. Leader thought, the Unrivaled Duo, what a pretentious name for a couple of performers. So-hun said, I've learned the blade art of the Unrivaled Duo, and my senior brother here learned the unrevealed duo palms and fist techniques and also the divine indestructible Vajra arts to reinforce his body. Are not you all curious about the divine indestructible Vajra arts? People looked happy and a man said, I'm curious. So-hun said, alright, we'll show you, but before that we are trainees who are wandering everywhere under heaven. We use the money we collect from you all to eat well, shit well, and sleep well to become great martial artists. He put the bag in ground and said again, I hope you will think of it as investing into future excellent martial artists. Peoples threw coins and a girl said, I wish you a good fortune. So-hun lowered his head and said, thank you. Seng looked at him. So-hun looked at him and held a sword in front of him and said, here, senior brother, let's show them divine indestructible Vajra arts. Seng asked, why? So-hun took out the wood panels from bag. Seng looked at him and said, I thought you were going to use the wooden panels. So-hun said, shut up. Seng looked at him angrily. So-hun picked a wood and said with smile, here's a sturdy piece of wood. He hit the wood on ground and said, as you can see, there's no trickery here. Open your eyes wide and watch. He raised the wood panel and attacked on Seng. Seng looked at him shockingly. He passed the wood from near the Seng. Seng said angrily, you crazy bastard. Everyone laughed. So-hun stand straight and said, there, it was just a joke. For something like this, I should go for the head, not the shoulder. Senior brother, get ready. Sang looked at him. Sohun asked him, Senior brother, what are you doing? Sang exhaled and went near the crowd and take position. Sohun said from behind him, for real this time, I'll count 3. 1, 2, and hit Sang on head hardly. People looked this shockly. Wood panel got broke. He count 3 after hitting him and raised the broken wood and said, Indestructible Vajra arts. Sang looked him angrily. Everyone started laughing. Squad leader said, it looked like he hit him really hard, but maybe he put a crack in the wood beforehand? Sohun said angrily, who just said that? Squad leader looked at him confusingly. He took a wood panel and came near the leader and held it in front of him and asked, what you just said? Can you take responsibility for that? Leader smiled and said, you sure are quick to anger, my legs are shaking. You are so scary. Who knows if you played some trick on the wood? You hit really hard though. Sohun said angrily, then why don't you take a hit from this fraud wood? Leader asked angrily, what? Are not you too harsh? Do you know where you are? Sohun smiled and said, I don't know, what does my tone matter though? If you are right and this piece of wood really is cracked, then it want her to get hit by it, no? A man in crowd said, yes, take a hit. Sohun said, you'll see if you get hit, a Zhongnan martial artist taking a hit from a piece of wood? Leader smiled and said, what a funny performance. He went out with his squad. Sohun smiled and said, he must have been scared. Leader stopped and asked angrily, what? Sohun said, nothing, take care, martial artists of the great Zhongnan sect. Leader turned and came near to him and said, a mere performer dare say that we're scared? Sohun smiled and said, just say it if you're scared. Leader shouted angrily, you bastard, and kicked on his mouth hardly. He fell away. Crowd looked the situation confusingly. Blood fell on ground from leader head. He looked the blood confusingly and put his hand on head. Mad said, blood? Sohun hit him with the wood stick. He sit with the supportive stick on his knee and said, my bad. Leader said angrily, you piece of shit. Everyone was looking them curiously. Sohun looked at the wood stick and said, oops, I just swung it without thinking. Sang looked at him and thought, without thinking? You purposefully took that kick and struck him on the head. The way he acts panicked makes me want to hit him. Other squad members came near the leader and asked worriedly, Senior brother, are you okay? What should we do? Sohun looked at them. Leader took out the sword and held it on Sohun. Sohun said scarily, you attacked first, and you're gonna unsheath your sword for such a trivial matter? Leader said, no need to be afraid. Come with us to the martial hall. Since you seem to like playing with lumber, I will use that too. Sohun looked at Sang and said, well, Senior brother Guangwol, what do we do? Sang asked confusingly, what? Sohun looked at him and said, alright, let's go. Sang looked at him and thought, what do you mean by alright? Squad leader said, follow us. He replied, okay, and called Sang, Senior brother. Sang looked at him. He said, bring the money. Sang looked him angrily. They packed their stuff and followed the squad. A man in crowd, you Zhongnan sect martial artists, don't be too rough. A girl said, well, remember their faces very clearly. Sohun looked at them and, don't worry. A man said loudly behind them, unrivaled duo, you can do it. Another man said, watch out for yourselves. Sohun raised his fist. Everyone looked him happily. Sang looked at him confusingly and thought, he managed to win the affection of all these people in that short of time period. In the Zhongnan martial hall, Sohun and Sang were standing in the center and the other were looking them from the surroundings. The man Sohun hit was standing near the stand with wooden sword and said, I'm the second-class disciple of the Zhongnan sect, Shin Jiwang. He turned and looked at Sohun and said, choose your wooden swords. Sohun took out a knife and said, there's no need. Shin Jiwang looked at him. Sohun cut the wood stick with knife and made a sword with it. They looked at him shockingly. Shin Jiwang said angrily, you can be honest now, you too. You came here to challenge us, right? Sohun smiled and replied him while making the wood sword, I don't think that's something you should be saying as someone who laughed at our performance and initiated the fight. Leader came near to him holding a wooden sword and said, we'll do this. If you lose, you'll have to reveal your identities. I will just let you go if I lose, I won't ask where you are from. So-hun said angrily, reveal my identity? I already told you I'm Mengwol of the unrivaled duo. So-hun looked at Seng. Seng looked at him confusingly and said I'm the unrivaled duo Guangwol. Shin Jiwung said angrily, you think we won't get disguised visitors coming here challenging us? You probably think that the Zhongnan sect is too scary but that the Zhongnan Martial Hall is doable. I will tell you what happened to all those visitors, most of them lost. You better be grateful that duel with real swords is forbidden. So-hun smiled and said, we said we're the unrivaled duo, what are you talking about? Shin Jiwung asked angrily, are you almost done? So-hun checked high wooden sword and shield, now I am. A man ran towards them and said angrily, what? What is happening? So-hun looked at him. Shin Jiwung said, Captain, there's a visitor here for a challenge. It's just wooden swords, so don't worry. Captain and said, I don't know who you are but it's gonna be troublesome if you are hurt. There have been a lot of warnings from the higher ups. Shin Jiwung said, yes, I won't go overboard. Don't worry. Before he finished, So-hun stabbed him from back. The wooden sword broke and he fell. So-hun said angrily, you think you're the shit, you sure are shit. A man standing around called him, senior brother. Another one said, what the hell? They all took out the swords and said angrily, you bastard. So-hun said, you want to all come at me now that I've won? You said real swords are forbidden, you think I am using this because I don't have a real thought? A man said angrily, you attacked him when he wasn't ready. So-hun said, when he wasn't ready? I said I was ready. He asked confusingly, what? So-hun said, well, I thought that since his level of relaxedness is so supreme. They all looked him confusingly. So-hun threw the broken wooden sword and said, senior brother, let's go. Seng asked, what? So-hun looked at him. Seng looked him confusingly. So-hun took deep breaths and ran. Seng looked at him shockingly and followed him. The martial artists ran behind them and said, stop right there. They both jumped and got lost in the trees. The man asked shockingly, how are they so fast? While flying, Seng asked him, why are we running away? We could have just killed them all. So-hun said, I'll explain later but more importantly, I need to eat something. Seng glanced him. So-hun asked, why are you looking at me like that? He replied, nothing, what are we going to eat? So-hun stand in the ground and said, everything. Seng said, all right. At Zhongnan Mountains, Seng and So-hun were walking. Seng asked him, what was the point of the unrivaled duo performance? At least give me an explanation before we're found out. So-hun replied, I'm sure someone from the Zhongnan sect first-class disciples is looking for us. They don't have the elders or the patriarch stepping in for the sake of their reputation just because some guys in the martial hall got hurt. We'll split up and beat up the disciples one by one, we just need to beat them up enough that they can't do anything for a while and then leave. Seng looked at him and said, sounds good. So-hun said, I don't care if you kill them or not, I'm gonna use my wooden weapon. I'll use the sword when necessary, keep this in mind. What's important isn't how many we kill, it's that the Zhongnan sect was defeated by some random pair called Unrivaled Duo. Seng looked at him confusingly. So-hun smiled and said, the Zhongnan sect didn't lose to Berserk Demon and Jin So-hun but to the Unrivaled Duo. Seng looked at him and thought, he knows exactly what the Orthodox faction is afraid of, and he's using it to his advantage, scary bastard. Seng said, Mengwol, I acknowledge you as one of us since I'm the first of the 4 demons, you're above me. So-hun looked at him and asked, you mean that? Seng replied, yes. So-hun said, I don't need it and that superiority and inferiority thing, do you even know how strong my masters are? You should know about them if not anyone else. Next to the Venom Demon always is the Immortal Physician. Can you handle them? Seng asked him, are you on good terms with your masters? You won't ever get into conflict with them? So-hun stopped and said, even if the entire world wants to kill my masters, I'm on their side. So, don't even try and get in our way, I'll kill you first. Seng looked at him and thought, he's this loyal to the Venom Demon despite the torture of he's suffered. Is this the Venom Demon fortune, or is it just Jin So-hun's nature? Either way, I'm envious of the Venom Demon. Seng followed him and said, I'll keep that in mind. A fountain of water came in their way. They both stopped and looked at it. Sohun said, it's nice and cool here, let's train here until the Zhongnan sect finds us. Seng looked at him and asked confusingly, what? What training? Sohun looked at him and said, senior brother, what do you mean, what training? The unrivaled duo always trains by the waterfall. He looked at water and said again, we feel that strong water fall into the top of our heads as we calm our turbulent minds. Seng looked him confusingly and exhaled angrily and said, all right, my little brother's insanity is off the charts again, let's go in. Whatever you say, we do. They both sat on rocks folding their legs under the waterfall and closed their eyes. Sohun said, Sunbae, this is my first time at the Zhongnan mountain. Seng asked, is that so? How is it compared to Wudong mountain? Sohun replied, I think it's less relaxing here, the terrain is rough and steep. I feel like anything could happen here. Seng asked again, how's the Wudong mountain then? Sohun opened his eyes and said, it was a wondrous place, it was like the mountain itself was the Wudong sword immortal. I saw tradition again, and I also felt the power of the orthodox faction. Seng asked, how was the Wudong sword immortal? Seng replied, a man wholly of the orthodox faction. Seng's eyes opened in surprise, he smiled and again closed his eyes and said, I don't hear you praise someone like that often. Sohun asked him, do you think you could win against Wudong's sword immortal? Seng opened his eyes and said, you might be no since you're young, but when I was young, the most famous evil people in Gango were the two elders of Yin and Yang. Sohun asked, the two elders of Yin and Yang? Seng replied, yes, the Qingcheng sect fell to them, and Amei's patriarch was killed. The Kunlun sect also fell to them alone with many other expert martial artists. Whoever their opponent was, they worked together and won. Once they became famous, the Wudong sword immortal climbed down the mountain. The rumors say that he killed them in desert, apparently it took 3 years to get them. I didn't go near the Wudong mountain after that, same for the rest of the 4 great demons. But you went and made it out of there alive. Sohun smiled and said, it does sound cool now that you out it lie that. Seng said, I am sure they did not think you were a bad person, although you are actually a worse person than me. It's amazing, to deceive even the thought immortal. Sohun cut his talk and said, deceive? He already knew who I was and who I'd killed. Seng looked him shockingly. They heard voices from the tree. Sohun said, looks like they found us, what are you gonna do? Seng asked, what? Sohun said, they all died if you step in. They were running towards them and many in numbers. Seng smiled and said, yes, but right now I'm Guangwol of the unrivaled duo, I'll do as you say. Sohun smiled and said, senior brother Guangwol, let's have a bet. Seng asked, bet? What kind? Sohun smiled and said, the one to laugh first loses. Seng asked confusingly, what? Sohun and Seng both were sitting in the rocks under the waterfall and the disciples of Zhongnan's sect were standing in front of them. The leader looked at them confusingly. They both were sitting silently and closed their eyes. The leader said, I'm Wandi Wu, a first-class disciple of the Zhongnan sect, are you two the unrivaled duo that caused conflict in the Zhongnan martial hall? They both didn't answer. Di Wu looked them confusingly and said angrily, hey, if a person asks a question. Sohun raised his hand. Di Wu looked him confusingly. Sohun moved his hands in different angles and positions. Seng heard his hands' movements confusingly. Sohun stopped his hand in front of his chest and made a bowl. Seng thought, crazy-ass bastard. Sohun stand up and fold his hand and said, apologize for the late introduction, I am a junior scholar in training, Mungwol of the unrivaled duo. This is my senior brother but he is not yet done with his mediation. We climbed the Zhongnan mountain without your sect's permission, I am sorry about that. Di Wu asked, are you? And thought, I heard they were a performance group, why is his body like that? And he's so serious and polite, he's completely different from what I heard. Di Wu said, I heard theirs was a problem back at the martial hall. Sohun said, you're right, there was a misunderstanding, so I had a wooden sword duel with the martial hall's leader. Di Wu said, from what I heard you ambushed him in an unfair manner, is that true? Sohun said, the fight began the moment I entered the martial hall. I was ready to defend myself or to attack at any moment. I told him I was ready, but he turned around and talked to others anyway. I thought he was being nonchalant on purpose, so I attacked first, though I would not consider it an unfair duel. Diwu looked behind at the disciple. He was sweating with fear and shame. Sohun said, "But if you came all the way here because of that, I will apologize. If you want, I can properly deal with someone here." Diwu folded his hands. Mad said, "Alright, I'm Zhongnan sect's first-class disciple, one Diwu." Sohun said, "I accept your teachings." Diwu raised his sword and said, "I didn't bring a wooden sword, would a sheathed sword do?" Sohun looked at him and said, "Alright." Sang raised his hands. Sohun and others looked at him. Sang moved them in different angels and then raised them again. Sohun looked him angrily. Sang opened his eyes. Mad looked at Sohun and said, "Young brother." Sohun said, "Senior brother." Sang also stand up and fold his hands and said, "My introduction's late. I'm Guangwol of the unrivaled duo." Diwu said, "Yes, I'm Zhongnan sect's one Diwu. I am about to duel with him." Sang said, "It's an honor to be able to duel with the expert martial artist of the Zhongnan sect, which is said to be a blessing of the orthodox faction." Diwu said, "Of course," and thought, "He has a very ordinary face, but his voice holds a weight like a grandmaster." Sohun raised his wooden sword and practiced different techniques. Sang and Diwu looked at him. Sohun said, "I'm ready." Sang looked at him and nodded his head and thought angrily, he really had to do his opening stance like that. That bastard, does he really want to win that badly? Diwu looked at Sohun and thought, had an amazing spirit, his posture is rather silly, but his eyes are sharp. I shouldn't underestimate him. Diwu hold his sword and said, "I'm also ready." They both looked at each other and stand in front of each other and hold their positions. Sohun jumped and attacked him fastly. Diwu looked him shockingly. He stopped in front of him and moved his one leg continuously. Sang looked him angrily. Diwu thought, what the hell kind of martial arts is that? I can't laugh regardless. That would shame senior brother, I can't laugh. Diwu hold his sword and attack him. Sohun looked at him and stopped his attack by his wooden sword. They started fighting, attacking and defending themselves. Suddenly Sohun attacked in his belly with full strength. He defended himself and looked Sohun angrily and attacked him. Sang looked this angrily. Sohun and Diwu were fighting. Sohun elbowed him in the groin. Diwu stepped back and looked Sohun angrily and thought, what's with the goofy movements? His facial expressions is very serious though, it's hard to see through his martial arts because of it. Diwu ran towards him for attack. Sohun dodged his attack and said, "Come at me." Diwu attacked. Sohun jumped and again dodged his attack and stand back. The Zhongnan sect disciples thought shockingly, he's sharp and fast. Sang was looking at them and said, "Good." Sohun said, "Right." Sang said loudly, "More power into your concentration shouts." Good. Zhongnan sect disciples lowered their heads with shame and to control their laughed and thought, "Save me." Sang thought, it was supposed to make Jin Sohun laugh, so why are the Zhongnan sect bastards struggling to hold their laugh in? I could hold it in if it was just Jin Sohun, but seeing them struggle to hold him their laughter is making it even harder for me. I cannot be the one to laugh first. I must hold it in. The disciples were also tried hard to control their laughed. Diwu looked at Sohun and thought, I know that everyone has been trying to hold their laughter in because of him, but his skill is not laughable at all, each attack is so sharp. He's definitely not lower in level than me. Murim is wide, and there are many kinds of expert martial artists. He looked at Sohun movements and thought, I'll end this, and attacked him with his all power and strength. Sohun looked at him and attacked back with his wooden sword. Diwu thought angrily, it's not over yet, and looked at Sohun. Sohun moved sword in circle and jumped and kicked Diwu on belly. He fell away and hit with rock. The disciples looked this shockingly. Sohun stand in a very funny way. The disciples ran towards Diwu and asked worriedly, Senior brother, are you alright? Sang smiled and said, Brother, your scorpion kick has gotten much better. Sohun said, I'm still nothing compared to you. Sang looked at him and thought, is that a tie? Sohun stared him back and thought, as if, I heard you try to hold in your laughter earlier. A disciple of Zhongnan's sect looked at them and thought, they're hiding their true skills, I won't let them go, and said, I'm Biam Siangrak of the Zhongnan sect. I enjoyed watching the duel, your martial techniques are rather unique, I was very surprised. They looked at him. Sohan said, thank you, I was just lucky. Anyway, I wonder if he's okay. Siangrak said, I'm sure he'll be fine. Anyway, if you're okay with it, I'd like to invite you two as guests. What do you think? Sohan said, we're okay with it, but would that be okay? He looked at Sang and asked him, what do you think, senior brother? Sang said, he's so kindly offering, it would be wrong to reject him, let's go. In the Zhongnan sect, door opened and a man was standing in the hall. Sang and Sohan were standing in the door. Man folded his hands and said, welcome. I'm Lim Juhyun of the Zhongnan sect. Sang and Sohan they both also folded their hands and said, I'm Guangwol of the Unrivaled Duo and I'm Mengwol of the Unrivaled Duo. Juhyun said, it should be senior brother Jiang Mun greeting you, but he J's in poor health because of some recent unfortunate happenings. I'm here in his place, please be understanding. Sohan said, of course. Juhyun said again, recently, the Zhongnan three elders passed away, so he's been grieving very heavily, not just senior brother Jiang Mun, but us too. Sang and Sohan looked at each other. Sohan thought, you absolutely destroyed that man, remember? Sang remembered the incident. In the Zhongnan sect martial hall, Sang and Sohan were standing in front of Juhyun and the disciples of Zhongnan sect surrounded them. Juhyun said, I heard you two were go around all over the world training, but it doesn't seem that way to me. I am not certain if you two have trained the same martial arts. What do you have to say about that? Sang looked at him and thought, did he realized in that short moment just from my muscles and calluses that we haven't learned the same martial arts? Sohan smiled and thought, I guess that's to be expected of Zhongnan. They both looked each other with side eye. Sohan looked at Sang and smiled. Sang looked at him and thought confusingly, what the hell's up with his eyes now? What's he gonna do this time? Sohan removed his face mask and tied his hairs. Juhyun looked him confusingly. Sohan took his weapons out of the stuff and put weapons on his back. He folded his hands and said, I'll formally introduce myself, my name is Jin Sohan. They looked him shockingly and thought, Jin Sohan. Sang thought, he always does the unexpected psycho ass, he just confidently revealed his identity within the Zhongnan sect. Juhyun looked him confusingly and said, you're the Jin Sohan of the unorthodox faction that killed the sex demon and the great demoness? Sohan said, exactly. Juhyun looked at Sang and asked, if you're Jin Sohan, then who is he? Sang looked at him and thought worriedly, is he also going to reveal my identity too? Sohan said, he's Il Sang, the best martial artist of the Mystic Lunar Alliance, he protects me. Sang looked at him with side eye and thought, what? Juhyun said, I got that he's a good martial artist, but the Mystic Lunar Alliance? I've never heard of such an organization. Sohan said, if the patriarch of the Zhongnan sect comes, I will explain. A voice echoed, then you can say but now. A man came in the hall and stand behind the Juhyun. Juhyun greeted him and said, you're here. Man looked at them. Sohan and Sang also glared the man. He said, I am Dam Wumyang. Sohan looked at him and said confidently, Jin Sohan. Wumyang looked at him confusingly. Sohan was also looking him. Wumyang said, right, I get that you're Jin Sohan, but what's the reason for visiting without any notice? Sohan said, I came to fight. They all looked at him angrily. The disciples thought, that bastard dares to. Wumyang asked, fight? Do you have a force in standby at the bottom of the mountain? Sohan replied, none, it's just the two of us. Sang looked at him and thought, he's just telling them everything. Alright, let's see how far you go, that filthy unorthodox faction bastard. Wumyang looked at him and asked, you really came just on your own with him to fight us? What's the reason behind this? Sohan came near to him and said, think about how you are looking at me, you are all looking at me in resentment, wondering what an unorthodox faction trash like me is doing here. Do you really think we can talk in a situation like this? So I want to talk after eliminating this resentment with sword and blade first, then we will be able to hold a proper conversation, don't you think? Wumyang looked at him confusingly. The all disciples were also looking them angrily. Sohan and Sang looked at him confidently. Wumyang said, alright, you sound like a reasonable man, all those expect the higher-ups are excused. They all fooled their hands and said, "Yes sir," and leave the hall and closed the door. Sohun and Seng looked each other. Woo Myung said, "I've heard much about you, it's nice to meet you." He came down and stand in front of Sohun and said again, "You can tell me now, I can't imagine what you'd come here for, but I'm ready to hear it. As long as you're not insulting the Zhongnan sect, I will listen." Sohun said, "We recovered the 3 bodies of the Zhongnan 3 elders." Woo Myung asked shockingly, "What? Why would the Chang'an unorthodox faction?" Sohun asked him, "Are you aware that the Zhongnan 3 elders fought the Berserk demon?" Seng looked at him and thought angrily, what the hell is he gonna say? Woo Myung said, "I aware." Sohun said again, "The Berserk demon was injured from a fight against me before he fought the Zhongnan 3 elders, are you also aware of this?" Woo Myung said, "No, I was not." "Then are you saying the 3 elders attacked Berserk demon when he was injured?" Sohun said, "Yes, it wasn't just the Zhongnan 3 elders, the Hubei alliance was also there, but they were all killed by the Berserk demon." Woo Myung looked at him shockingly and said, "They were all killed by the Berserk demon, just one person?" Sohun said, "Indeed, the Berserk demon and I were tired from fighting for 2 days and nights. No one was winning, so I called over my subordinates and surrounded him. In the end, the basic demon ran off after receiving an injury from my blade. While I was chasing him, the Hubei alliance and the Zhongnan sect appeared and ambushed the Berserk demon." Woo Myung said, "Sounds like you weren't a part of that struggle." Sohun said, "That's right." Woo Myung asked angrily, "And why was that?" Sohun asked him, "Are you asking why I didn't fight?" Woo Myung said angrily, "Tell me." Sohun replied, "As soon as I revealed my identity, the Zhongnan 3 elders looked at me the same way you are all looking at me right now, hatred and contempt." Woo Myung looked him confusingly. Sohun said, "Plus, the ones that ambushed the Berserk demon weren't only the Zhongnan 3 elders, but also the Hubei Alliance Iron Cavalry Squad commander. There were overwhelming many more on the Orthodox faction side." Woo Myung asked, "Even the Iron Cavalry Squad?" Sohun asked him, "Do you think I would have just sat and watched as they gang up against one man?" They both looked each other aggressively. Woo Myung said, "No, I assume not." "I get it now, it wasn't a situation you could have found anything about," Sohun said, "Honestly, I'm regretting it now, no matter how they treated me, if I had helped until the end, they wouldn't have lost their lives." Everyone looked at him shockingly. Seng looked at him and thought, "No one in the world is as thick-skinned as him, I bet. He lured those Orthodox faction guys to me by setting off explosives." Sohun said to Woo Myung, "Send people to carry the bodies. The Iron Cavalry Squad commander is alive, so I'm sure you can ask him for the details." Woo Myung said, "All right." Sohun said again, "And I killed the Berserk demon with these fists in Shanyang." Woo Myung looked at him shockingly and asked, "You killed the Berserk demon?" Sohun said, "Honestly, it's embarrassing to say I killed him. Do you think he would have been in non-normal state after having faced the Zhongnan 3 elders and the Iron Cavalry Squad alone? When I found him, he was on the brink of death. So it took no effort to kill him." Seng looked at him angrily. Woo Myung thought, even if he's speaking the truth, killing the Berserk demon who was the top of the 4 great demons is a monumental accomplishment. He's being very humble about it and instead praising the 3 elders and the Iron Cavalry Squad. Woo Myung said, "Looks like we are indebted to you. We were quite worried because we could not find their bodies, in the representation of the Zhongnan sect." Sohun cut his talk and said, "You don't need to say anything more, I understand what you mean." Woo Myung looked at him and thought, is he being considerate so that I don't have to say anything to lower our image? Woo Myung said, "So bet it, I don't think your main purpose was to tell us about the 3 elder bodies. Feel free to tell us what you are here for." Sohun smiled and said, "All right. As you know, I killed Jae-gal Pyo recently. He threatened me saying that if I gave him money, he'd present Ma as a chivalrous warrior. Otherwise, he'd make me out to be a villain." Woo Myung said, "I'm well aware of the Jae-gal patriarch wrongdoings," Sohun said, "and not long ago, I visited the Wudang sect alone." Woo Myung asked shockingly, "You went to the Wudang sect alone and survived?" The Jae-gal patriarch and the Wudang sect leader are basically brothers. Sohun said, "I didn't meet with the sect leader, I met Wudang Sword Immortal." They all looked him shockingly and Woo Myung thought, the Wudang Sword Immortal? And asked Sohun, "Why did he let you live?" Sohun smiled as he expected this question and said, "I'm sure he'd know." Wu Miang looked at him confusingly. Seng thought, how amazing, he's playing around with the enemies on their own territory simply with words. Sohan looked at him and said, Left Guardian. Seng looked at him confusingly and thought, Left Guardian? Is he talking to me? Sohan looked at him. Seng thought, damn it, and said, yes, troop leader. Seng smiled and turned his head and said, he's the Mystic Lunar Alliance Left Guardian and the best I know, his name is Il Seng. Seng looked him from behind and thought, he makes the Zhongnan sect a witness to my death, and makes me the Left Guardian of the Mystic Lunar Alliance, conniving bastard. Wu Miang asked, did you just say the Mystic Lunar Alliance? Sohan said, indeed, as going forward, I'll control the unorthodox faction groups of Shanxi. Wu Miang asked, control them? Sohan said, I have already taken over the Chenyang, Chang'an, Hanzhong, Shirquan and the Siawa unorthodox factions. Of course, I won't stop at Shanxi, I will untie them under the banner if the Mystic Lunar Alliance. Wu Miang looked him confusingly. Sohan asked him, have you heard news of any evil things happening in the mentioned regions? Wu Miang replied, I don't think so. Sohan said again, that's it, the Mystic Lunar Alliance won't an evil. They'll follow my orders and will. Wu Miang listened him confusingly. Sohan said, I'm sure an unorthodox faction can't suddenly become good. But if the Zhongnan sect will look upon the Mystic Lunar Alliance without any prejudices, then when the Zhongnan sect has to fight an expert martial artist like the Berserk Demon or is in battle with the demonic faction, then I will come to assist you with my Mystic Lunar Alliance without asking for anything in return. They all looked him shockingly. Wu Miang thought, is he really of the unorthodox faction? Or could he be orthodox? Sohan looked at him and thought, if you will treat me as an unorthodox, then I will come to you as someone of the unorthodox. If you treat me as orthodox, then I will help you without expecting anything in return, that is my yin and yang. Wu Miang unfolded his hands from back and said, I won't enter the alliance, but as the Zhongnan sect and Mystic Lunar Alliance follows the obligations of the Murim as they should, then we shouldn't have any problems. I gave my word as the representative of the Zhongnan sect. Alliance leader Jin, I congratulate you in the formation of the Mystic Lunar Alliance. The disciples also said loudly, congratulations. Sohan looked at them and said, thank you. Seng looked at him confusingly. At Three Elders' Pavilion, Seng and Sohan were sitting around and table and food was served on the table. Seng drank wine and put the glass on wine and asked Sohan angrily, you happy? Sohan grabbed the cup and asked, about what? Seng said angrily, listening to me speak so respectfully to you bastard. Sohan smiled at his words. Seng asked again angrily, Z and the Left Guardian? Then Ja there a right one too? Sohan took the cup near to his mouth and said, the Right Guardian? I don't know if he's alive. Seng asked shockingly, what? There really was one? Is he strong? Sohan said, well, probably not stronger than you. Seng asked again, what about you? Sohan said, what are you talking about? If he's not the stronger than you, then he's obviously not stronger than me. Why are you suddenly talking like you are stronger than me? Seng said with smile, right, pick a day then. I'll give you a proper beating. Sohan smiled and said, what courage would you have to continue living if you lost against me? Think wisely before provoking me into fight. Seng grabbed the bottle angrily. A little girl came and asked them, unrivaled duo misters? Sohan asked her, what is it? Seng also looked at her. She said, I had a question I wanted to ask. Sohan said, all right, what do you want to know? She asked, who's stronger? The Zhongnan sect? Or the unrivaled duo? They both looked at him confusingly. Sohan asked her, why do you want to know that? She replied happily, my older brother is the third disciple of the Zhongnan sect. Sohan said, that's amazing, the Zhongnan sect is much stronger than the unrivaled duo. She asked happily, really? Sohan said, yeah, we went and checked. She looked him happily and then ran out and said, thank you. He said the Zhongnan sect is stronger. They looked her from behind. The guard said her, boy, I told you not to disturb the guests. She laughed. They both looked at the door. Sohan laughed. Seng said angrily, damn it. Sohan asked, what? He said, if I was living like the Berserk Demon of the past, I would have killed everyone, that child's brother would be dead to me too. Sohun looked him confusingly. Sang said, "Damn it, I don't know what I'm saying," and reached out to grab the bottle. Sohun held bottle in front of him and said, "Sunbae, your old self dies today at the Zhongnan mountain." Sohun poured wine in his cup and said, "So it's fine if you revive as Il Seng or Guangwol. Who cares? Let's abandon you old nickname too now." Sang looked at him shockingly. Sohun smiled and said again, "And you know what? The Zhongnan sect is stronger than the unrivaled duo but weaker than the mystic lunar alliance. Isn't that right, Left Guardian?" Sang looked his reflection in the wine in cup and said, "I'm the Left Guardian." He raised the cup with his both hands. Sohun looked him confusingly and grabbed his cup. They both smiled and drank the wine. In a room, a man tiled to 3 men standing near the window. "Young master, I found Jin Sohun, he was visiting the Zhongnan sect." Master asked, "What?" He turned and looked at the man and asked again, "Why would someone of the unorthodox faction go to the Zhongnan sect? Who was he with?" The man replied, "Just one subordinate." Master evilly smiled and said, "Zic, guide us to them." The man standing near to him looked at him and asked, "Are you going to kill him?" He replied, "No, we need Jin Sohun for our great undertaking. He's taken over the Shanxi unorthodox factions, Jin Sohun won't cooperate." He looked at the man standing in his right side and said, "Just prepare the great ice circle instead." "Was Jin Sohun the same age as me by the way?" He replied, "Yes." Master walked forward and said, "Good. Then it'll and easy to talk to him. Just a drink and we'll be friends, let's go." They both looked at him confusingly. In the night, Jin Sohun and Sang were walking in the mountains. Sang asked him, "Why are we going to Chang'an instead of Mount Hua?" Sohun replied, "Mount Hua is different. We'll end up fighting if we go right to them. I want to see how the situation plays out a bit more." Sang said, "Even if we have to fight them, I feel like you wouldn't be scared. Why are pushing off going to them? You don't have the confidence to resolve things like you did at Zhongnan?" Sohun said, "You always want to fight? That's what's wrong with you. You are just as easy to anger as they are, you are both like fire. It's obvious what would happen if we went there." Sang asked rudely, "Who said that they're like fire?" Sohun replied, "Wudang sect is like water and Zhongnan is like earth." Sang said, "You're really good at talking bullshit." Sohun stopped and looked him angrily and asked, "Is that something you should be saying to the alliance leader, Left Guardian?" Sang asked him instead of answering, "Do you want to get beat up?" Sohun asked, "Treason?" Sang looked at him confusingly. A voice came behind them, "Are you Jin Sohun?" Sang and Sohun looked at them. They were the 3 mans, one was looked their mater and the other 2 looked like twins. The master asked, "Are you Jin Sohun?" Sohun looked at him and thought, "The Bakery clan? No, that's no clan." The man asked again, "I asked if you're Jin Sohun." Sohun replied, "I am. What kind of garbage are you?" Man looked him shockingly and then started laughing and said, "I didn't expect that kind of greeting. Jin Sohun, let's go grab a drink together." Sohun said, "You can get on your knees and ask again, beg this time, may I pour you a drink? Like that. Then I'll think about it." They all looked him angrily. The master came near to him and said, "If you say so." He opened his arms and bent. The twins looked at him shockingly and said, "Third young master." He looked at them and stand straight and asked with smile, "Did that fool you?" And laughed. Sang asked with boredom, "Why are there so many crazy-ass bastards nowadays?" Master listened his words and smiled. He asked Sohun, "Jin Sohun, who is this? Can I kill him?" Sang asked shockingly, "What?" And started laughing loudly. Sohun said, "If you can, sure. I don't mint but I'm not in the mood to be drinking with you." Master said with smile, "Well, what should I say then? Seems like you're not an easy one to get through." He turned and looked at his subordinates and asked them, "What should I do?" He replied, "Instead of trying to become friends with him, just beat him halfway to death and then talk to him." Master looked at Sang and asked again, "All right, what about that subordinates then?" Sang thought, "Subordinate?" Twin said, "We'll take care of him." Mater pointed a place and said to them, "Then take him over there." He looked at Sang and said again, "Hey, you GI over there too, I'm gonna stay here with Jin Sohun. Seng smiled and asked to Jin Sohun, alliance leader, what should I do? Sohun replied, you can go. Seng walked towards the place and said to them, come with me. Master looked him confusingly, his subordinates also looked at Seng confusingly with side eyes and followed him. Master looked at them and said, what's with him? He doesn't seem to be in his right mind. Sohun asked him, are you from the Hubei region? He said, yes, can you guess where exactly? Sohun said, yes, but I don't know you guys were like this. He laughed and said, alliance leader Jin, since you rejected a drink with me, I'm sure you're prepared to be beat up to a purple, right? Sohun said, yes, I'm gonna take a few beatings today it seems. Master said, I heard you use dual crescent blades, get your swords out. Sohun looked at him. He smiled and asked to Sohun, don't you think it'd be more advantageous for you too? Sohun looked him confusingly. He said again, well, alright. He jumped and attacked on Jin Sohun with his mana and said, do as you wish. Sohun stopped his attack with his punch and hold his one hand on his back. The ice circle he made broke and he fell away. Sohun looked at him and thought, ice arts. Master looked his hands and said with smile, I can see clearly how you took over the Shangxi unorthodox factions. Sohun thought, I get what he came to see me for. He wants to get me to submit to him so that he can take over the Shangxi unorthodox faction. He looked at him and thought, White Heaven demonic cult's ice arts. Sohun looked at him and took out a pill from his pict and ate it. Master looked at him confusingly and asked, what are you doing? Sohun chewed the pill and his eyes turned purple and strong energy emitted from his body. Master said, that's sacred me, what a weird piece of shit. What are you gonna do now? He looked a fan in Sohun's hand and asked him again, a meta fan? You use that too? Sohun opened the fan and looked at him. Master asked him again, can't you answer me at least? Sohun didn't answer and continuously looked at him. Master smiled and said, well alright, I will make you open that mouth of yours, and attacked him with ice. Sohun waved fan and stopped his attack. Master constantly attacking him and he was defending himself. Master stand straight and looked at Sohun, he smiled and took out a pill and said, you're better than I expected and took the pill near to his mouth. Sohun looked at him confusingly. He ate the pill and said, I'll finish this quickly. A very strong crystal energy emitted from his body. Sohun looked at him confusingly. He smiled. Sohun looked at the master. Master attacked him with ice martial arts and said, let's see how long you can run around dodging my attacks. Sohun looked at his attacks and dodged them with fan. They were constantly attacking and defending. Master attacked him from different positions. Sohun looked at the attacks and waved fan speedily but can't defend himself and ice frozen his one arm and belly. Master looked at him and thought, he's stronger than I anticipated, but this is over. Sohun opened his eyes and broke the ice. Master looked him shockingly and thought, what an unbelievable man, his inner energy is impressive. Sohun ran towards him and attacked him with his fan. Master dodged his attack. Sohun constantly attacked him but he dodged his attacks and looked his attack carefully and said, your movements have gotten slower. He attacked on Sohun and said, you've got to do better than that. Master laughed. Sohun looked at him and threw a pill in his mouth. Master got shocked and caught his throat and started coughing. Sohun was full covered with ice, he broke the ice and attacked him. Sohun put force on his chest with his hand and threw him away. Master stand back and was catching his throat and was coughing badly. Sohun walked near towards him. A sign shinned in the modder forehead and he looked Sohun angrily. Sohun jumped and attacked him. Master trying to stop his attack by his hand but can't and fell back. Sohun stand straight. Master held his throat and said, what did you feed me? Sohun said, an energyless orb. Master asked, energyless orb? It's a poison that spas a person of their energy. Master looked at Sohun and thought, is this the reason Ha was quiet all this time? I've made a fool of myself. Swallowing poison while laughing. Master said angrily, Jin Sohun, this is. Sohun didn't listen him and again attacked him. Master looked him shockingly and trying to stop him. Sohun pushed him and he fell away hardly. He hit with the tree and fell. He said, darn it. Sohun grabbed his hair in his hands and raised his head. Master out his hand in Sohun's chest. Sohun looked at his hand and then looked him. Sohun raised his hand. Master looked him confusingly. Sohun slapped him very badly, blood came out from his mouth and he said, stop. Sohun looked at him and slapped him again. Sohun's hand was covered with his blood. There were fingerprints of Sohun's hand on his mouth and blood came from his mouth. Sohun let go of his hair, he fell on the ground. Sohun took out his weapons and tore into his legs. Master screamed with pain. Sohun looked at him. Master fainted and blood came from his body and spread near him. Sohun left him and leave. The voice of fighting came from the trees. Seng was standing in front of the subordinates of the master. Seng looked at them. They were looked injured and looked at him shockingly. Sohun came there and asked, Left Guardian, how much longer? Seng looked at him. The subordinates also looked at him shockingly. He was coming towards them dragging Master by the hairs. The subordinates said shockingly, Young Master. Seng looked at them and laughed. He released Master hair and threw him and asked Seng, You're laughing? What have you even been doing? You're not done with them yet? Seng was continuously laughing. The subordinates looked at their master falling on the ground. Sohun put his feet on the master arm, he screamed with pain. The subordinates looked this shockingly and said angrily, You stop right there. Sohun took the sword out from his legs and put it in his neck and said, Let me slit his throat first. They both run towards Sohun and said, Stop. Sohun looked at them and smiled. Sohun attacked them and cut them into pieces. Seng looked at him confusingly. Sohun put back his weapons and said, These guys are from the White Heaven demonic cult. Seng said, But these two were using the orthodox faction martial arts. Sohun asked, Really? Seng replied, Yes, the one used the Namgong clan's Heaven and Earth Universe sword technique, and the other guy, I'm not really sure. It was the palm technique that wasn't unique to any sect. Their martial arts skill was around the level of a renowned clan's patriarch. Is he still alive? Sohun looked at the master and said, Yeah. Seng asked him, Why did you dare him? Sohun smiled and said, What other reason would there be than to torture him? Seng smiled and asked again, You've learned how to do that too? Sohun exhaled proudly. Seng said, You don't need to be taught to know how to torture others. Sohun said, Well, I guess that's true. In the night, Master was lying on the bed in a house and got treated. He opened his eyes and thought confusingly, Where am I? A man asked him, Are you awake? He looked at the man and asked, Who is it? Man replied, I'm Lee Haryu. Master said confusingly, Lee Haryu? I've never heard that name before, where am I? Haryu said, Chang'an, Alliance leader Jin Sohun brought you here, third young master. Master asked shockingly, You know me? He replied, Yes, I do. Master asked again, How? Haryu said, I'm the fourth leader, Lee Haryu, of the special plan squad that's dispatched to the Hubei Alliance. Master asked angrily, Why is that squad here? Have you betrayed our cult? Haryu said, Alliance leader Jin Sohun has asked me to bring you to him once you're awake. Master said, What? I can't move, how I am supposed to? Before he could finish, he grabbed him by the collar and stood him up. Master asked angrily, Don't you know who I am? Haryu looked him and said, Let's go. He shouted, Wait. In the dining hall, everyone were sitting in the chair around the table and food was served them. Seng and Sohun were also sitting around the table. Sohun looked at them and said, I'll formally introduce him. He is Il Seng, the left guardian of the Mystic Lunar Alliance. Everyone looked at him and thought, Illinois Seng, he must have a plan. Sohun said, He's my superior, so behave yourselves accordingly. Everyone raised from their seats and folded their hand and said in one voice, Greetings to the left guardian. Il Seng stand up and said, Nice to meet you. Sohun said, Take your let's talk while eating. They said, "Yes sir," and sat in their seats. Door opened and Haryu came with the master by holding him from the collar. Sohun said, "Bring him here, you take a seat too." He said, "Yes sir." Everyone looked at master and thought, who is he? Haryu get him near the Sohun table and sat him in the couch and sat next to him. Master looked at them confusingly. Sohun poured wine in the cup and looked at Master mad said, "Drink it, you said you wanted to have a drink with me." Master said, "Alliance leader Jin, let us negotiate. The White Heaven demonic cult will never touch the Shangxi unorthodox faction or Chang'an again." Everyone looked at him shockingly and thought, White Heaven demonic cult. He's someone from the White Heaven demonic cult. Master constantly saying, "We will not interfere in any of the regions that you manage. In the top of that, I will contact my subordinates to bring 1,000,000 niang here. Think of it as payment for my life." Everyone looked at him and thought shockingly, 1,000,000 niang? Sohun grabbed the cup from table and drank it. Master looked at him confusingly. Sohun again poured the wine. Everyone smiled and thought, of course, he's not someone who can be swayed with money. Master looked at him and said, "Can we not negotiate? If you think 1,000,000 isn't enough, I'll ask my older brother for more." Sohun didn't answer him and drank the wine again. Master looked him confusingly. Sohun out the cup on table and asked him, "What's your name?" He replied, "Ju Chunjin." Sohun again poured the wine and asked, "Are you the cult leader's son?" He replied, "Yes." Sohun asked again, "How many sins does the leader have?" He replied, 3. Sohun said, "Haryu." Haryu said, "Yes, Alliance leader." Sohun said, "That's how you ask questions. You ask him everything I need to know, then report me." A list of the names of the elite martial artists in the White Heaven demonic cult, their power rankings, their martial arts levels and their activities. The cult's forces, and whether or not any orthodox faction martial artists have entered the cut. Chunjin looked him shockingly. Haryu said, "Yes sir, I'll look into more details other than those as well." Chunjin looked at Haryu shockingly. Haryu said, "I think, other than that, he should know the kinds of poisons the cult uses, the antidotes, explosives. As well as where the cult keeps its money. I'm sure there is more advanced information that's only he would know as the third young master. I'll create a map of the cult's location and how to get in too." Sohun clapped and said with smile, "Amazing." Haryu said, "Thank you." Sohun looked at Chunjin and asked, "Third master, what do you think? Don't you think he's quite the excellent subordinate?" Chunjin looked at him and thought angrily, "Crazy bastard. What's he asking me that question for? Blabber on while you can, you're dead as soon as my older brothers get here." Sohun looked at him and asked, "Third young master?" Chunjin looked at him angrily. Haryu stand up from his seat and grabbed him from throat and threw him away. He screamed with pain. Haryu asked to Sohun, "Should I beat him up some more?" Chunjin listened him shockingly. Soba drank the wine and said, "It's fine." Chunjin thought angrily, "These damn bastard, you will face all horrible deaths." Sohun called Haryu. He replied, "Yes, Alliance leader." Sohun said, "You can torture him, just make sure he's somewhat alive. I'll heal him somehow, trust me." Haryu said, "Yes sir." Sohun said again, "Well, if you end up killing him, then there's nothing we can do. I'm not a divine physician that can bring back the death after all. Since there are 3 sons, I'm sure we can just capture another one." Chunjin looked at him shockingly. Sohun stand up and looked at him and said, "Have fun, third young master." And leaved with Sang. Chunjin looked him from behind. They all followed him and left. Haryu looked on the ground. Chunjin said angrily, "You bastard." Haryu looked at him. Chunjin said, "You're severely underestimating my cult." Haryu punched him on face very hardly, blood came from his mouth. Haryu said, "Young master, please get together. Do you think you're still in the White Heaven demonic cult?" Chunjin looked him shockingly. In the inn, Gusa was cleaning the cup and Sang was sitting on the other side of the bunch. Gusa looked at Sang and thought, "This bastard, he disappeared with the Alliance leader and came back with him too, is he some special agent?" Sang looked at him with side eye. Gusa looked down and thought, "I don't know what he's been doing but he reeks of blood." Gusa again looked at him and thought, why is he staying here of all places? I wish he'd give me some working places. Seng called his name. Gu Sa looked him and asked, why? Seng glared him. Gu Sa got nervous and said, sir. Seng said, Gu Sa. Gu Sa said angrily, why the hell do you keep? Seng held his hand in front of him and a great blue energy was emitting. Gu Sa looked his hand shockingly, he threw the cleaning cloth and cup and stand in front of Seng immediately. He folded his hands and said, Hyung Nim, as whatever you wish. Seng said, recommend me a quiet place where I can train nearby, I'd prefer some place close, without many people. Gu Sa said, good question. There's a large reed fuels by the Riverside Azure Plum Pavilion. There aren't really people there and the place is big, so I think it should be good if you just cut down a few reeds. Seng said, I see. Gu Sa said again, there aren't many customers today anyway, should I go cut down some reeds? Seng stand up and walked out and said, with smile it's fine. Gu Sa looked his back confusingly. Gu Sa was looking Seng from back and said, you must be close with Alliance leader Jin Sohun. Seng turned his head and looked at Gu Sa and asked rudely, me? Why would I be? We're not close. Gu Sa said with smile, I see, me neither. Seng asked him angrily, what the hell are you talking about? Why would he be close to you? Gu Sa said, I was an important figure in capturing the sex demon and was the one that stopped him, I was the one that received the rewards for it too. And in case you didn't know, the person who found Alliance leader Jin Sohun in the Chang'an unorthodox faction and got beat up by him first is me. Seng looked at him and asked rudely, are you proud that he beat you up? Gu Sa said proudly with smile, yes. Seng looked at him shockingly and asked what? Gu Sa said, everyone who has fought the Alliance leader until now has died, including the great Demoness and the sex demon, but I lived. Seng turned his head and started walking and he was annoyed. Gu Sa looked at his back and said, I'm envious of you, Hyung Nim. Seng stopped and looked at him and asked, why? Gu Sa said, it seemed like you were having an important conversation with Alliance leader Jin. As you know, I'm of lower rank, so I haven't seen him since then. Please tell him hi from me the next time you see him. Seng looked at him disappointedly and said, I don't think he'd be curious about you, but I'll tell him. Gu Sa said happily, thank you, Hyung Nim. Seng remembered something and said he did tell me before to not harass you. Gu Sa asked shockingly, is that true? He blushed and said happily, the Alliance leader hasn't forgotten about me, he even was considerate enough to say that. He wiped his tears and said, I'm touched. Seng looked at him angrily and thought, should I kill him? The door of the restaurant opened. Seng looked at the door. 3 men entered in the restaurant and they looked suspicious. One of them had red hair, one had gray and the third one had purple. Seng looked at them. They sat in the table and red hair man asked, what's good here? Gu Sa looked at them and said, everything's good. The gray hair man looked at Gu Sa with side eye and said, you have a rather funny dialect. Gu Sa exhaled and thought, these bastards. He looked at them carefully and something hit in his mind and he said, you're all outsiders, you seem to be from Jianghu. Where are you from? They looked at him angrily. Gu Sa twisted his mustache and said with shyly smile, was my question a bit too sharp? My sharpness increases every day. Seng looked at him and thought, I feel like he's stupid but also not. Gray hair man looked at him and said, stop with the nonsense and just get us some drinks. Gu Sa opened the kitchen door and said, I'll get you what you wish for. Gray hair man thought, we were gonna use this place as our base to plan the third young master's rescue, but the owner is rather annoying. He looked at Seng and thought, and there's someone rather suspicious here too. Gu Sa looked at Seng from the kitchen door and asked him, Hyung Nim, would you like a drink too? He replied, I'll drink later. Gu Sa said, later? All right. Seng called him and he asked, yes. Seng said, stay in there, don't come out. Gu Sa stuck his head out from the door and looked at him confusingly. Seng walked towards them and said to Gu Sa, just stay in there. Gu Sa said, all right, and thought confusingly, what is he gonna do? Seng stood near them and said, now, do what you were gonna do. Gray-haired man looked at him confusingly and grabbed his sword and took it out from sword shield and attacked him. Seng looked at him and attacked him. His sword fell from his hand and he fall down. Red Hair Man took out his sword. Sang grabbed Red Hair Man face and hit him on the ground badly. Purple Hair Man took out his sword and attacked at Sang. Gu Sa shouted shockingly, Hyung Nim. Sang stopped his attack with his hand and smiled sharply like a prey looks at his predator. He made a punch and hit his face very badly. Blood splendored and man hit the table and fall very badly. Sword fell off from the window. They all got injured in just one hit. Sang looked at them and said with smile, welcome to the unorthodox faction. Gu Sa was looking him shockingly and thought, I knew he was strong but not this strong. Sang looked at him and said, let's have a drink now. Gu Sa said surprisingly, yes. Sang was sitting in front of the bar table and Gu Sa was serving him. Gu Sa said, Hyung Nim, why did you kill them? Sang held the bottle in his hand and looked at Gu Sa and asked, who cares? Gu Sa looked at him confusingly. Sang said, it's obvious what kind of people they are, coming into an empty restaurant like this just exuding bloodthirst. Gu Sa looked at him and then sat on his knee in front of him. Sang looked at him confusingly. Gu Sa said, you've saved my life. Sang drank the drink in cup and asked, saved? Gu Sa said loudly, if you weren't here, thank you so much. I was lucky today. Sang looked at him and said rudely, you're doing too much, get up. Gu Sa said with smile, when a man is touched, don't you think it's alright to do a but much? Hyung Nim. Sang looked at him confusingly and remembered about when he drank with Sohun and said with smile, alright. Now let me pour you one. Gu Sa said, yes, Hyung Nim. In the night, men were sneaking in the building and they were wearing veils. They were many in numbers and looking around carefully. They looked at the stairs and thought, all the floors are empty. The only place that we haven't searched yet is the underground floor. Let's go in. They ascended the stairs. They heard the voice of someone coughing. The leader gave them signal to stop. He thought, someone's here and took out his sword from shield. The others also followed him and took out their swords. A room ahead of the stairs was present. A voice came from there, come down. They heard the voice confusingly and thought, did they know that we were coming to save the third young master? But even so, if we're unable to rescue him, the only thing awaiting our return is death. They looked at each other and walked down. They opened the door and came in the room and saw an injured man laying on the bed and screaming in pain. They looked at him shockingly and thought, could that be the third young master? The injured man was covered with bandages. A voice came behind them. They turned angrily. Sohun was sitting in the chair and a table was present in front of him and he was drinking and reading a book. Sohun looked at them and said, he's just past the most difficult phase. They looked at him confusingly. Sohun's face, hands and clothes were covered with blood and he said, you san inspect him, he's still alive. They stared him angrily. They went near the man and looked at him carefully and said, young master. The leader put the sword in sword shield and took out a box from his clothes and opened it. He opened the box and asked Sohun, may we feed it to him? Sohun looked at him and said, bring it to me. The man stood near him and gave him the box. Sohun took the box and held the pill in his hand and looked it carefully and said, it's what he ate when he was fighting me. Is it an amplifier that also works as a miracle medicine? Man said, yes. It works only on those who have learned the divine arts. Sohun put the medicine in his mouth. The man said angrily, you. Sohun engulfed the pill. They looked at him confusingly. Sohun said, it's not poison, that's for sure. However, I can't feed my patient a medicine from an outsider. The leader sat on his knee in front of the Sohun. The other looked their leader shockingly and also followed him. Leader said, how can we save the young master and bring him back? Sohun stood up and held a bottle in his hand and asked, how you ask? Sohun held the cup in front of him. He looked at Sohun confusingly and took it. Sohun poured drink in the cup and said, drink it. He took off his veil and drank it. Others looked at him surprisingly. Sohun said, the moment the third UG master appeared in front of me to say such arrogant words, his and all of your fates were sealed. Man nerves were getting bigger and cup fall from his hand. Other looked at him confusingly. The man started coughing badly and blood came from his mouth. Others looked at him shockingly. The man fall on the ground and dead. They all were looking at Sohun fearfully. Sohun looked at them and said, "Welcome to the unorthodox faction." Sohun was standing in the center of a hall and his subordinates were standing around him and the members of White Heaven demonic cult were kneeling in front of them. Sohun looked at them and said, "There were a few that took their lives, how many lived?" A man with red hair said, "About 10 in total. One's being treated upstairs but it seems to be rather hopeless." Another said, "Some went to where the left guardian was too." Sohun looked at him and said, "Don't mind them, they're probably all dead." Everyone looked at the White Heaven demonic cult members. Sohun said, "Those who will die, die now. This is your chance." Everyone were looking feared. Sohun exhaled and said with smile, "I guess not. I thought a couple might take their lives." Sohun looked at Haryu and called his name. Haryu said, "Yes." Sohun said, "Make a list of all of their names and go back to Chang'an, label them all defectors and hand over to your subordinates in the White Heaven demonic cult." Haryu said, "All right." Sohun said, "It doesn't matter whether they believe it or not, make a poison that requires regular treatment with antidotes to feed them. Lee Haryu can keep the antidotes." Gray Hair Man said, "Yes sir." Sohun said, "Association leader, you analyze the information the third young master revealed in his confession about White Heaven demonic cult." He said, "Yes sir." Sohun looked at the red hair man and said, "And faction leader Go?" He said, "Yes alliance leader." Sohun asked him, "Do you still have the money from the Jagal clan?" He replied, "Yes." Sohun said, "We need some of it. We'll need to use it for good purpose since it's the Orthodox faction's money." Sohun said, "Send a Rugosa rose with the gifts, just one will do." He said, "Yes sir." Sohun looked at the red hair man and said, "Do I need to help the Hubei alliance too? I don't really like them." Man said with smile, "I'm not sure. I don't really like them either." Sohun said, "Let's just send a message to them instead telling them to be careful." He said, "Yes sir." A man asked, "What about the Mount Hua sect?" Sohun replied, "Leave them be, they're ones that'll react the fastest when they hear anything about the demonic cult." He said, "Yes sir." Sohun was standing in the center of the hall and his subordinates were standing around him. Sohun said, "Since I'm now a target of the White Heaven demonic cult, Chang'an is no longer safe, innocent people may die. Send all of your families and any elderly people you know to Chengyang, I will make sure my that subordinates will be there to help. Same for you all, if you don't want to die, go to Chengyang." And subordinates said with smile, "All right." They all smiled. One of them asked with smile, "Can we leave right away?" A man with red hair and eyes said with smile, "I've always wanted to visit Chengyang." Sohun smiled and turned his head towards him and said, "There will be a lot to see if you do go." They all were looking at him with smile and then everyone started laughing loudly. White Heaven demonic cult members looked at them confusingly and thought, "Are these people really not afraid of our cult?" Sohun said to his subordinates with some, "It's late but let's have a drink." A man said, "Of course, alliance leader." Sohun looked at the demonic cult members and said, "And since you're all my spies now, you should join as well, let's go." They listened him shockingly. In the night when the moon was looking very beautiful, at the restaurant the members of Chang'an unorthodox faction were sitting around tables and drinking and eating happily. Sohun was pouring drink for his subordinates and they were laughing loudly and happily. Gu Sa and Seng were also present there and Gu Sa looked very happy while Seng looked annoyed. The members of the White Heaven demonic cult were looking them confusingly. Sohun raised his hands and everyone looked at him questioningly. Sohun asked them with smile, "Did you all know that I come from a performance group?" A man replied with smile, "No way." Sohun said, "It's true. I've been knife dancing ever since I was a little kid, I can even dance with just some clapping. Follow me, it's fine if you clap or use your weapon. You can drum on the table, or snap your fingers, easy right?" Everyone started hitting the table with their fists and clapping. Sohun looked at them and said with smile, "Great, you're doing good." Seng looked at him confusingly and thought, "What the hell is he up to now?" Gu Sa hit a jar with the stick. Seng looked at him with annoyed face. Sohun looked at Gu Sa and said, "All right, you're doing great too, Gu Sa." Gu Sa bowed happily and said, "Thank you, alliance leader." Seng looked at him angrily. Sohun said with smile, "Okay, continue." Gu Sa said loudly, "Okay sir," and started hitting the jar with stick more loudly. Seng was annoyed with his actions. Sohun said, "Left Guardian?" Seng opened his one eye and looked at him. Sohun asked him, "Aren't you gonna join?" Seng closed his eyes and nods his head. Sohun looked at him and said, "Now, let's see what the Left Guardian can do." Everyone started looking at Seng. Seng thought angrily, "For fuck's sake." Sohun looked at him with teasing smile. Seng was looking at him angrily and punched on the table angrily. Gu-sa looked at him scarily, the items on the table scattered. Sohun said with smile, "All right. The Left Guardian sure is strong." Everyone started laughing loudly. Sohun looked at them and said, "All together now." He closed his eyes and started dancing perfectly. Everyone started singing the song. A man raised his hand and said, "Alliance leader, I can do that too." Sohun opened his eyes and said with smile, "All right, come forward." He came near Sohun and stared dancing. Everyone was enjoying their dance. Gu-sa also stood up from his seat. Seng looked at him confusingly and asked him, "What are you doing?" Gu-sa said, "That's not how it's done." Sohun looked at them and said with smile, "Gu-sa, you try it too." Gu-sa's eyes sparkled with happiness and he said, "Yes sir," and started showing his dance moves. Seng looked angry. Someone laughed and said, "You're good." Sohun looked at him and said, "Come out here, let's dance together." Gu-sa looked at him and said with smile, "Yes sir." Gu-sa looked at Seng and asked him, "Hyung-nim, why don't you also?" Seng looked at him angrily and said, "Fuck off before I kill you." Gu-sa ran toward Sohun and said, "Coming." Sohun and Gu-sa started dancing with another member. Everyone was laughing and enjoying their dance. Sohun opened a fan and said with smile, "I am Jin Sohun from Cheongyang. I am not be the most powerful martial artist in the world, but I can call myself the best drinker in the world." Everyone laughed and said, "You're right." Gu-sa twisted his mustache and said proudly, "I'm Gusa from Chang'an. I work at tavern, but in my heart, I'm a man of the unorthodox faction." Everyone laughed loudly and said, "Amazing." Sohun raised his hand and said, "Since you dance with a blade and drink with a blade, you may call yourself a man of the unorthodox faction." Gusa said happily, "Since you dance with a blade and drink with a blade in hand." Another completed his words, "You may call yourself a man of the unorthodox faction." They all started singing this together happily. In the night, at the White Heavenly Palace, 5 men were sitting around the table. One of them asked, "The third son is being held captive by the unorthodox faction?" A man replied, "I don't know if you all know, but the man responsible for this is the Venom Demon's disciple." A man with purple hair asked with smile, "The Venom Demon disciple?" Another said disrespectfully, "Both him and his disciples sure cause chaos everywhere they go." The door of the room opened and a man entered in the room with 2 servants. The me sitting around the table looked at him. He was the White Heaven demonic cult vice leader Ju Chonbeek. They thought, "Ju Chonbeek, we got called here just for the son to show up." Everyone was looking disappointed. Chonbeek greeted them and said, "Everyone, nice to see you." Purple Hair Man asked him, "What brings you here, first young master? Are you planning to lead the conference?" He replied, as if, "I just came here first because I have a personal favor to as an old man said, I'm going to leave if the cult leader is not coming. He shouldn't be telling people to come and go all the time, I'm busy." Chonbeek listened him and said, "There's something I've prepared." The servants went near to them holding boxes and opened them. Chonbeek said, "It's about 10 million niang, I came here because the cult leader refused to change his mind. I'm not sure if you are aware, but my brother is being held captive by the Chang'an unorthodox faction." They looked at him with smile. Chonbeek looked at them and said angrily, "This is the reward for Jin Sohun's head, it is from my own funds. If you bring my brother back alive, I will give 10 million more. I will officially be rewarding the person to bring him back with 20 million. A man asked him, "And if we fail?" Chonbeek replied, "You won't fail. Unless my brother is already dead, that is. Even then, bring back Jin Sohun's head." Another man's asked, "Is the 20 million all?" Chonbeek replied, "Of course not, I will have the person who succeeds become the master of Shanxi." A man looked at him and asked, "Why not do it yourself?" Chanbik said, our cult will soon reinforce our positions in the Jianghu. There are many things we need to do in order to resolve past resentments. We need to get revenge on the sects and clans who have interfered with us previously as well as the Hubei alliance. Therefore, the Shaanxi unorthodox faction is very low in the priority, so this is my personal request. A man asked him again, what if we all reject it? Chanbik replied, then I guess either I or the second son will have to go, although that would interfere with the cult's plans. Everyone looked at him confusingly and a man said, I heard he's the disciple of the Venom Demon. Chanbik said, Venom Demon Sunbei has not shown up to the conference today, he's been denying father's summons too, and I heard he wasn't the kind of person to care whether one of his disciples die or not. An old man stood up and said, the old Venom Demon wouldn't, but the fact that his disciples is alive and doing well for himself means there has been a change. So this matter is worth a lot more than even 20 million, we might have to fight the Venom Demon too. The man walked towards the door and said, tell the White Heaven to give up on the third son. I'm not interested, call me again once the cult leader is here. Chanbik bended his head and said, all right, Blood Heaven Sunbei Nim. Please rest well. Blood Heaven walked out of the room and Chanbik looked at him from back. He looked at the closed door angrily. Another also said, I do agree that the money is not enough. Chanbik turned and looked at him and said, then let us do this, I'll have the second son come with you. Purple Hair Man said rudely, that's too much. He could probably go in his own and fix the entire issue, it would probably start a Shaanxi takeover instead. Chanbik said, it's not too much. Another man asked, it's not? Chanbik replied, there are many possibilities, the rescue will be difficult if Venom Demon Sunbei were to show up and if someone else shows up. Father will soon be here, with those who are willing to take on the request, please let him know. He bowed and said, I'll excuse myself then. An old man opened the door and came in. Chanbik bowed and said, welcome, Venom Demon Sunbei Nim. Venom Demon walked and asked, am I late? Chanbik said, no. Venom Demon sat on the chair and said, I was wondering who it was, but it's you. Chanbik said, yes. Venom Demon looked at him and said, you've grown quite a bit. Chanbik said, yes, I have, your disciple has too. Venom Demon smiled and asked, my disciple? Why are we talking about my disciple? And why does everyone here look so displeased? Venom Demon laughed loudly. Chanbik looked at him confusingly. Venom Demon said with smile, should I tell him to let him go? Although he's quite stubborn. Chanbik flinched his fists with anger and said, if father comes here, please tell him what you think. Such as how you will take care of your disciple. Venom Demon said with teasing smile, White Heaven, Chanbik. Instead of caring about my disciple, go call your father here. Chanbik looked at him angrily. An old man said angrily, I came all the way here because I heard it was an important meeting, but it was just the young bastard playing big man at the Patriarch meeting. He thinks he's all that just because he's grown a bit? Where you are just sitting here listening to him babble? They looked at him confusingly. Ju Chanbik looked at him angrily and thought, Venom Demon, you still see me as a kid? Venom Demon looked at the box of money a servant was holding and standing near him and asked, what is that money? A man said, he wants help in rescuing the third son. Venom Demon smiled and said, so the first young master is ordering us around. Ju Chanbik said angrily, it's not an order, it was a request. Venom Demon smiled and asked him, a request? Chanbik, if your own subordinate gave you this much money asking you to kill me, what would you think of that? Chanbik listened him confusingly. Venom Demon said, you seem to lack understanding about how the world works because you've been so focused on martial arts training, stop intervening on adult matters and bring in your father. An aggressive voice came, Venom Demon, that's enough. They all looked towards the door. An old man came in, he was the White Heaven demonic cult leader Ju Yangiol. Yangiol said to Chanbik, you go back. He said shyly, yes father. Yangiol sat on one of the free chair and looked at Venom Demon and asked him, Venom Demon, is scolding my son the first thing you had to do after being gone for such a long time? Venom Demon said, he apparently brought in money saying he wants to kill my disciple. Yangiol asked him angrily, Venom Demon, did you only come back because you were afraid we would kill your disciple? Venom Demon said with smile, cult leader, if you think I would ever be afraid, then I wouldn't have gotten this nickname in the first place. Yangeol stared him angrily while he looked at him with sharp smile. Yangeol said angrily, I see. Then the cult will take care of the matters regarding your disciple. I was opposed to the vice cult leader's opinion at first, but seeing you has changed my mind. They listened him shockingly while Venom Demon looked angry. They thought, the cult leader has also announced that he will kill the Venom Demon's disciple. Venom Demon exhaled and said with smile, as you wish. Yangeol looked at him angrily and flinched his fists. Venom Demon said, anyway, what were we planning to talk about today that has everyone here wearing such shitty determined looks on their faces? Everyone looked at him aggressively and Venom Demon smiled on their expression. Outside the room Chanbik was standing with his younger brother, the White Heaven Demonic Cult's second son Ju Qianmu. Qianmu said, alright, I'll go. Chanbik said, okay. I'll support you as much as I can. Qianmu looked at him and asked confusingly, support? Chanbik said, you think Chunjin got captured because he was weak? And considering the fact the Venom Demon is here, the immortal physician might have joined Chang'an. There are lots of possibilities. Qianmu said, alright. Chanbik looked at him and said, if you go to Chang'an, I'm going to discuss things with father and kill Venom Demon. Qianmu looked at him and asked confusingly, the Venom Demon? Chanbik said angrily, I'm sure father won't be against it. I don't know how he has the audacity to come here, but it's about time he paid the price for his arrogance. Qianmu said, everyone's wary of him, don't you think there will be people who disagree? Chanbik looked at him and said, you saw how no one was willing to help rescue Chunjin, they're the kind of people who don't care who dies as long as it's not them. Qianmu folded his hands and said angrily, so that's how it is. At the Mount Hus sect frontier, in the confession cave a man was laying down and laughing. Someone called his name loudly, senior brother. He looked at the door questioningly and asked, what brings you here? A man opened the door of prison and came in. He was the Mount Hus sect's first disciple Jik Sacheng. Man looked at him and asked happily, could it be, am I finally being kicked out of the sect? Sacheng put the clothes in his hand on bench near the man and said, as if get changed. Man asked, why? Sacheng replied, there are rumors that the White Heavenly Demon cult is going to ambush Chang'an. Zhongnan sect's leader has also sent his disciples to Chang'an. There was an order for us to go too. Man asked confusingly, us too? Master really gave that order? Sacheng replied with smile, yes, you're in charge. Man asked disappointedly, why am I always in charge of the annoying things? What about the first senior brother? Sacheng rubbed his ear and said, he's, well you know. He said that if you don't want to, you can stay here for the rest of the year. Man lay down again and well, that's not bad either. Sacheng looked at him and said, senior brother. You said you might know the leader of the Chengyang unorthodox faction. Man said angrily, I did. I told you, you should keep that a secret. It might just be someone with the same name. Sacheng said, the reason the White Heavenly Demon cult is going after Chang'an is because of that person. Man stood up and asked shockingly, are you serious? He replied, yes, go check for yourself. It was Master's order anyway, he wants you to go help. Man smiled and said, yes, I guess I have to go now. Sacheng said with smile, everyone's already ready, you just need to come down. Ma stood up and said, alright, I look pretty terrible. I'll go wash and head down, you go first. Sacheng said, okay senior brother, and went out and closed the door. Man looked at the light coming from a hole and said with smile, he was alive. At the bank of the river an inn was situated where Sohan was sitting with the third young master Ju Chunjin around a table and Sohan's subordinates were standing near them. Sohan looked at Chunjin and asked him, Ju Chunjin, are your two older brothers stronger than you? Chunjin looked at him and replied, much stronger. Sohan asked him again, how much strong are they compared to the cult leader? Chunjin replied, father is the strongest, of course. Sohan said again, I heard that Beek Mujin, the one you revere, is a great hero. I looked into it and this who are bright with history call him someone of the orthodox faction. Chunjin said, he's not of the orthodox faction, he himself said that he does not stand on either side. He's just someone that was able to attain his powerful position through a lifetime's worth of effort. Sohan closed his eyes and said with smile, neither the orthodox nor the unorthodox faction, I like that. He held a bottle and poured drink in Chunjin cup and said, have a drink. Chunjin looked at his reflection in the cup confusingly. Sohan said again, if you have something to say, say it. Chunjin held the cup in his hand and raised his hand and said, dominate the world with overwhelming power, all will kneel in front of you. We are the ones who reign over the orthodox faction, the world will be purified into white once again. Jin Sohan, will you join us? Sohan looked at him carefully and then exhaled and said with smile, so that's what you say when you make an offer for someone to join the cult. Sohan held his cup and raised his hand and said, I have to decline. Chunjin drank and said with smile, a shame. Tebu both drank at the same time. Chunjin put the cup in table and said, Alliance leader Jin, I have a favor to ask. Sohan looked at him and asked, what? Chunjin looked at him and said, I'd like to go alone, could you permit that? Sohan looked at him and said, if that is your final request. Chunjin stood up and said, thank you. Sohan's subordinates took out their swords. Sohan raised his hand and said, leave him be. They said, yes, Alliance leader. Chunjin descended the stairs and said, Alliance leader Jin. Sohan looked at him. Chunjin turned and said, I'll give you a gift in response. Sohan looked at his back confusingly. Chunjin was standing on the edge of the river and Sohan and his subordinates were looking at him from the inn. Chunjin gathered all of his inner energy and thought, Baek Mujin the absolute and powerful, I wish to manifest the ultimate technique that you used so freely, so please permit it. There are none who manifest this technique and survived, but I intend to end my life by challenging legend in order to prove the strength of our divine cult. So please, give me permission. He opened his eyes and shouted, snow-clad solitude. A lot of energy emitted and turned it ice. Holding the energy getting difficult for Chunjin and he coughed and said, watch, Jin Sohan. Sohan looked at him. Chunjin said, this is my final challenge for you, whether or not you garbages can defeat the cult's snow-clad solitude, I'll watch. Sohan looked at him and thought, did he want to say that this is the opponent we have to fight? Sohan said loudly, amazing. Sohan's subordinates looked at Chunjin and thought worriedly, this is the ice arts? I didn't know such a martial art existed. Sohan looked at them and said, everyone, come here. They said, yes sir. They all came near the Chunjin. Sohan looked at his subordinates and asked them, what do you think about his challenge? Faction leader Go asked, challenge? Sohan said, snow-clad solitude is an ultimate technique that freezes oneself, thereby making them invincible. He has challenged us with death, we there or not we can slay him. Everyone looked at him surprisingly. Sohan looked at them and said, go one by one and try to aisle him. Association leader took out his sword and said, I'll go first. He raised his sword and stood near Chunjin. He jumped and attacked in Chunjin with his sword. His sword fell down but the ice statue of Chunjin doesn't break. He looked at his hand shyly. Sohan looked at others and said, next. They all attacked together but can't broke it and looked aggressive. Sohan looked at them and said, no need to panic. I don't think I'd succeed either. They asked confusingly, sorry? Sohan took out something from his clothes and said, well, it just means Gab you'll fail if you give it a fair shot. He took out a bottle and said, however, I'm not a fair person. Sohan opened the bottle cap. Everyone looked at him and thought, is that a poison he made? Sohan dropped some drops on the Chunjin and took out his sword and hit the Chunjin statue hardly. The ice statue broke and Chunjin fell down. Everyone looked shocked. Sohan put back the sword in sword shield and said with smile, let's go. They were looking him shockly and said, yes sir. In the night, at White Heaven demonic cult, Yangeol and Chonbeek were standing. Yangeol said to Chonbeek, don't do anything to the unorthodox faction forces, just subjugate Jin Sohan. We will use his unorthodox faction as our own when we attack Shanxi. Chonbeek looked at him and said, Father, we shouldn't let the venom demon leave then. If we do, he'll gi to Chang'an. Yangeol looked at him with side eye and asked, son, are you underestimating the elders? Chonbeek bowed and said, no, I wouldn't dare to. Yangeol said, the venom demon has been renowned ever since long ago, never for good reasons. Yangeol looked at him with side eye and asked, you said your brother is going to Chang'an? Chanbik replied, yes. Yangiol said, you go with him. Chanbik asked confusingly, me too? Yangiol said, yes. A what should always be win with the overwhelming force. We should not engage in any fight where 9 and 10 people fight against each other and just one survives. If there are 9 enemies, I intend on sending 100 men. You, your brother and Heavenly Sword, plus the right and left emissaries and also Heavenly Wind. Get rid of the Venom Demon and his disciple together. Chanbik said, yes father. Chanbik called him and asked, how should I from the squad to rescue Chunjin? Yangiol said, a squad? No need, we're going to kill, not save. Chanbik listened him shockingly and thought, does father intend on abandoning the Ujest if he gets in the way of dominating the unorthodox faction? At the unorthodox faction, a man was standing at the door and faction leader Go went near him and asked, you're from the Mount Hua sect? He turned and said, yes. Go asked him, what brings you here on your own? He replied, I'm here to help. Go looked at him and asked again, the Mount Hua sect is helping us? He replied, why not? You're fighting the demon cult. I actually came with my senior and junior brothers, but I just came here first on my own to attack in the subordinates. Go listened him and thought surprisingly, we only sent gifts to Zhong'an and Wudong, but it's the Mount Hua sect that's here to help? Man asked, where's Alliance leader Jin? Go replied, let us go, I'll take you to him. Sohan was standing in the inn and was looking at the Chunjin statue. Go called him from behind, Alliance leader. Sohan turned back. Go said, the Mount Hua sect send people to help us. Sohan looked at them and asked, the Hua sect? The man was looking him carefully. They both stared each other. Sohan come towards him and said, you're. Sohan stood near him and asked angrily, why the hell are you in the Mount Hua sect? The man questioned him instead of answering, why the hell are you in the unorthodox faction? They both stared each other. Sohan closed his eyes and said, dunno. The man also said, I dunno either. Sohan smiled and said, you rotten bastard, so you're still alive. He smiled and said, you too. Go was looking at them confusingly. Sohan asked him with smile, and your last name? He replied with smile, I'm still using it. Jin, the name you gave me ain't Saiwal, my first name that the mystic lunar troop gave me. Sohan said with smile, you really are my crybaby brother. Why did you grow so much? Saiwal said with smile, probably because I ate well. We're almost the same height now. Saiwal asked him angrily, anyway, are you out of your mind, Hyung? Sohan asked him, why? Saiwal asked him again, you appear out of nowhere after 13 years and now you're fighting the demon cult? Sohan replied, yes I know. And why are you at the Mount Hua sect? Saiwal shouted angrily, you psycho, you said the Mount Hua sect was the strongest in Shaanxi. Sohan looked at him confusingly and asked, I said that? Saiwal shouted angrily, don't you remember? I'm not gonna do it. Sohan laughed at his situation. Saiwal asked, you think it's funny? They both stared laughing loudly. Saiwal said, you should have gone to the Mount Hua sect if you were gonna vanish. Why did it have to be the unorthodox faction, you psycho? I went there because of you. Sohan said with smile, don't even. Master, who kidnapped me, wasn't from the Mount Hua sect. I was dragged along unconsciously to some place I didn't even know. Saiwal asked surprisingly, what? You were kidnapped? Sohan replied, yes. Saiwal said with smile, the mystic lunar troop didn't even know. Sohan smiled and said, but at least I'm not in the demonic cult. Saiwal exhaled and said happily, right. You could have gone to was against each other. They looked each other with smile. Saiwal said to Sohan, it would have been fun if you were with me in the Mount Hua sect. Sohan said, fun, my ass. I'm sure we both would have caused trouble and gotten kicked out. Saiwal said with smile, right? I already almost got myself kicked out many times. I was in the confession cane before coming here too. They both started laughing badly. Sohan looked at him and said, Saiwal, you're alive and now that we've met again, I have any regrets even if I were to die now. Saiwal asked him with smile, why are you talking like some old man? No regrets? Sohun said, take the Mount Hua sect back with you. I'll take care if the demonic cult, I don't want you or your fellow martial artists getting hurt. Saiwal said angrily, kiss my ass, Hyung. This is an opportunity for me too. Sohun asked him, an opportunity? Saiwal replied, yes. The Mount Hua sect doesn't let their disciples leave easily. Although an incident as big as this is a different story, there will be countless battles and more importantly, I'm planning to use this opportunity to climb the walk that is stopping me. Sohun asked him, a wall that's stopping you? He replied, yes. They stared each other and Sohun said to him, get into lotus position. Saiwal asked, right here? Sohun looked at Go and said, faction leader Go. He said, yes, alliance leader. Sohun said, from a large formation around the perimeter of the Riverside Azure Plum Pavilion, make sure no one comes in, face outside. Go said, yes sir. They all walked backwards. Saiwal looked at them. Sohun said, all right, Saiwal. Saiwal sat on the floor by crossing his legs and Sohun sat in the wall. Sohun said, I've recently been abandoning my blade techniques. Saiwal asked, abandoning your blade techniques? Sohun replied, yes. Saiwal thought, abandoning blade techniques and said, I am wondering if there might be a solution in that. Sohun looked at him. Saiwal said, but the Mount Hua sect's martial arts are too great, to the point that even when I dug into them, I couldn't see their end. The more I practice, the more meaning I see in each technique and new understanding I achieve. However, I don't understand or agree with all of the Mount Hua sword techniques. Some are inefficient and I wonder why they were even created in the first place. Then Jay began changing the sword path myself, but if the patriarch or a senior brother were to find out about it, I wouldn't be surprised if I were kicked out of the sect. Sohun looked at him and asked, so that's why you were wondering if you should abandon some techniques instead? Saiwal replied, yes, but I thought I'd consider that more in Geb future. Sohun said, what I'm going to say from now on is going to he said as an unorthodox faction martial artist, so keep that in mind. Forget about it if you need to. Saiwal said, all right. We're different from others, we didn't start off with sword techniques. We started off with blade dancing, just dance moves using blades. But every day, we risked our lives and trained hard for the performances. If we performed 100 miles in TBR performance, we practiced more than thousands of them in training. They were all risky and dangerous moves made to attract the attention of the people. Then we learned different blade techniques and sword techniques. We learned different techniques, each having its own meaning and significance. According to those techniques, blade dancing was meaningless. Sohun stood up and said, some Jianghu martial artists don't learn blade dancing before they learn sword techniques. Saiwal opened his eyes and said, that's true. Sohun asked him, Bu5, can we really say that blade dancing was meaningless? Saiwal's eyes opened with excitement and he said, that's what I had been thinking about. Sohun tuned and said, out of all the moves that I learned of the blade techniques, 9kd them were more extensive than blade dancing. I was as if I just tweaked the movements a bit more for the intention of killing and changes the orders, set the traps and added inner energy. I'm sure it's the same for the sword techniques too. It's not an issue if whether sword techniques or blade dancing is better, it's the meeting of meaningless things and techniques to give meaning to what was once meaningless. That is why we're perfectly prepared to learn compared to the other people we're competing against. That is you and that is me. Saiwal listened him surprisingly. Sohun turned his head and looked at him and said, you're taking steps back if you let yourself get lost in these worries and thoughts. If you feel that a technique is insufficient then you're right. Mount Hua sect? What about them? Saiwal looked at him surprisingly. Sohun said again, if the Mount Hua sect is that great, then the most powerful martial artist should have always come from them, but that hasn't been the case, has it? That is why this isn't a problem of the technique but our own problem instead. Saiwal said surprisingly, our own problem. Sohun said, Saiwal. I abandoned and forgot my blade techniques. Saiwal asked, you forgot them? Sohun said, yes. He took out his sword and said the techniques I've kept are very simple, I kill with these. I deceive with these, I block with these. I just let myself possess these blades. Saiwal looked at him confusingly, he stood up and said I think, I get what you mean. They both looked at each other and smiled. Saiwal looked at his eyes carefully and said surprisingly, "Wait, your eyes. Are you poisoned or addicted?" Sohun turned and said, "Neither, it's hard to explain," and put back high sword. Saiwal put hand on his shoulder and said angrily, "Hard to explain, my ass. Stay still, let me inspect you a bit." Sohun asked rudely, "Why?" Saiwal said angrily, "Why? Just give me your hand." Sohun smiled and held his hat ahead. Saiwal held his hand and started inspecting him and said, "I'm from the Mount Hua sect, after all. Don't move and breathe like usual." He closed his eyes and feel some strange energy in his body like a sword cutting something. He opened his eyes and asked worriedly, "What's wrong with you, body?" Sohun smiled and asked, "What about it?" Saiwal asked him, "It's a mess, are miracle medicines any use?" He replied, "No." Saiwal asked again, "Poison?" He replied, "Nothing." Saiwal asked him again, "You can still collect inner energy?" Sohun said with smile, "Not well, but this is enough." Saiwal asked angrily, "Who did this to you?" Sohun looked at him and replied, "My masters." Saiwal asked in shock, "What?" Saiwal asked Sohun angrily, "Your masters? You mean there were multiple? What kind of master does this to their disciple?" Sohun exhaled and replied, "It's fine. What does my body seem like to an expert martial artist of the renowned Mount Hua sect of the Orthodox faction?" Saiwal said, "Above a certain realm of martial arts, chi begins to acquire a color when manifest, like with the purple cloud divine arts emitting sunset colors." Sohun looked at him and said, "I know that." Saiwal said, "If we assume that your chi color is gray, the gary is like a mixture of a black poisonous energy and white neutralizer. It looked like your energy core was injured multiple times, but I can't understand how it was able to recover afterwards, but you were injured heavily and then recovered multiple times." Sohun remembered when he was young he got injured and his master treated him and said with smile, "That's true." Saiwal looked at him angrily and flinched his fists. Sohun looked at his hand and said with smile, "Continue." Saiwal said, "Your energy core is surrounded by the poisonous energy and the neutralizer, and you haven't been perfectly cured the poison either. The poisonous energy keeps regenerating and being detoxified over and over. I think that those two influencing the flow of your chi is the issue, that's why it hurts to gather internal energy." Sohun looked at him confusingly. Saiwal asked him, "Who are you masters?" Sohun replied, "The demon immortal, who else?" Saiwal exhaled and said, "Right. Those are the only people who would do such a thing. I can cure you. It's possible if I melt away the toxic materials with pure internal energy," Sohun said to him confusingly. "I've heard that countless times from my master, but that's just a theory." Saiwal said, "In the Orthodox faction, there is something called the Three Great Divine Arts. The I Ching Jing, the Wudang sect's Taiji Nine Yang arts and the Mount Hua sect's Purple Cloud Divine arts that I've learned." Sohun looked at him and asked, "What are you trying to say?" Saiwal said, "I'll fix you. I'll turn you into a new person." Sohun nodded his head and said with smile, "Your internal energy won't do." Saiwal looked at him angrily and said loudly, "Let's at least try." Sohun said with smile, "It won't work. If it could be fixed, Master Immortal Physician would already have done it." Saiwal said angrily, "No. Those two are from the unorthodox faction, your body is a mess. It needs to be treated with the orthodox faction's techniques, then there won't be any consequences. If not me, then I'll bring an expert martial artist from the Wudang sect and someone who's mastered the I Ching Jing, or you can come with me to Wudang and then take someone from there to Shaolin. Wouldn't 3 people be enough?" Sohun looked at him confusingly. Saiwal shouted on him angrily. Sohun exhaled and said, all right. Saiwal punched on Sohun's head and shouted angrily, "What do you mean all right, you bastard?" Sohun asked confusingly, "What?" Saiwal said angrily, "Don't try to just smooth this over." Sohun smiled and started laughing. Saiwal said angrily, "Don't laugh." Sohun's subordinates listened, their voices confusingly. A man said loudly, "Alliance leader, the Zhongnan sect is here." Sohun turned and looked at them. Saiwal asked him confusingly, "Zhongnan sect?" Sohun asked him, "Why?" Saiwal said with shyly smiled, "I had a fight with their disciples." Sohun descended the stairs and said, Come with me. Sohun and Saiwal stood in front of the Zhongnan sect members. The Zhongnan sect leader name was like Ju Hyun and he said, Alliance leader Jin, I'm glad we're not late. Sohun folded his hands and said, Elder Lim, you must have had quite the journey getting here. Lim smiled and said, there aren't too many of us but we should still be of help. Sohun looked at him and said, it's as if 1,000 soldiers are here. They both looked at each other with smile. Sohun said, we were waiting for you because this Mount Hua sect disciple wanted to apologize to you when you came. Saiwal looked at him surprisingly and Lim Askeef confusingly, sorry? Saiwal looked at him and thought angrily, what the hell are you talking about? Sohun turned his head and looked at Saiwal and asked with smile, what are you doing? Saiwal folded his hand and said with smile, hello, Lim Sunbae Nim. I'm Jin Saiwal. Lim looked at him and said, I see, you got here earlier than me. Saiwal said, yes. Lim looked at him and asked, is you master here too? Saiwal replied with smile, no, I'm in charge this time. Lim said, I see. It's nice to see you here. I'm sure the alliance leader feels very reassured that the mist rough person in Mount Hua sect is here. Saiwal laughed shyly and said, you're too kind. Lim asked him, you wouldn't fight my disciples here too, would you? His disciples looked angry. Saiwal replied, would never. We're here to help troop leader, alliance leader Jin. Sohun looked at Lim said, let's go. I will guide you. Saiwal looked at him and said, alright. Saiwal looked at Zhongnan sect members and said shyly, nice to see you all. They said angrily, really nice to see you, Saiwal Sunbae. Another said, nice to see you. Saiwal laughed and asked them, shall we get going? Saiwal ran from the site and joined Sohun and Ju Hyun and asked Sohun, called him alliance leader, is there a reason for that? Sohun said, I intend on creating the Mystic Lunar Alliance, regardless of orthodox or unorthodox faction. I already have a left guardian. Sohun looked at Saiwal and said with smile, but I'm missing a right guardian. Saiwal looked at him confusingly. He pointed finger towards him and thought confusingly, is he asking me to be his right guardian? Sohun looked at him with sharp smile. Saiwal looked at him and thought angrily, well shit. Ju Hyun looked at them and asked, you know each other? Sohun looked at him and replied, yes. We're brothers. Ju Hyun asked him surprisingly, you two are brothers? Sohun looked at Saiwal and replied with smile, indeed. Everyone was looking at them confusingly. Sohun was sitting in the room and a table was present in front of him and he was looking at a paper, a man was standing near to him and a man was standing in front of him. Sohun folded the paper and looked at the man and asked him, what about the meeting location? Man said, I was told that both Chang'an and inside the walls are fine. Sohun said, then tell him to come to Chang'an Changmi Lake. Man said, yes sir. Will there be any limits to the number of people allowed? Sohun said with smile, there's no point in determining such a thing, tell him to figure it out. Man bowed and said, yes sir. He went out of the room and closed the door. Sohun looked at the man standing near to him and said, we call it a meeting but it's just going to be the heads fighting each other. I assume that's how confident he is that he's going to win. Faction leader Go listened him confusingly. Sohun said again, and they didn't even ask whether their third son was alive or not. Faction leader Go said, that's what I was thinking about too. Sohun looked at him and asked him, any messages from Hubei or Wudong? He replied, not yet. Sohun listened him and thought, if Wudong was here, there wouldn't be any issue even if the cult leader if the White Heaven demonic cult were to come. At the bank of the river in the inn, Sohun was standing and behind him all of his subordinates were standing. It was looking like they were waiting for someone. Saiwal came near to Sohun and called him. Sohun looked at him who was wearing the uniform of unorthodox faction and said with smile, that looks good on you. Saiwal said, I have to look like an unorthodox faction leader today. Sohun looked at him and said with smiles, yeah. You stay with the leaders. Saiwal said to him worriedly, be careful, Hyung. Sohun said with smile, all right. Sang was standing on the left side of the Sohun and looking at him. Sohun looked at him with side eye and they both stared each other and remembered their earlier conversation when they were standing alone and Sohun asked him, Berserk Demon Sunbae, what are you gonna do if I die? Sang asked him confusingly, what? Sohan looked at him and said, I'm asking you because I Amy have to risk my life if the cult leader is coming. Sang looked at him and asked angrily, are you saying that you didn't risk your life when you were fighting me? Sohan asked him with teasing smile instead of answering, what do you think? Sang looked at him angrily. Sohan said again, I intend to being the first to fight if a battle breaks out. Sang asked him angrily, you want to be the first to die when you're the alliance leader? Sohan smiled and said even if I die, I'm going to die while fighting as a part of the unorthodox faction until my end. What about you? Sang looked at him surprisingly. Now Sohan looked at him with side eye and Siang exhaled being annoyed. A man said loudly, they're coming. The White Heaven demonic cult members were walking in the inn and stood on the upper floor. Sang, Saiwal and the others were looking at them angrily. Chanbik was leading them and behind him Qianmu and the others leaders were walking. They stood in front of the Sohan and unorthodox faction members. Chanbik looked at Sohan and asked him, are you alliance leader Jin? Sohan looked at them carefully and thought, I don't see the cult leader but there are quite a few experts martial artists. Sohan turned and looked at his subordinates. White Heaven demonic cult members looked at him confusingly. Sohan's subordinates made a way for her and he walked between them and sat in the inn. His members were looking at White Heaven demonic cult members with teasing smile. Sohan looked at Chanbik and said, come. Chanbik looked at him confusingly and went in and sit in front of him and said, I'm Ju Chanbik, the vice cult leader of the White Heaven demonic cult. Sohan looked at him with smile and said, so you were the vice cult leader. Chanbik asked angrily, where is my brother? Sohan replied, he froze himself. Chanbik looked at him angrily and asked, what? Sohan pointed towards the Chunjin and said, your brother is right over there, he froze himself, so I made him into a statue. Chanbik looked at Chunjin and said, I guess he couldn't withstand his own technique. Sohan looked at him and thought, he's powerful. Must be because he's the vice leader, I was going to ambush him the second he shifted his attention away from me but he's not giving me any openings. Chanbik looked at Sohan and said with smile, alliance leader Jin, I thought you'd try something clever but you've come here yourself. I'm rather disappointed that you haven't tried anything. Sohan looked at him and thought with smile, he's even smiling. Chanbik said, my brother's death is a personal vendetta, so. For now, I will speak as the vice cult leader, you won't be able to stop us with what you have prepared. If it came to an all-out war, we'd have the advantage. Even if it were just the leaders that fought, I don't see no way for you guys to win, the cult still has a powerful force. Chanbik said angrily, think of the consequences, even if this fight were to end in defeat for both sides, it would be over for Chang'an once the cult leader arrives with his elite force. Sohan looked at him and asked, so? Chanbik said, hand over the Shanxi unorthodox faction to us while you're all still fine. I'll spare your life and I'll let you keep control over them. Sohan looked at him and said with smile, you're skilled with words, you're not arrogant like your brother. Chanbik held the chair tightly and said angrily, you better stop talking about Chunjin. Sohan smiled and said, vice cult leader. I do not worry about tomorrow. Chanbik asked confusingly, what? Sohan replied, I don't know what kind of plans you might have but saying you'll spare the life of someone who doesn't care about what happens the next day is just bullshit. Chanbik looked at him confusingly. Sohan said to him, do you want to have the Shanxi unorthodox faction? Then you need to kill me right here. Chanbik looked at him angrily. Sohan and Chanbik were sitting in front of each other. Sohan looked at Chanbik and said, I will call for a rotation battle among the leaders. It's a method where people fight in turns. Chanbik looked at him and asked with a smile, are you serious? Sohan looked at him and said, based on your expression, you seem to be looking down upon the masters in my side. Chanbik looked at them and said, honestly, they don't seem like much. Sohan smiled at his thought and said with smile, if you think that, then I'll make them stronger than usual. Chanbik asked angrily, what bullshit is that? Sohan looked at him and said, your first opponent will be me. His subordinates listened him confusingly. Chanbik asked him angrily, how is you going first related to making them stronger than usual? Sohan said with smile, I will fight until I die. Won't your forces get weaker after facing me? Chanbik looked at him angrily. Sohan stared him and said, you all and unorthodox faction will begin to fight after witnessing my death. Sohan's subordinates and White Heaven demonic cult members listened him shockingly. Sohun asked Chanbik, Vice Cult Leader, will you be my first opponent? Chanbik looked at him and asked, are you serious? Sohun stood up and said, you all had entered my unorthodox faction, so both you and I will have no tomorrow. Chanbik also stood up and folded his hand on his back and said angrily, Troop Leader Jin, you will regret this. He went out from the inn room and stood on the ground, his eyes turned red with anger. Sohun's subordinates looked at him and thought worriedly, he's fast. Chanbik said, Demonic Troop Leader. The man in brown hair was the demonic troop leader and was standing behind the Chanbik, and he said, yes, Vice Cult Leader. Chanbik looked at him and said angrily, bring me Jin. Sohun head. He said, understood, and walked towards unorthodox faction members. Seng looked at him and said with enjoying smile, so I guess I'm facing that rascal. Sohun came out of the inn and walked towards Seng and looked at him and said, Left Guardian, go in. Seng looked at him and asked, are you really going to face them first? Sohun walked and said, I can't become the same as a demonic cult that sends their subordinates out to die first. Sohun stood in front of demonic troop leader. Seng laughed loudly and said with evil smile, good. If anyone interferes with the fight, I'll rip them apart. White Heaven demonic cult members looked at them confusingly. Demonic troop leader said, your unorthodox faction sure overflows with confidence. I am Wai Jumso, the lowest seat in the cult. Sohun looked at him and said, yes, you look like the lowest seat. Jumso looked at him angrily. Sohun asked him, were you pushed into coming out? Or did you come out because you were confident? Regardless, if you don't want to die, go kneel next to Samnam over there. Jumso looked at him angrily. He took out his sword from sword shield and said aggressively, you bastard. He attacked on Sohun. Sohun looked at him and jumped, his sword hit the ground and broke the ground. He looked up immediately. Sohun moved in the air in circle. Jumso also jumped in the air. Sohun took out his swords and they were started fighting with swords in the air, attacking and blocking each other and land on the bank of the lake. Sohun was continually blocking his attacks. Jumso looked at his fight and thought, what the? He isn't much, his internal energy is similar to mine and the speed of his blade technique which is supposed to be sharp and swift isn't that fast, I'll end this. He smiled evilly and attacked the Sohun, and Sohun stood at the end of the lake. Chanbik and all his subordinates were watching them with a lot of interest. An subordinate of White Heaven demonic cult said happily, as expected of Troop Leader Y. Another also said, Troop Leader Y sure is strong. The Sword Lord was looking the situation carefully. Someone said, Demonic Troop Leader, don't let you guard down. Jumso looked at Sohun and thought happily, a useless worry. When he's been pushed by me and is about to fall into the lake. Sohun looked at him and splashed the water of lake on him with his sword. Jumso looked at the water and raised his hand to stop the water. Sohun jumped and attacked him. He stopped the Sohun attack with his sword and said with smile, what a petty trick. Are you trying to play with the water? He moved his sword and pushed Sohun in the lake. Sohun stood in the lake and his half legs were covered with water. Jumso looked at him and said with smile, give up. In the first place, an unorthodox faction could never face a main cult. Sohun moves his sword and said, if it's from this distance, he won't be able to see. Jumso asked with smile, what? Sohun moved his swords and made waved and splashed them on him. Jumso again raised his hand and said with smile, foolish bastard. Do you think the same tricks will work again? The water dropped on him and moved on his body and hit the ground. His hand started burning and then his whole body made a mess and started burning. He looked at his body worriedly and said, this is? Sohun looked at him and smiled. Jumso's body started burning and he looked very angry and shouted angrily. Everyone was looking at Time Shockley. White Heaven demonic cult members were looking at them confusingly. Chanbik thought angrily, what kind of trick has he used? Sohun jumped from the water and attacked on Jumso. Jumso looked at him and said angrily, you bastard, and attacked him back. Sohun started attacking on him fastly and said, dancing as I wield my sword. Jumso attacked him angrily. Sohun smiled and complete his phrase and said, and using poison as I brandish my sword. His eyes turned purple with aggression and he attacked on Jumso. Jumso looked at him shockingly. Sohun cut his head from the body and said with smile, you can call me a demon of the unorthodox who lacks nothing. Jumso's head separated from his body and flayed in the air. Chanbik looked angry. Sohun stood on the ground, he smiled and turned and kicked Jumso and threw his body in the lake. Chanbik, Kianmu and other members of the White Heaven demonic cult were looking at him angrily like they didn't like his actions. Sohun turned and looked at them and raised his sword, his subordinates were also raised their swords happily. Seng turned and looked at him with smile. Sohun looked at them and thought happily, yes, scream. There's no need to be scared, having no fear of death. Finding enjoyment in a fight with your own life in the line, isn't that essence of the unorthodox faction? I'll bother you as part of the unorthodox faction until the moment I die. Every person of 10 White Heaven demonic cult was aggressive and disappointed. A man standing behind the Chanbik was the Wind Lord and he said, "You're all too stiff." It's natural that he will exhaust himself eventually, this is a fight that is unfavorable to him. If we keep sending out people, we'll return with Jin Sohun's head. Chanbik looked at him with side-eye. Sohun clapped and said, "So you had an incredible strategist." Sword Lord said with smile, "Shut your mouth, Jin Sohun." Sohun looked at him, he clapped again and said with teasing smile, "You look the oldest but you have such a shameless face, acting like you'll never go out. What an incredible strategy. You don't seem to be part of the White Heaven demonic cult, so who are you?" Wind Lord got angry by his words and said angrily, "You shouldn't babble." Sohun cut his talk and shouted angrily, "Shut up. I just realized your name has no importance. You're an old man, so just stay at the back." Wind Lord said angrily, "What?" Chanbik looked at him and said, "Lord Heavenly Wind, don't fall for it." Heavenly Wind Lord asked rudely, "Who do you think is falling for it?" Sohun said loudly, "Then who is my next opponent?" They were looking at him angrily. Sohun went near the statue of the Chunjin and said with smile, "Let's do it like this." Sohun put his hand in the head of the Chunjin and whispered in his ear with smile, "Third young lord, who will be my next opponent?" Chanbik and Kianmu looked at him angrily. Kianmu said angrily, "You dare." Wind Lord and Sword Lord looked at Sohun and thought, he's not just acting like a crazy person, he actually is just a crazy person. Sohun looked at the statue and said, "What? You thought your older brother would get revenge for his younger brother?" Sohun hit his head and said again, "Maybe it's because you're stoned but you're really blockhead. There's no way he would, he didn't come as your older brother but at the vice cult leader, didn't you hear?" Sohun's subordinates were listening him shockingly. Saiwal and Seng smiled at his talk and Seng thought, he's suffering from lunacy again. Sohun looked at the statue and said, "What? I see." Sohun said loudly, "Vice cult leader." Chanbik looked at him aggressively and there's a lot of tension in the air. Sohun looked at them and said with teasing smile, "This is what your younger brother thinks, if you came as the vice cult leader, you'll be the last to come out. So hurry and send out your next subordinate." Sohun said again with sharp smile, "By the way, this place, Chongmi Lake, is where the sex demon and the demoness died. Out of respect for the two of them, don't send out a novice demonic troop leader." White Heaven demonic cult members held their swords angrily and said, "To look down upon our cult like this." Sword Lord said angrily, "Grand Lord, please choose someone. I can't listen to this anymore." Chanbik looked at him and thought angrily, "Heavenly Sword Lord, you can go out yourself." The second young Lord Ju Qianmu's guardian Guyang Zhong said, "I'll face him." Chanbik looked at him and asked him, "Guardian Guyang, are you confident?" He replied confidently, "I'll cut off at least one of his arms." Chanbik said to him, "Be careful. He is skilled with tricks and poison arts." Guyang folded his hands, bowed and said, "Yes, young lord, achieve great work." Sohun held his sword tightly and said, "Great work? How entertaining." Guyang put hand on his sword and said angrily, "Jin Sohun." He jumped and attacked on Sohun and said angrily, "Stop talking." Sohun dodged the attack and his sword hit the ground. Sohun attacked him from the back, he noticed Sohun attacked and blocked him. They started fighting, attacking and blocking each other. Guyang looked at Sohun shockingly. Sohun stood behind the Chunjin statue after attacking him. Guyang looked at the statue and didn't attack him back. Sohun smiled and attacked him again. Guyang thought angrily, "Damn it." Qianmu said angrily, "Because of younger brother's remains." Heavenly Sword Lord said angrily, "Are his remains important right now? Order him to not focus on that and fight." Chanbik and Qianmu looked at him angrily. Heavenly Sword Lord said angrily, are his remains important right now? Order him to not focus on that and fight. Qianmu looked at him angrily and said, watch your mouth. We're talking about my brother's remains right now. Heavenly Sword Lord said, young master, are we not looking at the same thing right now? Sohun was attacking Guyang from the behind of the Chunjin statue. Guyang attacked him back, but Sohun jumped again and went back of the statue. Guyang stopped his sword near the neck of Ten statue hardly. Sohun said with teasing smile, what a shame. Guyang was getting more aggressive. Sohun looked at him with smile and attacked him and then again stood behind the statue. Guyang said angrily, you coward. Sohun said, coward? You White Heaven demonic cult bastards. Do I see like a coward to you? White Heaven demonic cult members looked at him angrily. Sohun jumped from the behind of the statue and said with smile, then I will destroy this statue with my own hands. Chanbik, Qianmu and others looked at him confusingly. Sohun moved his sword and tried to hit the statue. Guyang stopped his sword with his sword and pushed him back. Sohun hit the wall and jumped with more force towards the statue. Guyang stood in front of the statue. Sohun attacked the statue but Guyang was blocking him continually. Heavenly Wind Lord shouted angrily, how frustrating, why do you care about the statue? Sohun stood on the ground and said with smile, he's right. Destroy it on your own instead, I'll wait for you. Guyang looked at him angrily and thought, damn it. I can't focus on the fight at this rate, I'll end up losing. Should I destroy the statue? Chanbik said loudly, why would you do that? That's my brother, kill Jin Sohun instead. Guyang held the sword tightly and thought angrily, damn it. He raised the sword and said, yes sir. Sohun looked at him and said with teasing smile, you psychos, an internal conflict already? Guyang jumped for attack and said angrily, shut up. Sohun combined his swords and wobbled his swords fastly and attacked on Guyang. Guyang bowed and dodged the attack, Sohun's swords hit the ground. Sohun stood straight and said, you shouldn't have dodged that one. Sohun held his swords from the middle and said I ended up breaking. Guyang said angrily what? He turned around to look at the statue worriedly. Sohun made his grip tight on his swords and reattached them and attacked him from the behind. Guyang noticed his attack and stopped the attack by his sword. Sohun looked at him and put his other sword in his neck. Guyang coughed and blood came from his both mouth and neck and he looked shocked. Sohun looked at his sword in his neck with satisfaction. Guyang fell down on the ground. Saiwal looked at him and thought, he made an opening for himself by making him look behind him and even changes his weapon's form. He utilizes lots of fake movements as well as psychological manipulation with his attacks. It's definitely different from the Mount Hua sect martial arts. So this is the way he fights after having abandoned the way of the sword. Saiwal looked at him and thought with satisfactory smile, right HT, that's the kind of person he is. Chanbik, Qianmu, Wind Lord and Sword Lord level of aggression was getting high. Sohun said, Lee Haryu, bring me some liquor. He said, yes Alliance leader. He went near the Sohun and gave him the bottle of liquor. White Heaven demonic cult members looked at Haryu and shouted shockingly, that man, Lee Haryu? That's the special squad's 4th section leader Lee Haryu. Did he betray us for the unorthodox faction? Sohun took the bottle and said to him with smile, they recognize you, greet your old friends. Haryu said angrily, I do not have any friends. Sohun pointed finger towards them and asked, then who are they? Haryu looked at them and said angrily, bastards who should be killed right this moment. Sohun looked at him and said with smile, that's right. Haryu said to him, thank you. Sohun said, fall in. Haryu said, yes Alliance leader. White Heaven demonic cult members were looking at him angrily. Sohun drank the liquor and said with smile, that's good. Sohun's eyes turned purple, his subordinates looked at him and thought, his eyes? There is poison in there. Sohun raised the bottle and said with smile, those who are thirsty, come. His subordinates looked at him with smile and thought, the Alliance leader's deception mystic art. Seng looked at him and asked with teasing smile, will they even have the balls to drink the liquor that the Alliance leader is drinking? Faction leader Go replied with smile, that's what I was thinking. They all laughed. White Heaven demonic cult members looked at them angrily and thought, they dare laugh at us. Sohun said with smile, I guess no one is thirsty, then I'll finish this. Chanbik and others were looking at him angrily. Sohun drank and thought, up until now, it has just been a fight to set the atmosphere. Now I intend to eliminate the leaders first to weaken them. Sohun looked at Chanbik, Kianmu, Wind Lord and Sword Lord and thought, the vice cult leaders Ju Chanbik and Ju Kianmu. The two patriarchs, I need to kill more than one of them. That way, it'll be more advantageous for us whether it leads to an all-out war or the berserk demon fighting in my stead. Sohun said with smile, Vice cult leader, take your brother's corpse. Chanbik looked at him angrily. Sang looked at him with side eye and thought with smile, he's ordering the vice cult leader, but it's an offer that's difficult to turn down. He is sure is talented at irritating people. Sohun and Chanbik stared each other. The two men of the White Heaven demonic cult were trying to move the Chunjin statue. They looked at each other and count down. Sohun was walking around them and asking them to be careful with statue. They looked at each other and gave signal to hurry up. They used their strength and tried to raise the statue. Sohun called them. They looked at him questioningly. Sohun looked at them and said, watch the arm, the arm. The men who were holding the statue looked at him confusingly and thought, just ignore him, let's go. When they raised the statue from the ground, the hand of the statue fell down. They looked at the hand shockingly and thought scarily, the third young master's body. Chanbik and Kianmu looked at them angrily. Sohun nodded his head disappointedly and walked towards the hand and said angrily, you bastards. I told you to be careful. I out that back together really carefully. Sohun said with evil smile, White Heaven demonic cults, wait, I'll pick it up for you. They looked at him scarily and ran with statue saying that it's fine. Sohun picked the arm from the ground and said angrily, you forgot this. Man shouted, I said, it's fine. They ascended the stairs and ran towards their cult members. Sohun raised the hand and said, well, how's it fine when it's missing an arm? Chanbik and Kianmu looked aggressive and annoyed. Sword Lord and Wind Lord smiled at the situation. Sohun looked at the hand. He turned and walked towards the lake and said, I can't leave this here. His subordinates were looking at him shockingly and thought, is he gonna? He wouldn't, right? Sohun stood on the bank of the lake and said, well, never mind then since you don't need it, you bastard. Sohun threw the arm towards the lake. All of the men present there were locked shocked. The hand fall in the lake water. The voice of laughing came. Sohun turned and looked at it then questioningly. Kianmu said with evil smile, you really are out of your mind. Chanbik looked at him and said angrily, Kianmu, it is not time for you to step in yet. Kianmu asked him angrily, how can you say that after seeing what he just did? Kianmu walked towards the Sohun. Chanbik looked at him angrily. Wind Lord and Sword Lord looked at him with smile and thought, finally, the second son is stepping in. Kianmu said angrily, Jin Sohun. Sohun said with smile, I threw the third son's arm like it was bait and I got myself a big catch. Kianmu said angrily, shut up. Chanbik looked at him and said, Kianmu, calm down and fight. Kianmu looked at him with side eye and thought, Hyung Nim's right. The more upset I become, the more control he has over me. Sohun looked at the Guyong corpse and said, the second son has stepped up for greatness, he did say to do something great. Sohun threw the bottle up and said with smile, you're better than the vice leader. The bottle moves in the air. Everyone was looking at the bottle worriedly. The bottle stopped in front of the Kianmu. He froze the bottle and broke the bottle into two pieces with his sword. Sohun said with smile, amazing. Kianmu looked at him and thought, was that to figure out what weapon I use? He's not just some crazy man, everything he does is planned. Kianmu's eyes turned red and he said, you don't seem ready to die, so I won't ask for your last words. Sohun said rudely, I do have some last words though. Kianmu said angrily, out with it then. Sohun looked at him with smile. He turned and said, never mind. I don't think I need to tell you what they are. Kianmu got angry and attacked on him. Sohun blocked his attack and they stood opposite to each other and holding their swords tightly. They both turned and attacked each other. Sohun looked at Kianmu's attacks and thought, it's not just his ice arts that are advanced, his posture is very stable as if he had learned the orthodox faction's swordsmanship. They both were attacking and blocking continually. Sohun's subordinates were watching their fight and thought, I understand why the alliance leader volunteered to fight them first. How long could we have held up against someone as skilled as him? Sang looked at them and thought, Jin Sohun, that monster. He purposefully instigated this fight in order to drop the cold chi in the dual crescent blade and, he's getting faster. Sohun and Kianmu were blocking each other attack. Sohun and Kianmu were staring each other. Kianmu attacked Sohun and Sohun blocked his attack with his sword. A huge hole was made in the ground because of their energies. Their fight was getting more interesting and aggressive because the both person were powerful and energetic that no one wants to lose. Sohun's subordinates were looking at them very carefully. Chanbik was looking at them with smile. Kianmu attacked on Sohun with great energy. Sohun stopped his attack by his sword. They both stared each other. Sohun thought, I spread some paralyzing powder as well as some acid, but Ju Kianmu dispersed them. Kianmu looked at Sohun and thought, he's much stronger than I imagined. His blade techniques are unique. I won't be able to win against him with a sword. I'll have to overpower him using my ice arts. Kianmu pushed Sohun back and threw his sword on the ground. He raised his hands and made ice and attacked on Sohun with ice. Sohun looked at him and thought surprisingly, ice arts? Sohun looked at the ice and jumped back. The ice broke with explosion and Kianmu appeared in front of Sohun very fastly. Sohun looked at him confusingly. Kianmu attacked on him with his one hand. Sohun blocked his attack with his sword. Kianmu moved his second hand very fastly. Sohun looked at his hand shockingly and jumped immediately. A piece of his clothes captured by the ice and teared. Kianmu was moving high hands very fastly and attacking him. Sohun was blocking his attacks by his swords. A lot of ice were made there. Sang and Saiwal looked at Sohun and Saiwal thought worriedly, his ice arts are incredible. If this continues like this, Hyung will be at a disadvantage. His reaction speed is slowing down because of the ice. Kianmu smiled evilly. He jumped from his place and held the Sohun swords. Sohun looked the situation confusingly. Kianmu smiled and turned Sohun's swords and hands into ice and said, I do praise you for never letting go of your weapon, but it's over now. Sohun looked at his arm getting frozen worriedly. Chanbik said with smile, it's over. Sohun's eyes turned purple with aggression. Someone coughed. Chanbik and Sword Lord looked confused. Kianmu coughed badly and held his face in his hands. Sohun's arms got frozen. Kianmu sat on his knee. See. A purple liquid came from Sohun's mouth and he said with smile, Ju Kianmu, ho's the taste of the unorthodox faction's wine? Chanbik, Sword Lord and Wind Lord looked shocked. Chanbik thought shockingly, wine? Was what he drank earlier not wine but poison? Kianmu became too overcome with emotions to remember that bastard is the Venom Demon's disciple. Kianmu's face was got burned. Sohun looked at him and said, the third son fell victim to poison in the guise of medicine and the second son now falls victim to poison in the guise of alcohol. Do you want to guess how it'll end for the first son? Chanbik looked at him aggressively. His eyes were full of aggression. Kianmu coughed blood and thought, it's over, the poison is spreading all over my body through my skin. He flinched his fists with anger and said loudly, Hyung Nim. He jumped from his place towards Sohun and said, please take it from here. He held Sohun's hand and said aggressively, let's die together. Snow-clad solitude. The ice started making around them fastly. Chanbik closed his eyes and said, Kianmu, don't worry. He opened his eyes and laughed evilly and said, I will achieve what you could not. The Kianmu said all right and completely frozen. Sohun's subordinates called him worriedly, are you okay? Alliance leader. Sohun exhaled and said, how very determined. Chanbik's eyes opened with shock and he thought, he can still speak. He's enduring Kianmu's ultimate technique? No, I won't let him. He said, left emissary, kill Jin Sohun when you see an opening in the chaos. They said, yes sir. Chanbik looked at Wind Lord and Sword Lord and said, please prepare yourselves too, elders. Sword Lord said, all right. They all look evil. Chanbik said, let's go. An explosion of ice occurred and many men fell behind of the Chanbik. Sang was using his skill and said to Chanbik angrily, things won't go your way. Chanbik listened him angry. White Heaven demonic cult ran towards unorthodox faction and Sword King said, attack them. Faction leader Go shouted, get into the formation around the alliance leader. They surrounded around the Sohun and covered it. White Heaven demonic cult members were surrounded them. Sohun half-face left to be frozen, but it getting frozen just a small place left. Sohun thought, it's so damn cold. Are my subordinates doing fine in the fight? I can't even hear anymore. Is this the end if me? The core has approached my energy core, it's extremely painful. Even so, my life age has just been a series of pains, so if this what death feels like, it's bearable. He smiled and thought, should I be grateful to Master Venom Demon? He remembered them and thought, Masters, I think this is as far as I'll go. Goddamned Master Venom Demon, I genuinely forgive you now. I forgive you for all that you have done to me, dear respected Master Immortal Physician, thank you. Sohun used his full strength to prevent the ice getting near his core energy and thought, Grandmaster Sword Immortal, I thought I was able to understand the world more with your help, but I guess it was not enough. He remembered when his master called him that he was a yin and yang. Sohun thought, yin and yang, and looked at the tiny hole of the ice and thought, if what Saiwal said is right and my energy core forms a Taiji with the poisonous energy and the neutralizer, then couldn't I accept the cold and incorporate it into the Taiji too? In order to do that, I need to suppress my yin and yang energy and combine them into one. Sohun used his willpower and thought, I am Taiji, bring balance to my body, the stream of energies shall flow where they need to. Sohun energy started moving in his whole body and blood came from his mouth. He coughed very badly. Sohun used his inner energy and sat by crossing his legs. Sohun opened his eyes. An ice started making and then it's getting huge. Sohun stood up and said, come, the ice started coming towards him, the crack started making in the Sohun statue. Sohun opened his eyes and the ice around him broke. Everyone was looking at him shockingly. Sohun broke the ice successfully. His subordinates were looking very happy and Saiwal called him Hyung happily. Seng looked at him with side eye and smiled. Chanbik looked at him and thought shockingly, how did he escape the snow-clad solitude? Sohun looked at the dead bodies of the White Heaven demonic cult and his subordinates, but the White Heaven demonic cult members were large in numbers. Sohun looked at his subordinates and said with smile, you all did well, seems like us unorthodox faction was destroying the White Heaven demonic cult. They looked at Sohun with smiled and raised their swords happily. Chanbik looked at him and thought, I don't know how he managed to escape, but he must be in a weak state. Now's the time, left emissary. The left emissary ran towards Sohun with his swords for attack. Sohun turned and looked at him. Two shadow appears behind the left emissary. Sohun looked at them and smiled. The shadow grabbed the left emissary from the shoulder. The left emissary looked at them shockingly. The shadows broke him into two pieces and threw them. Sohun put back his sword in his sword shield. The two men stood in front of him, their hands were covered with blood, they were the Venom Demon and Immortal Physician. Chanbik looked at them surprisingly and thought, the Demon Immortals? In the end they needed to step in too. Sohun folded his hands and said with smile, I greet my masters. They looked at him and smiled. His subordinates looked at them surprisingly and thought, the Alliance leaders' masters? Then they're the Demon Immortals? Seng turned his head surprisingly. White Heaven demonic cult members were also looking them shockingly. Chanbik thought angrily, those old geezers. Venom Demon looked at Sohun and said, it's fine. What's the point of manners in a situation like this? Sohun said with smile, all right. Wind Lord ran towards them with his team and said angrily, what are you all doing? Don't just watch, kill them immediately. They ran towards the Sohun and Demon Immortals. Venom Demon looked at them and said angrily, you dare interrupt the reunion between us and our disciple? He spread a lot of poison, the White Heaven people fell down and the Wind Lord also fell badly. Chanbik put hand on his face. Wind Lord shouted, it's poison, back off. Immortal Physician spread the antidotes of the poison around the Sohun subordinates. Chanbik looked at the situation and thought angrily, it's the Venom Demon's poison. They won't be able to withstand it, I need to get out of here first. He shouted angrily, create some distance, back off. They started running away from them. Unorthodox faction members looked at them and said angrily, those bastards, where do you think you're going? They held their foot up but then looked at Sohun and Venom Demons. Sohun smiled and said, you won't have to worry about the poison. They looked at Sohun with smile and ran after the White Heaven demonic cult members. Sohun and his masters left alone behind. Immortal Physician looked at him and said, Sohun, let's see how your body's doing. So-hun said, all right. Immortal Physician checked his pulse by his toe finger and said, strange, it seems like the poison is gone from your body. The Venom Demon asked surprisingly, it's gone? He replied yes and looked at So-hun and asked, how does your body feel to you? So-hun replied with smile, very light. It's almost as if I've been reborn. Immortal Physician looked at him and said with smile, I don't understand how you resolved this, you must have been very lucky. So-hun smiled and said, as if. Immortal Physician looked at him and said, it'd be good for you to rest right now, but I assume you won't since your subordinates are fighting. The Venom Demon looked at him and said, don't worry, the White Heaven demonic cult will struggle a bit. So-hun looked at him and thought, he must have thrown poison at the Heaven demonic cult, that's why they were losing against the unorthodox faction when I opened my eyes again. Immortal Physician said, stop worrying about your subordinates and meditate for a bit, you need to stabilize your chi. So-hun looked at him and said, understood. So-hun sat on the ground by crossing his legs and closed his eyes. Venom Demon and Immortal Physician looked at him and Immortal Physician thought, we looked all over Jianghu because of the poison but he took care of it himself. He's quite the blessed guy, isn't he, Venom Demon? Venom Demon looked at him and said, we wasted our time, didn't we, Immortal Physician? So-hun thought about the Venom Demon words when he said that he was lucky. So-hun thought, luck. The inner energy orb of the twin-headed snake and Sun Wukong's peach I consumed when I was younger gave me an abnormal regenerative power. Master Venom Demon's demon gave me immense pain but it became the foundation of my martial arts. Master Immortal Physician's various miracle medicines continued to revive me from the poison. The memories of being loved by the members of the Mystic Lunar Troop helped me endure the painful moments. I was able to understand Taiji through the Sword Immortal. I was able to meet Saiwal and receive an objective perspective on my condition, which helped me to find the answer on how to escape the snow-clad solitude. Could I call all of this luck? So-hun opened his eyes. Immortal Physician held him from shoulder and said with smile, you're much more stable now. So-hun looked at him with side eye and smiled. Suddenly something clicked in his mind and he removed clothes from So-hun's chest. So-hun also looked at his body surprisingly. Immortal Physician looked at his body and thought, his scars are gone. And said with smile, So-hun, congratulations. You've achieved metamorphosis, your injuries must have all gone away with the poison. So-hun said with smile, thank you. Immortal Physician looked at Venom Demon and said, Venom Demon, don't you have anything to say? Our disciple has accomplished metamorphosis. Venom Demon exhaled and said, amazing. Anyway, even with the Sword Demon and the Wind Demon, you've managed to survive. So-hun asked him confusingly, the Sword Demon? Venom Demon said, the White Heaven calls them Heavenly Sword and Heavenly Wind but the Orthodox faction called them Sword Demon and the Wind Demon respectively. They are executives of the White Heaven demonic cult. So-hun said, no wonder they were so confident. Immortal Physician looked at him and said with smile, can you walk? I don't know if you'd be fit to fight since you've just gone through metamorphosis. So-hun tuned and put hand on his sword and said with smile, I need to finish this fight. Immortal Physician looked at him and thought with smile, fate sure is incomprehensible. He had been on the brink of death for such a long time but now he's a leader of the unorthodox faction mocking the demonic cult. So-hun asked them with smile, Masters, will you fight by my side? They smiled and replied, let's go. So-hun looked at them with smile and said, yes master, and they all jumped. Everyone in the field was fighting and the voices of kill them and die appeared continually. Suddenly someone landed between them and kill a lot of people. Everyone looked at him. So-hun's subordinates were also looking him confusingly. So-hun was standing between them holding his swords. He held his swords tightly and attacked on the White Heaven demonic cult fastly. So-hun was moving and killing them fastly. His subordinates say happily, the alliance leader is back, push them back. They fight with White Heaven demonic cult members more energetically and said, kill them. Suddenly the Immortal Physician and Venom Demon appeared and attacked them. They stood on the ground in front of the White Heaven demonic cult members. He jumped and attacked on them. Chanbeek looked behind and thought, the demon immortals? Then he looked at So-hun killing his people and thought angrily, Jin So-hun, the Zhongnan sect and even the Mount Hua sect. He made a punch angrily and pushed back Sang and looked at Sang and thought angrily, and this bastard too. I thought that Jin So-hun would have been my only concern but that was a lapse in judgment. Chanbik shouted angrily, "Fall back!" Wind Lord and Sword Lord looked at him confusingly and thought angrily, "Shit." They jumped backward and said loudly, "Fall back, retreat." White Heaven demonic cult members listened them and started running behind them. Unorthodox members said loudly, "Chase them," and ran after them and started killing them. The whole field was covered with blood. Immortal Physician looked at Sohun and said, "That's enough. If we chase them any further, your subordinates will suffer more casualties." Sohun looked at him and said, "Yes, master." Sohun looked at his subordinates and shouted loudly, "Stop the chase." Faction leader Go shouted, "Stop the chase." Venom Demon looked at Seng and said, "The way he fights reminds me of the Berserk Demon." Sohun said, "He is the Berserk Demon. He's wearing a skin mask." Venom Demon said, "I heard that you killed him." Berserk Demon was listening them shyly and angrily. Sohun looked at him and said with smile, "He's my left guardian." Venom Demon looked at him surprisingly. Seng looked at him with side eye angrily. Demon Immortal thought surprisingly, he has the Berserk Demon as his subordinate. Sohun's subordinates ran towards him and said, "Alliance leader." Demon Immortals looked at them and said to Sohun, "We'll go ahead." Sohun looked at them and said with smile, "I'll catch up with you after all my subordinates are back." They both jumped and flied in the air. Sohun's subordinates started standing around him and the Zhongnan sect members were standing behind them. They all were smiling at their victory. Sohun shouted loudly, "Everyone listen up, we unorthodox faction have defeated the White Heaven demonic cult." They all raised their swords happily. Faction leader Go sat on his knee and punched on the ground and said happily, "Alliance leader, I will serve you as my lord from today onwards. I will be loyal to you through both glory and hardship." Everyone followed the Go and said in one voice, "We will be loyal only to you." Zhongnan sect leader Lim looked at them surprisingly and said, "What a sight." Sohun looked at them and said with smile, "All right. I, Jin Sohun, swear to lead you all. All of us here right now, we will be together until death do us part." They all raised their swords happily. Zhongnan sect leader Lim looked at them with smile. Saiwal also looking at him with smile. Hua sect and Zhongnan sect members were looking each other angrily. Seng looked at Sohun with smile. Gusa was standing behind the Seng and was crying. Seng looked at him and asked angrily, "Why the fuck are you crying, you crazy bastard? You're a fully grown adult." Gusa started crying loudly. Seng looked at him and asked him, "What is it, Gusa? What's making you cry so?" Gusa sniffled and said, "Someone as strong, sniffled, as you wouldn't, get it, he can't completed his words because of emotions." Seng looked at him and said angrily, "Shove the crying up your ass and just tell me already, are you a kid?" Gusa wiped his tears and said, "Alright, seeing the alliance leader right now makes my heart feel like it's going to burst, it's never beat this hard before." Seng asked him with annoying face, "So?" Gusa shouted angrily, "What do you mean, so? I'm not an expert martial artist, I'm just a regular man of the unorthodox faction, but my heart is far more than that, that's what I'm upset about." Seng looked at him carefully and said angrily, "What a retard." Gusa looked at him and said angrily, "That's right, I'm retarded. Even if I were to start up my life again, I'd be working at some restaurant." Seng said to him, "I thought, you were a branch leader at some point, doesn't that mean you're pretty good with a sword?" Gusa said, "That was my peak, but I guess that was the best I could ever be." Seng thought with smile, he would be better if he used his time to train instead of yapping like this. Gusa looked at him and said angrily, "You think it's funny?" Seng asked him angrily, "What?" Gusa looked at him and then looked down and said, "I'm sorry." Seng looked at him, he nodded his head angrily. He walked and said, "Come with me." Gusa looked at his back confusingly. Seng said, "What are you doing?" "Come with me." He said, "All right." That I end the night. At the Gusa restaurant, Seng put a map paper on the table. Gusa looked at the paper and asked, "What is this?" Seng looked at him and said, "It's someone that can make you into a real expert martial artist, go find him." Gusa said to him with smile, "You think that's possible? Even a dig passing by would laugh." Seng said to him, "You could become even more than that." Gusa looked at him shockingly. Seng said, "He's someone whose life I once saved. He's very talented in martial arts, but he's not very interested in the Jianghu. If you take my message, he won't reject you, go and learn his martial arts." I guarantee you that you'll become strong enough to not have to follow me around on the battlefield, Gu Sa said shyly, at my age? I don't believe it. Seng punched on the table and said angrily, it's possible. Do you intend to be a restaurant owner all your life? Why do you keep making so many excuses? A dog passing by would laugh if you became an expert martial artist? What's the point of all this yapping when you yourself are rejecting the opportunity to become stronger? Gu Sa looked at him surprisingly. Seng stood up and said, don't go if you don't want to, whether you become stronger or not. Seng looked at him and said angrily, however, if you cry in front of me again, I'm going to crack your skull open. Seng opened the door of the restaurant and said angrily, I thought they were the tears of a man, but it was just some whining from a restaurant owner. Gu Sa listened him surprisingly. Seng stepped outside, he turned and looked at Gu Sa and said angrily, everyone gets a chance to change their lives around, it's your choice whether you'll take it or not. Seng went out and closed the door angrily. Gu Sa left alone behind and thought about his words. Sohun and Saiwal were walking in the night. Saiwal looked at Sohun and said, your master said it was a metamorphosis, right? Sohun looked at him and said, yes. Saiwal said, since you have a stronger body than before, the poison won't be a problem again. You already had a strange regenerative power by you went through metamorphosis with that body. Sohun looked at him and said with smile, I will always leave the right guardian position empty for you. Saiwal said with smile, that's to be expected, isn't it? Sohun looked at him and said, of course. Saiwal said, I learned a lot from you. I didn't know the demon cult was so strong, the sword demon's martial arts were shocking too. Sohun said, I agree. Saiwal looked at him and said, you should be cautious. Sohun looked at him and said, all right, and I'll always be waiting for you. Saiwal said with smile, all right. Sohun asked him, when will you come to me? Saiwal replied, after I make sure everyone from my sect is back safely, I'll have to go back to the confession cave. Seeing you fight made me realize just how much I've crawled up the well. Whether I go in the well or out, I'll achieve one of them before I come to you. Sohun looked at him confusingly. Sohun looked at him and said with smile, Saiwal, I have a gift for you before you leave. Saiwal asked him, what gift? Sohun replied, come with me. They went near the statue of the Qianmu. Sohun gave Saiwal a sword and said, slay Ju Qianmu with this. Saiwal looked at him surprisingly. Sohun said, this sword will probably break, but do your best anyway. Saiwal took the sword from his hand and took off the sword shield and said with smile, I thought you were going to give me a gift, but it was just one big challenge. He raised the sword, closed his eyes and put his 2 fingers in the sword. The sword turned red, he opened his eyes and hit the statue very hardly and hit one of his arm. His sword wobbled and cut into 2 pieces. He looked at the broken sword and exhaled. He stood straight and looked at Sohun and said with smile, thanks for the gift. The way it's pissing me off, I think it'll be a great help with my training. Sohun looked at him and said with smile, that's good. Sohun was sitting in the inn looking at the lake. A man walked towards him and looked at him watching the Qianmu statue and thought, that crazy bastard's been watching the statue for days. Sohun noticed his presence, he turned and looked at him for a second. The man was also looking at him. Sohun turned and looked at the opposite side. The man smiled and thought, as expected, he doesn't recognize me. Well, I did kill everyone who had seen my face. Seng was in his real face and appearance of the berserk demon that no one knows. Sohun said, Left Guardian, if you're here then come closer, what are you doing there? Come have a drink. Seng looked at him shockingly, he came and sat in front of him. Sohun poured drink in his cup. Seng thought surprisingly, how did he recognize me? He raised the cup. Sohun was looking at him. He asked Sohun, how many days have you been staring at this statue? Sohun looked at the statue and replied, I'm not sure. I intend on watching it for a few days longer. Seng drank and said, Sohun. Sohun looked at him and asked, what? Seng put the cup in table and said, this is my real face. Sohun exhaled and said, I see. Seng looked at him and asked angrily, is that it? Seng looked at him with side eye and asked, what? Seng asked him angrily, that's all you have to say after seeing my face? Sohun looked at him and said, you're ugly, did you want a more through review? Seng said angrily, shut it. Sohun said angrily, you're the one that asked. Why are you upset that I answered? Sang looked at him angrily. Sohan looked at his angry face and said, "Don't be so sensitive, it's okay for people to be ugly. It's difficult to be handsome like me, you know." Sang looked at him and said, "You're insane, but how did you recognize me right away? I have a different outfit on and you've never seen my real face before." Sohan looked at him and said, "I could tell it was you as soon as I saw you. I don't know how to explain that." Sang asked him, "How could you tell?" Sohan replied, "I look into a mirror often." Sang asked him confusingly, "What are you talking about?" Sohan replied, "Because of my eyes, I'm sure you've seen them." Sang looked at him confusingly and said, "Ash eyes." Sohan held bottle in his hand and said, "I often looked into the mirror to observe the changes in my eyes. Ever since then, it's become a habit of mine to closely observe people's eyes. They eyes changes a lot, surprise, fear, calmness." Sohan poured him drink. Sang looked at him and asked, "Then what do my eyes look like?" Sohan looked at the bottle and said confusingly, "I don't know, rage?" Sang asked, "Just rage?" And drank. Sohan raised his cup and said, "Rage against fear." Sang asked with smile, "What's that supposed to mean?" "I don't fear anyone." Sohan held cup in front of his mouth and said, "Of course, you don't. But you are afraid that someone will recognize you." Sang looked at him shockingly. Sohan continued his talk and said, "I don't know what made you do this, but it was good that you took off your disguise." Sohan put the cup on table and said, "I was thinking, that if we had met 4 or 5 years ago, our relationship would be much different right now. You've gotten old, of course, considering how my martial arts was back then, I would have died to you anyway. I guess this was our fate," Sang said with smile. "Well, perhaps." Sohan looked at him and asked, "But, where are you going? Will it just for a while? Or?" Sang looked at him and said, "I intend on training. I was disappointed in myself after seeing the White Heaven demonic cult." Sohan asked him angrily, "You don't want to train here?" Sang said with smile, "It's not that, but I'm determined to get better. I may as well go to my own training grounds, send subordinates over to me if anything serious happens, I'll come back any time." Sohan asked him, "Where should I send them?" He replied, "High Peak Mountain. Just one shout with some inner energy to have you heard by everyone there." Sohan stood up and said, "All right." He looked at the lake. Sang looked at him confusingly and stood near to him. Sang asked him, "What are you gonna do about that though? Did you make any progress?" Sohan replied, "I'd be able to slay him with the dual crescent blades, a normal weapon won't do just yet." Sang looked at him and asked, "You're set if you san so it with the dual crescent blades, no?" Sohan replied, "I'm just giving myself a challenge because it seems difficult, no other reason." Sang looked at him and thought, giving himself a challenge because it seems difficult. Sang said to him, "If Gu Sa is gone, the restaurant's gonna be closed temporarily." Sohan asked him, "You're taking him?" Sang replied, "No, I just gave him a map. He'll make the decision on his own, I didn't tell him that I would be the one there, he doesn't know this face anyway." Sohan looked at him and said, "Why are you going to teach him out of everyone? I'm surprised." Sang looked at him and asked rudely, "And what about you?" Sohan asked him confusingly, "What?" Sang replied, "Why did you pair me up with Gusa? Didn't you do that yourself?" Sohan's eyes opened with surprise and he said, "Right." Sang looked at him confusingly, he turned angrily and walked towards the stairs and said, "I'm leaving. Garbage on his way to teach some more garbage." Sohan looked at him angrily. Sohan called him from behind and took off his coat and put it on Sang's shoulders. Sang got surprised by his action and asked shyly, "What are you doing?" Sohan replied with smile, "Teaching Gu Sa is going to be a hard task, it brings tears to my eyes. It'll be cold in the mountains, take this." Sang said, "I'm fine, I don't get cold." Sohan cut his talk and said, "Shut up, just wear it." Sang looked at him confusingly. Sohan looked at him and said, "Left Guardian, I'll see you later." Sang turned and said, "All right." Sohan said to him from behind, "And you're not both garbage?" Sang looked at him questioningly with side eye. Sohan said with smile, "You're just a bit ugly." "Well, pretty damn ugly." Sang turned and exhaled and said, "Crazy ass. Good for you that you're so handsome." At the High Peak Mountain, in the sunny day, birds were flying around the trees. There's a house situated made of wood and stones. In front of the door Berserk Demon was standing and Gu Sa was standing before him. Gu Sa looked at him with smile, folded his hands and said, Illinois Sang, send me here. Berserk Demon folded his hands and looked at him carefully. Gu Sa looked at him and thought worriedly, does he not understand me because he's a foreigner? Suddenly his eyes opened with surprise when Berserk Demon opened the door for him. Berserk Demon went inside of the house. Gu Sa followed him and said thank you to him. Gu Sa saw a man was breaking wood with just one hit and a man was cleaning the ground and thought, I was worried since it's in the middle of the mountains but he's got servants. This place is. He looked at the servants carefully and thought scarily, for fuck's sake, why do the servants look so scary? I almost pissed myself, I should go pee first. Who knows what else awaits me? Gu Sa looked at Berserk Demon and called him. Berserk Demon looked at him with side-eye questioningly. Gu Sa looked at him and thought, how am I supposed to speak to him when he doesn't understand? Gu Sa tried to speak but can't. Berserk Demon looked at him questioningly. Gu Sa tried to told him that he wants to go washroom. Berserk Demon looked at him and tell him the way with hand. Gu Sa bowed and ran towards the tree. Berserk Demon looked at him angrily and thought, I knew this was going to be difficult but right now I can't even see the light at the end of the tunnel. He doesn't seem to be nervous at all. Gu Sa turned and walked towards him. Berserk Demon turned and thought, I'll work you to the bones every day. I'll train you so much that you'd rather be dead. Gu Sa looked at Berserk Demon back and thought, he's rather stiff but somehow, he feels friendly. I like him, thank you Illinois Sang. I'll come back as an expert martial artist after few days. In the ground, Gu Sa looked so tired. He was standing hardly and then fell down and his face hit the ground badly. Gu Sa thought angrily, Illinois Sang, you goddamned bastard. Did you want my restaurant that badly? He made punch angrily and thought, you dared to deceive me into walking into hell just so you could take over the restaurant? Damn it, I feel like I'm gonna die. From dawn to dusk. He remembered in few days how hardly Berserk Demon was training him. Gu Sa thought angrily, he's works me like a dog and more importantly, I haven't spoken at all for the last few days. I get that the man training me doesn't speak our language but the servants also refuse to speak as if their tongues would be ripped out if they did. I'm gonna die of frustration. He moved his hand and legs and cured Il Sang badly. Then he lay down straight and said, I want some fried chicken and a drink. Berserk Demon was sitting on the roof of the house and listening him. He looked at Gu Sa and thought about Sohun words when he said, I'm just giving myself a challenge because it seems difficult, no other reason. Berserk Demon exhaled and thought, Jin Sohun. Would it be harder for you to cut through the snow-clad solitude with a regular sword or would it be harder to make that bastard an expert martial artist? I guarantee you that making that idiot an expert martial artist is harder, so I'm going to trying. He came down and held Gu Sa from legs. At the unorthodox faction, 3 men were walking towards the inn. They folded their hands and said, I greet the alliance leader. Sohun turned and looked at them and said, good work. You were right on time, since you're back, I'll fulfill my end of the promise. Lee Haryu was standing near Sohun. Sohun called him. He said, yes alliance leader. Sohun looked at the men and said, give the antidotes to faction leader Song and Chun. Lee Haryu bowed and said, yes sir. He gave them antidotes in the tray. They picked up the antidotes and engulfed them and looked at each other. Sohun looked at them and said, I heard that you brought back quite a few. Faction leader Chun. The Gansu unorthodox faction? Chun looked at him and said, yes. I've coming with the heads of the Gansu unorthodox faction. Sohun said, I see, well done. Faction leader Song, I received all your reports in the Jaegal clan's indirect lineages. Is there anything special I should note? Song looked at him and said, no. Sohun looked at them and said, well done. You look rather unwell. Faction leader Mak Ijial. Ijial said, when we split up to rally the unorthodox faction in Sichuan, faction leader Zhu Jiahui was killed by the Bakley clan. Sohun looked at him and asked surprisingly, how? He replied, the Bakley martial artists ambushed the meeting location and killed everyone in the meeting. We also haven't heard from faction leader Zhu's brother, who went out to get revenge. Sohun asked him again, what reason would the Bakley clan have to get involved with an unorthodox meeting? Ijial held a letter in front of him and replied, We sent a message to them to ask that and we got this reply. Sohun took the letter and opened it and none was written on it. Sohun looked at the word and asked, none, there was no reason to kill them? They killed the unorthodox guys just because they're orthodox. Does faction leader Ju Jawi perhaps have any bad blood with the Baekli clan? Ijeol replied, none. He was just minding his own business. It seems like the news that there will be an unorthodox meeting got into the hands of the Baekli clan somehow. Sohun held the paper tightly and said, so there really was no reason other than the fact that they're orthodox and as such, must kill unorthodox martial artists. Sohun looked at Chun, Song and Ijeol and said, I wanted to avoid a conflict with the orthodox faction. Faction leader Mak, I'll resolve this. Ijeol looked at him, he bowed and said, thank you, alliance leader. Sohun said, since the Chang'an unorthodox faction recently fought the White Heaven demonic cult, I will choose the time. Mak looked at him and said, yes sir. Sohun looked at them and said, now, I'll introduce you to the new leaders. In the ground Sohun was standing and in front of him there were 4 men standing and behind them the unorthodox faction members were standing. Behind the Sohun Kyeonmu statue was present. Sohun looked at them and said, welcome. We can do the introductions later, first, try to slay this statue here. If anyone succeeds, I will have you take over the Shaanxi unorthodox faction and I will retire from Jianhu. The 4 man looks like the warrior, a man in purple hair has small eyes and a man in brown hair have big eyes and looked very energetic and angry. A man have toe shades of hair and wearing a ponytail and the last one have some scars on his body and he covered his head with a piece of cloth and looked stronger than them. They looked at Sohun surprisingly. Faction leader Go and Lim looked at them. A man asked Sohun, you mean you don't care which one of us succeeds? Sohun replied with smile, that's right but it's much sturdier than you think, so you should prepare yourself. Another man asked with smile, what if we can't slay it? Sohun looked at them and thought, they all need to be taught a lesson. Sohun said with smile, I'll give it a try. However, if even I can't slay the statue, then, all 4 of you, attack me at once. They looked at him confusingly. A man with a huge axe raised his axe and put it on his shoulder and said with smile, all right, I'll start. Sohun gave him the way and said with smile, what a terrifying axe. The man took position in front of the statue and Sohun said, begin. Man looked at the statue, he held axe in his both hands and raised it and said, I'm Sa Jinpyong from Gamsu and hit the statue with axe. He didn't broke the statue and fell down back. Lim said with teasing smile, what an energetic man, how's your shoulder? Should I call a physician over? Jinpyong said angrily, shut up. Other 3 looked at him and a man took out his arrow and said, I'll go next. He put the arrow in bow and said, I'm Phantom Bao Nam Chilwa. Sohun looked at him and thought, a bow and arrow. Chilwa stitches the bow and looked at statue and released the arrow hit the head of the statue but can't broke it. Faction leader Go said to him, it'd be nice to see you compete in archery with our soul-breaking sect leader. Sohun looked at them and said, all right, the rest of you now. Another took out his sword and went near the statue, he took his position and said, I'm Tae Samsung. Sohun looked at him with smile. Samsung jumped and attacked the statue with his sword bended and didn't broke the statue. He looked at his sword shockingly and stood on the ground. Sohun looked at him and said, that was a good move. Samyang looked ashamed. The last one took out his sword from the sword shield. Sohun's subordinate looked at him and said, the Dark Prince of Gamsu. He looked very aggressive and energetic. Everyone was looking at him interestingly. He looked at Sohun and asked, Alliance leader Jin Sohun, is this the body of a White Heaven demonic cult member? Sohun looked at him and replied, good job. He said again, then, this must have been created with ice arts. Covered with a stone layer on top. Sohun said with smile, you've got a good eye. He closed his eyes, exhaled and said, man. He opened his eyes, jumped and attacked the statue, his sword hit the statue but can't broke it. He exhaled tiredly. Sohun looked at him and thought, he's a strong one. Chun Myujung picked a good one. Sohun took out his sword and said with smile, now, since you all failed, it's my turn. His subordinates looked at him confusingly and thought, is he really gonna do this with an ordinary sword? He's not even using poison, what's his plan? Sohun went near the statue and thought, I thought about it countless times, whether I need to focus on speed or strength, if I need to use blade aura. He held his sword tightly and moved it, a lot of waves made. They four looked at him and thought surprisingly, a sword cry. Sohun raised his sword and attacked on the statue. A very strong wave hit the statue and the water ahead of it. Everyone looked shocked and Sohun smiled. A wave made in water present in front of the statue and Sohun was standing behind the statue holding his sword. Black Prince said surprisingly, "That's incredible." Jinpyong asked him angrily, "What are you talking about? The statue's still fine." A crack made in 10 head if the statue. Jinpyong looked at statue shockingly. Statue broke into 2 pieces and fell down. They all looked at the statue shockingly. Black Prince thought, his martial arts are on a different level. Sohun turned and said with smile, "Nice to meet you 4.at the high peak mountain." Berserk Demon was holding a very huge boulder on his shoulder and threw it in front of Gu Sa. Gu Sa looked at him shockingly. Berserk Demon looked at him. Gu Sa looked at him worriedly. A servant said to Gu Sa, "He says you can only leave this mountain once you manage to slide through this boulder." Gu Sa looked at him questioningly. He looked at the stone and shouted shockingly, "I have to slice through this boulder?" He said, "Yes." Gu Sa looked at Berserk Demon's smiling face and thought, "Shit. Is he serious? Whatever." He folded his hands and said, "I'll be here a long time then, master." Berserk Demon looked at him and raised his finger and pointed a place. Gu Sa looked at him confusingly. Servant said to him, "He's telling you to run." Gu Sa said shockingly, "But I've been running this whole time." Berserk Demon looked at him angrily. Gu Sa looked at his angry face and said, "Okay." In the night, Gu Sa was standing near the boulder holding his sword. He looked at boulder, held his sword tightly and jumped and hit the boulder. His whole body shivered but boulder was in his shape. Gu Sa looked at boulder and said angrily, "God damn it." He again hit the boulder and said angrily, "Die." The pain started in his arm and he held his arm and screamed in pain. He looked at boulder and started cursing it. Berserk Demon was watching him from the roof of the house and thought, as if that would work. In the river a boat was floating and Sohun and faction leader Go were standing in it. Sohun called Go, "Faction leader Go." He asked, "Yes sir." Sohun asked him, "Do you think that Zhu Jiahui would have went around talking about the conference in Sichuan after being defeated by the Bakley clan?" Faction leader Go looked at him confusingly. Sohun said, "As far as I know, Zhu Jiahui wasn't that stupid, but the Bakley clan is also not that skilled in obtaining information." Faction leader Go asked then. Sohun said, "It's just a hypothesis, either the Bakley clan has an intel organization working under them or it's Mak Ijial." Faction leader Go listened him surprisingly and thought, it would make sense since the Sichuan unorthodox faction is Mak Ijial's main base. Sohun looked at him and said with smile, "It's all just an assumption. So we'll need to figure out where the information is leaking from before we go to fight the Bakley clan." Go said to him, "Please give us orders." Sohun said, "I'm going to send messages with unimportant contents to the Sichuan unorthodox faction and Bakley clan. I'll make a tracking scent, so out it in the messages. Seal those messages in envelopes." Go looked at him and said, "Then the person who opens the message will be marked with the scent." Sohun looked at him and said, "That's right." Faction leader Go. He said, "Yes sir." Sohun said, "I hope that the subordinates who danced and drank with me won't betray me." Go listened him confusingly. Sohun said angrily, "It'll feel pretty shitty when I have to kill them." Go looked down and said shyly, "Yes sir. At Bakley clan." The clan members were standing in rows in the ground. A man was heading in, a man holding him from the collar. The man shouted angrily, "Let go of me." They threw the man and his fellows on the ground. They looked scared. The man said to him with smile, "Get your weapons." Zhu Jiahui's younger brother looked at him angrily and asked, "What are you trying to do?" Man said angrily, "Quite." The door of the terrace opened. They looked at the door confusingly. A man came out of the door. They folded their hands and said, "We greet the patriarch." Zhu Jiahui's brother thought worriedly, "Patriarch? Then he's the Fist King Bakley perfection?" Fist King sat on the chair and looked at the Zhu Jiahui's brother and his subordinates. He said, "Bakley Heian." The man named Bakley Heian said, "Yes sir." Fist King said, fight him. If you win, he will be thrown out. And he said to Zhu Jiaoyi's brother, you may kill him. He picked his sword from ground and thought confusingly, I'm allowed to kill him? He took his weapon and took his position while Bakley Heian was standing without weapons. Fist King said begin. Heian made a punch while Zhu Jiaoyi's brother raised his sword. Heian dodged his attack and punched him in the ribs badly. Zhu Jiaoyi's brothers pushed back. Heian again attacked him from the opposite side and his attack was very fast. Zhu Jiaoyi's brother attacked him again with his sword. Heian stopped his attack and grabbed his sword. He looked at him confusingly. Heian took his sword and punched on his different body parts very fastly. Blood came from his mouth and he fell down. His subordinates looked at him shockingly. Fist King looked at them and said to Heian, your movements are pathetic. Heian folded his hands and said, I apologize, I will improve. A man came and said, Patriarch, a report. He looked at him and asked, what is it? Man replied, an unorthodox conference will be held in Guangyuan. Fist King asked, again? Who is it this time? Man replied, the Guangyuan unorthodox faction leader, Mak Ijial and the Chang'an unorthodox faction leader, Jin Sohun. Fist King asked, Mak Ijial and Jin Sohun? He replied, yes. According to the rumors, Mak Ijial had already sworn his loyalty but this is just a meeting with his subordinates to officially establish his loyalty. Fist King said with smile, a conference. Let them be but do keep track of where they are. A man standing near was listening him confusingly. The man said, yes sir. The man standing near asked him, Patriarch, why are you not doing anything about them? Guangyuan isn't even far. Fist King said, I'm sure Jin Sohun has heard of the news of the last ambush but they're holding another conference in Sichuan. I'm sure he's trying to provoke me, he seems like someone skilled in mind games, I don't intend in playing along with him. The man said, understood. Suddenly a group of men came towards them. The man looked at them questioningly and asked them, what brings you here all at once? They looked very worried. A man said, we have a report. Man looked at them and said, go on. He said, apparently, Jin Sohun's subordinate, Lim Hazung, will be meeting with the Goodwill Grandmaster. Another also said, Jin Sohun's subordinate, North Wind Sword Wolf, is going to meet the leaders of the Roaring Waters Stronghold and the Dragon Phoenix Stronghold. There was intel that Go Xiajuk of the Chang'an unorthodox faction will be meeting the third-rate sects of Dazhou. First one said, I was told that the soul-breaking sect leader will be meeting to the Hao sect in Nancheng. Fist King held the chair tightly and cut his talk and said, enough. They said, yes sir. The man standing near the Fist King thought, Jin Sohun is mocking the fact that we ambushed the unorthodox conference. Fist King said angrily, Jin Sohun, this piece of shit. He's just begging for me to kill him. At the Peak Mountain Gu Sa was running towards the door, he out his hand on the door but fell down in the ground badly, he tried to get up but can't and said angrily, damn it, I can't do it. A servant looked at him and said, that's all you can do? You don't have enough drive. Gu Sa listened him shyly and looked at him, the man was already looking at him. Gu Sa looked at him and thought, I haven't seen the High Peak Mountain man in a while. He's been watching me recently instead, this guy just speaks to me casually too. I'll let it go since he looks older than me but it not like I'm scared of him because of his scars or anything. Gu Sa asked him, what do you mean, drive? Man looked at him and said, you have neither reason nor passion to become stronger. If you did, you wouldn't be in the ground right now. Why did you come to this place with a mindset like that? Gu Sa listened him shyly and said, I never did think about those things. Man said, how hopeless. I don't understand why the High Peak Mountain man has taken you in. Gu Sa stood up and said shyly, I don't either. Gu Sa sat in floor by crossing his legs and asked him, can I even become stronger? Man looked at him and said, not now, you can't. The only passion you have right now is for eating. How can you become stronger when you yourself don't even know the reason you want to become stronger? Gu Sa looked at him shyly and thought, the reason I want to become stronger? He thought about Il Seng and Jin Sohun and his subordinates and said, once I'm stronger. I want to save the lives of my leader and Il Seng, same for the faction leader Go Xiajuk. No, I'll do that multiple times. I'm afraid of them all but they've saved my life many times, I'm sure they'll be very surprised if I return stronger. I'm sure they'll be happy for me than anyone else. A man looked at him and thought, loyalty, that's quite the manly reason. He said with smile, all right, Gu Sa. I'll make you as strong as I can. Gu Sa looked at him surprisingly. In the night, Sohun was standing with Ijeol at the end of the river and Sohun called him. Ijeol said, yes, Alliance leader. Sohun said, I out a tracking scent on the message I sent to the Bakley clan. Ijeol looked at him and asked, is that so? Why is that? Sohun replied, I doubted you. He asked shockingly, me? Sohun replied, yes. I thought it was strange that the Bakley clan would ambush the conference. No one I knew was there to witness it because it happened in Sichuan and the people who were at the conference all dies. Sohun looked at him and said, and you were the only one who suggested that we should attack the Bakley clan. Ijeol looked down and said, makes sense why you would doubt me. Sohun looked at him and said, it's rather late, but let me ask you this. Did you do that because you thought I wouldn't know? Or do you have a personal vendetta against the Bakley clan? Ijeol sat on his knee and said scarily, Alliance leader, there must be a misunderstanding. The mission in Sichuan was not easy, but I didn't inform the Bakley clan, nor did I open your letter. Sohun looked at him and asked, is that so? Then I won't smell the tracking scent on any of your subordinates either? Ijeol said scarily, no, you won't. I am not a spy, but I will confess that I do have a personal vendetta against the Bakley clan. Sohun looked at him and asked, is that so? Ijeol bended down and said loudly, yes. Sohun said, no, look into my eyes and answer. Ijeol listened him and looked at him scarily and said, it's true. They looked at each other. Sohun looked at his eyes carefully. Sohun asked him, what kind of vendetta do you have against the Bakley clan? Ijeol replied, it's because of a woman. Sohun asked, a woman? Ijeol replied, yes. The Fist King is very promiscuous man. Sohun said, all right. I'll give you an opportunity to get revenge. Ijeol listened him questioningly. Sohun walked towards him and said, I'll have you carry the burden of avenging both Ju Jawi and this woman. He listened Sohun worriedly and scarily. Sohun grabbed him from neck and said, attack the Bakley clan. It's up to you and the Guangyuan unorthodox faction. Ijeol said, Alliance leader. Sohun put a tablet in Ijeol's mouth and put hand on his mouth. Sohun looked in his eyes and said angrily, I've learned something new in life again thanks to you. I treated you with kindness and you repaid that using me? Swallow it. The tablet moved from his mouth to throat. Sohun raised his hand and slapped him hardly. Ijeol fell down and a mark made on his cheek, blood drops on the floor. Sohun looked at him and said, I will send in minimal reinforcement but I will be there. Blood coming from Ijeol's nose and mouth. Sohun said to him, we're going to leave soon, prepare as well as you can. Ijeol shivered by his fear and said, yes, Alliance leader. Sohun walked away. In the alley Sohun was walking, a man standing with 3 women and 2 men waved his hand and called him. The girls were wearing white dresses and the 2 men was wearing green and the man who called wearing brown dress. Sohun went near them and looked at them and said, good evening, Alliance leader Chu, Dam Wool, Yoran, Jagal Tan, Jagal's general strategist. You been doing well? They all looked at him with smile and said together, yes, Alliance leader. A girl looked at him angrily and asked, what about me? Sohun looked at her and said rudely, yeah, hi. She asked again angrily, can't you at least pretend to be happy to see me? Sohun said rudely again, I'm so happy to see you, happy now? She waved his hand and said angrily, yeah, whatever. Chu said, have a seat. They were sitting in the inn and Sohun said, damn Wool. She looked at him and said with smile, yes, big brother. Sohun tell him with smile, Saiwal is alive. She asked happily, really? Sohun replied, yes. He's in the Mount Hua sect. She asked surprisingly, is that so? Sohun looked at her and replied with smile, yes, but Saiwal didn't know the details of what had happened in Chengyang. I didn't tell him much, since he seemed to have been at a turning point in his martial arts career. I didn't tell him who you took in as a disciple either. She said with smile, I see, wise choice. They looked each other with smile. Sohun looked at Jagal and said, Jagal Hyun, Jagal Tan. They both said, yes. Sohun asked them, are you aware that your patriarch is dead? They replied worriedly, yes, we're aware. Sohun looked at them and said, others might not know why I killed Jaegal Pyo, but I'm sure you two know very well. Jaegal Hyun, things turned out this way because you came to me. Jaegal said, yes. Sohun looked at them and said, the Jaegal clan has fallen. I'm sure their indirect descendant clans are just as much of a mess. So, you two will rebuild the Jaegal clan, I'll help you. They looked at him surprisingly. Jaegal looked at Sohun and asked, are you serious? Sohun replied, yes. And, once you're done with that, create another Jaegal news. Jaegal asked him scarily, and once we do? Sohun looked at him and replied with smile, I'm going to come kill you. They looked at him shockingly. Sohun looked at them and said, I'll send you guys there if you are willing to carry out the reconstruction. Otherwise, stay here and stop the demonic cult. They all looked at him surprisingly and thought, the demonic cult? Why is he suddenly bringing them up? Sohun said, I killed the third and second son of the White Heaven demonic cult here. It wouldn't be strange for them to come and ambush us at any moment. Jaegals looked at him shockingly. Sohun and Sayek were walking on the bank of the river and Sohun said, Sayek. Sayek looked at him and asked, yes? Sohun looked at him and asked, what's with the way you look at you, Yorin? Sayek asked shockingly, sorry? What do you mean? Sohun stared him angrily. Sayek looked at him and thought about his moments spending with her and said, it's, looking after her. Made her feel like a younger sister to me, you know. I guess I just developed an affection for her. Sohun looked at him and said, Sayek, I won't just sit back and watch you go after multiple women. Of course, I won't intervene if you and Yorin like each other. However, whether or not you're a man that can take responsibility for a woman is a different issue. Sayek looked at him and said, Alliance leader. You're thinking too far ahead. I don't even know if she likes me yet, but I do get what you're saying. Plus, Yorin doesn't know that I like her yet. Sohun asked him, do you really think that she doesn't know? Sayek looked at him surprisingly and asked, you think she knows? Sohun looked at him and said with smile, she'd have to be an idiot to not know if you were looking at her like that during the whole journey here. Sayek blushed and looked at him happily and said, if she accepts me, then I will take care of her for the rest of my life. Marriage, how many kids? Sohun looked at him with smile. He turned and looked at Sohun and asked angrily, but this isn't what we should be talking about, is it? Sohun looked at him and said with smile, all right. I meant to form the Mystic Lunar Alliance. Stay here. Sayek looked at him and said, I heard about it. Sohun said, well, it's like the Murim Alliance. Sayek looked at him and said, yeah. It's just that you make it sound like it's as easy as setting up a restaurant or something. Sohun laughed at his talk. He stopped walking and said, anyway, I'm worried about you. Sayek asked confusingly, me? Sohun looked at him and said, I've gotten a lot more subordinates as of late. Now it's not just the Chengyang unorthodox faction but Chang'an, Hanshan, Gansu, Sichuan, a lot more expert martial artists. Even if I want to out you in higher position, I'm worried about whether you can handle these martial artists with your skill level. Sayek looked at him confusingly. Sohun said, you'll struggle against even Lim Hazung, there are stronger men than him too. Sayek looked down shyly. Sohun looked at him and said with smile, Sayek, you're young, you can become stronger. Sayek listened him surprisingly and said, you called me here to inspire me, I see. I'll try my best. Sohun looked at him and said with smile, you'll have to work your ass off. Sayek folded his hands and said, right. Sohun said, on that note, if you don't work hard, I might send you off to the High Peak Mountain. Sayek looked at him questioningly and asked, High Peak Mountain? Sohun said, it's really harsh place to be. In the sunny day, in the room, Sohun was standing in front of the demon immortals, Venom Demon and Immortal Physician. They were sitting on the chairs. Venom Demon asked him, you want to go see the Fist King? Sohun looked at them and replied, yes. Venom Demon looked at him and said, the Bakley clan's patriarch is not an easy man to deal with. Sohun looked at him and said, I'm sure. Venom Demon stood up from his chair and said angrily, are you serious about this? The Fist King rivals the Tang clan patriarch for the position of the strongest martial artist in Sichuan, but you act as if you're going on a picnic. Sohun looked at him with satisfaction and smiled. The immortal physician looked at him and asked, "Is there something I'm missing?" Sohun looked at him and replied, "I intend on taking my new subordinates with me." They both looked at him and Venom Demon asked him, "You want to test them?" Sohun replied, "Yes, I don't know how loyal they may be. I need to make certain of that and I need to show them that I'm dependable. The Bakley clan matter is secondary, although I will have to fight the Fist King if I meet him." They understand his situation and looked at each other and said together, "If you need, we will come with you." Sohun looked at them and said, "No, you like Chang'an. You should rest here, we also have yet to figure out what demonic cult is going to do. Please look after my subordinates if anything happens." Venom Demon looked at him and said, "All right. Then bring the dual crescent blade and the white fan tonight. I'll make sure they're in top shape before you leave." Sohun said, "Okay." Immortal Physician asked him, "How does your body feel?" Sohun replied, "It still feels light." Immortal Physician said with smile, "Is that so? Then stop by my room later too, I'll make you a nice miracle medicine." Sohun folded his hands and said with smile, "Thank you, I'll see you later." Sohun went out for the room and closed the door. Immortal Physician and Venom Demon looked at the closed door and smiled happily. Venom Demon said happily, "Out Disciple has grown enough to go fight the Fist King, I can't tell if he's grown up or if he's just stupid." Immortal Physician said with smile, "I know, right? But I'm sure he'll be fine, he has always done great." In the night, Sohun was walking between the trees with his subordinates. Sohun stopped walking and he turned and looked at his subordinates and said, "Let's camp here for tonight." Jinpyong said, "Yes sir." They made camp there and fired some pieces of wood for light. Sohun was sitting near the fire and Haryu was standing near him. His all leaders were also sitting around the fire in circle. Sohun said, "Haryu." Haryu bowed and said, "Yes, Alliance leader." Sohun said, "It's too quiet." Haryu looked at him and asked, "Then may I perhaps say something entertaining?" Sohun smiled and said, "I'll allow it." He stood straight and said, "Thank you, Alliance leader." Haryu looked at the fire, everyone was looking at him with curiosity. Haryu said, "I find all of your facial expressions quite interesting right now." Everyone started him. Sohun smiled and said, "Go on." Haryu said, "Yes, Alliance leader. Look at faction leader Mak Ijial's face, he looks tortured, that's because only the Guangyuan unorthodox faction was put in this mission. He probably wants to kill you, Alliance leader." Ijial looked at him angrily and thought, "This insane bastard." Haryu looked at Dark Prince and said, "And, the Dark Prince Tan Qianyu is very angry right now." Sohun asked, "Why?" Haryu replied, he'd lived his life believing that he was below no one and would never for anyone but himself, but here he is having to obey you right now in this mission to the Bakley clan. Faction leader Tan Qianyu looks like he's wondering if it'd be possible to kill you if he worked together with Sa Jinpyong, Song Junggu, Nam Chiolwu and Tae Samyoung. But the problem is that faction leader Mak isn't willing to work with him, which also means that the other hands won't cooperate with him. Faction leaders Tae Samyoung and Sa Jinpyong haven't displayed their inner thoughts and faction leader Nam Chiolwu looks to be in your side, Alliance leader. Faction leader Song Junggu and Chun Mujung are trying to remain as invisible as possible, they are either loyal to you, or they think that is all a trick, so they won't try anything. That is why faction leader Tan Qianyu talked to faction leader Mak Ijial on the way here, telling him the Fist King is much stronger. I think faction leader Tan isn't aware that faction leader Mak Ijial can't do anything rash because of the poison you feed him, Alliance leader. Tan Qianyu and Mak Ijial looked shocked. Haryu said, "In other words, everyone is deep in their own thoughts and worries and that is why silence has been so prominent on this journey." Tan Qianyu looked at him and said angrily, "You're quite arrogant for someone in your position." Mak Ijial also said, "Did you say your name is Li Haryu? You're delusional." Sohun started laughing loudly. Li Haryu looked at him. Tan Qianyu and Mak Ijial looked at him confusingly. Li Haryu asked Sohun, "Alliance leader, was that entertaining?" Sohun looked at him and said with smile, "It was great." Li Haryu bowed and said, "Thank you." Tan Qianyu asked Sohun, "Do you believe him, Alliance leader?" Sohun looked at him and said, "Who knows?" Tan Qianyu looked at him and said, I can't help it if you do, but I would like to ask a question. Why are you taking us into a disadvantageous fight with this combination of people? Sohun looked at him and asked, are you anxious, faction leader? Tan Qianyu looked at him and thought angrily, he used to talk to me with more respect but now he's just looking down on me. Qianyu held his sword tightly and asked him, do you not think that you are leading us to our graves? Sohun exhaled and smiled. Sohun asked them, do you all agree with him? They all remained silent and looked at him. Sohun said, I'll give you a choice if you feel anxious, kill me here and now, or meet the Fist King as my subordinate, it's your choice. They all looked at him surprisingly. Sohun said with smile, there are no tricks, it's just Lee Haryu and I here but you all did nothing in the journey to get here. Your egos won't allow you to admit that you are below me and to swear loyalty but you're too scared to do something, is that how it is? They still remained silent. Sohun stood up and said with smile, ridiculous. I have to fight the Fist Ki Ga with these retards. They all looked at him angrily. Sohun asked them, why aren't you saying anything, retards? Anyone with complaints, get up. Or you can all get up together if you're too scared. Tan Qianyu looked at him and said, Alliance leader, please tell us why you are treating us this way. Sohun looked at him and asked him, Tan Qianyu, do you think you're all that great? He replied, I think we're only a bit behind the Bakley clan, that's what I think. Sohun said with smile, only a bit behind? Since when did the unorthodox faction worry over the number of forces? Did you all become leaders fighting only advantageous fights? They all were looking at him. Sohun said, the Fist King is strong enough to kill you all on his own. However, on the other hand, if the Fist King is not there, I can bring down the Bakley clan on my own. They all looked at him surprisingly. Sohun said, that's the kind of fight we were going into. Sohun looked at them and said, those who are afraid can leave. Everyone looked at him shockingly. A group of men came and said, loudly, we will stay with you, Alliance leader. Sohun looked at them, they sat on their knees and the leader said, the Shirquan unorthodox faction will be at the front lines of this battle for revenge. Tan Qianyu and Mak Ijial looked at them and thought, the Shirquan unorthodox faction? Are they the ones who were led by Zhu Jiahui? Sohun looked at them and said with smile, all right, I'll be the one to command you. They said together, thank you Alliance leader, we will do our best. Leader said, please tell the Guangyuan unorthodox faction to leave, we do not wish to fight alongside these men. They all looked at him angrily. Sohun said with smile, good point. Sohun looked at them and said, people who are shaking in fear of a fight can't call themselves a part of the unorthodox faction. Only those of the unorthodox may remain here. Tan Qianyu, Tae Samyoung, Song Junggu and Nam Chielwoo looked at him, they stood up and thought, so he thinks he's equal to the Fist King, we'll see how well you do against him. Tan Qianyu said, we'll stay as well. Sohun looked at them and said, I'll face the Fist King. So you have no need to be afraid of anyone but me, you'll see that I was right once we get to Bakley clan. They looked at him shockingly. In the street, the shops were opened and people was doing their shopping, Sohun was walking and everyone was looking at him confusingly. He was wearing his faction uniform and his swords in his back. He walked towards the door where two guards were standing. Sohun stood in front of them, they looked at him questioningly. Sohun looked at them and asked, is this the Bakley clan? They asked him confusingly, you don't recognize the Bakley clan? Are you not from here? A guard said rudely, go back. The Bakley clan isn't taking any disciples for now because of some business. Sohun looked at them and asked, business? Guard replied, yes, it's to take down the Chang'an unorthodox faction Blade Demon Jin Sohun. Sohun asked them again confusingly, Blade Demon? Guard raised his hand or replied rudely, yes, now stop annoying us and leave. Sohun said disappointedly, Blade Demon. Guard looked at him carefully and said, wait, in his back, twin blades? You're? His eyes opened with shock and he said wait. Sohun didn't listen to him completely, he ran and killed them and broke the door and threw them inside. The Bakley clan members standing inside looked at the door shockingly and a man shouted, what is happening? Sohun was standing in the door and walking in. A man shouted, who is it? Another said, twin blades? Sohun came out of the smog, they looked at him and shouted, wait, it's Jin Sohun. Everyone asked shockingly, Jin Sohun? Sohun took out his swords from shield and hit the ground with them. Baekli clan members shouted, Blade Chi, block it. 2 waves in the form of sword went towards them and killed many of the Baekli clan members. It cut some of legs, hands and some from the middle of their body. The ground was filled with blood and body. Others looked at them shockingly. A man rang the bell and shouted loudly, it's an invasion. Sohun looked at him and thought, damn it. It was same for the Jaegal clan too, but these orthodox bastards sure are rich. A lot of men started coming from a door and ran towards Sohun. Sohun looked at them, held his swords tightly and ran towards them and started killing them fastly. They started running opposite direction in shock. They surrounded Jin Sohun in circle and a man shouted, kill him. Sohun looked at them and held his swords tightly and moved then in rounded and killed them in no time. The bodies were scattered on the ground covered with blood and Jin Sohun was standing between them. The men left was looking at him shockingly. Sohun threw the blood at his sword on ground and said, tell your patriarch that Chang'an's Jin Sohun is here for revenge.